There, several shimmering objects lay quietly on the ground. The most powerful boss, the spirit hydra with 9 heads, after being killed, indeed dropped special items. "Get out of here!" Kapato roared, but that statement only drew more hatred. A lizardman spun around, to golden large knives in hand raining down on Kapato like a storm. At the same time, behind Kapato, Suqing Feng extended a hand that turned into a lightning bolt, piercing through Kapato's chest instantly. "Hey he he. Kapato, this item belongs to my spider clan. Hand it over." A spider person ghostly approached Kapato, limbs shimmering with a pale light, heavily imprinting his chest. Even the owl, at this moment, disregarded his fallen status and, with a grat, a black strange bird phantom appeared behind him, screeching and slamming into Kapato at high speed. At the same time, his figure turned into a black light and rushed towards the items on the ground. "Oh!" Kapato screamed miserably, his whole body bursting with blood-red flames, sending everyone flying. You, damned people." Though all were cave beastmen and could unite against external threats, once external threats disappear, they immediately started fighting to seize the spoils. Seeing more than 10 figures beginning to fight, Zheng Chang's face grew even more unsightly, and as he retreated, he grabbed Yao Jixu. "Retreat. Yangxiao. Retreat quickly." Zhao Yangxiao had initially wanted to support Suqing Feng and asked in surprise, "What's wrong, Zheng Chen?" "Something's wrong. The legacy instrument in my hand." Sigh. Just as the group was about to retreat, a sorrowful sigh like that of a sorrowful woman suddenly sounded, causing several people's faces to change greatly. In an unnoticed corner, a woman dressed in a black Taoist robe, with 3,000 green silks cascading like a waterfall, stood proudly in the sky, gazing at the people on the ground. Spirit Emperor. End of this chapter. Chapter 331. The Power of the Domain. The Final Slaughter. Kapato roared angrily. He was still alive, as several phantom images suddenly condensed and his figure exploded backward. Suqing Feng, Ghost Owl, Spider-Man, Lizardman, and more than 10 other figures all had their faces change drastically and swiftly retreated. Zheng Cheng, who had been paying attention here the whole time, also had a very unpleasant expression and unconsciously tightened his grip on his hand. He didn't even notice where this dark-clothed woman came from. The Spectral Emperor. Although the clothing on this woman's body was different from the woman in the boudoir, her appearance was undeniably similar. The Spectral Emperor without a doubt. "I am the Emperor, representing life to fight the heavens. It is a pity that I underestimated human nature." A voice that seemed to murmur sounded, and a thick as ink aura immediately surged from the Spectral Emperor's phantom figure, shrouding everyone present. A Spider-Man chuckled. "So what if it's the Spectral Emperor? Just a phantom, I'll kill her." He roared and immediately transformed into a gust of wind, slashing towards the figure of the woman. "Ah!" The phantom sighed softly, pointing a hand towards where the Spider-Man was rushing. The next moment, the pitch-black light suddenly surged, engulfing the entire body of the Spider-Man, causing him to disappear without a trace, as if he had never appeared before. "Domain. It's the power of the domain." Kapato suddenly shouted in fear, and the faces of the others also changed dramatically. The domain. This is a terrifying ability that only epic-level professionals can master. By communicating with the energy of heaven and earth based on their own strength and insight, they can seal off the space of heaven and earth, forming a world that is beneficial only to themselves. It can be said that within the domain, professionals with different energies and levels are all like ants. Unlike the half-hearted domain of the 9-headed snake just now, what the woman in dark clothing was displaying was the true power of the domain. The phantom of the woman made another move, and the last Spider-Man present also let out a miserable cry as he was swallowed by the gloomy aura. He had been in a hurry to open something before, but it was already too late. The fire of the specters surged, and two beastmen, dragon knights and 2 other figures were all swallowed by the gloomy aura. The black light surged again, this time sweeping towards Floria and others. "Your Highness," someone exclaimed in shock, and Floria's face also changed dramatically. She immediately took out a wooden totem from her backpack. The surface of the totem emitted a golden light, and it was engraved with a vivid silver volve. The moment it appeared, a golden light enveloped Floria. Domain. This totem of Floria also contained the power of the domain. She moved swiftly, and the golden light quickly enveloped several people behind her. When the golden light surged again and wanted to envelop the 3 remaining beastmen dragon knights, they had already been swallowed up by the gloomy aura. Your Highness Floria, please save me. That's Lord Gonzalez's Silver Wolf Howling Moon domain. Your Highness, please save. Several people let out cries of distress one after another and were immediately engulfed by the black light, disappearing without a trace. On the other side, the black light swept past, and several figures closest to the woman in dark clothing were immediately engulfed. But Carpado, Su Qingfen, and the Spider-Man who had snatched an inheritance artifact were unharmed. A black light surged around them, protecting them. The 3 of them showed a bit of astonishment, but quickly regained their composure. Su Qingfeng said loudly, "The inheritance artifact. With an inheritance artifact, one can protect oneself." At the same time as he shouted, he swiftly retreated, trying to distance himself from the figure that appeared to be the spectral emperor. Carpado, along with the Spider-Man who had obtained an inheritance artifact, also retreated quickly. Upon hearing this, Zheng Cheng hurriedly took out 3 more inheritance artifacts, but hesitated for a moment. Zhou Xinyu's chubby face twitched slightly, and he quickly replied, "Don't worry about me. I have a treasure bestowed by the ancestors." As he spoke, a seemingly ancient wooden fish appeared in his hand, which he raised respectfully. "Ancestor, A golden light shimmered, and a completely golden swastika Buddha image suddenly appeared on the wooden fish, shining brightly. Zheng Cheng quickly threw the remaining 3 inheritance artifacts to Zhao Yongxiao, Yao Jixu, and Sai Ji, but the black light struck at the perfect moment. Several lights flashed and engulfed several people, but fortunately, they remained unharmed under the protection of the inheritance artifacts. Zheng Cheng could only protect the few people in front of him now. As for others, he could do nothing to help. Suddenly, his gaze changed and shifted to another direction. A huge octopus was struggling within the black light, emitting a clear sky blue light, which was obviously a form of the domain power as well. "That's Zheng Yi's pet. Strange." Zhou Xiyu raised the wooden fish while his face remained unsightly, because the golden light protecting him was disappearing at a visible speed. "Domain," Zhou Xiyu hurriedly explained. "This is a treasure bestowed by my ancestors containing a trace of the power of the impervious Vira domain bestowed by my ancestors. But I can feel that my Vira impervious domain can only support for 5 minutes at most. Once 5 minutes is up, if I can't come up with a solution, I'm done for." After saying this, he forced a smile, but his eyes turned to the other directions. In those other directions, there were people who had items that contained the power of the domain obtained from their elders or other sources. "My Zhou family's ancestors are best at defense. The Vira impervious domain is the strongest defensive domain among all domains. I can't hold it for even 5 minutes. The others will be even shorter." 5 minutes. Su Qingfeng's figure turned into a flash of lightning as he quickly retreated. He shouted angrily, "Hurry up and kill her. Otherwise, we'll all die. This phantom is just legendary realm. If we don't kill her now, we'll be the ones to die later." Carpado smirked. "I have an inheritance artifact in my hand. I definitely won't die." Su Qingfeng also sneered. "We have 5 inheritance artifacts in our hands. Can you compare to us?" Carpado's face changed slightly. Among everyone present, only him, Princess Floria, Spider-Man, and the human-turned traitor had inheritance artifacts. The opposing humans had none. "Damn," Floria whispered. "Lord Carpado, let's join forces against her first. We can only do that." Before she finished speaking, a jackal man next to Floria roared, wielding a spear, and charged towards the woman. The others also followed suit. In midair, the last 2-footed flying dragon knight and the wine god wyvern knight also rushed up. The ghost owl didn't retreat either, transforming into more than 10 ghost bird phantoms in an instant, desperately flying towards the woman and slapping her. The woman sighed softly. Just as the ghost owl was about to pat her back, she suddenly turned around, and with her slender hand, she grabbed the ghost owl's neck at once. The ghost owl's face changed dramatically as his figure immediately turned into a phantom, and the giant bird phantom on his back suddenly screeched loudly and burst along with the ghostly aura. But the next moment, a large amount of black specters fire surged from the woman's body, instantly engulfing him. Dead. End of this chapter. Poof. The pitch black aura surged like ink, instantly engulfing the ghost owl's figure, rendering him unable to even resist. Almost simultaneously, Carpado descended from the sky, his innate ability of ultrasonic vibrations immediately landing on the woman. Unfortunately, the woman's figure only trembled slightly before disappearing without a trace. Damn! Kapato roared. This is impossible. Just a mere illusion. How can it be so powerful? Thus, a strange wave suddenly emerged, and a dark figure forming slowly in the distance was none other than the ghost doll. At this moment, he was shaking all over, his originally pale face becoming even more ghastly white, resembling that of a dead person. Clenching his teeth, he said, "This person is not someone we can deal with at all. The faint illusion of a legendary powerhouse is so terrifying. Damn, retreat." The ghost owl's figure flickered and turned into a phantom rushing outward, only to be forced back by the swirling dark aura filling the sky. Damn. This is the domain of the underworld. This spiritual monarch can actually communicate with the netherworld. The ghost owl cursed, his eyes filled with a struggling look. Kapato also took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. "Everyone, it's time to fight for our lives. If we continue to hide and hold back, we will truly die," he roared, and suddenly his heart began to emit a bright light, a giant bat shadow appearing behind him. The massive bat shadow moved, immediately pushing back the surrounding dark aura. Then, his entire body was enveloped in strange waves, surging towards the woman. Meanwhile, in midair, Su Qingfeng also gritted his teeth, swiftly gathering a large amount of sky-blue lightning which condensed into a silver-white dagger in his hand, stabbing towards the woman's virtual figure. The ghost owl, biting his teeth, then transformed into 5 figures, which further morphed into 5 giant bird shadows, screeching as they charged towards the woman. "Ghost owl, help me! Nether Inferno!" Doom! Dark flames erupted from him, forcing back the black aura surrounding the woman. Simultaneously, the 5 bird shadows turned into 5 rays of light, converging into a giant sparrow with a huge tailwing, pouncing at the silhouette of the spiritual monarch. On the ground, Zhao Yangshao, Yao Jixu, Zhou Shiyu, Fu Liya, and others all join in, unleashing their most powerful abilities on the woman's virtual figure. Gun shadows, blizzards, golden wooden fish, silver giant waves, different energies collided and annihilated within the area. Doom! Kapato's figure darted forward, his claws burning with fiery flames as he launched an attack towards the woman. The woman's figure dodged narrowly, only to be engulfed by the black aura, instantly vanishing Kapato in an instant. At the same time, the ghost owl's figure kept flickering, while the illusion of the 9 nether sparrow continuously devoured the dark aura, attacking relentlessly around the woman's figure. In midair, Zheng Cheng also joined the battle. Kapato was right, if everyone on the scene died, he wouldn't survive either. The technique of ghost flame attunement reached the woman's virtual figure, but strangely, his skill wave was blocked by the woman's spiritual monarch fire, unable to land on her. With his technique ineffective against an entity with no physical form, he had no choice but to use adrenaline excitation to support the others, enhancing their speed and strength several times over. As they fought around the woman, several figures rushed towards the ground, more precisely the direction of the dropped items after the fall of the spiritual monarch 9-headed serpent. Protected by the silver light of Fuleia's totem, a jackal-headed man sorted through the items dropped after the saliva sprayed by Fuleia's totem. The group also included Chicken. Apart from the inheritance artifact given to him by Zheng Cheng, he transformed into a giant rooster and soared over. Accompanied by his actions and continuous squawking, the surrounding spiritual monarch fire continuously retreated. "Caw caw caw. Why am I not afraid of these black flames? What's going on? Hey! How dare you sneak attack and steal during our boss fight? Leave me something." Chicken screeched and swooped down, his wings moving even faster than the Jackalman's. "Blue Star Human." The Jackalman roared with a fierce glare. However, without an inheritance artifact, he was only protected by Fuleia's totem light, making him weaker compared to Chicken. The two immediately engaged in combat, with the Jackalman being of a higher level than Chicken. But due to the inheritance artifact and the totem light, he was at a disadvantage. He could only feign an attack and rush towards the items on the ground. "Leave something for me." "Caw caw caw." Chicken screeched and lunged forward, but the Jackalman's backhand was blocked by his wings. Seizing the opportunity, the Jackalman grabbed 2 items and tucked them into his arms. As he prepared to grab the last item, Chicken finally caught up and fiercely scratched at his face with his sharp and hard claws. "Get lost. Leave me one." "Oh." As the totem light on the Jackalman was about to dissipate, he could only quickly retreat. Only by returning to Fuleia's side could the light be restored. After the Jackalman left, Chicken finally picked up the last remaining item. Is this a skill book? Chicken looked at the skill book in his hand, sounding puzzled. Damn it. Only spirit side professionals can learn this. I can't learn it. Scratching his head with his wings, he remembered something. Junjie. He quickly flapped his wings to Jun Cheng's side and shouted, Junjie, Junjie, I got a skill book. See if you can learn it. Huh. Jun Cheng took the skill book handed over by Chicken, its overall appearance black, constantly flickering like black flames. You snatched it? Yeah. It dropped after that serpent die. See if you can learn it quickly. Okay. Jun Cheng lowered his head, and his expression changed slightly. This is Spiritual Monarch Fire. Skill book. Spiritual Monarch Fire. Effect. A special flame from the underworld. It can devour the flames of the living and transform them into spiritual monarch fire of matching attributes controlled by the user. Usage limit. Li for 9. Spirit 150. Restricted to spirit side professionals. Spiritual Monarch Fire. An innate flame of the spiritual tribe. Jun Cheng hesitated, his eyes filled with thought. With only one slot left in his blank skill list, he had been thinking of learning the previous skill book he obtained, Plague Propagation. But now, Jun Cheng tore up the skill scroll of Spiritual Monarch Fire. The skill scroll immediately turned into a shadow of cyan light that plunged into his mind. Inside his mind, a rune completely composed of cyan energy appeared gradually. At that moment, another strange wave surged, abruptly transforming the rune representing the Spiritual Monarch Fire into a different form. A golden rune exuding warm light. You have learned the skill, Spiritual Monarch Fire. Hiss. System Chaos. System adjustment in progress. Adjustment successful. You have learned the skill, Holy Flame Fire. Holy Flame Fire. What kind of skill is this? Jun Cheng looked surprised as he examined this mutated skill. Holy Flame Fire. Mutation skill. Consume mental power to release flames filled with sacred power. Holy Flame Fire has no temperature. Guided by the caster's own thoughts, it can produce different effects. Effect 1. When released on the target, it can dispel any abnormal conditions on the caster, including but not limited to poison, confusion, freeze, and coma, and can heal any injuries of the caster in a very short time, restoring their physique and health. Effect 2. Can cause large amounts of damage to creatures with evil, undead, tar characteristics, and burns their souls, making them lose resistance until fully consumed by the Holy Flame Fire. Effect 3. The Holy Flame Fire can forcefully convert any other elemental energies into Holy Flame Fire. The longer it burns, the more Holy Flame Fire is produced in terms of both quantity and quality. What's this? Jun Cheng's eyes lit up with surprise. A healing skill. Finally, I've learned a healing skill. End of chapter. This. Jun Cheng took in a breath of cool air. The holy fire of the spirit charm after transformation appear even more powerful. Not only could it heal the recipient, remove abnormal conditions, but it could also burn, using their soul as fuel. Most importantly, he inherited the ability to transform same attribute powers from the spirit charm fire. As long as the holy fire kept burning, it could be transformed into the same attribute power. Most importantly, Jun Cheng finally had a normal restorative skill. Tor Tianjian. Damn it, I'm a priest, and the mutated skills I've encountered are either control, debuff, or damage-oriented. This mutated skill possessing a restorative ability, he encountered it for the first time. Reaching out, a warm golden flame suddenly appeared in his hand, continuously burning. Through the flame, Jun Cheng seemed to see the endless power and vitality of life within it. Is this the power of life? I wonder how effective it is. Suddenly, at this moment, Jun Cheng's gaze subconsciously turned towards the spirit charm Emperor's phantom being besieged by everyone, and those fighting in the square. Holy fire. Golden flame without any warmth descended from the sky, almost covering half of the square below. Kapato and the ghost owl subconsciously dodged, with Kapato roaring, "Human, at this point, are you still thinking about internal discord?" The next moment, his expression changed slightly, as the flame falling on him actually ignored the obstruction of his protective aura and merged into his body. The stamina and fighting spirit he originally consumed were actually recovering visibly at a speed. What kind of flame is this that can restore my stamina and spirit? The other two were also greatly surprised, but with a strong enemy present, they paid little attention to minor matters. They once again mobilized their fighting spirit, energy, and blood power within their bodies, attacking the woman. Seizing this opportunity, Zheng Cheng discreetly observed the woman's figure. Name: Spirit Charm Emperor Phantom Level. LV81 Constitution. Strength, Agility, Mental, Skills. Explanation: Spirit Charm Emperor, the strongest of the charm race, builder of the Spirit Charm land, a phantom image of a mythological realm powerhouse, wandering within the 9 Hades land due to unresolvable obsession. Zheng Cheng murmured, his eyes suddenly changing. Mythological realm. Actually a powerhouse of the mythological realm. Hiss. He took in a breath of cool air, his eyes filled with shock. In the 300+ years since the great catastrophe in the Blue Star world, not a single mythological realm powerhouse had appeared. And now, he actually encountered one, although just a phantom. But its strength is extremely terrifying. Because of an unresolvable obsession, it has been wandering in the Spirit Charm land all this time, like a wandering soul and ghost. In other words, my virtual fire incineration technique can work against this phantom. Zheng Cheng's thoughts turned urgently, but because of the presence of the domain and a large amount of Spirit Charm fire around her, it's impossible to break through. That's why. In that case, let's try this. He took a deep breath, and his mental strength surged rapidly, activating the Holy Light Fire Skills rune in his mind. The next moment, golden rays of light surged out from him again, almost turning into waves, rushing towards the Spirit Charm Emperor's phantom. Doom. In an instant, the sea-like Holy Light Fire clashed with the Spirit Charm Emperor's phantom surrounded by the Spirit Charm Fire, and an extremely terrifying change immediately occurred. Black and golden flames continuously leapt and collided, then perished. The more than 10 figures attacking the Spirit Charm Emperor's phantom were forced to continuously retreat, but mysteriously, these golden phantoms could not harm them. With Zheng Cheng's mental explosion, the spreading speed and quantity of the Holy Light Fire became even more powerful, continuously devouring the Black Spirit Charm Fire. This kind of flame caused the faces of the more than 10 figures present to change dramatically. Su Qingfeng subconsciously turned his head. Zheng Cheng. This flame not only can heal, but also has assimilation abilities. This kind of flame is very similar in nature to the Spirit Charm Fire. Who is he after all? Capato, however, stared fixedly at Zheng Cheng, his eyes flickering. Human youth, who is he really? How can he wield such terrifying power? We must find a way to kill him. Otherwise, how can my cave beast clan survive in the wilderness? Freya on the ground also had a changed expression, her beautiful eyes fixed on Zheng Cheng. Golden flame. This lingering attribute seems somewhat similar to the sacred and pure flame grandpa mentioned before, but stronger. Zheng Cheng, damn it, who are you really? Her beautiful eyes suddenly changed, her delicate body trembling slightly, as if recalling something. On the other side, Zhao Yangsha's beautiful eyes were also filled with shock, but very satisfied. Truly the person I have his eyes on. In the blizzard, Yao Zhixu's beautiful eyes were also filled with thoughts, subconsciously returning to Zheng Cheng's side. Zheng Cheng. This power, and that little blue elf. Chenjie is awesome. Is this a newly learned skill? Why did it change color? The newbie flapped his wings excitedly in the golden flames, clearly feeling a warm energy in the golden flames constantly cleansing his body and spirit, making him feel warm and comfortable. Only in the corner of the square, the ghost owl's expression was very grim. At this moment, he still had the protection of the 9 Hades bird behind him, but his eyes were full of surprise and a tinge of fear. What kind of energy is this? Golden, sacred, directly opposing my energy. Although for now it can't harm me in any way, I can feel that as long as he's willing, he can instantly kill me. Escape. After the Spirit Charm Emperor's domain disperses, I must escape from here at the fastest speed. He yelled wildly in his mind, his body involuntarily retreating and almost reaching the edge of the domain. And at this moment, with the burning of the golden holy light fire in Zheng Cheng's hand, the Spirit Charm fire surrounding the Spirit Charm Emperor began rapidly receding at a visible speed. The whole square was almost enveloped in the holy light fire in Zheng Cheng's hand. The image of the Spirit Charm Emperor Phantom became clearer and more solid. Seizing this opportunity, Zheng Cheng took a step forward, propelled by the holy light fire, quickly arriving in front of the Spirit Charm Emperor's Phantom. His heart moved, immediately casting the virtual fire incineration technique on the woman's phantom. Hiss. A strange fluctuation sound immediately rang out, and the woman's originally ethereal and azure-colored body suddenly showed a phantom flame burning quietly. The surrounding azure aura surged madly, but it couldn't engulf it at all. The spirit charm emperor's phantom body trembled violently, and the charming face of the spirit charm emperor subconsciously looked towards Zheng Chen. In his eyes, a hint of confusion appeared. This was the first expression on her face since the appearance of the spirit charm emperor's phantom. After operating to leave 6, my virtual fire incineration technique awakened the second attribute, the flame of the mind. Zheng Chen whispered, "Does it intensify the burning in the soul's deep memories?" End of this chapter. Zheng Chen muttered, his movements getting faster. Kapato suddenly shouted, "The attack is working. I can feel his energy weakening. Continue." Doom. Several people rushed over, launching various attacks at her. The woman seemed agitated, as if provoked. She reached out with her delicate hand and grabbed Kapato's wings. Before Kapato could react, black ghostly fire rushed out, engulfing his entire body. Kapato screamed in agony as the massive bat shadow around him was set ablaze. Lord Kapato, Matthew and the others in the distance had pale faces and instinctively shouted. Helen's face turned slightly pale, but she gritted her teeth, saying, "It's okay. Lord Kapato has the ultrasonic illusion. That is just an illusion of his. He will surely hiss." Suddenly, a strange sound echoed in the air. The ghostly fire emanating from the woman rapidly surged and formed a human-shaped flame in the air, bursting into flames. The giant bat-shaped flame, identical to Kapato, blazed in the air. The flame released by the woman could even burn souls, instantly obliterating Kapato. Doom. Almost simultaneously, the flame rushing out from the woman rushed towards Su Qingfeng in midair. Su Qingfeng subconsciously tried to escape, but was engulfed by the engulfing black fire. After a few miserable screams, dazzling azure thunderbolts immediately flashed out, morphing into thunderous shadows, attempting to drive away the ghostly fire. Seeing this, the owl was so frightened that it lost its mind, and the virtual shadow of the 9UA sparrow behind it screeched and transformed into 5 figures in midair, instantly flying in 5 different directions, trying to escape. However, the woman casually reached out her hand and grabbed towards the sky. With a bang, the surrounding black flames began to burn fiercely, almost engulfing the entire square. Together with the ground and the air, they formed an elliptical shield, enveloping everyone inside. The owl screamed continuously, eventually losing its voice, unsure of its fate. The spreading black flames shrouded Freya's figure, burning brightly. Freya's face turned pale, and the wooden totem in her hand was crumbling at a visible rate. What to do? What to do? The totem given by Grandpa is about to collapse. Zicheng. Zheng Chen shouted suddenly, and Ziking's figure immediately flew in front of Jia Yongxiao and the others. With raised hands, a rich blue light immediately emerged, forming a semicircular shield protecting several people inside. My sacred flame can temporarily suppress the ghostly fire because the sacred flame is derived from the ghostly fire. In that case, his eyes flicker, and the golden flames immediately enveloped his body. The ghostly fire surged up but was blocked by the sacred flame. It works. Zheng Chen paused and immediately rushed forward. With a tap of his staff, a golden light fell on Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng's azure thunder flickered again and swiftly retreated hundreds of meters. But the ghostly fires did not catch up. The central radar life monitoring technique was activated, covering a 3-kilometer radius. 2 weak light spots were still flickering, hiding at the edge of the square. Kapato, the owl. These 2 had not died. Being the old and dying ones, they had hidden away, waiting to confront the ghostly emperor's virtual shadow. In this case, Zheng Chen coldly smiled inwardly and tapped his staff again. Sacred flame. Doom. 2 sacred flames immediately rose in the distance, enveloping Kapato and the owl. Damn it! Kapato cursed and flew up to the sky, but the ghostly fire struck back, forcing him to block without choice. The owl cried out, his body exuding ghostly energy, blocking the sacred fire. This time the sacred fire was not for protection but for burning. Light and dark energy. The clash caused intense reactions, making the owl shout continuously. Even the virtual shadow of the 9UA sparrow behind him screamed and flapped its wings, trying to escape, but was unable to do so within the virtual domain of the ghostly emperor's shadow. Seizing this opportunity, Zheng Chen tapped his staff on the woman again, and the Leave 6 virtual fire burning technique immediately blazed within her. This time, The burning golden flames almost engulfed half of her body, especially at her heart. A small flame appeared. At this moment, the woman, who had been staring blankly, suddenly flickered with light, as if waking up from a deep sleep. She glanced around strangely, filled with contemplation. "Where am I?" Suddenly, a low voice sounded, and the faces of several people present changed drastically. The mythical powerhouse from 1,000 years ago, the Ghost Emperor, had suddenly come alive. The woman suddenly raised her head and looked towards the few people defending against the domain's power. Furrowing her brows slightly, "Dimming Beastman," she stretched her hand, and suddenly a black giant hand appeared in the void, grabbing Copado, who stood in front. "Lord Copado, Beastman, Batman," a cold voice resounded, and the woman directly grabbed Copado's head with her slender hand, exuding a deep and dark aura madly. After a few breaths, the woman lifted her head slowly. She expressed a hint of realization in her eyes. "So, it has been 10,000 years. My charm clan has been exterminated." Titty. Lament. As soon as her words fell, Copado's body slowly fell to the ground. This time, Copado was truly dead. Those heartless eyes just glanced towards Freya, no longer concerned about her. "Is it you who awakened me from my slumber?" The voice of the Ghost Emperor resounded, causing Zhang Cheng's face to immediately become extremely cautious. Copado, the Owl, and Su Qingfen, all of them MLV-7-9 powerhouses, one step away from the epic level, had each been unable to resist this mysterious woman's power. Zhang Cheng, on the other hand, as a Leave for 9 professional, how could he withstand her? With a flash of green light, the penicillin terracide shield immediately appeared in front of him. His figure, for some reason, was confined in midair, floating slowly in front of the Ghost Emperor's virtual shadow. Although the imprisonment was very fragile, he felt that with a little effort, he could break free from it. At the same time, Zhang Cheng's body lit up with a green light again, and Z King's delicate figure appeared immediately, gazing fiercely at the Ghost Emperor's shadow. Seeing Zhang Cheng's figure and the people behind him, the woman sighed lightly. "Human race, Dimming Beastman, has the war among the races begun again?" She looked towards Jerry, a dragonkin possessing the bloodline of a giant dragon. "No, not a giant dragon bloodline. Why is his bloodline so diverse that I can't see through it? And a spiritual weapon condensed from countless cursed spirits." At this moment, she faced Blood Guanyan. Blood Guanyan, who had strangely paused, retracted countless blood vessels into her body and stood quietly. Her eyes then moved to Zi Qing flying in front of Zhang Cheng, and her eyes finally changed slightly. "An elemental spirit summoner? I never expected an elemental spirit summoner to descend to the mortal realm. A mere human can attract an elemental spirit summoner that rivals the gods. No. Not. It seems like that but isn't." The woman's shadow was cold yet stable, with the virtual fire within her continuing to burn, making her figure even more elusive. "Human, I sense a familiar aura on you." Zhang Cheng smartly produced the charmed jade pendant and said, "Is this it, senior?" "My jade pendant?" the woman asked curiously. "Why is it in your hands?" "This," Zhang Cheng explained. "I found it in a chamber in the rear palace." "Chamber," the woman said in a deep voice. "That chamber, only. Forget it. I am a person who has passed away. Why cling to this world?" "Human, I have something to give you as a gift of thanks for awakening me." With the woman's solemn voice, her figure disintegrated at a visible speed. "Senior." Suddenly, Farah in the distance also shouted loudly, holding up a pearl-like artifact in her hand, emitting a deep azure light. "I have an inheritance item too." "Senior," a hoarse voice rang out as the owl, shrouded in golden flames, persisted in suppressing the flickering golden flames on his body. Teeth clenched. "I have an inheritance item, too, huh?" Seeing the scene, Zhang Cheng gestured to Zhao Yongshao. Zhao Yongshao's mind worked quickly, and he hurriedly said, "Senior, I have one too." "I have one too." "We have them too." Yao Jixu, KG, Su Qingfeng also quickly produced their inheritance items to show the Ghost Emperor's virtual shadow. Zhou Shiyu also rushed over, picked up the inheritance item dropped by Copado's death from the ground, and raised it hurriedly. "Senior, I also have one." "I have one too." At this moment, a gigantic creature rammed over once again. A giant octopus. His flesh and blood flowed, condensed into a figure. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Zhang Yi. He had not died yet. In his hand, he also held a seal, an inheritance item. Hairpin, stone pen, seal, handkerchief, etc. All were inheritance items found in the Ghost Emperor's hall. The woman's shadow furrowed slightly, gazing quietly towards Freya. Dimming beastman, hehe, it seems your clan has forgotten my daring to demand inheritance items from me. What? Freya's face changed, unsure of the meaning behind the woman's words. The two remaining jackal men beside Freya also quickly stood in front of her, cautiously watching the Ghost Emperor's virtual shadow. Forget it. I have been gone for 10,000 years, why cling to this world? And #8233. Since you have accepted my gifts, there is another thing I must warn you about. And number 8233. And number 8233. And number 8233. Yuzu. Jun Cheng puzzled. Zhao Captain, what is this race? Su Qingfeng's face suddenly changed, and he hastily said, Senior's saying, is it the Illusion Desire race? The Illusion Desire race, maybe. The Ghost Emperor's voice floated faintly. The Desire race is actually a traitor to our Charm clan. If it weren't for them, hehe. Now that you have accepted my gifts, the Desire race will surely come to seize them. Desire race. Jun Cheng puzzled. Su, why should we be cautious of them? Su Qingfeng muttered. The Illusion Desire race. Ranked 79th among the myriad races of the heavens. The race spawned from human desires, intangible, seducing and manipulating beings primarily for life forces, but there is another name for them. And #8233. Beyond Domain Devil Race. End of this chapter. Chapter 335 Inheritance. I am John Mei, representing the clan to conquer the heavens. Realm Outsider Demon Clan. Jun Cheng muttered. This race, is it the same as the Outer Realm demons in the network novels of the previous life? Or maybe, wow. At this moment, Saiji suddenly exclaimed, shouting, Chengzhe, quickly see what you've got. Damn, I actually obtained a legendary reincarnation item. What ... Not only was this surprising, even Su Qingfeng and Zhao Yangxiao beside couldn't help but look over. A legendary reincarnation item. After reincarnation, there is a chance to grow into a legendary level powerhouse. Unexpectedly, it fell into the hands of Saiji. The voice of the ghostly Emperor Lingmai came softly. You now have my inheritance items, thus you shall inherit the relics of my Mei clan. Every relic will be bestowed based on your current strength, talent, bloodline, or temperament, all of which were treasures from my collection 10,000 years ago. Hehe. Suddenly, the voice of the ghostly Emperor's female phantom became low and melodious, revealing a slightly chilling tone to everyone's ears. However, accepting my gifts means becoming the inheritors of my Mei clan. At the same time, there is also a certain chance of being watched and discovered by the Desiring clan. While you are weak, the Desiring clan will find it hard to detect you. But once you step into the epic level, the Desiring clan will surely descend. What? All 9 people present were astonished, especially Su Qingfeng. Among the 9, he was the closest to reaching the epic level, just a step away. If it's true, at this moment, Su Qingfeng immediately felt that the item in his hands was somewhat hot. However, when he saw what Lingmai Emperor had given him, his pupils even contracted slightly. This is the Thunder Mark Talisman, a thunder symbol formed by the first thunder strike when the heavens and earth were first opened. With this talisman, one can transform into a true thunder spirit, embodying thunder. This, looking at the sky blue talisman in his hand, Su Qingfeng immediately hesitated. Should he accept this inheritance or give up? As for the others, their eyes also subtly changed, assessing the inheritance items they had obtained. Some were shocked, some were pensive, and some tightly held their inheritance items, pondering unknown thoughts. Inheritance items, huh? To wear a crown, one must bear its weight. Jun Cheng muttered, subconsciously looking at the inheritance item he had just received in his hand. There was nothing at all. He subconsciously immersed his mind into his sea of consciousness, carefully searching for something, until a black light appeared. It was a feeling that was hard to describe in words. Despite being pitch black, one could somehow perceive a light, and this light didn't emanate anything. No warmth, no heat, not even a spark. It was just a faint glimmer of light. Yet, even so, it floated quietly in front of Zhongcheng. The light trembled slightly, as if trying to escape, but was immediately bound in the air by an unknown and eerie rule. In the instant Zhongcheng looked at this black light, his gaze, or rather his entire consciousness, was completely drawn in. In his mind, there seemed to be devout whispers and calls. "Oh God, I beseech you. Oh God, protect us. Oh God, we have won. Oh God, we have failed." In Zheng Cheng's mind, there suddenly appeared a series of images. It was a world filled with darkness, with no sun in the sky, only stars. The light sources in this world came only from the stars and some special plants. Apart from that, the sky was an endless void. Phantom figures floated out of the void, turned into a myriad of phantoms, constantly dancing. With the passage of time, these phantoms multiply, filling the entire space. Driven by unknown desires, they began to kill and devour each other. Subsequently, their bodies gradually solidify, becoming human-like figures. They possessed night vision, had hands and legs, and were naturally endowed with various abilities, and could survive in the dark. They lived on the dark plains, hunted wild beasts, established tribes and houses, and multiplied here. As time passed, they created a written language, developed a culture, and eventually formed a civilization. Desires were the greatest catalyst for war. Both the MEI and the desiring clans were creatures born from the rules of the world but engaged in mutual slaughter due to their strong desires, invading other worlds. However, the MEI and desiring clans were not strong enough at the time, ultimately provoking several powerful races from the myriad worlds that united and invaded their world. And in the moment before the extinction of the clans, the death divinity venerated by them was integrated into Zhang MEI. Zhang MEI became a god. So, this is the past of Zhang MEI, or perhaps, the past of the MEI clan. Zheng Cheng thought to himself, in the world where Zhang MEI resided, due to the special rules of the heavens, the entire population was born from the desires, prayers, and thoughts of countless beings, inherently intangible and colorless, capable of beguiling the heart, and possessing strong desires. The so-called desires were the biggest catalyst for war. Both the MEI and desiring clans were creatures born from the rules of the world, but their desires led to mutual slaughter and the invasion of other worlds. However, the strength of the MEI and desiring clans was not sufficient, leading to the ire of several powerful races from the myriad worlds who united and launched an extermination campaign. The hatred between the two clans had escalated to an irreconcilable enmity. With the passage of time, at the sacred mountain of the MEI clan, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of clan members were sacrificed every year. After the ritual sacrifices at the temples, the bodies of the clan members were thrown into the void, believing their remains would turn into stars and protect their tribe. And thus, the race known as the MEI clan thrived in the plains for tens of thousands of years. They occupied the grasslands, the deserts, and the mountains. Tribes rose on the earth, and as time went on, cities appeared. Their expansion only ceased when they reached the oceans. In the oceans, a multitude of races appeared. They called themselves the Desiring Clan. It turned out that within the oceans, there were also infinite voids. These voids connected numerous worlds, and the desires and whispers of countless beings from those worlds manifested in their world. These desires, under the unique rules of this world, fought and devoured each other, forming new life forms. Hence, they called themselves the MEI clan. As countless years passed, the population of the MEI clan grew rapidly due to the existence of voids in the sky, becoming stronger and more numerous. To fulfill their desires, the beings of the MEI clan resumed their carnage. Whenever a clan member died, they would gather the bodies, build a high platform, sing songs, and offer blessings. Then, they would push the bodies into the voids in the sky. They firmly believed that by tossing their bodies into the void, their clan members would transform into stars, eternally guarding their kin. Thus, this race known as the MEI clan thrived on the plains for millennia. They took over the grasslands, the deserts, and the mountains, and tribes rose across the land. The tribes even erected huge temples on mountaintops to honor those who died annually. They called the highest peaks sacred mountains, and the largest temples were built there. Eventually, their expansion was halted by the oceans. In the waters, a vast number of races appeared. These races called themselves the Desiring Clan. Much like the MEI clan, they had connected to their world through the voids from their own worlds, manifesting as a different kind of life form upon entering this world's oceans. These two vastly different races engaged in a gruesome war for various reasons. The war continued for hundreds, even thousands of years. During these millennia, innumerable lads from both the MEI and Desiring clans perished at each other's hands. The hatred between the two races had reached a point of eternal enmity that could not be appeased. As time passed, the MEI clan annually sacrificed tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even millions of clan members. After these ritual sacrifices, the bodies of clan members were tossed into the voids, just like their future destinies. Countless members of the MEI clan knelt devoutly before the temples, praying ceaselessly, chanting, recounting tales. Many years later, a black light slowly emanated from the temple. It was a modicum of divinity, venerated and accumulated over countless generations through the devout beliefs of the MEI clan members. Eventually, the divinity was aggregated by some unknown rule and manifested a power beyond metaphysics, beyond philosophy, directly materializing something. Divinity, a divinity of death reverence. Over countless years, the divinity of death accumulated through the fervent worship and faith of the MEI clan finally emerged. A formidable divinity of death. This death divinity was brimming with primordial and bestial qualities, possessing the purest power. Compared to the MEI clan, the desiring clan never offered sacrifices to their dead kings, as they allowed their corpses to drift in the ocean. The melding of these death divinities instigated massive battles between the MEI and desiring clans. However, their actions devolved further. Outraged by the massacre and seeking recompense, several powerful races united and launched a genocidal campaign against these two races. The MEI clan, bolstered by the existence of divinity, maintained a clear consciousness and refrained from excessive slaughter. Wars broke out across numerous civilizations and dimensions, leading to chaos. The worlds of the MEI and desiring clans bore witness to the emergence of countless powerful races from within their voice. Titans, Three-Eyed Clan, Ancient Beastmen, Dark Elves, Ancient Angels, and Spirit Clan, all launched assaults against the MEI and desiring clans. Countless members of these two clans perished, until the day approached when nearly 3/4 of their populations were annihilated. Finally, on the verge of their impending extermination, the MEI and desiring clans chose to unite. Joining forces with other races from different dimensions, they engaged in a massive battle for survival. Yet it was already too late. Despite their alliance, they were still outnumbered by the multitude of races. The desiring clan was driven to the depths of the oceans by monsters from other realms, while the MEI clan was driven to their mountaintop shrines by the united alien forces, igniting their final battle. 3 months later, the bodies of hundreds of millions of MEI and desiring clan members littered the mountains and oceans. Only the feeble and elderly were left from both clans. Finally, as the allied forces prepared to massacre the frail and elderly from both clans, the divinity within the temple began to convert into the form of a woman. That woman was the Emperor Lingmai. Utilizing the faith and prayers of the MEI clan members who had prayed for millennia before their deaths, the divinity venerated by the MEI clan was revived and chose to merge with the Emperor Lingmai, propelling them to the mythic realm. In that battle, the Emperor Lingmai led the MEI clan's last remaining warriors to launch a final assault against the alien coalition. They defeated the Titans, the Three-Eyed Clan, the Ancient Angel Gods, and even managed to slay the war god of the Ancient Beastmen's clan. The battle was brutal, with carnage stretching near and far. The alien alliance was finally forced to retreat. However, the Emperor Lingmai then turned her focus to the heavens, the voice, or rather, the cosmic order of this world. The MEI clan emerged from the desires of living beings from a myriad of worlds, inherently immutable and immortal. Due to the cosmic order, our clan was forced into endless slaughter. I am John MEI, representing the clan to forge against the heavens. She desired to destroy the voids connecting countless worlds. War erupted once again. Blood was spilled in the heavens, and at that moment, the desiring clan hiding in the deep sea, along with other alien races, launched an assassination against John MEI. The desiring clan had allied with the myriad races from the heavens and became the executioners against the MEI clan. Finally, John MEI fell, and the MEI clan was utterly exterminated, wiped out. Only the desiring clan occupied the entire world, rapidly developing and gradually becoming one of the formidable races, backed by the myriad races of the heavens. As for the divinity once venerated by the MEI clan, it suffered severe damage and was sealed by John MEI before her death, lost within the chaotic voice, silent and desolate. So this is John May's history. Or rather, the history of the MEI clan. Jun Cheng contemplated. The world where John MEI resided, due to its special cosmic rules, was inhabited by beings born from the desires, prayers, thoughts, and wills of countless beings. Hence, they were intangible, colorless, capable of bewitching the heart, and harbored overwhelming desires. The so-called desires were the greatest accelerant for warfare. The MEI and desiring clans were both born of the cosmic rules, but engaged in mutual carnage due to their intense desires, invading other worlds. However, the MEI and desiring clans were weak, provoking several powerful races to band together and invade their world. And just before their extermination, the divinity venerated by the clans merged into John MEI. Thus, John MEI ascended to godhood. "I see the divinity's presence in my mind," Jun Cheng exclaimed with a hint of excitement. The divinity had brought him substantial powers. He was endowed with enhanced spiritual attributes, and his consciousness had gone through a remarkable transformation. He realized that the divinity wielded tremendous powers, which were gradually and subtly changing his body and soul. Another prompt from the worlds will rang out. "You have gained a divine relic, the divinity of death." The divinity bestowed upon him a vast array of benefits and abilities, elevating him as a divine being with heightened attributes, including unique talents that rendered him impervious to mental control techniques. The revelation of his new powers left Zhang Cheng in awe, realizing that he now stood at the apex of most practitioners in his world. Excitedly, he acknowledged the profound impact of the divinity of death on his abilities and potentials. The newfound divinity was enhancing his essence, aligning his mind and soul with the cosmic energies. With comprehension dawning on him, he fully embraced the extent of his newfound powers. The culmination of his journey through the Lingmai Sanctuary had brought forth a revelation that transcended mortal boundaries and propelled him to the realm of the divine. As he embraced his divine essence, a radiant aura enveloped him, illuminating his surroundings with ethereal energies. Zhang Cheng marveled at the immense transformation he had undergone, astounded by the profound implications of the divinity now coursing through his being. In that moment of revelation, he understood that the divinity of death had initiated a metamorphosis within him, unlocking a cascade of unparalleled powers and insights. Embracing his divine nature, he marveled at the boundless possibilities that lay before him, eager to explore the depths of his newfound divinity. In the wilderness, a colorful forest thrives. The colorful forest of today is no longer the same as before, but has undergone enormous changes. In the center of the forest stands a towering tree that reaches a kilometer high, with its canopy reaching the clouds. The tree looks somewhat like a pine tree, with dense pine needles that present a silvery green hue. Its overall triangular shape resembles a tower piercing the sky. Strangely, the tree also bears a large number of structures resembling pine cones, laden with fruits. The trunk is sturdy, stacked layer upon layer to form a thick protective shield. In the middle of the trunk, a vague ancient face with closed eyes appears, deep in slumber. Looking up, 10 kilometers to the east and west of the giant tree, two drastically different gigantic fortresses loom large. One is cast from reinforced concrete, a massive city approximately 3 kilometers long, 20 meters high, with a base width of 18 meters and a top width of 15 meters. Fortresses and artillery batteries are built on the walls every 30 meters, storing a large number of ammunition and weapons, aiming towards the east. Sentinels stand alert on the walls, watching vigilantly. Fully armed soldiers patrol, their gaze sharp. Inside the fortress are military buildings, tents, and cement houses. Military personnel and professionals walk around bustlingly. This is the human stronghold in the wilderness battlefield, as well as the second city established by the human race on this land, also the frontline fortress. The Barren City, 10 kilometers to the west of the Wine Whisper grassland, belonging to the Cave Beastman's territory. There also rises a giant city, constructed entirely of giant stones, embedded with special crystal stones. It is exceedingly sturdy. The walls of the city are adorned with special blood and old painted patterns, exuding a primitive, bloody, and powerful aesthetic. On either side of the walls are four huge towering turrets guarding the city like fangs. Atop the towers are four massive magic crystal cannons aimed across the river. Inside the city, there are vast numbers of hyena men, hyena dogmen, spidermen, lizardmen, and a few batmen ascending into the air continuously. On the northeast side of the city, there is a massive compound with trained seed wolves and bipedal flying dragons. The human race and the cave beastmen, two races, have unexpectedly set up confrontations in this place with the giant tree as the axis. On the walls of the deserted city, figures are gazing towards the giant tree. Among them is a white-haired, elderly leader clad in blue, with intricate patterns forming circle after circle-like formations. The human race, an epic formation grandmother, DRIZZLE. Following behind him are several figures, led by the current leader of the remnant clan, rooster. Any changes at the Blessed Land entrance near the ancient tree? Master, no changes. Rooster reply. Our lookout personnel station and there still report daily. Everything is normal. Spirit charm Blessed Land. Rooster worries. Master, it has been 3 years since the incident at the entrance to the Blessed Land. I wonder if the people inside will. DRIZZLE indifferently said. Since the entrance to the Blessed Land is still there, it suggests that nothing untoward will happen in the short term. And within the Blessed Land is a separate space, with entirely different laws of the world, time passing differently also. 3 years have passed for us externally, but within the Spirit Charm Blessed Land, perhaps only a year, a few months, or even just a few days have passed. Thank goodness you didn't enter the Blessed Land that year, otherwise, Rooster couldn't help but shudder. You were chased by the Bat clan back then, and barely escaped, so you didn't go to the colorful forest. Little did we know a Blessed Land would appear. That was your destiny. DRIZZLE's eyes flashed. Also, in half a year, you will face the graduation assessment at school. Have you thought about where to go? Rooster whispered. Master, do you have any recommendations? The caverns, DRIZZLE said. 3 years ago, the caverns experienced a change and a new Earth Rat King emerged. This demon is a rat demon who achieved sentience, leading the rat demon tribe to occupy a portion of the caverns, encroaching on our territories. The caverns are one of the 3 major foreign battlegrounds, producing a wealth of cultivation resources, especially the primary source of magical crystal production. Currently, there is an ongoing battle between the underground Great Wall and the Earth Rat King in the caverns, attracting numerous talented individuals. It's worth considering, DRIZZLE continued. Most importantly, the caverns are a unique world among the myriad realms, situated not beneath the earth but beneath the various worlds of the multiverse. Almost every world has underground caverns that connect the countless worlds of the multiverse. And in these underground worlds, there are dragon veins, the vital essence of the earth, present. As formation masters, if we can set up formations according to the dragon veins, our power will increase by at least 50%. Furthermore, within the caverns, one can comprehend the ways of formations according to the dragon veins. Traveling 10,000 miles is better than reading 10,000 scrolls. Your theoretical knowledge is already sufficient. What you lack is practical application. This year's graduation assessment is your chance. Rooster promptly said. Yes, Master, I will heed your teachings. For this year's graduation assessment, I will head to the caverns ... Beep beep beep. Suddenly, Rooster's communicator rang urgently. Captain, there has been an incident at the Blessed Land entrance. It seems someone wants to come out, and many cave beastmen have already rushed over. Rooster quickly said, Master, this. DRIZZLE's eyes flickered, taking a step forward, intricate formations appearing under his feet. At the same time, he raised his hand, and a talisman shot out, disappearing into the distance. Follow me. In 1,000 years, no matter who comes out of the ancient tree, there will be great benefits. We absolutely cannot let the cave beastmen take it away. Yes, Master. Under the giant tree, hundreds of figures faced each other, eyes filled with anger. One side is fully armed human professionals, while the other side consists of cave beastmen like the lizardmen, hyena men, spidermen, and others. Both sides are tense, itching to engage in battle. In their midst, apart from the ancient tree, there is also a black whirling portal continuously rotating. The entrance to the Spirit Charm Blessed Land. The previously stagnant entrance to the Blessed Land suddenly showed signs of agitation, with ripples forming and rotation speeding up as if ready to open at any moment. The entrance is changing. The Blessed Land entrance is about to open. I wonder if we can enter again? According to the city people, this Blessed Land opened 3 years ago, originally accessible but later, for some reason, became inaccessible. Damn it. I remember that the senior bee for the ancient tree seems to have been subdued by our human professionals. Why is he still neutral? Amidst the clamor, several figures almost simultaneously arrived there. A giant emerald green bird descended from the sky, with a lizardman perched on its back, landing gracefully. Beside him, a pure white werewolf appeared. This person looked sharp with high cheekbones, giving a cruel smile towards the human professional's side. Apart from this werewolf, another figure appeared in the distant sky, with twin wings, zooming over at great speed. A Batman. This person is completely different from the other Batman, with his fur white and eyes crimson, exuding a more malevolent aura. These three individuals are the epic figures of the Cave Beastman Station in the wilderness, who have caused numerous casualties in various battles over the past 3 years. Even the human professionals present were not spared, with at least hundreds falling by their hands. If not for the human side having epic figures guarding against them, the human professionals would have been wiped out by them long ago. Cave Beastmen, including the red-robed Grand Priest Pix, represent the spiritual leaders. Pix's strength may not be the strongest, but being in the battle zone has greatly enhanced his abilities. The entire Cave Beastman army stationed in the wilderness, under his influence, its overall strength is increased by at least 1/3. With over 100 strong followers fighting alongside him, the threat is even greater. Moreover, Pix once tamed an epic beast named the Ember Carver, and with the pair working together, even ordinary epic warriors weren't their match. Second is Lukacs, the royal member of the Wolf tribe, the Ice Wolf tribe, an epic figure of the Cave Beastman. His origins in the Wolf Empire aren't known, but for some reason, he ventured into the wilderness, still searching for something. His strength remains unknown and, as such, does not participate in major battles. He only came into conflict with Master Cao Feng from the human side 2 years ago, and the aftermath of their battle in the southern wilderness formed a lake, indicating how fierce their fight was. Last but not least, Bartimal, an epic figure of the Cave Beastman, precisely for the Batman. Bartimal is a skilled user of their inherent sonic vibrations. Reckless tactics and assassinations of human professionals have accounted for many fatalities in the past 3 years. Even the respected human professional epic figure Quan Lin, FEI faced significant injuries after being ambushed by him. Bartimal chuckled. Din Ruhuo, indeed you've done something about this place. You formation master of the human race are quite tenacious. With a keen eye, Din Ruhuo coldly observed the three beings, gazing at the sky. Sure enough, on the horizon, a figure approached swiftly, thundering down until only a few meters away from them. Master Cao Feng. Having received Din Ruhuo's signal, he promptly left the deserted city to offer support. With the Cave Beastmen, the three epic figures, plus an epic Ember Carver, while on the human side, only Din Ruhuo and Cao Feng stand firm. Nevertheless, the duo shows no fear, especially Cao Feng, who glared back malevolently. You want a beating, you bat? Then come man spar with me. At the words, Bartimal's expression changed, sneering. Cao Feng, do you think I don't dare to kill you? Thinking of killing me? Ha ha. Cao Feng laughed loudly, a myriad of thunder enveloping his body. It's just that you don't have what it takes. Extending his right hand, he gestured unmistakably above Bartimal, Lucas, and Pix. It's not that I underestimate you three, but if you three together, even I'm not afraid, you. Looking for death. Bartimal and Lucas turned grim, especially Lucas, an epic ice wolf of royalty. When had he been insulted like this? His sharp fangs glinted as he growled. Cao Feng, little wolf, if you want to die, I will gladly grant your wish. Lord Lucas, Pix quickly interjected, do not forget our mission this time. It is to. Disgusted, Cao Feng smirked, it seems you are indeed searching for something. Isn't it because you lost last only and the Ice Wolf tribe missing their princess? How do you know? Lucas's complexion shifted, gritting his teeth. How do you know? Indeed. Din Ruhuo shook his head slightly. For 3 years, it's enough time to investigate what happened back then. The little princess of the Ice Wolf royal family went missing into the spirit charm blessed land. What remains unknown is buzz. At that moment, a buzzing sound emanated from the group's direction at the entrance of the blessed land. The chaotic spatial disturbances became increasingly clear. They're coming out. The blessed land entrance is opening. I wonder if we can enter again. Look, someone is coming out. Amid chattering, over a dozen figures suddenly appeared at the entrance, flames burning on their bodies, male and female, totaling over 10 figures. There are several figures with peculiar appearances. Among them one seemed entwined with tentacles, while another only had one wing left that still moved swiftly. And another person looked like a massive creature with 8 tentacles gathered together, resembling a giant octopus. These individuals sent out of the spirit charm blessed land by the Ghost Emperor are neither inheritors of the 9 legacies, but instead in excess of over 10 figures. Floria. Lucas bellowed, darting towards the group of people who appeared at the entrance to the blessed land. Intercept them, Din Ruhuo shouted, and Kaljan Feng chuckled, arriving first and smashing a fist towards Lucas's head. Little dog, ready to play with me? Or want to spar? Hearing this, Bartimel's expression shifted, sneering. Kaljan Feng, the human race's formation master, indeed quite troublesome. Din Ruhuo coldly stared at the trio and gazed into the distance. From the void, an intricate formation emerged, enveloping all the individuals present. A figure cloaked in blue appeared like an apparition, stepping forward. Din Ruhuo. Din Ruhuo. You really had to meddle here. Bartettel sneered, such a bothersome human formation master. Chapter 337 Zhang Cheng must die. Domain emerges. Zhang Cheng's eyes went black, but as soon as a glimmer of light appeared, he saw several figures rushing towards him. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. With a thought, his penicillin-devouring bacteria body protection shield immediately expanded, protecting his companions around him. The central radar life monitoring technique also instantly enveloped the surroundings, immediately discovering several other figures besides his companions. Cave beastmen. Apart from him and the 9 others who possessed the inherited artifacts transmitted from the Spirit Charm Sanctuary, there were actually more than 10 additional figures. After entering the Spirit Charm Sanctuary, instead of heading to the central temple in the world, they went elsewhere. After the Spirit Charm Emperor Shadow sent the inherited items to them, he also sent them out together. Among them were 2 figures familiar to Zhang Cheng, Kui Xiabing, Purple Poppies. These 2 individuals had also been sent out along with them. Dang. Clang clang. Amidst his contemplation, the figures of the cave beastmen had already rushed to Zhang Cheng's side and struck a punch. Unfortunately, with the protection of the central radar life monitoring technique, these attacks posed no threat to him. With a thought, the fiery illusion body incineration technique immediately surged out, engulfing all of them within it. The illusory flames immediately leapt from their bodies, burning fiercely. Nearby companions also launched their counterattacks. Sizzle. With a loud bang, a large amount of blue electric light surged forth from Su Qingfeng's body, blasting away several figures around him. Yao Jixu casually waved, and several icy spears shot out, piercing several figures. Dang. Chun Yi, half human, half octopus, also roared, swinging his 8 tentacles to drive back several spider people. Chao Yangshao, vegetable chicken, Kui Xiabing, and others also joined in, forcing the attacking cave beastmen back. Princess Freya. Stop him. Lucas and Zhao Xianfeng clashed with each other, both shouting angrily. Barthol let out a strange cackling laughter, and his figure arrived ahead of the others, leaving a clear phantom trace in the air. He nearly reached Freya in an instant, grabbed her, and swiftly retreated. Opening his mouth, a buzzing sound suddenly reverberated in the air, heading towards Zhang Cheng and others. Sonic vibrations. The penicillin-devouring bacteria body protection shield that guarded Zhang Cheng and the others immediately experienced a violent vibration, nearing collapse. Zhang Cheng's face also changed drastically. This was the first time such an event had occurred since he had gained control of the penicillin-devouring bacteria body protection shield. Doom. In less than 3 breaths, his penicillin-devouring bacteria body protection shield instantly collapsed, turning into dots of starlight and dispersing. And within that short time frame, Din Ruhuo had already reacted. He raised a formation plate in his hand, and strange runes emerged from it, teleporting all the blue star people who had emerged from the Spirit Charm Sanctuary to a safe distance. As Zhang Cheng and others was fighting off the invading cave beastmen, gathering information elsewhere and others were retreating. Vegetable chicken, Kui Xiabing, purple poppies, etc. At this moment, Kui Xiabing's delicate skin inexplicably appeared with faint purple lines, looking quite eerie. She glanced at the battlefield, then turned back to look at the ancient tree, immediately saying to purple poppies beside her, "Purple poppies, our competition is not over yet. You took away the Spirit Charm face flower. I can't let it go like this." Purple poppies sweetly smiled and said, "If it wasn't for me, your consciousness would have been engulfed by those 2 epic-level plants. How ungrateful can you be? Besides, the Spirit Charm face flower voluntarily surrendered to me." Kui Xiabing gritted her teeth and said, The spirit charm face flower and the dragon-eating vine are symbiotic plants. If they are separated for too long, their life force as spirit charm fire will decline. For the growth of these two epic plants, you must join my team and cannot leave. Purple Poppies shrugged and said, whatever, I don't like running around anyway. Watching Purple Poppy's casual demeanor, Kui Xiaobing was itching with anger. In the spirit charm sanctuary, in order to subdue the dragon-eating vine, she had stimulated her plant shepherd talent to the maximum. However, having just initiated the ancient tree before, her life force and talent power had already been depleted by half. When trying to subdue the dragon-eating vine, she found that it was not a normal plant and could not be awakened. She could only integrate it into herself, treating it as a symbiotic entity. But she had not anticipated that in addition to the dragon-eating vine, there were other epic-level plants hidden deep within, such as the spirit charm face flower. After conquering the dragon-eating vine, the spirit charm face flower appeared, nearly devouring her entire consciousness. If not for Purple Poppy's timely intervention, she would have been assimilated by both the dragon-eating vine and the spirit charm face flower. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, Kui Xiaobing said, Grand Elder Ancient Tree manifested a month. 3 years ago, I had turned him into a living being, and now is the perfect time for him to act. We must go and awaken it. All right, Princess Freya, are you all right? In the rear of the cave beastman tribe, Barthol set Freya down and inquired. Freya let out a long breath and said, Thank you, Senior Barthol, but where is this place? Barthol replied, Since Princess Freya entered the sanctuary, 3 years have passed. What? 3 years? Freya exclaimed in surprise. It seems that the flow of time within the sanctuary differs from the outside world, Barthol explained. In order to find you, King Gonzalez sent out a large number of people, including Prince Lucas from our tribe. Prince Lucas? Only then did Freya realize that the figure locked in battle with a human epic-level warrior was her elder brother, Lucas. Princess Freya, what is the situation when you entered this sanctuary? Freya explained, It's the disappearance of the charm race thousands of years ago. Among them was a mythological powerhouse who claimed to have killed our tribe's war god. Barthol's pupils narrowed slightly, as if recalling something, and said, Princess Freya, this matter must remain confidential as it involves a secret from thousands of years ago. I understand. After a few moments of silence, Freya added, We obtained the inheritance object from the Spirit Charm Emperor when we exited the sanctuary, but I only have 1 piece, while the Blue Star people on the other side have 8 pieces. What? Inheritance object? What is it? Freya replied, I cannot say what it is, but it is very precious to our tribe. I believe those 8 individuals hold the treasures lost by our tribe thousands of years ago. I see. Barthol's eyes flashed, his figure immediately transformed into a phantom. I will take back those 8 inheritance artifacts myself. Protect Princess Freya. Yes, Elder. 3 Bat people's figures immediately appeared around Freya. With that, Zheng Cheng and the others confronted the invading Cave Beastman tribe. Since the brilliant Rainbow Forest was the territory of the Cave Beastmen, there were many strong members in that area. The fastest one among them was Zheng Yi, a half-human, half-octopus. At this moment, he was still in the octopus-like shape, fiercely swinging his 8 tentacles to knock back several Cave Beastmen. Zheng Cheng leapt from Zheng Yi's body, asking in a strange tone, What's going on with you? How did you become an octopus? Damn it! Do you think I wanted this? Zheng Yi scolded, This is my life-saving technique. I actually died for real in the Spirit Charm Sanctuary. To return to human form, I have to return to the 9 Snake Island and find the ancestor. Damn it! Another figure, Zhou Shiyu, rushed up and, with a hard-to-look expression, urgently asked Zheng Cheng, Zheng Cheng, I remember you have a search skill. Can you help me find Yi Shishui? Oh, and Zhao Wufeng. I haven't found them since we came out of the sanctuary. Yi Shishui and Zhao Wufeng. Zheng Cheng's face changed, and he immediately activated the central radar life monitoring technique, but didn't receive any feedback after inputting their names. He could only shake his head and say, I couldn't find them. Maybe they both have sacrificed. Damn it. Zhou Xinyu's pupils immediately turned red. These 2 were his fiancé and brother. Unexpectedly, all of them fell during their journey to the Spirit Charm Sanctuary. Ah! He roared, leaping down from the giant octopus. His body shimmered with golden light, transforming into a 4-armed giant, with weapons like the demon-subduing staff, ring blade, Dharma wheel, and trident in his hands, he swung madly at the cave beastman. HMPF. Zheng Cheng also shook his head, leaping down from Zhengyi. Exploring the sanctuary and battling with different tribes, it was inevitable that casualties occur, but no one had expected it to happen so quickly. The fiery illusion body incineration technique once again surged out, enveloping the cave beastman within it. The cave beastmen here, hyena men, mainly consist of canine-type beastmen, he pondered, causing the canine rabies outbreak technique to fall upon the group of canine-type beastmen. With divine support, the rabies virus immediately erupted. Howl, woof tilde woof woof woof. The hyena men immediately, and berserk, biting and tearing into each other, even pouncing on their kin. Their sharp fangs unhesitatingly sank into each other's necks, tearing furiously. Rabies. It's rabies. Run. Quickly. Seeing this situation, the other cave beastmen were reminded of the plague that had struck the entire Windtalker grassland 3 years ago and were immediately frightened, hastily retreating. Rabies. Realizing the ongoing battle between Zhao Xianfeng and Lucas, they also noticed this issue and both eyes locked on Zheng Cheng. It's you. You actually have the ability to trigger rabies. Damn it. 3 years ago. Lucas's face suddenly changed, and his claws immediately forced Zhao Xianfeng back. At the same time, his fur bristled and stood on end. His black and white pupils, originally distinct, now turned entirely lunar white. Howl. A melodious Volf howl emanated from his mouth, and his body instantly surged, transforming into a 5-meter-tall silver giant Volf. Simultaneously, a powerful and wild aura, centered on him, surged out towards the surroundings. Zhao Xianfeng's face also changed, and the thunderous light on his body began to flash brilliantly, gradually spreading outwards. Lucas, you're losing it. You're about to exhibit your domain power here. Am I losing it? Lucas's voice rang out furiously, with a resolute tone. You're the ones losing it. Damn it. Rabies. Rabies. That's the rabies. It's a terrifying epidemic targeted at our Volf clan. The Volf clan absolutely cannot allow humans who possess rabies to exist. Howl. Ice Volf howling moon domain. With a furious roar, the once dim sky suddenly turned pale blue. A crescent moon, filled with a gentle light, emerged from the clouds, casting its radiance like the first snowfall across the land. Howls resonated through the air, and the transformation began among the canine beastmen exposed to the moonlight. Their sizes swelled, their pupils reddened, their fur bristled, and their spirits underwent a drastic change. And the dozen or so infected canine beastmen, who were already carrying the rabies virus, suddenly awakened, temporarily suppressing the rabies virus within them. They snarled as they pounced towards Zheng Chen's direction. Their goal was simple: to kill the human possessing the rabies virus. Meanwhile, Barthel's figure transformed into a phantom and evaded Lucas and B.A. Lucas and Bartel attacked, but Zhao Xianfeng was the first to arrive. Thunder flashed, almost instantly rushing to Zheng Cheng's front, blocking everyone. Get lost. Doom. Thunder flashed, Zhao Xianfeng almost turned into a phantom, fists striking, forming to completely thunderous fists in the air, fiercely smashing onto the two. Lucas was forced back, the remaining moon in the sky casting moonlight, shrouding him, making the giant Volf's figure even more illusory. The howling moon territory of ice wolves. This territory, with the appearance of the remaining moon, enhances the attributes and bodies of individuals from the Volf, hyena, and jackal tribes enveloped by moonlight. With the protection of the remaining moonlight, physical defense, magical defense, and all resistances are greatly enhanced. Especially for Lucas, the remaining moonlight not only substantially enhances his strength, but is like a perpetual motion machine. As long as the remaining moon does not disappear, Lucas himself will never die. Bartel chuckled, his figure once again turning into dozens of illusory shadows dispersing around, all attacking together. Old man, take them away. Zhao Xianfeng shouted angrily, rushing forward again, his speed and strength increasing rapidly, almost turning into thunder and lightning. Horse stomping the world. Doom. A punch was thrown, sonic booms resounded in the air, instantly scattering Bartel's illusionary forms. Xunlei Escapade Armor Territory. This territory, unique to Zhao Xianfeng, is a rare single-target territory that only affects himself, tempering oneself with the power of thunder, activating all 1.08 billion cells, filling each cell with strong vitality and vigor. Based on this, his strength, speed, and defense are greatly enhanced, with each punch capable of exerting a force of over 1,000,000 kilograms. With this territory, the young genius was once able to collapse a mountain with a single punch. Without hesitation, DRIZZLE took out the array plate and tapped on it like playing a musical instrument. Buzzing, several strange ripples immediately appear under everyone's feet, attempting to teleport everyone back to the deserted city. Don't even think about running. DRIZZLE laughed, dozens of shadows suddenly roaring to the sky, but no sound came out. However, at that moment, DRIZZLE suddenly found that his teleportation array had lost its target, unable to sense the main teleportation array located within the deserted city. That people DRIZZLE, what kind of territory is this? Depriving six senses? No. It's not. Spatial inversion? Also not. DRIZZLE furrowed his brows tightly, his mental power surging out, but found that the space within a radius of 10 kilometers seemed to be sealed off, unable to perceive clearly. Not a blockade. It's the inability to perceive. This is the confusion of the six senses territory. DRIZZLE chuckled. Not bad. A legendary array master of the blue star race, actually able to guess the power of my territory. The confusion of the six senses territory. This is my territory power. Within my territory, anyone's perception of the world, including sight, hearing, smell, and even mental perception, will be confused. You will die in my confusion of the six senses territory. DRIZZLE laughed, once again launching an illusion towards Junchang. Since His Highness Lucas ordered the killing of this person, then this person must have something special. A human youth who controls madness. Die. He shouted angrily in his heart, clawing out. Get lost. Xiao Shenfeng, guarding in front of Junchang, roared, throwing a punch. However, something strange happened. DRIZZLE attacked from Junchang's left side, and logically Xiao Shenfeng should have guarded the left side as well. However, his figure flashed and he actually ran to Junchang's right side, punching towards the empty space on the right. Doom. Tang. Two completely different sounds were heard, Xiao Shenfeng's punch creating a large hole in the ground. DRIZZLE's figure also rushed to Junchang's side, clawing at Junchang. If it weren't for the protection of the penicillin mycelium shield, this claw could have crushed Junchang's head into pieces. Xiao Shenfeng finally reacted, realizing that this so-called confusion of six senses territory is actually a strengthening ability similar to chaos magic. He wanted to punch on the left, but he punched on the right. This confusion affected not only vision, smell, and hearing but even his sixth sense and battlefield perception. DRIZZLE. Lucas not far away also shouted, what kind of ghost territory is this? I can't even locate my target. Haha, Your Highness Lucas, the power of the territory is indiscriminate. You wait here and watch me kill this young man. DRIZZLE's figure flashed, once again attacking Junchang. Seeing that Prince Lucas had ordered the killing of this person, then this person must have something special. A human youth who controls madness. Determined. Ready to attack. Junchang shouted, throwing a punch. Xiao Shenfeng, guarding in front of Junchang, roared, throwing a punch. However, something strange happened. DRIZZLE attacked from Junchang's left side, and logically Xiao Shenfeng should have guarded the left side as well. However, his figure flashed and he actually ran to Junchang's right side, punching towards the empty space on the right. Doom. Tang. Two completely different sounds were heard, Xiao Shenfeng's punch creating a large hole in the ground. DRIZZLE's figure also rushed to Junchang's side, clawing at Junchang. If it weren't for the protection of the penicillin mycelium shield, this claw could have crushed Junchang's head into pieces. Damn it. Xiao Shenfeng finally reacted, realizing that this so-called confusion of six senses territory is actually a strengthening ability similar to chaos magic. He wanted to punch on the left, but he punched on the right. This confusion affected not only vision, smell, and hearing but even his sixth sense and battlefield perception. DRIZZLE. Lucas not far away also shouted, you can't kill this person. Impossible, he exclaimed, activating the power of the central radar life monitoring art, the skill rune glowing dimly in his mind. Despite DRIZZLE's confusion of six senses territory affecting people's senses, it couldn't affect the central radar life monitoring art. In his mind, the crimson light representing the enemy still existed, unable to escape. I never expected the central radar life monitoring art to be impervious even to the power of the territory. Since that's the case, he thought, and threw a red gemstone, which turned into a giant blood-red figure. Subsequently, blood gushed out, drenching the area in a sea of crimson. Blood-burning art. Doom. In an instant, the viscous blood-red flames burned with intense heat, enveloping a large number of cave beastmen, causing them to scream in agony. In the confusion of six senses territory, almost everyone was caught in chaotic battles. Professionals against professionals, professionals against cave beastmen against cave beastmen. Some cave beastmen even turned on Lucas and were killed by a slap, causing a chaotic uproar. With Cheng's blood flame descending, the situation on the cave beastman side became even more dire. Watching the chaotic battlefield and thinking, the root power of the confusion of six senses territory lies in the confusion of the six senses and chaos magic. With a thought, a golden flame suddenly surged from his hand. Sacred flame. Doom. Sacred flame had many effects, but the primary one was dispelling abnormal states and healing. A cluster of sacred flame landed on Zheng Yi, who quickly regained consciousness. He looked at the golden flame on his body with a hint of doubt, then aimed at the cave beastman in front of him, and attacked. At the same time, he released the two professionals entangled by tentacles. Another golden flame descended, and Su Qingfeng quickly came to his senses. Thunder flashed around him, raining down a series of thunder and knocking over several cave beastmen. He and Zhao Shenfeng had similar abilities, both manipulating the power of thunder. The major difference was that he could transform into thunder, controlling a vast array of thunder styles. Zhao Shenfeng, on the other hand, relied on tempering himself with the power of thunder, more akin to a warlock. With the removal of the confusion of six senses territory, Zhao Shenfeng immediately transformed into a mobile artillery platform. Lightning, chain lightning struck from the sky, killing several powerful members of the Cave Beastman clan in a very short time. Afterwards, Zhao Yangshao, Yao Jixu, Zhao Shenfeng, Din Ruhuo, Yan Ruer, and others were also awakened by Zheng Cheng's sacred flame, joining the battlefield. With Zheng Cheng's assistance, the balance of power on the battlefield immediately shifted in their favor. Sacred flame, such pure, clean sacred energy. How did he master it? Din Ruhuo, watching the golden flame on his body, looked at Zheng Cheng with great interest. Zheng Cheng, you really know how to surprise me. In the Cave Beastman camp, sensing the disappearance of their king one by one, Pixis, who had been calm on the fishing platform, could no longer remain composed. Taking a deep breath, a golden light flashed in his eyes. Subsequently, a series of melodious, desolate singing voices emanated from him, gradually spreading throughout the battlefield. We are all children of our God. May our God be immortal and our divine kingdom eternal. Our God, protect us. Sacrifice, territory, doom. With Pixis' roar, a dull explosion seemed to resound in the sky. Suddenly, all the cave beastmen present were covered in a golden light, enveloping their entire bodies. This golden light, unlike Zheng Cheng's sacred flame, was golden yellow, exuding a fierce battle intent. With the burning of the sacrificial flame on the battlefield, their spiritual power surged to the highest level. Under the influence of the sacrificial flame, they also broke free from the confusion of six senses territory, advancing towards the blue star race professionals. Odd. It hurts. Sacrificial flame. This is the flame that can burn souls. Quick, retreat. Screams rang out one after another. The flames burning on the cave beastmen ignited the sacrificial fire, which could scorch the souls of their enemies in battle. The sacrificial fire. Pixis also waved his hand, and the golden sacrificial fire surged up, transforming into several golden fire dragons, attacking. Roar. At this moment, under the burning of the sacrificial flames, Lucas also broke free from the confusion of six senses territory. He cast a menacing look at Bardell, then a flash of moonlight forced back the figures surrounding him, and he killed them again. The entire battlefield was covered in for completely different territories: blue, moonlight, golden, and transparent. Almost everyone enveloped in these territories, whether blue star race professionals or cave beastmen, were tossed in the waves like small boats, facing the danger of capsizing at any moment. Moonlight, thunder, sacrificial fire, and the confusion of six senses. Din Ruohuo sighed lightly, shaking his head. A territory war is a complete disaster for ordinary professionals. Another strange fluctuation surged from him, and black threads appeared in his hands, spreading around. You have already undergone a major battle in the Blessed Land. It is not suitable to stay here. Teleport. As soon as the words fell, several dark threads shot out from the array plate, landing at the feet of several people. Su Qingfeng, Zhao Yangshao, Zheng Cheng, Zheng Yi, Yao Jixu, Sai Ji. In the aftermath, their figures disappeared, teleported outside the battlefield. Under the ancient tree, the figures of Zheng Cheng and the others appeared. Did Senior Din Ruhuo teleport us out? Where is this? Under the ancient tree. Kui Xiabing. The group looked curiously at the two figures not far away on the tree stump, Kui Xiabing and Xiang Mei. However, the two did not notice them but were looking up as if speaking to someone. Su Qingfeng said, Cave Beastman's 3 epic powerhouses are joining forces. You wait here. I'll go help. Zhao Yangshao intercepted Su Qingfeng, wrinkling her brow. How can you help when the epic powerhouses are fighting? Su Qingfeng's eyes lit up. When epic powerhouses clash, that's just the perfect opportunity for me. I'm mentoring the realm of epic, and perhaps this is it. With that, his figure turned into thunder, shooting towards the battlefield not far away. Chapter 339. What inheritance have you all gained? In the distance, several epic-level powerhouses were engaged in a great battle. However, due to the existence of domains, there was no sense of energy fluctuations here. Domain. Several people fell silent, as this was also their pursuit. All right, stop looking. Zhao Yangshao clapped his hands and drew everyone's attention. With Ding Ruhuo and Zhao Xianfeng on the battlefield, there probably won't be any problems. Din Ruhuo and Zhao Xianfeng have been working together for hundreds of years. Even if they can't win and want to leave, no one can stop them. What we need to do now is to see what Quixibing and the others need help with and quickly awaken the senior ancient tree. Under Zhao Yangshao's suggestion, everyone headed towards Quixibing and the others. Zheng Yi suddenly said, You guys go ahead. I can't make it there in my current state. KG asked, I have been wanting to ask, what's your situation? I remember you were swallowed by the Hydra. How did you turn into an octopus? Can't you change back? This is a family secret technique that connects one's own life with a pet, Zheng Yi explained. Once the body suffers a fatal blow, the life essence and soul will merge with the pet, gaining a second life. But from now on, I can no longer be considered purely human, but rather, a being similar to a reincarnator. To return to a human form, I must go back to my clan. I bid farewell to everyone here. I see. Everyone suddenly understood, and Zhao Yangshao said, In that case, you should return to Desolate City first. Okay. Zheng Yi nodded, turned and left. The giant octopus tentacles swiftly slid across the ground at a rapid speed. Zheng Yi. The group continued to move forward, their emotions not particularly good. Just 1 month in the sanctuary, they had not expected that 3 years had passed in the outside world. This was a huge shock to everyone. They wondered how their families and friends were doing now, and what kind of changes had occurred in the situation. Cheng Jie. KG approached, whispering, 3 years have passed, and it feels like I haven't done anything. And it's been 3 years. Zheng Cheng comforted, think of it from a different perspective. Maybe you can live 3 more years than others. I see. KG sigh. I don't know how my parents are doing. It looks like I need to take a leave of absence to go see them. And what about school? 3 years have passed, which is enough time for us to graduate. Graduate. In order to graduate from professional colleges, one must reach level 69. If one cannot reach that level within 4 years, then they can only pass the graduation assessment, resulting in a significant difference. Due to the time flow in the sanctuary, they had only spent a month there, while their classmates had already spent 3 years. Most of them had reached level 69. For example, Yanruer. Don't worry. Yanruer smiled. The school understands your special circumstances. Although the issue of time flow in certain special places is rare, the school has made corresponding arrangements. The school has retained your enrollment, and there is still approximately half a year until the graduation assessment. As long as you can reach level 69 within half a year, you can participate in the graduation assessment. I see. Everyone fell silent, and Zhao Yangshao inquired, how is the situation on the battlefield with the alien races? The alien race battleground. Yanru shook her head. It's not good. Apart from some minor battlefields, where we still have the advantage, in the 3 major alien battlegrounds and some of the more intense confrontations, our human race is steadily retreating. The Elder Council is already considering whether to give up those heavily damaged alien battlegrounds. What about the 10 great hidden dragons? KG suddenly asked. Many people were sucked into the sanctuary. What about the 10 great hidden dragons? They were replaced by others. Yang Ru succinctly stated, Zhang Jinghui, Zhangbi, and me. We are the 10 great hidden dragons of our generation. I see. The glance of everyone turned to Yang Ru. Yang Ru blushed and said, is that sanctuary really dangerous? I see many people haven't come out. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhun Cheng and the others looked grim. The losses from this trip to the sanctuary are indeed severe. Not only ordinary students but even several 9-star professional practitioners had fallen. Zhun Yi was saved by a family secret technique, otherwise she would have died too. The losses were severe, and if the school found out. Alright, let's not talk about it, Zhao Yongxiao said firmly. I will report these matters to the school. As the invigilating teacher, we also bear the responsibility for the students' losses. They quickened their pace and soon Keiji approached again. Cheng Jie, before the Spirit Charm Emperor gave us the inheritance, what did he give you? Here. This is my. He handed something over. Zhun Cheng took a look and found a golden droplet of blood. Strangely, the blood droplet was as big as an egg, and a phantom bird-like beast soaring with its extended wings could be faintly seen within it. Is this the nine-tailed pheasant bloodline reincarnation item? Nine-tailed pheasant bloodline essence. Attribute. Bloodline reincarnation item. Star level. 9 star. Quality. Epic. Effect. Upon usage, one can reincarnate as a half-yokai with the bloodline of the nine-tailed pheasant, and gain corresponding talents, abilities, skills. After reincarnation, as long as one continues to grow, they can advance to an epic level without mission constraints. Description. The nine-tailed pheasant, rumored to be one of the avian creatures in ancient times with a phoenix bloodline, active and fond of fighting, feeding on poisonous insects, and possessing 9 distinctly different innate abilities, is one of the most powerful phoenix bloodlines. Zhun Cheng raised an eyebrow. The inheritance item Keiji received, although it was not as powerful as his own divinity, it was still a formidable item. If it could be transformed into a yokai form, Keiji's future prospects would be limitless. The nine-tailed pheasant bloodline reincarnation item is excellent. As long as you keep growing, you can steadily enter the epic level. Zhun Cheng nodded, and with a twist of his hand, a black crystal appeared. This is my inheritance item. Since the death god's divinity was too precious, he preferred not to reveal it. Fortunately, he had obtained other items from the Spirit Charm Sanctuary besides the death god's divinity. Spirit Charm Sanctuary ruined. Heart of the domain, the former domain of the Spirit Charm clan, transformed into a sanctuary as the world diminished. This sanctuary can be bound to the main world, allowing those with the heart of the domain to enter freely and transform the sanctuary into their exclusive world. Note: this sanctuary has been severely damaged and requires you to find repairable items, materials, etc. You can also repair this sanctuary by merging it with other small worlds, sanctuaries, or secret realms. Once repaired, the Spirit Charm Sanctuary will lose its original attributes. Wow! The heart of the domain of the Spirit Charm Sanctuary is a whole world. Keiji exclaimed, realizing the significance of the item. It was much more valuable than his bloodline reincarnation item. This commotion caught the attention of others, who were curious about the inheritance items Zhun Cheng and Keiji had received. Zhun Cheng inquired, Yongxiao, Shixu, what inheritance items did you both receive? Yao Jixu pursed her lips and responded, a fruit. A fruit. Yes. Yao Jixu turned her hand, revealing a snow-white fruit the size of a goose egg. Item: Hades Ice Fruit. Attribute: Rule Fruit. Quality: Epic. Effect: after consumption, one can independently understand a unique rule specific to the ice element and has a chance to comprehend the power of the ice element domain, a key item for advancing to the epic level. Description: the Hades Ice Fruit, a sacred fruit of the Ice Sea clan from 10,000 years ago, takes 1,000 years to grow, 1,000 years to bloom, 1,000 years to fruit, with each tree bearing 3 fruits. Lost in spatial turbulence for thousands of years, it contains far more energy than a normal Hades Ice Fruit. Hades Ice Fruit, a key item to advance to the epic level. Everyone was shocked by the potential of this inheritance item. At this point, even Yang Ru was a bit envious. She had, indeed, grown a lot in these 3 years, especially with the help of her master, Din Ruhuo. But compared to what they had obtained from the Spirit Charm Sanctuary, she seemed inexperienced. The group's attention turned to Zhou Shiyu. Zhou Shiyu grimaced but eventually showed the item. The inheritance item Y received is a skull. A skull? Everyone looked puzzled as they saw the golden skull on Zhou Shinyu's hand, shimmering with a faint golden light. The eye sockets were hollow, but the surface of the skull was covered in intricate runic characters. Item: Giant Buddha Skull. Attribute: Biological remains. Quality: Epic. Effect: After meditating, there is a chance of obtaining the secret inheritance of the Giant Buddha clan, as well as gradually improving one's physique and understanding. Description: The Giant Buddha clan, a peaceful and life-loving race. They possess great strength but can maintain their nature, not skilled in killing. However, once provoked, they will unleash their wrath and face the fury of the heavens. Giant Buddha clan? What kind of race is that? How come we've never heard of it? I've never heard of Giant Buddha, Cloud Dragon, Titan, Cyclops, but I've never heard of the Giant Buddha clan. Do you know, Young Xiao? I have no idea either. Zhao Young Xiao shook his head. Perhaps it's a hidden race within the giant race. You know, the Giant Clan is a powerful race ranked in the top 10 of the myriad races of the heavens. With hundreds of subclans, it's normal for some unknown races to appear. Right? Young Xiao, what did you receive as an inheritance item? Ya Jixu asked as the others showed interest. Zhao Young Xiao hesitated before saying, The War God's Record. The War God's Record. What is that? A skill book? It doesn't sound like it. Zhao Young Xiao shook his head. It's the cultivation technique of the war god from the orcs from thousands of years ago. It's very precious, especially for some branches of the royal orc family. Once they acquire the war god's recur, they have a chance to advance to the mythical realm according to the record, even to become a deity. What? Mythical realm, the cultivation technique of the war god. The orcs, if the news that the spirit charm emperor killed the war god of the royal orc spreads, it would be a huge deal, right? The group began discussing anxiously. This is very important. I hope you won't spread this information, Zhao Yongxiao said profoundly. We understand, Yongxiao. Haha. Zhun Cheng suddenly said. Now that we have all received such precious treasures, I wonder what Wolf, Slayeria, and the Fallen Owl will get. Slayeria should not be a concern, Zhao Yongxiao said. After all, the Spirit Charm Emperor has a feud with the Royal Orcs. Even if he gifts inheritance items, they won't be significant. As for the Fallen Owl, this person probably belongs to one of the organizations of the Fallen, such as the Ghostface organization. Considering the talents and characteristics of the Spirit Charm clan, which are inclined towards undead creatures, it would be beneficial for the Fallen Owl if the inheritance item is from the epic level of the Spirit Charm clan. If this person can advance to the epic level with the help of the inheritance item, it will be a great threat to our Blue Star. I will report this to the Night Watchers. We need to capture this person as quickly as possible and retrieve that inheritance item. Zhun Cheng activated the Central Radar Life Detection technique and started to search for the Fallen Owl. As expected, the Fallen Owl was not detected in the Central Radar Life Detection. It seemed he had run away as soon as he sensed the danger after emerging from the Spirit Charm Sanctuary. Suddenly, Zhun Cheng's mental state shifted, and he felt that the range of his Central Radar Life Detection technique had expanded. With a surge of energy, the detection range continued to spread, reaching a radius of 10 kilometers centered on him. This meant that nothing within the 10-kilometer radius could escape his detection. This should be the blessing of divinity. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Suddenly, a cry echoed from his chest, and Zhun Cheng pulled out a slime, or rather, a world oddity. At this moment, the world oddity was squirming excitedly, crawling towards his right hand, showing signs of anticipation. His right hand still held the heart of the domain of the Spirit Charm Sanctuary. What is this thing? A slime? KG asked curiously. Yao Jixu rolled her eyes and said, Not a slime. This is Zhun Cheng's world oddity. Oh, right? Zhao Yongxiao explained. The world oddity probably sensed the heart of the domain of the Spirit Charm Sanctuary. Try letting the world oddity devour it. If it can devour it, your world oddity might completely recover. Zhun Cheng's eyes lit up, nodding. Okay. He then placed the heart of the domain of the Spirit Charm Sanctuary in front of the world oddity. As expected, the world oddity became even more excited and rushed towards the heart of the domain. The slimy substance eagerly wrapped around the heart of the domain, quickly enveloping it entirely. The world oddity was absorbing the heart of the domain, and it seemed like it would take a while. Just then, a loud booming noise echoed in the distance, causing everyone to turn their heads instinctively. On the battlefield in the distance, another horrifying change was taking place. Hot waves descended from the sky like a natural disaster, engulfing the area in flames. The sanctuary's blue-white light was violently burning as if it had been doused in a large pot of red ink, drastically igniting. Fire domain. Zhao Yongxiao exclaimed. It's the power of the fire element in the domain. Damn. I wonder which epic-level powerhouse has arrived this time. Quick, we. Boom. End of chapter. Chapter 340. Ancient Tree enters the battle. Strange broken stage mission. Above the earth, a sudden intense vibration was felt. Roots began to stretch out from the surrounding land, and dense vines descended from the sky, forming a forest-like scene. In front of a few people, the ancient tree that had been rooted in this place for 3 years suddenly came alive. Its roots at the base began to move continuously, dragging its massive body towards the battlefield. At the same time, a deep green light emanated from it, covering the nearby battlefield. Kui Xiabing and Ziyansu excitedly stood on the tree trunk, shouting something vigorously. On the trunk of the ancient tree, Zhangla's face had already started to awaken, chanting melodic syllables. Dots of green light turned into raindrops, falling from the sky. Zheng Cheng looked surprised and said, "What a strong life force, this. I feel my spirit recovering rapidly. My physical condition is also. The injuries are healed." The deep green light continued to spread, quickly engulfing the entire battlefield. The domain powers released by the 6 Attic-level strongmen in the battlefield could not withstand the dropping of the green raindrops as they dissolved into them. This is the domain power of that ancient tree. Such a strong life force. Is it the healing aspect of the domain power? The essence of life domain. Doom. 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 As the ancient tree advanced, the earth continued to tremble, and the range of the life essence domain kept expanding. Within the domain, the combatants also noticed the dropping of the green rainwater. Their visible wounds were rapidly recovering, and their depleted mental strength was gradually restoring. What is happening? Is there a priest? Such strong healing abilities? No. It's the domain. This is the power of the ancient tree. Damn it, it has been awakened by the Blue Star people. Several exclamations rang out, with the Blue Star people showing surprise while the Cave Beast people displayed fear. Ah. My skin. What? What is this thing? Suddenly, several lizard people's bodies grew dense grass, resembling psoriasis, grew rapidly. Some jackal people had small roots growing out of their noses and ears, looking mischievous, and a few bat people had several pink flowers growing on their heads. Ah, cross is growing on me. Damn it, where did the flowers come from? My body is itchy. I'm going to grow brain. Oh, why are humans unaffected? Damn it. Lord Pix, help me. The cries for help continued, and Pix's face changed drastically. He waved his hand, sacrificing the domain power again, and the golden sacrificial flames began to envelop the cave beast people. Strangely, the golden sacrificial flames only suppressed the growth of these flowers and grass, but could not completely eliminate them. Anxiously, he called out, "Lord Lucas, roar." In response to him, Lucas howled, driving back Zhuchuanfang with a claw. At the same time, the remnant moonlight in the sky once again sprinkled down, shrouding a large number of cave beast people. However, even though his moonlight had enhancing abilities, it still couldn't do much against the life essence domain of the ancient tree. It could only temporarily suppress the growth of these plants. But on some cave beast people, who were already heavily injured or deceased, the plants continued to grow wildly. They quickly turned into giant tree-like structures, merging gradually with the earth, becoming large trees. Seeing this situation, the faces of the cave beast people around became even more unsightly. The Tell's body emitted ripples, pushing back several tree-like creatures. Gritting his teeth, he said, that ancient tree must be at least tens of thousands of years old, with extremely rich life essence. In the variegated forest terrain, we are no match for it. Retreat. Lucas gritted his teeth and quickly withdrew. Tix also shook his head and, with a thought, the flame domain of the Firebird also quickly retreated, protecting Pix as he left the battlefield. As for battle, he had already turned into dozens of phantoms and dashed in all directions, dissipating in the air. Soon, only the Blue Star people remained on the battlefield. Many of them were panting heavily, and some even collapsed on the ground. This battle encounter involved at least 3 epic-level strongmen from the other side, plus an epic-level beast. If not for the help of the ancient tree, their losses in this battle would have been severe. The ancient tree. Dinruhuo collected his formation plate and looked towards the towering tree approaching. I remember that 3 years ago, this ancient tree was awoken by a new student from the Imperial City University named Kui Ziabing. It seems she is still alive. Indeed, Su Qianfeng also returned to his original form and said, "These students went missing 3 years ago, and we don't know how many of them are still alive." IF2 seniors. With a flash of thunder, Su Qingfeng's figure descended from the sky and landed beside them. "You are Su Qingfeng, the Night Guardian?" "Yes." Din Senior. Dinruhuo nodded. 3 years ago, I was the chief examiner of that trial, stranded in the Spiritual Phantom Land with that group of students. Spiritual Phantom Land? The two looked at each other and shook their heads. Dinruhuo explained briefly about the occurrences in the Spiritual Phantom Land. He emphasized the situation of the Phantom Emperor, the ancient battle, and the inherited items. Phantom race, desire race. Can they really kill the gods? This person's strength is truly unfathomable. 9 inherited items. We got 7. That's right. Thanks to Zhang Cheng, right? He truly lives up to my high expectations, never disappointing me. Dinruhuo's eyes flashed and said, "I already know about your journey. As for the coveting from the domain demons, you don't have to worry. The 5th among the myriad races of heaven. How could they be interested in our small race? After all, we have contact with so many races and have never encountered the domain demons. Maybe this race is far from us, or they might not even notice us." Suddenly, Dinruhuo's tone changed. "This journey to the Spiritual Phantom Land is already over. You did well. Return to the Blue Star." As the huge ancient tree approached, shocking a few people awake, Dinruhuo smiled. "Let's talk about other matters later. It seems our new friend is awake." Soft green light continued to surge, and soon, a figure about 3 meters tall materialized in front of the ancient tree. It looked like a dried-up tree with limbs made of tree trunks and a rough tree crown as hair, but there was an outline of a human form. Behind him stood 2 other figures, Kui Ziabing and Ziyansu. Senior Dinruhuo, Senior Zhu Qianfeng. Kui Ziabing walked over respectfully and greeted them. Dinruhuo blinked and shook his head, saying, "Kui Ziabing, you did well." Kui Ziabing smiled and said, "It's just something I should do. Oh, by the way, does Senior Entei have something to say to you?" "Entei? You mean the senior ancient tree?" "Yes," Dinruhuo said. "This is the border between 2 races after all. Why don't we return to the dead city to talk more?" At the back of Kui Ziabing, the ancient tree Entei spoke solemnly. "It's okay, beings of the human race. I owe my existence to your race's favor and should belong to your camp." After half a day had passed, everyone returned to the dead city. Zhang Cheng and the others arranged their accommodations, while Su Qingfeng and Zhao Yongxiao were summoned by the high-ranking members of the dead city to discuss future matters. As for the rest, they rested separately. After spending more than a month in the Spiritual Phantom Land, they were exhausted to their limits. After freshening up, Zhang Cheng fell into a deep sleep again. When he woke up, the outside world had already darkened, and he didn't know how long he had been asleep. It was at this moment that he had the chance to review the gains of this journey. Unfortunately, his random dissection skill hadn't been fully utilized due to the peculiar physiology and world rules of the phantom race. His 4 fundamental attributes hadn't increased much. Next, he discovered that. He clicked his fingers, revealing a unique black seed with the appearance of a walnut and what seemed like the face of a person on the surface. The seed of the Spirit Phantom Flower. Spirit Phantom Flower Seed. A seed of the Spirit Phantom Flower that can be implanted in a living being. It survives by consuming its own flesh and blood or negative energies such as darkness, blood, and the underworld. A plant seed with extraordinary talents that will grow within the host's strength increment. After growing to adulthood, it can spontaneously give rise to another extraordinary plant seed, the Spirit Phantom Devouring Dragon Vine. Both plants are symbiotic and mature together. Note: this item is unique. Only the first fallen Spirit Phantom Flower has the potential to condense life energy into a seed. This seed, with enough energy to feed it, could grow into a powerful epic level plant. It could even give birth to the Spirit Phantom Devouring Dragon Vine, another powerful epic level plant. However, it was unknown how much flesh and blood energy these 2 plants would need to grow. In addition to the Spirit Phantom Flower Seed, he also obtained the heart of the Spiritual Phantom Land, or rather, the heart of the world. Once swallowed by his celestial items, he would be able to obtain the entire spiritual phantom land, a whole world. Although destroy, to a practitioner, or rather to a force, a race, it was a guarantee. A guarantee in the face of the threat of annihilation. Other than these, he also learned a peculiar healing skill, the Holy Light Fire, a powerful skill that combines exorcism, healing, and abilities to expel evil and dark forces in one. He thought to himself, with the divine status, my attributes have not increased much on the attribute page, but my overall strength has undoubtedly at least doubled. With a thought, the light blue personal panel appeared before him. Name: Jun Cheng. Occupation: Priest. Star level: 3 stars. Rule: Death Bloodline. Divine Creature level: Li for 9. Soul power: 45,205 millions. Curious. He reached the end of the passage only to encounter a knock on the door. When he opened it, there stood Ziyansu, who asked to enter and discuss some matters with him. If you'd like to continue reading or had any specific requests, feel free to ask. Chapter 341. Blank Skills. The Betrayal of the Ghost Doll. Beverage or coffee? Jun Cheng opened the fridge and casually asked, do we have tea leaves? Tea leaves? Let me check. How about green tea? Or just plain water? As fellow support professionals, I would like to ask you about your views on support professionals and the differences. Zion Papaver sat on the sofa, slightly straightening her posture, and asked, support professionals? Jun Cheng opened the kettle, puzzled. Why do you ask that? Besides, your profession is a support profession. How is that possible? Zion Papaver said, my profession is Guxian. Of course, I am a support professional, but I just have a bit more ability to manipulate goo bugs in battles. Guxian? Jun Cheng thought for a moment. He had never heard of this profession. Regarding support professionals, in my opinion. He suddenly paused, then quickly remembered something. Are you completing the breakthrough mission for Li for 9? Zion Papaver's eyes also lit up. You are also LV for 9. Yes. I knew it. I heard Yao Jixu say that thanks to you, they were able to safely come out of the secret realm this time. My level has also increased to Li for 9. You must be higher than me. Jun Cheng asked his own doubts. Are the breakthrough missions for support professionals the same? Zion Papaver explained. The general direction is similar. Support professionals will have different breakthrough missions based on their own professions, talents, and abilities, but the goal is the same. Especially at important checkpoints, there will be similar breakthrough missions, such as Leave 9, LV for 9, and LV6-9. The missions are very similar. As for after LV7-9, the missions will undergo significant changes. Jun Cheng asked, what kind of changes? As you know, after LV7-9, you are one step away from becoming an epic-level powerhouse. Zion Papaver smiled, but this step is very difficult, not just a simple accumulation of soul power, but also requires you to understand the power of the rules corresponding to your own profession. In addition to that, the breakthrough missions also have significant differences. What differences? The breakthrough mission for LV7-9 is multi-choice. Multi-choice, yes. Zion Papaver said, the breakthrough mission at this level will have at least 3 options. Completing one of them will allow you to step into the epic level. If you can't complete it, you will be stuck at LV7-9 for life. Over 90% of the professionals on our entire Blue Star are stuck at LV7-9, and even Leave 6-9. I see. Jun Cheng looked at Zion Papaver up and down, then suddenly said, is this a secret of your family? Of course not. Zion Papaver shook her head. I obtained it from a senior called the Goddess of Light. She founded an organization called the Gate of Light, and all its members are various professionals. The Gate of Light? Jun Cheng was puzzled. I have never heard of it. An organization consisting only of female support professionals must be very famous. Zion Papaver giggled. Of course you haven't heard of it. This organization only accepts female support professionals, and they must be led and guaranteed by old members to enter. I joined under the chance encounter of Sister Meng introducing me. Unfortunately, we only met twice, and then I entered the Lingmai Sanctuary. I didn't expect it to be 3 years already. I don't know how everyone is doing. As for the information about the breakthrough mission for Leave for 9, it was also obtained from the Gate of Light. I see. Jun Cheng suddenly realized. So, how should this LV for 9 breakthrough mission be completed? Zion Papaver asked, can I take a look at your breakthrough mission? Sure. Jun Cheng then showed Xion Papaver the blaze of life for the LV-9 breakthrough mission. Life blaze, like mine. The mission requirements are the same. To learn a true restoration type skill, Xion Papaver blinked her dark eyes strangely. What does that mean? It's nothing, Jun Cheng said, in a strange tone. Don't dwell on it. I have already completed this mission. The remaining part is about interacting with other support professionals and races. How should that be done? It's simple, Xion Papaver said interestingly. You just need to interact with 9 different support professionals from different races and occupations, share experiences of support, or treat the same patients together to complete this mission. Of course, finding 9 different races and occupations of support professionals is also a challenge, at least not available in the deserted city. Only in places like the Priest Guild, Apothecary Guild, or Druid Guild on Blue Star, you may find so many support professionals. Some organizations even regularly organize activities for completing breakthrough missions, where you can participate by paying a certain amount of gold coins. In at most a week's time, you can complete the LV-9 breakthrough mission. I see, Jun Cheng's eyes lit up. Have you already interacted with several professionals? Xion Papaver said. You are the second one. The first one was Kui Xiabing. Yes, Xion Papaver nodded. She also reached LV-49 and needs to find people to complete the LV-9 breakthrough mission. But then she was called by Senior Dinan. I don't know when she will come out. I see. What are they discussing? It's about the decision of Senior Gutsuente. Xion Papaver's delicate nostrils twitched slightly, then suddenly said, Jun Cheng, do you have something strange on you? What do you mean? Look. Xion Papaver reached out her hand, and a small flower suddenly grew out from her hand. Looking closely, it was very familiar, just like a downsized spirit charm face flower. This is a spirit charm face flower, Jun Cheng exclaimed. How did it end up in your hand? Xion Papaver sighed. When I was in the Lingmai Sanctuary, I originally wanted to go to the temple on Black Mountain, but I found the rioting forest and the Lingmai devouring dragon vine at the foot of the mountain. Besides being able to control Gubugs, we Gushians also have an innate attraction to some special plants, and can sense when someone is really trying to control the Lingmai devouring dragon vine. It was already successful, but then the spirit charm face flower suddenly emerged wanting to devour that consciousness. After discovering that person was Kui Xiabing, I used the innate talent of Gushian to tame it. The spirit charm devouring dragon vine is in Kui Xiabing's hands, and the spirit charm face flower is in my hands. I see, Jun Cheng said. I know what it's looking for. Saying that, he turned his hand, and a seed the size of a walnut, with a peculiar shape, appeared in his hand. Spirit charm face flower seed. Looking at this seed, the flower in Xion Papaver's hand began to wriggle, as if it had found something precious, slowly crawling up. Jun Cheng said, it seems to really like this seed. What does it want to do? The spirit charm face flower continued to wriggle, but this time it slowly retreated. Xion Papaver listened attentively, as if listening to something. After a moment, she spoke. The little flower says it hopes you can take care of its people. It also sensed the inheritance of the spirit charm Great Emperor and the aura of the Lingmai Sanctuary from you, and hopes you can pass it on. Is it a conscious individual? Sort of. Xion Papaver tilted her head and smiled. After all these millennia, it has long awakened its own consciousness. Now that it has escaped from the Lingmai Sanctuary, it has become a unique life form. Currently, it is not of the charm race, but a different being born in the Lingmai Sanctuary. The charm race has disappeared into the long river of history. I see. Jun Cheng nodded and put away the spirit charm face flower seed, then looked at Xion Papaver about exchanging experiences with Li for 9 breakthrough missions for professionals. Jun. Just as they were discussing their return to Blue Star, a voice suddenly rang out, and his figure rushed over. Jun. Ow. He paused as soon as he called out, staring wide-eyed at Xion Papaver sitting on the sofa. Xion Papaver also smiled and nodded in greeting at him. Ow. What's wrong? Is there something? Ow. Captain Yangshao called us to assemble, saying that there's an announcement. Looking at Xion Papaver, he added, "Oh right, they also called for you. Then let's go together." The 3 of them walked out of the room in sequence, and KG silently gave a thumbs up to Jun Cheng, admiring in his eyes. Soon, the 3 arrived in a large room where Zhao Yangshao, Yao Jixu, Kui Xiabing, Zhou Shiyu, and others had been waiting for a while. When they saw Xion Papaver and Zheng Cheng coming in together, the eyes of several people subtly changed. Now that everyone is here, let's begin. Zhao Yangshao said concisely, I have reported our situation, and both the Night Watch and the school have expressed great concern and attention towards us. 7 days later, we will follow the next batch of relief personnel to enter Blue Star. Do you have anything to prepare? Prepare for what? I just want to go back now. We have been missing for a month. It's 3 years for the people outside. Several people whispered as Zhao Yangshao did not stop them. After a few minutes, she continued, in addition to these, the Imperial Capital National University has given instructions for you. You have two choices. The first is to re-enter the freshman area for study, and 3 years later participate in the graduation assessment with the new batch of students. The second choice is to raise your level to LV69 within 6 months, and have someone give you intensive tutoring on all the cultural knowledge from the past 3 years, if for the graduation assessment. I choose the second option. Right after Zhao Yangshao's words, Ya Jixu spoke up. Zheng Cheng's eyes lit up, and he also said, I choose the second option. KG twitched at the corner of his mouth but still agreed. Since Zheng chose the second option, then I also, KG. Zheng Cheng stopped KG. KG, you have a Transcendence bloodline item. I suggest you start studying again from freshman year. Don't be impulsive. The strength of a Transcender is undeniable, but you need enough time to grow. The second option is not suitable for you. That's right. Zhao Yangshao also spoke. A Transcender must have enough time to grow, otherwise, it's easy to fall halfway. But fortunately, the growth rate of Transcenders is far superior to ordinary professionals. Depending on the characteristics of different bloodlines, it will take about 3 to 10 years. KG, as the team leader and senior, I also recommend you choose the second option. I see. KG could only nod. Then I'll listen to Captain Yangshao and Zheng. See you in 3 years. After some discussion, everyone other than KG chose the second option, which is to raise their levels to LV69 within 6 months and participate in the graduation assessment with this year's new students. Suddenly, Zhou Shiyu said, it won't be easy for us to raise our levels to LV69 within half a year, so my idea is for us to team up and explore some newly opened secret realms or dungeons. What do you think? Do you have any opinions? Zheng Cheng thought for a moment and then said, I agree. Yao Shixu added, I agree too. Xion Papaver quietly raised her hand and said, I agree too. The group looked at Kui Xiabing, who smiled somewhat confidently. I agree too. Senior Ante wishes to stay in the wilderness. After all, this is his home. But I am confident that normal secret realms pose no pressure on me. When Kui Xiabing said this, her eyes exuded immense confidence. Zheng Cheng also thought of the spirit charm devouring dragon vine that Xion Papaver mentioned earlier. An epic-level transcendent plant. For Kui Xiabing now, it would undoubtedly be a powerful boost. Zhao Yangshao nodded. In that case, I have a suggestion as well. Considering your strengths and professions, I recommend you seek out some secret realms or dungeons that lean towards undead creatures or dark beings. Zheng Cheng, Zhou Shiyu, and Kui Xiabing, your attributes and skills are inclined towards light and life, which have a great counteracting effect on undead creatures and dark beings. Only in this way can you unleash your full potential. After some more discussion, everyone had preliminary plans in mind. They were ready to return to Blue Star and start looking for suitable secret realms and dungeons. Before leaving, Zheng Cheng suddenly asked a question. Yangshao sister, do you know of any way to expand the general skills panel? He still had the skill tree plague propagation, but unfortunately, the general skills panel was full, and he couldn't learn it. If he could open another blank skill panel, his strength would undoubtedly increase again. General skills panel? Zhao Yangsha asked, is your general skills panel full? Yes. To expand the general skills panel, you need several items, and they are quite pricey. For example, the Fountain of Forgetfulness can forget an unsuitable general skill, and then learn a new skill. There is also the petals of the Higanbana flower. This flower is said to grow on the boundary between yin and yang and has the power of flesh and bone of living and dead. By refining it with several other precious items, you can obtain an item called Higanbana elixir. Consuming it will have a chance to open a new blank skill panel. Some special professions can also help others open new skill panels, but that requires your own luck. I remember there is information about this in the Night Watch records. You can exchange for it with your merit points when you go back. Night Watch records. I got it. As everyone was considering their return to Blue Star, in a hidden place on Blue Star, a ghostly figure suddenly disappeared. Ga, I'm back. I finally returned. And this, with a flip of his hand, a crimson flower appeared in his hand. The flower had only 6 petals, winding up like a snake towards the top, with dense golden threads growing on the petals, and the edges showing black like dim black mist. Higanbana. This is a real Higanbana flower, rumored to grow on the boundary between yin and yang. With this divine flower and the artifact in the organization, I can directly step into the epic level. Ga. Suddenly, at this moment, a whirlpool appeared right in front of him, and a cold and gloomy aura immediately enveloped him. Ghostal, where have you been all these 3 years? Fire Ghost King, ha. Do you have a Higanbana flower in your hand? Ha. Well done, Ghostal. Hand over the Higanbana flower, and I'll count it as a great achievement for you. Hand over the Higanbana flower. The tone of the Ghostal suddenly became extremely strange, and a ghostly shadow appeared behind him again. This flower is mine. No one can take it away. What? You're looking for death. Doom. In an instant, several figures collided fiercely, causing a huge explosion in the area. After a moment, a figure with a shattered aura, torn all over, suddenly shot out from the ruins and fled towards the distance in embarrassment. Soon, 3 black shadows appeared at this place, with a strange incense burning in their hands. Fire Ghost King has ordered. Ghostal has betrayed the Ghost Face organization, deserving to die. Capture him alive. With a search incense, he cannot escape our king's pursuit. Go. End of chapter chapter 342. A chicken turned into an egg. Several days later, a few people finally set foot on the journey back to the Blue Star. With the flickering of the teleportation array, their figures disappeared. After an unknown period of time, the bustling imperial capital once again appeared before them. Outside the teleportation array, a few people were waiting. The counselor Sun Wanqing, whom they hadn't seen in a month, and a few other figures. Zheng Cheng, Xia Bing. Sun Wanqing excitedly waved at them. For Zheng Cheng and the others, this journey had only lasted a little over a month. But for Sun Wanqing and the others, it had been a full 3 years. As their homeroom teacher, Sun Wanqing was specifically sent by the school to welcome Zheng Cheng and the others. They went forward to greet them. In addition, a few other familiar faces were there. Zhuan Shuai, Chu He, were also present. Ha. Cheng Jie. Long time no see. Zhuan Shuai walked up and gave Zheng Cheng a big hug. And you, Chicken Jie tilde get lost. Chicken Jie, give me some face. I am already a senior student in my 4th year. You're senior. Get lost. Chu He also walked over and said, Captain, long time no see. Didn't expect you guys to come. Chu He shook his head and said, it's a school requirement, can't help it. Hey. Just kidding. You are someone I acknowledge. How could I just give up like that? However, Shai-He left our group a year after you left and joined another team. Oh, Shai-He? Where did he go? Zhuan Shuai curled his lips and said, to Zhang Jinghui's Kui Crossing Tower. That kid even became a team captain. Zheng Cheng said, everyone has their own aspirations, no need to force it. Let's go back first. Just then, Zhou Shiyu walked over, followed by a few other figures. Zheng Cheng, I need to go back to the family for a bit. 3 years have passed, and there are still many things to take care of. The most important one being Zi Shui's matter. His voice trailed off. After all, he and Zi Shui were engaged, and he didn't expect their relationship to be separated so soon. After their trip to the Blessed Land, he had no idea how the Yi family would view this matter. Take care. We'll meet again after everything is settled. Yes, all right. They all made their way back to school. The former imperial capital National University still had no changes. The villa they were assigned to before had long been given to others. However, at the request of Zhao Yongxiao, Su Qingfeng, and others, they were given new accommodations. Rest up for now. Tomorrow the school will send someone to discuss and arrange things based on your requests. Sun Wanqing whisper, such incidents have happened before in the school. You can use this opportunity to make some demands from the school. Of course, you need to show the value you gained from the Blessed Land. The higher the value, the more the school will value you. Hearing Sun Wanqing's words, Zheng Cheng, Yao Jixu, Chicken, Kui Xiabing, and Purple Poppy all lit up. Thank you, teacher. We understand. Then rest up. I'll head back first. After the teacher left, Kui Xiabing and Purple Poppy also got up. We'll head back to Jun Cheng. Our breakthrough tasks are similar. If you want to go to the priest guild, we can go together. All right. Jun Cheng's eyes lit up. During those days, in the wilderness, he and Kui Xiabing and Purple Poppy had deeply exchanged information about the auxiliary professions. They had completed 9/10 of their breakthrough tasks. Next was to go to the priest guild to find different professions and races to complete the next stage of their journeys. After the two left, there were only 3 people remaining. Chicken spoke up again. Chenjie, I'll head out first. I need to check on what exactly the nine-tailed rooster spirit is all about. To become a reincarnator, I'm really not sure. No rush. After the school sends teachers tomorrow, we can discuss further. Okay. Sounds good. Jixu. After the room was left with only 2 people, Jun Cheng said, after the graduation assessment, are you going to the outside domain? Yes. Can you tell me what your purpose is in going to the outside domain? Well, you didn't want to tell me before, and I didn't push you. But now that we've both grown, I feel like I have enough strength to stand by your side. Jun Cheng, are you really willing to help me? Jun Cheng held Yao Jixu's hand and said sincerely, don't you understand my intentions? Okay. Yao Jixu's eyes shimmered with tears. She didn't pull her hand back. Finally, she let out a sigh. This matter is actually related to Zur. Zur? Yes. Yao Jixu said. She is an elemental spirit, just one step away from entering the elemental spirit master level, becoming a being comparable to a god. Unfortunately, countless years ago, the elemental spirit masters were defeated by the union of gods, and many elemental spirit masters were killed. Some of their bodies turned into countless worlds, others into countless creatures, coexisting in the many realms and worlds. Nowadays, there are no more elemental spirit masters in the entire realm. An upper elemental spirit master is the peak of evolution for all elemental spirits. So what? Jun Cheng asked. I remember your profession is an elemental spirit master, right? Yes, but that's just a profession, not a true elemental spirit master. Yao Jixu bit her lip. After awakening this profession, I received an irrefutable final task ordained in it. To go to the realm of the ice and snow giants, challenge the forbidden land of their clan, and obtain a key item to evolve the ice elemental spirit into an elemental spirit master. Accompanying me are 3 other elemental spirit master professionals. I have to defeat the other 3 and merge their elemental spirits. Then Zur can advance to becoming a true elemental spirit master. Jun Cheng was surprised. Merge? As in kill them? After a moment of silence, Yao Jixu nodded gently. Yes. And if you don't go? Yao Jixu hesitated. If I don't go, if one of them wins, they will definitely find me. The elemental spirit master is divided into 4 parts. I need one of those parts, and the other 3 need their own parts. Taking on one person at a time is still manageable, but if one of them merges all 3 parts, I wouldn't stand a chance. According to Zur's perception, when our levels reach Level 6-9, we will automatically be aware of the presence of the other 3. I've wasted 3 years already. Perhaps someone has already reached Level 6-9 and is searching for my location. Jun Cheng wondered, how does this relate to the ice and snow giants? Yao Jixu explained. The ice and snow giants were the guardian race of the ice elemental spirits in the past, and their clan has inherited relics left by the elemental spirit masters. I must first obtain that relic to qualify for challenging those 3, to compete for the position of a true elemental spirit master. I see. Jun Cheng suddenly understood. Don't worry, Jixu, I'll help you. Jun Cheng. Yao Jixu looked up at him, her eyes slightly red, full of gratitude. Jun Cheng simply pulled her into his arms and kissed her gently. After a few minutes, as Jun Cheng's hands became more restless, just as he was about to take the next step, Zur's angry voice rang out. Stop. Stop kissing. You can't do anything more. An elemental spirit master can only inherit pure yin and pure yang bodies. If you take advantage of Jixu, she will be doomed to death. Oh. Okay. Jun Cheng awkwardly helped Yao Jixu up and embraced her in his arms. Let's sleep together tonight. I won't touch you. The night passed without incident. The next morning, a figure approached them. Professor Bai. Jun Cheng was surprised that their visitor turned out to be Professor Bai Shai, the substitute teacher for modern world warfare military theory. Bai Shai smiled. Can I come in? Please, come in. Quickly come in. Jun Cheng welcomed Bai Shai into the room. Bai Shai said, I am here on behalf of the school to discuss your future arrangements. Can you call the other students in? Certainly, soon. At Jun Cheng's summons, the others gathered in his room. Jun Cheng, Chicken, Yao Jixu, Kui Xiabing, Purple Poppy. However, Zhou Shiyu was absent. Zhou Shiyu, Bai Shai nodded. Don't worry about him, others are in contact with the Zhou family. My responsibility is you all. The school has to standard arrangements for you. I believe you have heard them before, but I will repeat them. First, within 6 months, you must raise your level to leave 6-9 to participate in this year's graduation assessment. Of course, during this half year, we will arrange for the professors to teach you basic knowledge in hopes that you can grasp it quickly. Second, you can re-enter the first year of this cohort for study. After your level reaches leave 6-9, you can apply for the graduation assessment at any time. Jun Cheng didn't hesitate. I choose the first option. Me too. Yes, I also choose the first one. I do too. Ya Jixu, Kui Xiabing, and Purple Poppy all agreed. Only Chicken raised an eyebrow. I choose the second option. The second? Bai Shai asked curiously. Could you explain the reason? Chicken said, I obtained an inheritance reincarnation item in the Blessed Land. It's a 9-tailed rooster spirit. It can grow to the epic level. By the way, Professor Bai, I didn't find much information about the 9-tailed rooster spirit online. Does the school have any information? The 9-tailed rooster spirit turned out to be this kind of spirit. Bai Shai was surprised. You're really lucky. It's rumored that the 9-tailed rooster spirit has the lineage of a phoenix, with an extremely young and pure-like attribute, and possesses 9 different innate abilities. At the same time, it has a restraining effect on dark and shadow beings, and a strong counter against venomous insects and snakes. So, I can provide you with all the information and intelligence regarding the 9-tailed rooster spirit that the school possesses. Chicken's eyes lit up. Thank you, Professor Bai. Thank you so much. Bai Shai continued. Can you tell me what benefits you've gained that would be useful to the school and the human race? The school will offer rewards according to your demands, which will also affect your assessment and treatment in the future. Of course, you can choose not to disclose, as it is your own secret. The group exchanged glances, and Jun Cheng was the first to speak. I obtained ownership of the Blessed Land, but I have already given it to the world artifact to devour it. I'm not sure when it will awaken. Kui Xiabing said, I obtained an epic grade plant. Purple Poppy added, I did too. An epic grade plant. Yao Jixu thought for a moment before saying, I obtained the dark spirit ice fruit, which can enhance my personal strength. Bai Shai said, I think I understand now. If there is anything you need, I can request it from the school. Jun Cheng said, I need all information about the outside domains, especially that of the ice and snow giants. The outside domains and the ice and snow giants. Bai Shai nodded. Certainly. Yao Jixu took a glance at Jun Cheng, relieved. Among the items they obtained, perhaps only Jun Cheng's Spirit Charm Blessed Land would be useful to the school and the human race. Her Dark Spirit Ice Fruit, although powerful, was only effective for herself. It was unlikely they would receive support from the school based on these items alone. After some discussion, Bai Shai left. Then under the guidance of the school teachers, they began to study basic knowledge intensively, to make up for the 3 years of missed education. Dozens of teachers surrounded them, tirelessly imparting the basic knowledge to them. The most relaxed one was Chicken, who, after talking to his family on the phone, also utilized the 9-tailed rooster spirit's reincarnation item with the school's help. Soon after, he transformed into an egg. A giant egg, several feet high, with 9 different colored lights emanating from its surface. According to the school teachers, this situation was a unique reincarnation method for the spiritual races. Depending on the individual spirit species, the birth would occur in a few days or months, initiating the growth process. Jun Cheng's mouth twitched, and he subconsciously took out his phone to take several pictures of the current chicken, chuckling to himself. It's worth mentioning that half a month later, Zhou Shiyu also joined their study group. According to him, his family matters were close to being settled, and the Yi family did not cause any trouble for him. After all, it was quite common for occupational transfers to occur in secret realms and blessed lands, but for the Yi family, it was a significant loss. The entire Yi family had been in a state of melancholy for quite some time. 2 months later, Zhao Yongxiao suddenly brought them good news. Someone has discovered a new beginner's secret realm of hell level difficulty at Li 59. The information was obtained by our night watchmen and guards stationed there. The attribute is dark, and all the creatures there are undead. Perfect for your training. Master Wu said we can assign this exploration task to you. Are you willing to go? Master Wu. Zhun Cheng was surprised. Shifu Fuking. Yes. Him. Zhao Yongxiao said. Don't worry, you all will be fine with me around. No one will dare bully you. I have already submitted an application to the school, and they have agreed for you to go. The key issue now is that the entry level of the secret realm is Li 59 and below, your levels. Zhun Cheng nodded. I only have the final step of my breakthrough task left, so give me a few more days. Me too, Meng Meng said. She would take us to meet the founder of the Gate of Light, the Light Goddess, and after our discussion with her, we should be able to complete the breakthrough task. The Light Goddess. Zhao Yongxiao was surprised. That flirtatious lady. How did you find her? Zhun Cheng's face was odd. Yongxiao sister. Do you have a grudge against her? No grudge. I just can't stand her. Zhao Yongxiao waved her hand dismissively. Be careful when you go tomorrow. That flirtatious lady has a tendency to like young men like you. All right, I'll accompany you myself. All right. End of this chapter. Chapter 343. Goddess of Life. Dedication to the Holy Light. Early the next morning, Zhun Cheng and the others arrived at a magnificent church. A church? Zhun Cheng looked at the towering church and asked curiously, does the imperial capital have such a large church? Of course, Zhao Yongxiao explained. Among all support occupations, priests are at the forefront in terms of abilities. Due to the affairs of worshipping gods in the past, the number and strength of our country's support occupations suffered greatly, and most of the churches were shut down by the authorities. But only this Holy Light Church was preserved. You probably know the reason, right? Zhun Cheng asked. Because the priests here worship the Holy Light, right? Zhao Yongxiao said. After that incident, the surviving priests all joined the Holy Light Church, which quickly became a sacred place in the hearts of all priests, and this tradition has been passed down. Now, the one controlling the Holy Light Church is an epic-level priest, with 12 archbishops under her command, suppressing the entire country or stationed in foreign battlefields. And the person we are looking for today is the Archbishop of the Holy Light Church in the imperial capital, known as the Goddess of Life, Sun Ziqian. Sun Ziqian? Yes. Zhao Yongxiao first stepped into the Holy Light Church, saying, come in. Zhun Cheng followed. Watching Zhao Yongxiao's familiar demeanor in this place, he asked, Yongxiao, do you know this Goddess of Life? Yes. Zhao Yongxiao nodded. We grew up together, and we used to be teammates. Sadly, she has a flamboyant personality, enjoying the attention from others, consciously or unconsciously attracting those around her. She remained a step away from being epic when she entered Li 79. It is said that in order to comprehend the power of rules, she stepped into the epic level and has been hiding in the Holy Light Church since then, secretly gathering a group of priests. No one knows for what purpose. Zhao Yongxiao led immediately, ignoring the passing priests, and arrived on the 7th floor. This believer, please stay here. Above the 6th floor is the office of the Holy Light Church. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Two knights in golden light armor blocked Zhao Yongxiao, saying, let Archbishop Sun Ziqian come out to see me. Archbishop Sun Ziqian? A younger knight on the left was puzzled. Who is Sun Ziqian? The middle-aged knight on the right's expression changed slightly. You are. Tell her that Zhao Yongxiao is here to see her. The middle-aged knight gestured to the younger one respectfully, saying, please wait, I will go inform her. After entering the loft and making a call, he came out quickly. Ms. Zhao, and this gentleman, Archbishop Song is waiting for you inside. As he spoke, a gracefully young woman walked out. You two are Archbishop Song's distinguished guests, right? Archbishop Song has asked me to welcome you. Yes. Zhao Yongxiao nodded and followed the young woman inside. The younger knight whispered, Uncle Chen, who is Archbishop Sun Ziqian? Why haven't I heard of her? Keep quiet. The elder knight whispered, how many Archbishop Sons do we have in our church? Your ears need cleaning. Archbishop. The younger knight's eyes suddenly lit up as if a flame had been ignited. It's Archbishop Son. Then the identities of those two. Shh, keep it down. If you are familiar with Archbishop Son, then it's something beyond our imagination. Soon, Zhang Cheng found herself in a large prayer room where a woman was half kneeling in front of an idol. His eyes were first drawn to the woman's back, with her 3,000 green strands flowing down, barely covering the area above her buttocks. The skin on the sides of her waist revealed delicate and white skin that seemed to shimmer with a golden light. Her buttocks were slightly raised, indicating her captivating figure. Then, his gaze was caught by the statue in front of the woman. It seemed to be a figure, but it resembled more of a flame. That's right. A golden flame radiated light, appearing to flicker and flow, looking lifeless yet alive, creating an eerie sight. HMPH. Zhao Yongxiao snorted coldly, and Zhang Cheng jerked awake. Stop staring, yeah. Laughter rang out, and the woman stood up with a quavos. Yongxiao, you're still as cold as ever. No wonder no one has dared to marry you until now. Zhao Yongxiao retorted. Aren't you the same? I'm different. It's because there are too many suitors after me. I don't know who to choose. As for you, you're different. The woman teased. It's because you're attracting attention, consciously or unconsciously, always drawing people of the opposite sex around you. Until she reached Leaf 7-9, a step away from the epic level, it is said that in order to understand the power of rules, she stepped into the epic level and has been hiding in the Holy Light Church since then, secretly gathering a group of priests. No one knows for what purpose. At that moment, Zhao Yongxiao looked around at the passing priests, disregarding them, and ascended the stairs to the 7th floor. This follower, please stop. The 6th floor and above are the offices of the Holy Light Church. Unrelated individuals are not allowed to enter. Two knights clad in golden light armor stood in front of Zhao Yongxiao, saying, Let Archbishop Sanzakian come out to see me. Archbishop Sanzakian? The younger knight on the left was puzzled. Who is Sanzakian? The middle-aged knight on the right's expression changed slightly. You are. Tell her that Zhao Yongxiao is here to see her. The middle-aged knight gestured to the younger one respectfully, saying, Please wait, I will go inform her. After entering the loft and making a call, he quickly emerged. Ms. Zhao, and this gentleman, Archbishop Song, is waiting for you inside. As he spoke, a gracefully young woman walked out. You two are Archbishop Song's distinguished guests, right? Archbishop Song has asked me to welcome you. Yes. Zhao Yongxiao nodded and followed the young woman inside. The younger knight whispered, Uncle Chen, who is Archbishop Sanzakian? Why haven't I heard of her? Keep quiet. The elder knight whispered, How many Archbishop Songs do we have in our church? Your ears need cleaning. Archbishop. The younger knight's eyes suddenly lit up as if a flame had been ignited. It's Archbishop Song. Then the identities of those two. Shh, keep it down. If you are familiar with Archbishop Song, then it's something beyond our imagination. Soon, Zhang Cheng found herself in a large prayer room where a woman was half kneeling in front of an idol. His eyes were first drawn to the woman's back, with her 3,000 green strands flowing down, barely covering the area above her buttocks. The skin on the sides of her waist revealed delicate and white skin that seemed to shimmer with a golden light. Her buttocks were slightly raised, indicating her captivating figure. Then, his gaze was caught by the statue in front of the woman. It seemed to be a figure, but it resembled more of a flame. That's right. A golden flame radiated light, appearing to flicker and flow, looking lifeless yet alive, creating an eerie sight. HMPH. Zhao Yongxiao snorted coldly, and Zhang Cheng jerked awake. Stop staring, yeah. Laughter rang out, and the woman stood up with a quavos. Yongxiao, you're still as cold as ever. No wonder no one has dared to marry you until now. Zhao Yongxiao retorted. Aren't you the same? I'm different. It's because there are too many suitors after me. I don't know who to choose. As for you, you're different. The woman teased. It's because you're attracting attention, consciously or unconsciously, always drawing people of the opposite sex around you. Until she reached Leaf 7-9, a step away from the epic level, it is said that in order to understand the power of rules, she stepped into the epic level and has been hiding in the Holy Light Church since then, secretly gathering a group of priests. No one knows for what purpose. At that moment, Zhao Yongxiao looked around at the passing priests, disregarding them, and ascended the stairs to the 7th floor. This follower, please stop. The 6th floor and above are the offices of the Holy Light Church. Unrelated individuals are not allowed to enter. Two knights clad in golden light armor stood in front of Zhao Yongxiao, saying, Let Archbishop Sanzakian come out to see me. Archbishop Sanzakian? The younger knight on the left was puzzled. Who is Sanzakian? The middle-aged knight on the right's expression changed slightly. You are. Tell her that Zhao Yongxiao is here to see her. The middle-aged knight gestured to the younger one respectfully, saying, Please wait, I will go inform her. After entering the loft and making a call, he quickly emerged. Ms. Zhao, and this gentleman, Archbishop Song, is waiting for you inside. As he spoke, a gracefully young woman walked out. You two are Archbishop Song's distinguished guests, right? Archbishop Song has asked me to welcome you. Yes. Zhao Yongxiao nodded and followed the young woman inside. The younger knight whispered, Uncle Chen, who is Archbishop Sanzakian? Why haven't I heard of her? Keep quiet. The elder knight whispered, How many Archbishop Songs do we have in our church? Your ears need cleaning. Archbishop. The younger knight's eyes suddenly lit up as if a flame had been ignited. It's Archbishop Song. Then the identities of those two. Shh, keep it down. If you are familiar with Archbishop Song, then it's something beyond our imagination. Early the next morning, Zhun Cheng walked out of the Church of Saint Light, holding his waist. Facing the rising sun, he unconsciously squinted his eyes. Surrounded by passing figures, Zhun Cheng felt as if he had traveled to another world. I'm exhausted. Is that woman really a pastor, not a succubus? I didn't even sleep last night. If it weren't for the adrenaline surge, I wouldn't have been able to defeat her. He checked his personal attributes panel and found that his mental strength was down to around 10 points, forcing a bitter smile. She kept draining me, converting my spirit into holy fire and absorbing it. Then she would use clarity potions to restore and continue draining. As they say, a tired ox can't plow well. The ancients were right. But thankfully, the breakthrough mission is complete. I've leveled up to leave 5-9 tanks to accumulated experiences. I've learned new skills, and there are more breakthrough missions. Just need to. Zhun Cheng. Muttering to himself, Zhun Cheng heard Zhao Yongxiao calling out to him not far from the entrance. Instinctively straightening up, he walked over and greeted her. Yongxiao, sister. Is everything done? Let's go. Everyone else is ready. We're just waiting for you. About to lead Zhun Cheng away, Zhao Yongxiao suddenly stopped, turned around, looked him up and down, and sniffed slightly, frowning. What's that smell on you? What smell? Zhun Cheng was surprised. I've already taken a bath. Last night it was the hot spring, then the ground, the table, the sofa, the bed, back to the ground, sofa, table, and back to the hot spring. After so long, how can you still smell it? Are you sure you're not a reincarnated werewolf? No. Zhao Yongxiao suddenly grabbed Zhun Cheng's collar, trying to lift him up, but found she couldn't, so she leaned in to sniff harder. What are you doing, Yongxiao? Zhun Cheng subconsciously leaned back, holding onto Zhao Yongxiao's shoulders, signaling her not to get too excited. People around them were pointing and whispering. What are those two doing? Such an affectionate couple. Nonsense, that's clearly a wife checking on her husband. Respect for disrespect. Later, Zhao Yongxiao suddenly lifted her head, sternly saying, You smell like a vixen. She seduced you. How dare you accuse me baselessly? HMPH. My nose is very sensitive. I'm very familiar with the scent of that little vixen, Sanzi Qian. It definitely isn't fake. You've been seduced by her. That cursed little vixen. How dare she steal my man? She screamed and headed back towards the Church of Saint Light. As she walked, she reached out her hand and a silver spear appeared in her grasp. A silver armor accompanied by a silver-white light enveloped her tall figure. The few holy knights guarding the entrance of the Church of Saint Light felt that something was amiss and hastened to approach her. Miss, what are you planning to do? Put down the spear quickly. Miss, this is the Church of Saint Light. You're still young. Don't veer onto the path of crime. With a swift thrust, Zhao Yongxiao easily knocked down the few holy knights in her way and boldly walked inside. Sanzi Qian. Come out. There's a break-in at the Church of Saint Light. Quick, report to the Holy Knight Order. Inform the Night Watchmen. Dang. Inside the Church of Saint Light, chaos ensued, and most people scattered and fled. Some self-proclaimed skilled professionals attempted to stop Zhao Yongxiao, but were easily overpowered by her. Outside, Zhun Cheng also peeked inside, his face showing a hint of amusement. Ziqing. Zhun Cheng called out to Ziqing, noticing a faint blush on her, but paying it no mind. Quickly, follow Yongxiao. Make sure she doesn't get hurt. HMPH. Ziqing glared fiercely at Zhun Cheng but followed along. Zheng Cheng couldn't understand why Ziqing was acting this way. Fortunately, in the capital, no one would dare cause trouble, and the guard station there were not very powerful, mainly for show or for those below level 6-9 in strength. Thus, Zhao Yongxiao easily swept through the ranks like a tiger among sheep, reaching the upper levels. Sun Ziqian, get out here. Dare to do but dare not admit it. I'll expose all the filthy things you've done. It's Captain Zhao. Captain Yongxiao, it's me. We've met before. Some inside the church recognized Zhao Yongxiao and quickly stopped her. It's you. And where's Sun Ziqian? Have her come out and see me. Bishop Sun. The person was surprised. She left the church early this morning, saying she had requested to go to the foreign battlefield. How can that be? She's been in seclusion at the Church of Saint Light for 5 years. How could she go to a foreign battlefield? Tell her to come out. I'm telling the truth. Bang. Ah. Hearing the tumult inside, Zheng Cheng could only clasp his hands together and silently pray for those inside. Didn't expect Yongxiao to have such a violent sigh. Or maybe. Zheng Cheng's eyes lit up as he thought of something. Oh well, my waist is still sore. Yongxiao must be even trickier to deal with than Sun Ziqian. I better focus on increasing my strength first. With a thought, he opened his personal attribute panel once again. Breakthrough mission. LV59 new breakthrough mission has been formed. Breakthrough mission. Purge evil. Mission description. As a pastor, your mission is to save lives, spread light, and also eradicate evil. Mission requirements. You need to rely on your skills and abilities to kill evil beings, based on the quantity, quality, and level of the evil beings killed. The higher the number, quality, and level of the evil beings killed, the higher the skill effects and quality obtained after completing the breakthrough mission. Note: evil beings are those with dark attributes, cruel temperaments, and a tendency for violence, including but not limited to undead beings, dark creatures, demons, ghosts, and lost souls. Looking at the new breakthrough mission, Zheng Cheng recalled something. It's somewhat similar to the LV39 breakthrough mission Divine Fire, but one is to kill foreigners, and the other is to kill evil beings. Well, we're about to go to a dark attribute secret realm for training. I wonder if the dark creatures inside count as evil beings. Also, after completing the LV49 breakthrough mission, I also learned 2 new mutation skills. With a thought, the skill tree in his mind began to shimmer with dim light. On the vast skill tree, the death divinity still flickered with a bright black light. 2 skill icons were enveloped in mysterious patterns, intertwining with the skill tree and death divinity. The first skill icon was a light blue color, resembling a human brain with faint patterns entwined within. Alzheimer's Forgetfulness Art Internal. Lead 1. Mutation skill, casting range of 10 meters. It can make the target forget or misremember the currently mastered skills for a short period based on the target's magical defense, causing magic backlash if the mastered skills are mental, elemental, or spiritual skills. Alzheimer's Forgetfulness Art. Isn't this just a forced debuff skill like silence or forgetfulness, which can make the target forget their current skills? And it even has a backlash effect. It's really ruthless. Unfortunately, the casting range is too close. You have to get close to the target. Hopefully, the casting range will be increased after an upgrade. As the sounds from inside the Church of Saint Light grew quieter, Zheng Cheng knew that Zhao Yongxiao had likely been persuaded to stop. After all, it was the sanctuary of all pastors in Xia country, so it's impossible not to have a strong guard force. Seizing this opportunity, Zheng Cheng looked at the second mutation skill, Unrestrained Body and Mind External. Leave 1. Through years of overload training and integration with nature, your body and mind have reached a state of complete control over every part of your body. Inner calm, free of distractions, returning to self. Separating body and consciousness allows various parts of yourself to perceive danger beyond instinct, without the need for the brain to think first, maximizing movement speed and reaction time. This thing, Dragon Ball, Goku. Zheng Cheng was speechless. Am I supposed to fight someone with fists as big as sandbags when I'm a pastor? This is so out of place. Oh well, it's better than nothing. And in some ways, unrestrained body and mind can indeed be quite useful. After a while, Zhao Yongxiao came out ruffled, and Zheng Cheng quickly ran over, concerned. Yongxiao, sister, are you okay? Did they do anything to you? Zhao Yongxiao, full of anger, retorted. What? You want something to happen to me? How could I possibly want that? Tell me the truth. What really happened last night? Do Do you really want to know? Zhao Yongxiao grit her teeth. Tell me. Well, you see, tell me while walking. Oh. Zhun Cheng hurried to catch up. Embarrassed, he said. Yongxiao, you know me. The reason I stayed was entirely based on serving and assisting seniors in breaking through. Who knew she would covet my body? Yongxiao. It was a night of torture. Besides feeling weak, my waist was killing me. And she kept making me release holy fire for her to absorb. I was almost drained, and she gave me so many potions. As he spoke, his voice grew softer, realizing Zhao Yongxiao's head was spinning. Yongxiao, are you alright? Phew. Zhao Yongxiao took a deep breath and turned sharply. I'm fine. Get ready to enter the secret realm. And if you dare to associate with any vixen again, I'll castrate you. Okay. I won't say anything. Under Zhao Yongxiao's supervision, Zhun Cheng obediently returned to the school. After a few days of rest and preparation, they all adjusted themselves to their best condition. At the same time, the 5 preparing to enter the new secret realm had all boosted their levels to level 5-9. After all, in the spirit mystical land, where they killed many enchanting beasts, each person gained a massive amount of soul power. Zhun Cheng, Yao Jixu, Zhou Shiyu, Kui Xiabing, and Xin Poppy. These 5 were the main team members for this new secret realm expedition. Well, it seemed like the configuration was 3 support and 1 melee and 1 ranged outpost. All 3 support members Zhun Cheng, Kui Xiabing, and Xin Poppy actually possessed formidable strength. Under the escort of Zhao Yongxiao and the Night Watchman, they set off for the secret realm. Zhao Yongxiao handed out some materials, splitting them among the group. This secret realm is located at the foot of Manshan, in the north and south of the Imperial City. Free race ranking 236, Ghostress, was a main invasion site for the Ghostress during the Great Catastrophe more than 300 years ago. The Ghostress, ranked 236 among the free races, is a subservient race of the 9th-ranked Ghostress, specializing in soul manipulation, essence consumption, and manipulation of ghost fires. In order to repel the Ghostress, we lost numerous seniors to drive them out of Manshan, then sealed them, trapping them in the foreign battlefield ground hole. As for the ground hole, it is a small-scale foreign battlefield connected to one of the 3 major foreign battlefields, Cave of Ground. In the future, you may have the chance to go there. Pausing for a moment, Zhao Yongxiao waited for questions from the others. Unsurprisingly, Kui Xiabing raised her hand and asked, Captain Zhao, based on the territorial division principle and our attributes that oppose it, the newly discovered secret realm should be a dark attribute and undead attribute realm. Is it related to Manshan and the Ghostress? I can only say, it's possible. Zhao Yongxiao nodded. To ensure the safety and integrity of the secret realm, we didn't send anyone inside after its discovery. Behind the information, there are some basic details about this secret realm that you can check out. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly flipped to the last page of the materials. As expected, the last page contained an image. A ghostly blue secret realm entrance sat in the center, emitting a ghostly blue light like an eye. Secret realm, Black Mountain City. Level, LV59, entry limited to LV59 below careers. Number of entrants, 5. Difficulty, Hell. Description, Black Mountain was once an ordinary city, but one day, the villagers who drank river water turned into highly aggressive monsters, spreading like a plague throughout Black Mountain. 3 months later, Black Mountain became a dead city. Main Quest 1. Determine the main cause of the tragedy, a Black Mountain. Main Quest 2. Clear the source of the ghost creatures within Black Mountain City. Mission explanation. After the plague, the villagers in Black Mountain City became immortal undead ghost creatures, wandering the city day and night with no peace. The mastermind behind all of this seems to be hidden deep in the heart of Black Mountain City. Find him and kill him. Black Mountain City, a city? Zhun Cheng raised his head in astonishment. An entire city turned into a ghost town. Does that mean we'll be facing at least a few tens of thousands of ghost creatures, maybe even over 100,000? Zhao Yongxiao hesitated for a moment but nodded. Preliminary estimates suggest so. Since it's being called a city, even if it's just a small one, it would have the population of about 30 to 40,000 living souls. You must be very cautious in this secret realm. If anything unexpected occurs, leave the secret realm immediately. End of this chapter. 3 days later, the figures of the group appeared at the foot of Baimang Mountain in the south of the imperial capital. Looking ahead, A huge winding black mountain range lay before them. Black mist lingered above the mountain range, making it impossible to see the distant peaks even in broad daylight. At the mountain peaks, dark clouds swirled, accompanied by distant thunder roaring, echoing for miles around, audible even here. Captain Zhao. A figure emerged from the distant mountains and walked briskly towards them. I've been waiting for you. Captain Chen. Zhao Yongxiao walked up to greet him, shaking hands. Zizu. Zheng Cheng, come here. Zhao Yongxiao waved, and the five of them walked over one by one. This is Captain Chen Feng, the head of our night watchman headquarters. He used to be my senior. You all should get to know each other. Ha ha. No need for all that. Just a bit older. Chen Feng, not very tall with slightly darkened cheeks, but with a gentle demeanor, smiled at them. Yongxiao is the pride of our imperial capital night watchmen. As her team members, I'm sure you are all outstanding. We need talents like you in our night watchmen team. Zheng Cheng raised his eyebrows, and then Zhou Shiyu smoothly took over the conversation. Captain Chen Feng, I often heard my third uncle mention you. They said that back then, you single-handedly confronted 13 fallen members of the Black Beast organization, and made significant contributions in besieging the headquarters of the Black Beast as part of the Night Watchmen. Black Beast. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with memories as he looked at Zhou Shiyu. You do seem familiar. Is your uncle, Zhou Chenghe, old Zhou's nephew? Ha ha. No wonder you look so familiar. Chen Feng's eyes lit up slightly. I didn't realize old Zhou's nephew had grown so big, and even leveled up so quickly. Your Zhou family is truly thriving. Let's go. I'll take you to the entrance of the secret realm. Led by Chen Feng, they walked towards the entrance of the secret realm. Along the way, there were soldiers and night watchmen stationed on both sides, at least the size of a platoon. Zheng Cheng asked quietly, Yongxiao, who is Zhou Chenghe? Zhao Yongxiao glanced at him and said, Zhou Xingyu's third uncle, the top figure in the Zhou family epic lineage. Zhou family epic lineage. Zheng Cheng made a mental note of the name, wondering who was stronger, him or Su Qingfen. Zhao Yongxiao snorted, turned and walked away, causing a twitch in Zheng Cheng's mouth. Zheng Cheng, where did you offend Yongxiao sis? Yao Jixu also approached, looking puzzled. Startled, Zheng Cheng said, and no, I didn't offend her. Zizu. Don't overthink it. Really? Yao Jixu said, I felt something was off since you all came back from the Holy Light Cathedral last time. What's off? We've always been like this. Maybe you've been tired these days, overthinking things. Zheng Cheng hastily tried to cover up and quickly joined the conversation with Zhou Shiyu and Chen Feng. Behind them, Kui Xiabing and Purple Poppy were gossiping. Got a problem, Yad. Zheng Cheng and Yao Jixu are together. What about Yongxiao sis? Could it be playing both sides? Possible. Stay away from him. Exactly. Being handsome doesn't make a man great. Strength does. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a valley. An entrance to the secret realm, over to people tall, was rotating slowly. Chen Feng explained, it's been 6 days since we discovered this secret realm. We've only sent people in for initial reconnaissance. We haven't delved deep into it. It's up to you now. Zhao Yongxiao nodded, motioning for them to enter. This is where you'll be leveling up this time. Good luck and don't disappoint me. Got it. You can trust us. Yongxiao sis. Captain, we're heading in now. By the way, who should be our team leader among the 5 of us? Me. I'll do it. Zheng Cheng, Zhou Shiyu, and Kui Xiaobing all raised their hands, glanced at each other, and then looked at the other two. Ya Jixu spoke first, I choose Zheng Cheng. Kui Xiaobing then looked at Purple Poppy, who sweetly said, I choose Zheng Cheng too. Little Purple, why? Little Ice, you're really not suitable as team leader. Follow the captain. Zhou Shiyu also had a disappointed face, feeling like slapping himself. Damn, Zheng Cheng, how did you manage to attract so many girls? Teach me. Get lost. After forming the team, they made contact with the entrance to the secret realm. The 5 figures were immediately engulfed by the entrance and disappeared from view. Watching the disappearing entrance, Chen Feng expressed concern. Captain Zhao, this secret realm is of hellish difficulty. Are you really confident in sending those 5 in? It seems only team leader Zheng Cheng is level 59. The others are at most level 56. Zhao Yongxiao shook her head. Don't underestimate them, Captain Chen. As they conversed, they paid no attention to a ghostly figure in the distance of the valley, constantly watching them. He. Finally, they've arrived. I didn't waste so much effort consuming a heart of the secret realm to deceive them. 5 people, 3 of them carrying the heritage items of the Lord of Ghosts. Kill them, snatch all their heritage items. That way, I can revive the glory of the Lord of Ghosts from 1,000 years ago, stepping into the realm of legends. Ha ha ha. Accompanied by the low laughter of the ghostly figure, the giant bird shadow behind him solidified even more. This person was none other than DRIZZLE. Surprisingly, after being attacked by one of the Ghost Division members, Fire Demon King, and presumed dead, he managed to escape and hike here. Now, planning to sneakily seize the heritage items from Zheng Cheng, Zhou Shiyu, and Yao Jixu. No hurry, not yet. DRIZZLE whispered, this secret realm is a hellish difficulty. Are you really confident in sending them in? It seems only team leader Zheng Cheng is level 59. The others are at most level 56. Zhao Yongxiao shook her head. Captain Chen, don't underestimate them. The ghosts in this secret realm may not withstand their slaughter, or they might. We'll see. Slaughter. In their conversation, neither paid attention to a ghostly figure watching them from afar in the valley. Ha ha, they're here. Finally, they're here. It wasn't in vain that I expended so much effort using the heart of the secret realm to deceive them. 5 people, 3 of whom possess the heritage items of the Lord of Ghosts. Kill them all and snatch their heritage items. Then, I can recreate the splendor of the Lord of Ghosts from 1,000 years ago, stepping into the realm of myths. Ha ha ha. With the creepy laughter of the ghostly figure, the black mist spread further, causing the Baimang Mountain area to be filled with rolling ghostly fog, ghostly wailing, and howls, incredibly dismal. At the same time, inside the secret realm, Zheng Cheng and the others appeared all together. As their vision cleared, they found themselves in an open space outside a large city. Overgrown with weeds everywhere, a wide road led into the distance. Looking ahead, a massive city appeared before them. The city resembled an ancient county city, walled with tall walls made of blue stone, with battlements and gates. It now appeared black, like a huge beast crouching in the distance. Further on, there were towering black mountain peaks. A strong wind brought with it an inexplicable stench. After entering the secret realm, Zheng Cheng received a reminder from the world will. You've entered the secret realm, Black Mountain Ghost City. Secret realm, Black Mountain Ghost City. Level LV 59 only for those below LV 59. Number of entrants, 5 people. Difficulty, Hell. Description: the Black Mountain was once an ordinary city, but one day, the villagers drank the water from the river and turned into highly aggressive monsters, spreading like a plague throughout the Black Mountain. 3 months later, the Black Mountain became a city of death. Main Mission 1. Investigate the main cause of the Black Mountain incident. Main Mission 2. Eliminate the source of the monsters in the Black Mountain City. Mission description: after the plague, the villagers of the Black Mountain City turned into undead monsters, wandering the city day and night without rest. The mastermind behind all this seems to be hiding behind the city of the Black Mountain. Find him and kill him. Zhou Shiyu suddenly said, the air here is very cold and filled with negative energy, which is definitely advantageous for us. But I hope the hidden boss here isn't too strong. The mix of positive and negative energy we possess cancels each other out. Kui Xiaobing also nodded. I can't sense any life energy from the city in the distance. Perhaps all the creatures in the city and the secret realm have been transformed into undead beings. Zheng Cheng took a deep breath. Right, let's be fully prepared and maybe lure out a monster to test first. No rush, Zhou Shiyu suggested. Let's apply some buffs first. I've learned some great skills recently. With that, he chanted a spell, and golden light descended on them, covering them all. Diamond Shield. A defensive buff skill that shields against all forms of attacks as long as the energy lasts, providing complete protection from harm. Floodlight First Ray. Temporarily enhances the target's endurance limit and spell defense. It also offers strong resistance to abnormal states. In a realm filled with negative energy, it should be very useful. My turn. Kui Xiaobing drew her staff and cast a skill towards them. A green light flashed, enveloping them. Several small vines sprouted from the ground, entwining Zhou Shinyu's diamond shield, glowing brightly. Bramble Shield. Besides providing certain defense capabilities, it also has a spell reflection effect. Seeing the golden and green light surrounding them, Zheng Cheng's eyes twitched. How funny, they looked like 5 painted eggs. At that moment, Purple Poppy sweetly smiled. I have something too. She conjured a purple flower in her hand and flicked it towards them. Purple petals danced and landed on the 5, adding a purple halo over the golden diamond shield. Now it's my turn. Helpless, Zheng Cheng raised his hand, and with a thought, adrenaline surge and penicillin fungus barrier skills fell upon them. Instantly, the personalities and perceptions of the 5 were completely transformed, enhanced several times over. With the pale bluish-green penicillin fungus barrier, their eyes were glowing. It greatly boosts physicality, strength, agility, and even raises mental power. And it's not as indiscriminate as Berserk Warsan, it doesn't have such severe side effects. This support skill is so powerful, it surpasses my diamond shield in many aspects. It can even increase attack power and health. It's extremely vital for us tanks. Zhou Shiyu marveled at the changes within himself, while appreciating the buffs. Previously, during the Spirit Charm Paradise, he had felt the effects of adrenaline surge, but in the heat of battle, he didn't have the time to ponder. Now, as he carefully observed the explanation and effects of the adrenaline surge, his envy grew. And the penicillin fungus barrier, whether in defense or durability, surpassed his diamond shield. Enough talking. There seems to be a creature coming, huh? The group seemed puzzled, while Zhou Shiyu said, our energies must have caught the attention of some creatures. Back off, everyone. With that, he took a few steps forward, standing in front of the others. Soon enough, they saw a figure approaching at incredible speed. A large, muscular man, but his skin was gray-black, muscles withered, face covered in blood, and sharp black claws had grown on his hands, moving at extreme speed. Watch me. Zhou Shiyu roared as he thrust forward, colliding with the figure, causing a loud impact. Though Zhou Shiyu staggered briefly, he quickly steadied himself. The figure on the other hand was sent flying and almost stumbled to the ground after the impact. Seemingly sensing the rich life force on the 5, the figure did not care about the difference in their strength, roaring furiously before pouncing again. What the? Zhou Shiyu exclaimed, extending his hand, and a battle knife appeared. He viciously slashed at the figure's shoulder. The blade gleamed gold, sharp and precise, cutting through the figure's chest and abdomen, spilling blood and innards, all splashing out in a gory display. The seemingly ferocious creature was effortlessly slain by Zhou Shiyu with a single strike. The rest of the group hadn't even moved a muscle. Zheng Cheng blinked, activated his central radar life monitoring technique, and the specific information of the creature appeared before him. Name: Blood Vampire Beast. Race: Undead. Level: LV 60. Strength: 190. Endurance: 185. Speed: 99. Spirit: 32. Skills: Toxic Attack, Corpse Devour. Toxic Attack: the blood vampire beast's attacks are laced with strong vampire toxins. Those infected by the vampire toxin gradually transform into ghouls. Corpse Devour: the blood vampire can replenish its health and spiritual power by consuming corpses and blood. Weakness: light, fire, thunder and lightning energy. Brief introduction: transformed into a blood vampire pseudo-I, the vampire virus released by a mysterious person, it was a mere ordinary villager. Blood vampire. Zheng Cheng shared the detected information with the others, their eyes glinting with interest. Zhou Shiyu continued, what a trashy blood vampire. I just sliced it with one hit. Their weaknesses are clear enough: light, fire, and thunder. We're the perfect antithesis. Would you like to have a competition to see who kills more? Zheng Cheng suggested, but did not speak himself. Kui Xiaobing eagerly said, I'm in. Then she dragged Purple Poppy, who reluctantly agreed. Fine, fine. Since you all agreed, count me in, huh? Is that blood vampire somewhat equipped? Really? End of the chapter. Title: Blood Vampire Dagger, Silver Tier, Durability 600/600 Category: Dagger. Weapon Equipment Requirement: Level 50. Strength 130 points, Constitution 80 points, Agility 150 points, Spirit 25 points. Limited to assassins, hitmen, and thieves. Effect: Strength plus 10, Agility plus 30, Critical hit rate plus 15%, Physical penetration plus 10%. Additional Skill 1. Poison Attack Passive. When equipped with this weapon, there is a chance to inflict poison attack on the target with each strike, causing poisoning. Additional Skill 2. Bloodsucking Passive. When equipped with this weapon, There is a chance to absorb a certain amount of blood from the target with each strike to replenish oneself. Description: a dagger crafted from vampire claws, possessing powerful penetration and strong poison attacks. Playing with this dagger, Jun Cheng casually threw it to Zhou Shiyu. You're lucky. This is the first monster drop weapon. This dagger can be sold for tens of thousands of gold coins at the professional guild. Zhou Shiyu checked it and casually threw it into the team space. Indeed, it's good. Unfortunately, none of us can use it. Let's keep it for distribution later or split the money if we sell it. Alright. It's really a hell-level difficulty secret realm. It's only been a few minutes. Enough talk. I can sense more monster creatures approaching. As they spoke, over 10 figures suddenly appeared at the edge of the city, rushing towards them. Upon closer inspection, similar to the previous monster, they were blood vampire beasts that appeared to be half human and half ghost. Behind them, even more blood vampire beasts followed and howled as they lunged forward. Zhou Shiyu eagerly said, "Who's going first?" "I'll go first." Jun Cheng stepped forward, reaching to grab a blood-red jade pendant. Blood Guanyan. This soul equipment, after the battles on Jasha Island and Spirit Charm Land, had improved in quality. This soul equipment was the biggest external support on Jun Cheng's growth path. With a slight force, he threw it. With a swish, the Blood Guanyan jade pendant shot out like an arrow, instantly piercing the head of the lead blood vampire beast. Then a crimson light flashed, and its body instantly expanded. In a blink of an eye, it transformed into a 10-meter-tall giant blood-colored Guanyan, with dozens of tentacles completely transformed from blood vessels, smashing the oncoming blood vampire beasts into minced meat. Amidst the intense burning, blood flames surged out, rushing into the other blood vampire beast group. The sounds of inhuman screams came from the blood vampire beast crowd, piercing and ear-splitting. "You're cheating!" Witnessing the scene, Zhou Shiyu immediately shouted. This blood Guanyan was a weapon for group battles, and he couldn't compete. Jun Cheng shrugged. "How's that cheating? This is my soulbound equipment, just like your innate weapon." "You're awesome." Zhou Shiyu could only give a thumbs up, realizing he had lost this round at the beginning. Heh. Zhou Shiyu, if you don't act, you won't even get any ash. Kui Xiabing chuckled, but she noticed the ground under her feet began to churn rapidly. Soon, at a distance, the ground at the feet of the blood vampire beast group began to roll out thick, black, and thick as giant python vines abruptly emerge. The vine-like vines entwined the blood vampire beasts just lightly and effortlessly twisted their bodies into a meat paste. Spirit Charm Devouring Dragon Vine. This weird plant, originally residing in the Spirit Charm Land, formed from numerous soul corpses of the Charming tribe, absorbed many extraordinary plants of the Cave Beast clan. An enormous plant, born from countless Cave Beast clan professionals. The black flames on the Spirit Charm Devouring Dragon Vine suddenly surged towards the surrounding blood vampire beasts and began burning fiercely. Spirit Charm Devouring Dragon Vine. Zhou Shiyu widened his eyes. How can it appear here? Are you cheating too? Who's cheating? Kui Xiabing retorted. This is my tame pet. Isn't it normal to use my own pet in battle? At this moment, she noticed a giant peculiar flower about 10 meters tall emerging among the tangle of Spirit Charm Devouring Dragon Vines. The flower was black and shaped like a cobra's head. In the center, the flower's stigma resembled a human face. In the surging Spirit Charm fire, the pair of eyes on the human-like face abruptly opened. Bang. Next second, amidst continuous explosive sounds, the heads of all the blood vampire beasts suddenly exploded, similar to shattered watermelons. Spirit Charm Face Flower. How can this thing be here? Zhou Shiyu was shocked, and next to him, Jiangsu awkwardly scratched his head. That is mine. Why don't you surrender? Surrender? Zhou Shiyu turned to Yao Jixu mechanically. Yao Jixu, do you have some lethal weapon up your sleeve too? Why would I? Yao Jixu smiled faintly, activating an icy shield around herself and conjuring ice spears that rained down on the blood vampire beast horde. Doom. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by continuous thundering, dozens of blood vampire beasts were hit by the ice spears, turning into a pile of ice shards. Darn it! Seeing the scene, Zhou Shiyu could only cry out. His body radiated golden light, transforming into a golden armored giant. With one sweep of his hand, he crushed several blood vampire beasts into minced meat with his enormous demon-subduing cudgel. Strike! At the same time, he muttered a weird incantation, and golden swords shot out from his eyes, piercing through more than 10 blood vampire beasts. In just over 10 minutes, the 5 of them had slain hundreds of blood vampire beasts. Among them, Zheng Cheng, Ya Jixu, Kui Xiabing, Ziyangsu, and Zhou Xiyu were all elite new professionals. At the minimum, they were 8-star elites, excluding Zheng Cheng. Each one was either a hidden professional, a family heir, or an aristocratic descendant. In terms of basic attributes, personal strength, combat experience, equipment, talents, etc., they were tens or even hundreds of times more than ordinary professionals of the same level. Facing the hell-level difficulty secret realm, where death was certain for ordinary professionals, they had no pressure at all. It was an outright massacre, a bloody massacre. Roar! A piercing roar suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. A large dragon-like creature, about 5 meters tall with fleshy wings and full of bone spurs, stepped out from the teleportation array. 3 or 4 blood vampire beasts that managed to rush towards them were quickly sent flying by Jerry's wings. Opening its mouth, it spewed a rush of venom that instantly corroded 7 or 8 blood vampire beasts into carcasses. Kui Xiabing raised an eyebrow. "Is that your pet?" "Sort of." Zheng Cheng leapt onto Jerry's back, and they charged towards Black Mountain City. "Our first main mission is to investigate the cause of the anomaly in Black Mountain City. I'll go check the city first." "All right, we'll follow." Both man and dragon approached Black Mountain City quickly. From a high vantage point, they discovered the entire Black Mountain City was packed with human-like figures. Upon closer inspection, they were clearly blood vampire beasts, combining human and ghostly features. Moreover, several large blood vampire beasts, 4 to 5 meters tall, had appeared in front of the city gates, but it was unclear which species they belonged to. Vampire beasts. I wonder if we can dissect them for special ingredients. Half human, half ghost. Half human, half undead. What if? Just then, several blood vampire beasts suddenly roared, seeming to have detected a threat. Zheng Cheng warned urgently, "Watch out." But it was too late. The blood vampire beasts charged at Blood Guanyin and the others. Countless blood vessels shot out, intercepting the group of beasts. Zheng Cheng's central radar life monitoring technique flashed, providing specific attributes of the elite blood vampire beasts. With a slight change in his expression, he said, "Quick, dodge." Yet they had been delayed. The overfed blood vampire beasts reached the group, and their bodies suddenly expanded, almost turning into massive meatballs. And then, boom! The blood vampire beasts, numbering over 100, exploded one after another, not only forcing Blood Guanyin and Zhou Xiyu to retreat constantly, but also creating a massive hole in the surrounding blood vampire horde, leaving a bloody mess and corpses strewn all over. These blood vampire beasts can self-destruct, use long-range attacks. Zheng Cheng shouted, grateful that Blood Guanyin was made up of countless blood and could reassemble. Zhou Xiyu, on the other hand, was injured all over, covered in blood even with slight cracks in his diamond shield, looking terribly wretched. Damn, these blood vampire beasts don't even spare themselves. He cursed, radiating golden light and quickly recovering. He was about to continue helping when a dry, eerie, and murderous voice resounded on the battlefield. Blood magic, blood flesh cage. Instantly, the floor's blood and bodies began to squirm, transforming into a gigantic blood-red cage that trapped everyone inside. Looking up, the blood-red cage was at least 100 meters tall, formed from a mix of blood and flesh with countless bodies dangling in midair, appearing terrifying and ferocious. Heh, a group of ignorant humans daring to trespass into the great blood vampire king's territory. You shall become his most loyal guardians. Blood magic, blood flesh cage, void devouring. Roars echoed in the cage as the blood vampire beasts initiated a plan to devour them all. Chapter 347. What is a spirit sea? Under the bizarre roar of a voice, the pile of flesh and corpses in front of the Black Mountain City wall suddenly rolled over and turned into countless huge mouths rushing towards Zheng Cheng and others. The first to be attacked was still Zhou Xiyu. As his golden diamond shield connected with the pile of flesh, a sharp corrosive and friction sound was heard, and a large amount of smoke rose. The following large piles of flesh and corpses collided with the approaching spirit-devouring dragon vine, causing a wave of blood-red doom. The black spirit fire burned up, and unexpectedly pressed down the pile of flesh, burning fiercely. With the feet of these flesh, the power of the spirit fire became more violent, burning once again in the direction where the flesh was coming from. On the other side, the spirit-devouring human face flower also did the same. The attacking flesh did not cause any harm to Ziyang Popian, and the thick spirit fire and mental impact surrounded her. Some blood beast that was mixed in the wave of flesh hadn't even approached yet. Their heads were blown into pieces by the mental impact. Booms, boom boom. A series of muffled explosions continuously sounded. The fat blood beast stationed in front of the gate exploded one after another, turning into blood mist and blending into the wave of flesh. Unfortunately, no matter how they cast spells to charge, they could not break through the defense line formed by the spirit-devouring dragon vine and the spirit-devouring human face flower. The gigantic figure of the blood Guanyin also rushed over, with dozens of thick blood vessels tentacles surging out, burning fiercely and driving back a large batch of the flesh wave. At the same time, the blood flame surged, rushing towards Zhou Shiyu. The blood flame surged onto Zhou Shiyu, burning off all the flesh on him, revealing his true form. Damn it! Seeing the people around him relaxed while he was in a mess, Zhou Shiyu cursed in his heart. With a thought, he reached out with his empty left hand, and a huge round Dharma wheel appeared in his hand. A deep Buddha's voice came from the air, and a faint golden light descended from the sky, turning into illusory golden lotus flowers that fiercely smashed into the wave of flesh. The pure Buddha light rippled, and all the flesh waves around were purified. Some of the blood beasts hidden inside the flesh wave, under the illumination of the Buddha light, turned calm and docile, and even counterattacked other blood beasts. Above the sky, Yao Jixu's figure passed by. A violent snowstorm descended from the sky, enveloped in extreme cold, freezing a large part of the flesh wave into huge ice sculptures. Several people took turns to slaughter the blood beasts around the city wall. Found you. In midair, Zheng Cheng's figure rushed down under Jerry's lead. Zheng Cheng reached out, and the Shura dual blades appeared in his hands. Leaping up, he was burning with a golden holy light as he charged into the wave of flesh. Hiss! As soon as the golden holy light touched the flesh wave, a harsh friction sound was heard, as if throwing a red-hot iron rod into cold water. Soon, two intertwined figures appeared from the other side of the flesh wave, Zheng Cheng, and a chubby blood beast. This blood beast was larger than the others, naked torso with black strange patterns on its skin. Its dark yellow pupils contained strange dancing characters. Zheng Cheng's Tashura dual blades were deeply embedded in its arms, and fresh blood was constantly dripping. Roar! Damned humans! How dare you harm the great blood beast? We are immortal, ha ha ha. The blood beast laughed maniacally, its flesh and blood surging continuously, forming to blood pythons behind it, opening their mouths wide and biting towards Zheng Cheng. Immortal? Zheng Cheng sneered, exerting force with both hands, creating a glow that diagonally slashed through the air, immediately cutting off the two arms of the blood beast. In a reverse move, he swiftly beheaded the blood beast. However, even so, the two blood pythons that rushed out from its back did not pause, still approaching Zheng Cheng to attack. Zheng Cheng's figure easily dodged as he looked back at the headless corpse on the ground, furrowing his brow slightly. Not dead ... and dead creature, reborn? As expected, the neck of the blood beast he beheaded squirmed, and a new head grew out. Fresh blood and flesh also emerged from where its arms were, reforming to new arms. Ha ha! With the power of our king, we are immortal. Kill him! The blood beast's flesh suddenly surged out, transforming into dozens of blood pythons that entangled Zheng Cheng. At the same time, several strange figures appeared amidst the horde of blood beasts. Blood magic heart. Heaven-sealing thornbush. While Zhou Shiyu was truly relying on the Dharma wheel to suppress a large number of blood beasts, dozens of sturdy blood steel vines suddenly rushed out from under his feet, turning into countless thorns that enveloped him. A dry and thin blood beast figure appeared above the blood and flesh thorns, and the thorns suddenly made a creaking sound. Countless thorn needles suddenly left the main body, turning into sharp arrows that charged towards Zhou Shiyu. Dazzling sparks burst out continuously, shooting onto Zhou Xinyu's body and shield, pushing him back. Human, our king does not like being disturbed while sleeping. Get out. Blood beast, worm devourer. Another indifferent voice sounded, and a large amount of blood mist suddenly emerged around the spirit-devouring dragon vine. Soon, there was a rustling sound in the blood mist, along with the sound of the spirit-devouring dragon vine moving. Upon closer inspection, numerous thumb-sized blood-colored beetles appeared in the blood mist. They crawled on the spirit-devouring dragon vine, greedily devouring it. The burning of the spirit fire only slowed down their movement, unable to burn them to death. Some of the blood-colored beetles tried to swallow the spirit fire, temporarily controlling the spirit-devouring dragonfly, rendering it immobile. Coco ... accompanied by a coquettish voice, a charming figure appeared from the black mist, staring at Kui Shiat, being protected behind the spirit-devouring dragonfly. Such a rich life energy. My children have been hungry for a long time. What a feast it is. In her weird tone, she gradually approached. Upon closer inspection, the upper body of this figure resembled that of a beautiful woman. However, the lower body was a terrifying insect body. Blood magic art. Ghost maiden dance. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Eerie and cold strange wailing suddenly resounded from midair, and numerous ghostly shadows appeared in the dim sky. Like moths, they rushed towards the spirit-devouring human face flower standing proudly in the center of the battlefield. Along with the impact of the mental shockwave, these ghostly shadows shimmered like waves, transforming into dark blue light balls that harshly smashed onto the spirit-devouring human face flower. Such a unique mental fluctuation. If I can swallow it, I can get closer to our king, right? Another female figure appeared behind this group of ghost shadows, a woman with sharp wings and a sharp gaze. Her lower body was completely empty, floating in midair like a bodiless ghost. Blood magic art. Ice lotus falls. Doom. Suddenly, a large amount of cold air appeared in the void, turning into a huge ice and snow lotus. Descending from above, it immediately covered Yao Jixu, pushing her shadow out. Don't waste words, our king is sleeping. Kill all these invaders. Don't let them disturb our king's rest. The cold voice sounded, and on the icy lotus flower sat a male figure. His face was stern, his pupils pale blue, and his mouth filled with coldness. In his right hand, he held a blue ancient fan, exuding a strong killing intent. Kill. Swallow them. For our king. 5 figures laughed heartily, displaying their strongest blood magic skills, and charged towards the few people. Especially the chubby man who had just had his head cut off by Zheng Cheng. His laughter was even more thunderous. In his eyes, he had already displayed his strongest blood magic, and his entire body had turned into a flesh-consuming blood python. In just a few breaths, he could swallow all the damned humans in front of him. This man possessed a terrifying flame, and if he could absorb his flesh, he might be able to control that flame. Then, hiss. The illusion had not ended yet. A sharp pain originating from the soul and life instinct echoed from all over his body. Ah! Flames. Golden flames. The holy light fire was violently burning. Zheng Cheng's body was suddenly engulfed in the holy light fire, and the flesh on his body was instantly turned into flames. Zheng Cheng took a step forward, reached into the pile of flesh, grabbed the chubby man by his neck, and slammed him to the ground. Blood Beast Lord, what the hell? With the existence of a central radar life monitoring art, he had already discovered these so-called Blood Beast Lords. At the same time, he also obtained their specific information. Name: Juhi. Occupation: Blood Beast Lord. Race: Undead Creature. Blood Beast Template: Lord Boss. Level: LV69. Strength: 220. Constitution: 255. Speed: 110. Spirit: 65. Skill: Blood Magic Art. Flesh Prison. Weakness: Light, Fire, Lightning Energy. Introduction: transformed by the mysterious Blood Beast virus released by a certain person, evolved into a Blood Beast Lord among the Blood Beast clan, a Lord-level creature, Blood Beast Lore, possessing powerful blood magic skills. This Blood Beast Lord actually had attributes similar to professional characters, and was a Lord-level boss rarely seen in its clan. Zheng Cheng grabbed the chubby man's neck, and his body's flesh suddenly exploded, forming two completely different ferocious beasts that charged towards Zheng Cheng. One serpent, one dragon. Unfortunately, the holy light surrounding Zheng Cheng had already enveloped its entire body. The dragon and serpent formed by its flesh and blood were burning fiercely under the continuous burning of the holy light. Oh! Roar! The dragon and serpent roared, while the holy light fire burned. In just a moment, the dragon and serpent were burned to ashes, collapsing quickly again, transforming back into the chubby man's figure. However, at this moment, he did not show any of his previous arrogance, kneeling on the ground with disbelief in his eyes. Impossible. King's power. How could he be so fragile, our king? With a low and hoarse roar, he ultimately succumbed to the burning of the holy light fire and collapsed on the ground. Descending from the air, Jun Cheng gazed intently at the spot where the chubby man was burned to death. There was still a piece of flesh that had not been completely incinerated, shriveled and trembling as it resisted the burning of the holy light fire. Nevertheless, even so, this piece of flesh was visibly disappearing at a rapid rate. What is this stuff? With a light wave of his hand, Jun Cheng recalled the holy light fire, grabbed the piece of flesh in his hand. This is a special ingredient. Jun stared at the piece of flesh in his hand, looking slightly red with some black spots, still quivering. His eyes flashed, and the attributes of this strange flesh appeared before him. Item: Earthly Spirit Great Year Fragment. Attribute: Spirit Seed Low Grade. Star Level: Unable to determine. Rank: Unable to determine. Effect: Infinite growth. Merging into a living body can bring almost endless life, while also gaining different abilities due to its desires, talents, etc. Explanation: One of the spiritual seeds of heaven and earth, born from the will of heaven and earth and the energy of the great world, can grow infinitely by absorbing the life force of other creatures. The earthly spirit Great Year, due to its nature, can merge into a living body, providing the living body with infinite life and gradually changing the life characteristics of the living body, ultimately integrating with the earthly spirit Great Year. Seed of Spirit? What the heck is this? Earthly Spirit Great Year? Great Year? Isn't this thing called flesh spirit mushroom? Why is it called spirit seed here? No, it's earthly spirit Great Year. Jun Cheng's eyes lit up. Although I don't know what exactly this thing is, it must be very precious. After merging into the body, it can actually gain endless life, as well as different powers. It's a pity that it mentions merging with this thing in the end. Looking at the still trembling piece of flesh in his hand, Jun Cheng's mouth twitched. Turn into a piece of flesh? No way. However, Jun Cheng's eyes gleamed as if he remembered something, and he casually put away this earthly spirit Great Year fragment, collecting all the fragments and the main body. These 5 so-called blood beast lords are the fragments, and the hidden blood beast king is the main body of the earthly spirit Great Year. Their so-called blood magic should be derived from the earthly spirit Great Year. In that case ... kill. Jun Cheng roared in rage as he charged towards the nearest blood beast lord. End of this chapter. Bam. Dam bam bam. Countless thorn-long arrows attacked Zhou Shiyu, hitting his massive body and causing sparks to fly, his diamond shield flashing intensely. The slender blood vampire beast merged directly into the flesh and thorns, firmly binding Zhou Shiyu, constantly engaging in friction and combat. Get lost! Zhou Shiyu shouted explosively, igniting golden flames on his body, intending to burn the blood vampire beast to death. But supported by a large amount of flesh and undead aura, the flames were instead suppressed. Drink! He yelled again, golden light flickering as 2 arms reappeared at his waist. Holding a sword and a trident, he smashed head-on towards the slender blood vampire beast. Tough! The sword shimmered and directly cut the flesh and thorns in half, instantly splitting the blood vampire beast in 2. A large amount of flesh squirmed, merging its massive body again. Huh. Not dead. Zhou Shiyu frowned. The trident in his 4th hand quivered, transforming into a storm once again stabbing the blood vampire beast. Numerous wind blades swept in, tearing his body into pieces. However, under the power of flesh and blood, the blood vampire beast fused once again. What appeared in front of Zhou Shiyu was a huge flesh ball covered in thorns, resembling a giant sea urchin. In the center of the sea urchin, there grew a blood-red vertical pupil. Blood vampire beast flesh thorn kinching slaughter. Under the roar of the blood vampire beast, numerous flesh and blood needles appeared on the ground and in the sky. Sharp, hard, and exuding a black blood-colored light, they rained down towards Zhou Shiyu. Bam, dam bam bam. Under the attack of countless long needles, his massive body kept retreating, leaving huge craters on the ground. Some needles pierced through his diamond shield, deeply embedding into Zhou Shiyu's flesh. The roots of the needles grew crazily, piercing deeply. Damn! Such strong and dying power. Zhou Shiyu cursed in his heart, his body swiftly shrinking in size. At the same time, his wheel in hand once again appeared, wrapping him in a golden lotus, resisting the flying needles. Simultaneously, his body emitted light, starting to suppress the strange needles that had penetrated his body. This blood vampire beast's power is really strange. It can suppress my Buddha's light. Zhou Shiyu thought, opposing elements, it seems I can only use that treasure to instantly eliminate its flesh and undying energy. Then, suddenly a familiar scream was heard. while he was pondering, quickly looking up to see a figure pressed against a huge blood ball on the flesh and thorns not far away. Bright golden flames fiercely burned, spreading from top to bottom, extending to the surrounding flesh and thorns. All the thorns and needles made entirely of flesh were rapidly burned to ashes, dissolving into a thick green smoke. Jun Cheng, Zhou Shiyu exclaimed in surprise, his eyes filled with shock and awe. Holy light fire! Such a powerful force, even more terrifying than my Buddha's light. Awe! The blood vampire beast let out another scream, its body full of flesh and blood squirming, trying to escape the burning of the holy light fire. However, no matter how it struggled, it couldn't escape. In the end, it could only be burned to ashes under the all-consuming holy light fire. Or did it? There was still a trembling piece of flesh left behind. Jun Cheng took hold of the chunk of flesh that was still trembling, collecting it. Zhou, I have saved you. How about a share of this spoils? Zhou Shiyu twitched his mouth, exhaling a long breath, saying, it's all yours. You heal first, I'll go help the others. Jun Cheng instructed, turning and leaving. Zhou Shiyu could only shake his head and sit down cross-legged. The blood tendril that had penetrated deeply into his flesh, and along with the blood vampire beast's demise, had lost its vitality. Pressured by his Buddha's light, it quickly turned into pus blood and was forced out of his body. Indeed, these high-ranking spirits are as one. In Jun Cheng's spatial ring, two pieces of flesh seized from the blood vampire beast were gradually merging, soon becoming a complete piece of flesh, doubling in size. The clone is so powerful. I wonder about the main body. Hey! A cry suddenly rang out, unveiling a huge black tornado swirling in the nearby sky. Insects swarm. At that moment, a group of insects formed by the flesh of high-ranking spirits merged into a storm winding around the Lingmai devouring dragon vine, devouring voraciously. Under the onslaught of this strange swarm, even the power of the Lingmai devouring dragon vine, an epic plant, could only temporarily evade the sharp blade. Coco, human, your power is too pure. My children love it so much. In mid-air, a half-human half-insect woman laughed heartily, surrounded by numerous blood insects that blocked the attacks of the Lingmai devouring dragon vine and devoured them all. On the ground, Kui Xiabing coldly watched the insect woman in mid-air, her hands forming seals, a faint green light emanating from her body. Then, with her hands raised to the sky, bursts of light green light surged from her body, rushing in all directions. A large shadow of a giant tree appeared behind her, towering hundreds of feet, lushly covering thousands of miles, like a canopy, yet like a scholar's canopy. Almost simultaneously, light green raindrops fell from the sky onto the ground. Quiet. As the light green light descended, the Lingmai devouring dragon vine, previously suppressed, immediately revived. Large nodes suddenly emerged from its sturdy branches and leaves, voraciously devouring the blood insects, with nauseating munching sounds filling the air. The giant tree shadow behind Kui Xiabing swayed for a moment, and green raindrops fell on the ground. These raindrops, landing on the blood insects, penetrated their bodies. Such a rich life force. What are you doing, human? The insect woman's eyes glinted strangely, saying, my blood insects are also life forms. Your life energy can't kill them, but instead it will enhance their strength. Human, you are doomed. With an order, a multitude of insects swiftly rushed towards the Lingmai devouring dragon vine. Strangely, the usually fast-moving blood insects now slowed down. Some, situated at the center of the green light and infused with copious amounts of green light, struggled to move. Many insects even began lying on the ground, peacefully asleep. The insect woman's face immediately turned grim, saying, Poison, no, sleep. This rich life force has unexpectedly made my insects start to sleep. Damn it, human! You are so despicable. She immediately acted, exuding a thick blood mist that invaded the blood insects around her. Blood vampire art insect smother insect kill. In the insect woman's furious cry, a portion of blood insects that were already asleep or struggling suddenly trembled before breaking apart. Large quantities of flesh and blood, along with the blood mist, gushed out of them, transforming into blood snakes. Under her command, they rushed towards Kui Xiabing. However, under the deluge of green light and rainwater, these blood snakes dissipated before escaping far, incinerated by the green light. Even though some blood-red entities managed to crawl near Kui Xiabing, they were promptly devoured by the Lingmai devouring dragon vine guarding her. The insect woman's face turned extremely unpleasant, gritting her teeth saying, These humans. What is their identity? How can they be so strong? My blood vampire art ... is completely ineffective. She subconsciously looked back, only to find that the blood vampire beast's auras had dissipated, having fallen. Juhi. Chenzen. How is this possible ... boom 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 ... Just then, a deafening roar sounded. Seeing a golden flame figure drawing close with blood insects around him, they were incinerated to ashes, unable to resist even for a moment. The power of the light. Why is it so strong? The insect woman exclaimed, emitting a thick blood mist that enveloped her body. Blood vampire art insect smother insect armor. Crack crack crack. As the harsh friction sound filled the air, numerous blood insects flew towards her at high speed, covering her entire body with a ferocious armor. Behind her, a pair of peculiar wings emerged. Seeing Zheng Cheng approaching, she hastily reached out, conjuring a claw entirely made of blood insects in the air, which she fiercely smashed towards him. Doom. The blood insect giant claw shattered, with many blood insects escaping for their lives, but even more being burnt to ashes by the holy light fire. Zheng Cheng, Kui Ziabing on the ground stared strangely. What was he doing? This insect woman, she could handle her on her own, as long as she was given enough time. Boom. The next moment, her pupil suddenly contracted. Numerous blood traps emerged in various directions, rushing towards Zheng Cheng and his group as they contacted and combated. The other blood vampire beast, the Ghost Maiden, also quickly broke free from the mental competition with the distant purple poppy, flying to the side of the ice demon. The three of them joined forces, attacking Zheng Cheng and his companions. Blood vampire art insect smother thousand insect shadows. Blood vampire art dance of the Ghost Maiden illusion of desire. The two women successively cast their spells. Countless insect shadows emerged from the void, blending into the surrounding ice mist, then attacked from all directions. In the mist, strange female figures with barely any clothes on also appeared. They lasciviously chuckled, shamelessly caressing their own bodies as the ice mist enveloped them, slowly submerging them. Be careful. Purple Poppy's voice came through. This blood vampire's power can influence one's mental state. Don't be lured by her. Her eyes were serious as she stared at Zheng Cheng. Especially you. Chapter 349. Ice Demon King. Eccentric Vampire Beast Lord. Me? Damn it. Why are you talking about me? Do I really look that lecherous? How slanderous. As he was speaking, a large amount of cold air was approaching and blocking the retreat of several people. On the ground, even the spirit-evil devouring dragon vine slowed down under the shroud of this cold air. Numerous ice blocks gathered together, freezing many of the spirit-evil devouring dragon vines. Even the spirit-evil fire that was still burning slowed down, its burning speed becoming extremely slow. Even the spirit-evil flower face on the ground began to wither at this moment. The large flowers regathered into flower buds, hiding away. Capture the enemy first, capture the king first. I'll deal with the ice demon. The rest is up to you. How about it? Zheng Cheng spoke up, but Yao Jixu immediately refused. The ice demon is my prey. Leave the others to you. After speaking, she ignored Zheng Cheng's attempt to stop her. Her figure flickered and disappeared into the surrounding ice fog. In the air, Snow, who left behind a clear laughter. Ice attribute. Master's boyfriend. You better deal with the others. Hehe. Several people looked strange, and Zheng Cheng could only say, let's get started. Behind these vampire beast lords, there is a vampire beast king. We must not let them reunite. Let's do it. Kui Xiabing took the lead, the spirit-evil devouring dragon vine moving under her command, blocking in front of several people. At the same time, the spirit-evil fire on the spirit-evil devouring dragon vine started burning fiercely, stopping all the approaching cold fog, not making a single progress. Purple poppies also clasped their hands together, and purple flowers floated out of her, surging into the surrounding ice fog. My abilities can temporarily help you resist the temptation. We must quickly kill that vampire beast lord. I'll do it. Zhou Xiyu also shouted, stepping forward with his right hand raised high. The demon-slaying staff in his hand emitted a golden light, thick and sharp at the tip. Ha! He shouted again, taking another step forward and throwing the demon-slaying staff out. Pu. The demon-slaying staff cut through the air, immediately splitting the thick ice fog, heading directly towards the ice demon. A series of miserable screams were heard as a large number of vampire beasts emerged from the ice fog, mixed with ghost shadows, and rushed towards them. Let's go. Several people shouted. once again rushing out. Zheng Cheng and Zhou Shiyu joined forces, attacking the insect woman and the ghost princess. Kui Ziabing and Ziyang Su each displayed their abilities, resisting the tide-like vampire beasts. Doom. Yao Jixu, transformed into a blizzard, rushed over and collided with a large patch of ice fog. The ice demon emerged from the ice fog, looking at Yao Jixu's figure and gritting his teeth. Human, do not be stubborn. Do you think I dare not kill you? Kill me? Yao Jixu sneered. I should be the one to kill you. You are seeking death. The ice demon roared, and the ice fog around him condensed, including a dense cloud of bloody mist surging out. Blood vampire art. Ice blood arrow. The ice fog around the ice demon quickly condensed, forming numerous ice arrows mixed with blood-colored aura, shooting towards Yao Jixu like a storm. Snow. Yao Jixu called out, and Snow, her snow-white figure, suddenly flew out from behind her. Here we go. Snow giggled, and pointed her mini-magic wand at the approaching ice blood arrows. Crack, like ice melting, touched by sunlight. The previously imposing ice blood arrows suddenly melted in midair. Only a fraction of the blood arrows continued to attack, easily blocked by Yao Jixu's blizzard. The ice demon's face immediately changed, exclaiming, "How is this possible? My blood vampire art, who are you? The one who will kill you." Yao Jixu's figure suddenly appeared in front of the ice demon, a large ice spear piercing into his body. Blood gushed out. The ice spear disappeared in an instant, leaving a large hole in his chest revealing his injuries. The ice demon's expression changed, becoming fierce once again. It's useless. I am immortal. Under the direct gaze of my king, you all will die without a doubt. Ha ha. The ice demon laughed wildly, a large amount of blood rushing through his body, turning himself into a blood-red statue. Blood vampire art. Ice demon king. Doom. A large amount of cold air surged, transforming into a giant figure crashing towards Yao Jixu. With horns on his head and a face like a demon, it was terrifying to behold. Doom. Another loud noise, snow flew past, and the Ice Demon King's giant figure immediately collapsed. But another surge of blood mist maintained the form of the Ice Demon King, a punch striking Yao Jixu. And in front of Yao Jixu, a shimmering figure suddenly appeared. Ice Snow Giant. The two giants, completely made of ice and snow, collided fiercely, causing a violent explosion sound. Upon closer inspection, the Ice Crystal Ice Demon King was shaking as it was entwined with the blood-red aura, constantly being pushed back. With each attack, it would retreat. At that moment, the situation on the ground changed dramatically. Kui Ziabing's body glowed with green light, and numerous spirit-evil devouring dragon vines rose from the ground like giant pythons, surging forth with a flame of spirit-evil, breaking all the surrounding ice to pieces. The closest insect woman hadn't reacted yet, and was torn into pieces by the spirit-evil devouring dragon vine. The spirit-evil devouring dragon vine is an epic-level creature. Although it doesn't have the corresponding abilities and domain, it is not something that mere blood-sucking beasts can rival. Kui Ziabing's indifferent voice suddenly sounded, "Die." As soon as she finished speaking, a dense mass of spirit-evil devouring dragon vines rushed out again, breaking all the ice around and submerging the figure of the ghost princess. "It looks like I'm not needed here." Ziyang Su smiled faintly, and with a thought, the spirit-evil flower face retracted and disappeared. Zhou Xingyu's figure also stopped, staring at the ground filled with spirit-evil devouring dragon vines in a strange manner. On the other side, Zheng Cheng took a step and, guided by the central radar life monitoring technique, accurately arrived at an empty space. A large amount of blood mist gathered, and another figure appeared faintly in one of the locations. Insect woman. She wasn't dead yet. As a vampire beast lord, they possessed extremely tenacious vitality. The spirit-evil devouring dragon vine could easily crush them, tear them apart, but couldn't completely destroy them. What kind of people are these humans? We are no match for them. Pu. Before she could finish speaking, a fist burning with golden flames directly smashed through her chest, penetrating through. How is this possible? She looked down at the gaping hole in her chest, especially the burning golden flames on it, unable to believe her eyes. The golden flame spread, quickly submerging her entire body. "Save me! Ice demon! Ice demon! Save me! My king! My king!" Wah! Sorrowful screams and sobs came from above, but no matter how she struggled and cried, no one came to her rescue. In the end, her form was completely burned away by the holy fire, leaving only a slightly smaller piece of earth spirit year beast flesh, collected by Zheng Cheng into the spatial ring. 3 pieces of earth spirit tier beast flesh merged again. Zheng Cheng's eyes flickered, becoming more and more curious about what the complete earth spirit year was. The central radar life monitoring technique was activated again, and in the entire 3D map, amidst the dense vampire beast group, 2 more light points appeared more prominently. Ice Demon, Ghost Princess. Of the 5 main vampire beasts, only these 2 remains. The Ice Demon was entangled by Yao Jixu and couldn't leave, while the Ghost Princess, with her half-human half-ghost form, quickly shuttled through the vampire beast group, trying to escape from this place. Trying to run. Impossible. Zheng Cheng stepped on the ground, and a group of ghost shadows rose from the ground, blocking his path and protecting the Ghost Princess. Unfortunately, the golden flames burning in front of Zheng Cheng were the bane of these ghost shadows, easily burning them to ashes. As Zheng Cheng was about to catch up to the Ghost Princess, she began to shout for help. "My king! Save me! My king! Ah! Tu!" Before the wailing screams could fade, Z King's figure suddenly flew out. Her staff emitted a blue light, transforming into a giant hand in the air, and slapped down, crushing the Ghost Princess firmly to the ground. Zheng Cheng was amazed. "Z Cheng, your cyanobacterium element controlling is getting more and more proficient." "Of course," Z Cheng said proudly. "With the improvement of the master's strength, my abilities are also increasing. I can feel it. I have already reached the edge of the cyanobacterium domain." "So fast," the 2 said, as the golden holy fire descended from the sky, spreading over Z King's cyanobacterium hand and onto the Ghost Princess. The roaring holy fire quickly engulfed the Ghost Princess's figure. After a few breaths, another piece of earth spirit year beast flesh was collected by Zheng Cheng. "Hey master, what did you just pick up? Do you recognize it? The breath seems familiar. It seems like it's similar to snow." "Elemental spirit?" Zheng Cheng thought for a moment and said, "This piece of flesh is called earth spirit year beast flesh. Classify as a spirit type according to its attributes." "Spirit type?" Kinger frowned thoughtfully, then said, "Although I am an elemental spirit, I was born based on your cyanobacterium protective shield, and my knowledge of the elemental spirit family's inheritance is limited. Maybe that little snowman knows something about spirit type knowledge." "Little snowman? Snow. That is. All right, I'll go ask later." Boom. Boom rumble. Suddenly, at that moment, a violent tremor was heard from within the Black Mountain City. The earth cracked open, houses collapsed, and suddenly, there were large trenches and pits appearing all over the Black Mountain City. "What's going on? An earthquake? Quick! Get away!" Earthquake! Cries echoed. Zheng Cheng and the others hurried to find a way to fly into the air. The spirit evil devouring dragon vine rose into the sky, its thick vines supporting everyone in midair, avoiding being swallowed by the earth. Doom! The ground where they stood suddenly began to shake, revealing 4 or 5 huge fissures that appeared abruptly, like giant mouths trying to devour them. Fortunately, under Kui Ziabing's control, the spirit evil devouring dragon vine countered by wildly extending its roots, tightly winding around the boulders on both sides of the fissure, preventing them from falling. "Are you all okay? Quick, climb upwards. How could there be an earthquake in this secret realm? Look at Black Mountain City." Zheng Cheng looked up, only to see that the distant Black Mountain City had turned into a pile of rubble. Countless houses collapsed, and the earth formed hundreds of large cracks, like a statue with a large mouth. Countless vampire beasts were screaming and being swallowed by the cracks, losing their breath. Not only that, a large amount of black and red ore was slowly rising from these places, spreading towards the entire city. "My king!" The Ice Demon's delighted voice came from above. "You've awakened. My humble servant begs for your forgiveness. The strength of these humans is too strong. We are no match for them." Pa. Before he could finish speaking, Yao Jixu pierced him through the chest with another ice spear. "Damn humans, be gone!" The Ice Demon roared. The fog around him quickly gathered and turned into a giant ice lotus, attempting to push Yao Jixu back. Unexpectedly, snow again made a move, causing the ice lotus to collapse at a visible speed. Then the remnants were used against him. Seizing this opportunity, Zheng Cheng crossed more than 10 meters in an instant, pressing his palm on the Ice Demon's head. The golden holy fire burned fiercely. "Ah!" The Ice Demon suddenly howled, large chunks of flesh falling off his body, revealing icy bones beneath. Strangely, his bones were also made of ice. I am a vampire beast lord. I cannot die. I will not die. Ah. Blood vampire art. Ice lotus brambles. Doom. The remaining blood mist erupted, and the ice demon's entire body exploded, transforming into a giant ice lotus covered with countless thorns. The surface of the ice lotus was still oozing with sticky flesh. It looked like a beautiful piece of art. Unfortunately, in one corner of this artwork, a blazing golden flame spread rapidly. Soon, the golden flames engulfed the entire ice lotus, engulfing it in the blink of an eye. Jun Cheng reached out and grabbed another piece of the icier spirit year beast flesh. Want to die together? Do you have the ability to do so? Jun Cheng spoke coldly, and Yao Jixu's figure suddenly descended, her eyes looking at the direction of the ice demon's explosive self-destruction. Huh, what's that? Jun Cheng also looked over, only to see that after the ice demon's explosion, apart from the piece of earth spirit year beast flesh in his hand, there was also a crystal clear bone. Entirely made of ice blocks, it looked like a crystal art piece. Suddenly, at this moment, a voice filled with panic and despair came from deep within the earth. Taisuai, my Taisuai, give it back to me. Chapter 350 Skill Failure, Alzheimer's Forgetting Technique. Doom. The violent roar resounded again, and the blood-flesh tentacles under the cracked earth suddenly became frenzy. They unexpectedly broke through the blockade of the spirit charm devouring dragon vine and madly rushed towards Jun Cheng's direction. At the same time, Zhou Xinyu's figure was also suddenly overturned by the burst of blood-flesh tentacles. If these blood-flesh tentacles weren't solely focused on attacking Jun Cheng, he would have been torn apart by these blood-flesh tentacles long ago. In that moment of breakthrough, the spirit charm devouring dragon vine also caught up. The two groups of tentacles and vines intertwined tightly, like a group of snakes in a nest. Jun Cheng looked at the Ice and Snow skeleton and instructed, "It should be a treasure of the Ice and Snow series. You should keep it first." Okay. A gust of blizzard swept through, rolled up the Ice and Snow skeleton into Yao Jixu's hand. "Ice sting bone. Yao Jixu muttered, "A pure ice elemental treasure that can only drop after the death of an ice spirit creature. It can be used to create weapons, tools, absorb its pure extreme cold breath, and merge it into oneself." Zhuo exclaimed, "Master, this is a treasure. Zhuo will help you." Saying that, Zhuo flew over, holding the Ice and Snow skeleton in her arms, and then deeply sucked on the bone with her little mouth. Whoosh! From Jun Cheng's perspective, a ghostly blue light was seen being sucked into Zhuo's body through the bone. The bone that was originally deep blue turned completely white, while Zhuo's originally white body now had a deep blue hue. "Master, catch this." Zhuo flew up, gently sitting on Yao Jixu's shoulder. Opening her mouth, a ghostly blue aura fell onto Yao Jixu and slowly seeped into her body. Yao Jixu closed her eyes in contemplation. A deep blue snowflake appeared on her forehead, looking extremely delicate. Seeing this, Jun Cheng ordered, "You absorb here first. I'll go deal with this boss." Okay. Jun Cheng stepped on his feet, and Jerry spread his wings, flying towards below. However, halfway through he stopped, for a simple reason. The large number of blood-flesh tentacles surging out of the earth were still entwined by the spirit charm devouring dragon vine, unable to break through the vine's blockade. The two massive entities entangled with each other, unable to defeat one another. However, the spirit charm devouring dragon vine was burning with intense spirit charm fire, invading the bodies of these blood-flesh tentacles. Giving the vine enough time, these flesh tentacles would even be assimilated by the spirit charm devouring dragon vine. Jun Cheng, a spirit charm devouring dragon vine, dragged a figure over. It was Kui Xiabing. "I've entangled the underground boss. Can you find it and directly attack its main body?" "That's my plan." Jun Cheng nodded, activated the central radar life monitoring technique, and moved towards the underground to explore, quickly finding the target. Among the crimson lights on the ground, a massive target with strong animosity and a large body attracted his attention. Found it. Name: Demon Dancer. Occupation: Bloodthirsty Beast King. Race: Undead Creature. Bloodthirsty Beast. Template: King Boss. Level: LV7-9. Strength: 250. Physique: 300. Speed: 140. Spirit: 265. Skill: Bloodthirsty Technique. 5 phases return to origin. Weakness: light, flame, thunder and lightning energy. Introduction: a demonic creature fortunate enough to obtain the earth spirit's miasma, arising from its desire and slaughter. After maximizing its own abilities, it even acquired the power of the Earth Spirit. Demonic creature, Earth Spirit's miasma. Jun Cheng's eyes lit up, quickly gaining a clear understanding of the origin of this boss. I'll go underground to kill it, you clear the way for me. Okay. Jun Cheng's figure flashed, rushing towards the chasm. While Kui Xiabing extended her hand, numerous spirit charm devouring dragon vines immediately rushed out, drilling out of the chasm. The spirit charm fire burned vigorously, driving back the largest flesh tentacle in the central chasm. Jun Cheng took advantage of this opportunity to dive into the chasm, swiftly moving towards the ground. Human, you seek death. A hoarse voice sounded again, and the surrounding blood-flesh tentacles suddenly grew dense thorns, shooting towards Jun Cheng. Bloodthirsty technique. 5 phases returned to origin. Blood-flesh thorns. The thorns attacked, and a radiant golden light ignited on Jun Cheng's body. Every thorn that came close was burned by the golden light, screaming and fleeing. At the same time, a cyan penicillium micron shield emerged, blocking the continuous onslaught of flesh tentacles. Little King's figure emerged, and the penicillium micron shield transformed into an arrow, surrounding Jun Cheng and moving downwards. Tai Xiuai, assist me. The voice of the boss resounded again, and more flesh tentacles broke through the blockade of the spirit charm devouring dragon vine, rushing madly towards Jun Cheng. Bloodthirsty technique. 5 phases returned to origin. Ice Snow Lotus. A nearby flesh tentacle suddenly turned into ice and snow, quickly gathering into ice blades in the air, blocking Jun Cheng's path. The golden light fire burned fiercely, but the flesh tentacles continued their relentless charge, unable to break through in a short time. There are too many flesh tentacles. Jun Cheng frowned, pulling out the cluster flower scepter, executing the virtual fire incineration technique on the flesh tentacles. The terrifying virtual fire ignited momentarily, but suddenly extinguished after a few breaths. It was unclear what had happened. Why did the virtual fire extinguish so quickly? What's wrong with this bloodthirsty beast? Why is the virtual fire incineration technique ineffective against it? Master. Little King's figure flew down and said strangely, these bloodthirsty beasts are quite strange. I can sense their emotions straying from time to time, which is why your virtual fire incineration technique didn't work. The virtual fire incineration technique lost its effect. Can it only break through with the holy light flame? Jun Cheng was confident in dealing with this bloodthirsty beast boss solely relying on the virtual fire incineration technique. After all, for undead creatures and the like, the virtual fire incineration technique was their bane. However, now that this bane had lost its effect, he had to think of other ways. Master, have you forgotten that we just learned a new variation skill? Little Ching continued, I think that new variation skill might be worth a try. The new variation skill. Jun Cheng's eyes lit up, quickly recalling what it was. You are quite a clever little sprite. Jun Cheng laughed, continuing his descent. At the same time, the holy light fire burned brightly, once again forcing the approaching flesh tentacles to retreat. He even increased his mental strength output. When the approaching flesh tentacles were incinerated by the holy light fire, some of them headed further down, burning fiercely towards the depths. Human, if you leave now, I will spare you. If you continue to be stubborn, I won't be polite. Impolite. Jun Cheng chuckled. I really want to see how impolite you can be. Seeking death. Bloodthirsty technique. 5 phases. Alzheimer's forgetting technique. Alzheimer's forgetting technique internal. Leave 1. Variation skill. Casting range of 10 meters, causes the target to forget or misremember the current mastered skills for a short time based on the target's magic defense. If the mastered skills are magic, divine arts, witchcraft and other mental or elemental skills, it can cause a magical backlash effect on the target. Under the influence of these strange skill fluctuations, the blood-flesh tentacles that had turned into blood threads suddenly began to tremble frantically. The blood-flesh collapsed, the blood mist dissipated, and even the blood threads emitted sharp screeching noises as they retreated and disintegrated. This disintegration spread visibly at eye level and quickly invaded the bloodthirsty beast king connected to this group of flesh tentacles. A piercing scream suddenly resounded, the surrounding blood-flesh tentacles aggressively crumbling, turning into a dense blood mist. The flesh tentacles that were entangled with the spirit charm devouring dragon vine also shrank instantly, pursued by the devouring vine, fleeing wildly. Human, what have you done? My bloodthirsty technique. My brain. I forgot everything. All forgotten. Damn human. What on earth did you do? The bloodthirsty Beast King's impotence and rage did not concern Zhang Cheng at all. Under the guidance of the central radar life monitoring technique, he quickly rushed towards the area where this bloodthirsty Beast King was located. I'll kill you. Bloodthirsty technique. 5 phases. Alzheimer's forgetting technique. Zhang Cheng took a step forward, causing the blood flash on the armadillo's body to burst again, eliciting a scream of pain. I've said it. It's useless. No skill will work on me, not even your proud bloodthirsty technique. Escalating. As if sensing the imminent threat, the large mass of blood flesh suddenly began to wriggle. Simultaneously, the enormous armadillo-like monster suddenly rushed forward, its massive body detaching from the mass of blood flesh, or rather, from the earth spirit. The blood flesh tendrils still wrapped around the armadillo, but it clearly had gained freedom of movement. Ha ha. I can move. I can move. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. The armadillo demon roared, its large body heading straight for Zhang Cheng. Glowing scales covered its body, its claws becoming razor-sharp. With a screech, the air even carried a harsh friction sound. In a flash, the sharp claws had already scratched Zhang Cheng. Chapter 351. What is a spirit species? The root of the strong birth of myriad races in the heavenly realms. Doom. A loud noise resounded as the giant pangolin strike only managed to grasp a point just 1 centimeter away from Zhang Cheng's body, unable to advance any further. A faint cyan light guarded in front of him, blocking all the attacks. The eyes of the blood vampire Beast King were filled with shock, its sharp fangs quivering. How is this possible? You. Before the words could even finish, they saw Z King's figure flying from behind Zhang Cheng, her staff pointing steadily at him. The chloramphenicol mycobacterium protection shield attached to Zhang Cheng suddenly expanded, protecting the entire blood vampire Beast King in a giant circle. What is this? Let me go. The blood vampire Beast King began to struggle, its sharp fangs and claws constantly gnawing at the shield. But no matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't break through the encirclement of the chloramphenicol mycobacterium protection shield focused on defense and detoxification. At this moment, in Z King's hands, the chloramphenicol mycobacterium protection shield, primarily used for defense and detoxification, transformed into a cage focused on control and trapping. It must be said that this was Z King's innate talent as a chloramphenicol elemental spirit. Zhang Cheng reached out and a golden flame of divine light appeared, which he casually threw onto the body of the blood vampire Beast King. A scream of misery rang out as the blood vampire Beast King immediately let out intense screams. The golden flame of divine light entwined around its body like maggots, rapidly engulfing it, burning intensely. Damn it! I'll kill you! I'll kill you! Let me go! Blood vampire art. Ghost scale transformation. It roared again, its body enveloped in blood mist, its scales turning blood red, like a suit of blood red armor guarding it, temporarily blocking the golden flame of divine light. Even its sharp claws and fangs were covered in a layer of blood red light, making its power stronger. Unfortunately, it still couldn't break through the chloramphenicol mycobacterium protection shield. It can still use blood vampire art ... and has this strange feeling. Zhang Cheng muttered, his eyes filled with resentment and anger as he looked at the blood vampire Beast King. It seemed to remind him of something, subconsciously turning his gaze to the Earth Spirit Grand Duke lying quietly on the ground. My self-immolation art was originally a nemesis for undead creatures, but it didn't work on the blood vampire Beast clan before, and I thought it was due to the special nature of the blood vampire Beast clan. But now, it seems the reason lies in it. With that said, his mind moved again, and a continuously flickering, ethereal flame appeared above his head, landing on the blood vampire Beast King enveloped by the chloramphenicol mycobacterium protection shield. A piercing scream immediately came from the mouth of the blood vampire Beast King as its massive body began to struggle on the ground. A phantom flame surged from its head, quickly covering its entire body, burning fiercely. The physical body suffered the burning of the golden divine light flame. The soul suffered the burning of the ethereal phantom flame. Under the dual effects, the blood vampire Beast King's struggling strength gradually diminished, resembling a ghostly figure. It let out another series of screams, as if calling for something. The Earth Spirit Grand Duke, which had been lying quietly on the ground, suddenly wriggled, tendrils extending from its body towards the direction of the blood vampire Beast King. As expected, Zhang Cheng murmured, The reason his self-immolation art didn't work on the blood vampire beast was due to this Earth Spirit Grand Duke. According to his previous life experience, Earth Spirit Grand Duke, commonly known as Flesh Spirit Ganoderma, was a rare aggregation composed of mucor, bacteria, and fungi growing underground. Specifically, it was not an animal or a plant, but a kind of fungus more inclined towards being a plant. How could fungi-ad plants have emotions? Naturally, they could avoid being burned by the self-immolation art. Being a spirit species, the Earth Spirit Grand Duke also possessed these characteristics. The blood vampire beasts, on the other hand, were derived from the Earth Spirit Grand Duke, or rather, the reason they could become blood vampire beasts lay with the Earth Spirit Grand Duke. Burning the blood vampire beast with the self-immolation art was essentially burning the Earth Spirit Grand Duke, so it naturally had no effect. Now, Si Ching had cut off the connection between the blood vampire beast king and the Earth Spirit Grand Duke with the chloramphenicol mycobacterium protection shield. Without the support of the Earth Spirit Grand Duke, this blood vampire beast king was just a special kind of undead demon. At this moment, the self-immolation art was its nemesis. As the golden divine light and ethereal flames burned on the blood vampire beast king, Zheng Cheng casually walked over to the Earth Spirit Grand Duke. Strangely, the Earth Spirit Grand Duke did not resist him at all. Its massive body only shivered slightly, expressing who knows what. So this is the Earth Spirit Grand Duke, one of the spirit species, indeed. Strange. Standing in front of Zheng Cheng was a giant fleshy mass approximately 5 meters long, 2 meters high, and with a thickness of about 2 meters. It looked like an elephant with its limbs cut off. Its overall skin was a dark red color with intricate and mysterious patterns all over it, which upon closer inspection appeared to be a large mass of runes brimming with profound aura. Activating the central radar life monitoring technique, the specific attributes of this large mass of Earth Spirit Grand Duke appeared before him. Item: Earth Spirit Grand Duke main body. Attribute: Spirit species lower grade. Star rating: cannot be determined. Quality level: epic adult. Effect: infinite growth. Merging into the body can bring almost endless life to the body, and will gain different powers based on desires and talents. Function 1. Medicine integration. As one of the spirit species, the Earth Spirit Grand Duke can infinitely reproduce, and its flesh and blood possess great vitality and medicinal properties, making it a valuable ingredient for alchemy and medicine refining. Function 2. Possession. As one of the spirit species, the Earth Spirit Grand Duke has its own characteristics. Professionals can merge with the Earth Spirit Grand Duke to enhance their overall strength in all aspects, and can comprehend different abilities based on their talents and attributes. Function 3. Changing heaven and earth. As one of the spirit species, the Earth Spirit Grand Duke can gradually change its environment over time, making the surrounding areas more suitable for its growth. After merging, it can strengthen the professional's domain power. Function 4. Puppetry. After merging, professionals can utilize the Earth Spirit Grand Duke's characteristics to split flesh and blood avatars, bestowing different life forces and strengths to different creatures, turning them into Earth Spirit Grand Dukes and puppets. Function 5. Photosynthesis. As one of the spirit species, the Earth Spirit Grand Duke can automatically consume surrounding life forms for growth. However, as long as there is sunlight, it can maintain minimal life consumption. After merging, as long as sunlight shines, it can restore its physical qualities, spirit, and vitality. Function 6. Immortality. Being one of the spirit species, the Earth Spirit Grand Duke has the characteristic of immortality. As long as it does not suffer a fatal blow, it will not die. After merging, the merged one will also possess the characteristics of immortality. However, one's body and spirit will gradually be consumed by the Earth Spirit Grand Duke, becoming part of the Earth Spirit Grand Duke. Explanation. As one of the celestial spirit species, born of the will of heaven and earth and the energy of the great world, it can grow limitlessly by absorbing other life forces. The Earth Spirit Grand Duke, due to its characteristics, can merge into living beings, provide them with endless life, and gradually alter the features of the living beings, ultimately merging completely with the Earth Spirit Grand Duke. Note: the Earth Spirit Grand Duke is one of the celestial spirit species and will develop different talents based on the current environment and the talents of the merged life. It enhances the strength and talents of the merged being. It will provide the merged being almost endless life, but as time passes, the merged being will gradually merge completely with the Earth Spirit Grand Duke, so please use it with caution. This Looking at the description of the Earth Spirit Grand Duke, Jun Cheng took a deep breath. What kind of thing is this? And why does it have such immense power and effects? Observing the Earth Spirit Grand Duke, it reminded him of another item he possessed. The divine artifact. How come this Earth Spirit Grand Duke looks so similar to a divine artifact? Immortality. Domain amplification. Splitting. Puppetry. Jun Cheng seemed to remember something, and another piece of flesh appeared in his hand. This was the flesh form after the Earth Spirit Grand Duke integrated the remains of the 5 blood vampire lords he had slain, serving as the Earth Spirit Grand Duke's avatar. As he took out this piece of flesh, the main body of the Earth Spirit Grand Duke seemed to sense something and slowly moved towards him. Without hesitation, Jun Cheng threw this piece of flesh onto the main body of the Earth Spirit Grand Duke, and it slowly engulfed the flesh without making a sound. The Earth Spirit Grand Duke. It's not good to leave it here, and it's even worse to merge with me, unless there is. His gaze focused on the 5th function, photosynthesis, as long as it can survive in sunlight, gradually improve its environment. Spiritual paradise. His eyes lit up, and he retrieved a world artifact from out of thin air. At this moment, the world artifact was still in a state of deep slumber, but signs of awakening were starting to emerge. Ever since it swallowed the spiritual paradise, it had been in deep slumber, and he didn't know when it would awaken. Name. World artifact. Race. Conceptual being. Attribute. Mix of world rules. Status. Repairing 45.96%. Explanation. This item is a bizarre creature born from the collision and fusion of rules when 2 or more worlds merge. It contains one world, capable of growing freely on its own, or through the absorption of temporal rifts. 45.96. Jun Cheng muttered. The spiritual paradise had directly enhanced the repair progress of the world artifact to 45.96%. What would the repair progress reach once the world artifact completely absorbed the spiritual paradise? If the world artifact is successfully repaired, I will gain a small world. What effect would it have if I place the Earth Spirit Grand Duke inside it later? Jun Cheng. Just as he was pondering, several voices resounded. It turned out to be Zhou Shiyu, Yao Jixu, Kui Xiabing, and Zionsk, who had followed the underground cave to this place. Are you okay? What's going on here, a boss? You took care of it by yourself. The group looked amazed as they gazed at the still-burning blood vampire Beast King, exchanging glances. By now, the blood vampire Beast King had gradually fallen silent, turning into a pile of ashes. As the flames flicker, another mass of flesh appeared beside the remains of the blood vampire Beast King. A mass formed from the Earth Spirit Grand Duke's avatar. What the hell is this? Zhou Shiyu, who was the fastest to arrive, immediately noticed the large mass of flesh before Jun Cheng and scrutinized it from top to bottom. Jun Cheng explained, I defeated the boss, and I found this thing called the Earth Spirit Grand Duke. Zhou Shiyu continued, I checked, and it seems to belong to one of the spirit species. You should know that the enemies we are facing are the myriad races of the heavenly realms, different races of strong and weak species in various celestial realms. And the alien battlefield is where our blue star borders other celestial races from different planes. The spirit species are creatures that were born alongside the world or universe at its inception, and they each possess different characteristics and effects, forming comrades at the birth of the heavens, world, and universe. Jun Cheng nodded. So this is the Earth Spirit Grand Duke, a spirit species. Zhou Shiyu nodded vigorously. If we can cultivate this spirit species, perhaps our blue star human race might also enter the ranks of the top 100 powerful species among the myriad races of the heavenly realms. Jun Cheng scoffed. Only the top 100? My dear Cheng, don't underestimate the top 100. Zhou Shiyu smiled wryly. Even the formidable Beastman clan, our sworn enemies, are only in the top 20, let alone us not being able to break into the top 1,000. If the Beastman clan had more enemies, and we were only facing a small part of the Beastman clan and its affiliated races, our blue star human race would have been wiped out long ago. Jun Cheng suddenly became interested and asked, by the way, we've been talking about the myriad races of the heavenly realms, so what are the top 10 races among them really like? There doesn't seem to be any information in books or online. What I know so far is that the top 5 among the myriad races of the heavenly realms are the Demon Clan in the 5th position, Titan Clan in the 7th position, Ghost Clan in the 9th position. But what about the others? Zhou Shiyu answered closely. From what I've heard, The powerful species among the top 10 races all have deities, even main gods, supreme gods, and even saints. When someone mentions their names or races, they can sense it in the depths of their minds. If there is any enmity towards them, they can perceive it in an instant. That's why, unless necessary, the elders strictly forbid us from discussing other races in detail. Even writing about them is forbidden. Last time, we were able to talk about the demon clan because we were in the spiritual paradise, protected by the great emperor of the spiritual paradise. And now, it is because this piece of fleshy spirit species is here, creating its own exclusive territory, that I dared to speak out. If we were outside, I wouldn't dare. Zhou Shiyu whispered. The 10th ranked race among the myriad races of the heavenly realms is said to be called the. Suddenly, a strange buzzing sound appeared, and the five subconsciously looked towards the corpse of the blood vampire beast king, where a somewhat unstable spatial passage had suddenly appeared above it. Several ghostly figures rushed out from it in an instant. Gah, gah, gah. Time is running out. Are those few people dead yet? As long as, not dead. All 5 of them are here. Ghosts, your intelligence is false. Kill them. Just 5 kids. What's there to fear? Take advantage of the fact that the Fire Ghost King hasn't come after us yet. Quickly kill them. Spirit species. 5,000 words long chapter. This took a toll on me. Too many things happening these days. I'll try to ensure regular updates. End of this chapter. Chapter 352. Failed mutant skill, powerful ascetic. One of them shouted in shock, is it really a spiritual species? I will go all out against you. Evil Dragon Blade, theft, Chapter 354. Did Jerry get swallowed? Strange earthly spirit. Great year. A hazy gray blade slashed out, immediately severing several roots of the spirit-devouring dragon grass. Unfortunately, this hazy gray blade also dissipated afterwards. Suyu's entire figure was quickly engulfed by the densely packed spirit-devouring dragon grass. On the other side, Yu Wu, facing off against Z Poppy, also had a difficult expression on his face. His innate ability of ghostly howl unexpectedly had no effect on the girl in front of him. The strange flower in front of her quickly recovered after its initial confusion. The tiny flower buds, resembling venomous snakes, continued to hiss, consuming all the ghostly howls he unleashed. At the same time, more strange spiritual fluctuations invaded his mind, a unique mental power belonging to plants or semi-undead creatures. Accompanying these strange spiritual invasions, he actually felt a tingling sensation in his body, and his mind fell into a state of stupor. Ghost poison. Yu Wu's face changed drastically as a ghostly mist emanated from her body, forming into a giant palm lunging towards Z Poppy. Simultaneously, he quickly retreated, and a special rune appeared in his hand, which he tore open directly. Ghost doll, you guys can play by yourselves, I'll not accompany you. As soon as his voice fell, he threw the rune out, causing a noticeable spatial distortion to surge out immediately, and a dark and deep spatial crack appeared right before his eyes. With a sway of his body, Yu's figure immediately turned into a black light and rushed towards the spatial crack. But the next second, Jun Cheng's figure mysteriously appeared in front of Yu Wu, and his golden flame inundated the slight spatial crack like a tide. Trying to run. Come back to me. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk. The golden sacred light swept out, immediately submerging Yu Wu's figure. Sacred light. Sacred light flame. My body. Damn ghost owl. I won't spare you, my king. Save me ... Asterisk asterisk puff. Asterisk. Asterisk. Yu Wu's cries of despair rang out one after another, but as a ghost reincarnator, he had no resistance against his ultimate foe, the sacred light, and could only allow it to burn him. Damn it, I'll take you on. Yu Wu suddenly roared, swelling up his entire body, an eerie black light gushing out from within him, momentarily forcing Jun Cheng's sacred light fire out of his body. At the same time, he opened his mouth and exhaled a jet black mist, transforming it into a slender sword. Evil soul. Faced with this attack, Jun Cheng decisively extended his hand. Alzheimer's forgetfulness technique. Asterisk asterisk puff. Asterisk asterisk. In an instant, the evil soul sword in front of Yu Wu shattered, turning into numerous razor-sharp blades that tore his body apart. Another miserable cry. Jun Cheng showed no mercy, as he cast another spell, scorching the ghostly flames onto Yu Wu's body. Spectre. As one of the most common undead creatures among the undead, specters needed an accumulation of boundless resentment in their innate form. For him, the virtual fire was akin to a natural enemy, incapable of resisting it. The golden sacred light fire burned his body, the illusory virtual flames scorched his soul, and Yu immediately lost his ability to resist, struggling and crying out in despair. However, this anger and fear only intensified the burning of the virtual fire. Seeing Yu lose his ability to resist, Zheng Cheng turned the tables once more and attacked with the evil flames. This skeleton, engulfed in flames of scarlet red, had been repeatedly troublesome, showing significant resilience. As Zheng Cheng pounced, the evil flames, unafraid, suddenly chanted a bizarre phrase, and the blood-red flames engulfed his entire body. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk. Zheng Cheng waved his hand, and the illusory flames of the sacred light surged out and landed on his opponent. Upon contact with the blood-red flames, a near-piercing friction sound erupted, like pouring cold water into boiling hot oil. Hot can resist the burning of the sacred light fire temporarily. Red Lotus Hellfire. It was rumored that the Red Lotus Hellfire was infernal fire used to punish evil spirits and unjust souls, a terrifying flame that was unexpected in this person's control. Seeing this scene, Zheng Cheng once again launched the illusory fire spell, hitting the evil flames once more. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk. This time, the Red Lotus Hellfire on the evil flame suddenly surged, with raging virtual flames burning on top of the Red Lotus Hellfire. This time, there was a slight disturbance in the blood-colored soul flames in the two empty pupils of the evil flames. Bo, what have you done? Flames that burn the soul, remarkably similar to my Red Lotus Hellfire. Asterisk asterisk die for me. Asterisk asterisk. The evil flames roared in anger, taking giant strides forward, with the Red Lotus Hellfire burning fiercely on his body, causing its size to skyrocket instantly. The ice formed on his body melted away at once, the Red Lotus Hellfire burning ferociously. The ice and snow giants, summoned by Yao Jixu, began to visibly melt at a rapid pace. Stretching out a hand, a flaming iron chain appeared, directly smashing towards Zheng Cheng. Just as Zheng Cheng was about to act, Jerry's massive form suddenly descended from the sky, landing directly on the evil flames. Even the iron chain thrown by the evil flames landed heavily on Jerry, prompting a mournful cry from the evil flames. Nonetheless, his massive mouth remained tightly clamped onto the head of the evil flames, allowing the Red Lotus Hellfire to incinerate him. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk get lost. The evil flames roared in anger, spikes rapidly growing on his body, piercing through Jerry's body, before tossing him away violently. Asterisk asterisk crash. Asterisk asterisk. Upon being thrown, Jerry hit the wall above the Earth Spirit Great Year's head, a spray of blood dripping down onto the Earth Spirit Great Year's body. Subsequently, Jerry's body slammed onto the Earth Spirit Great Year's body, emitting a string of moans. Jerry was nearly struck down by the evil flames, but this action also bought Zheng Cheng and Yao Jixu enough time. Stepping out, Zheng Cheng once again unleashed the holy light fire on the evil flames. Meanwhile, Yao Jixu flew over, descending an icy breath from the sky to temporarily seal off the airspace of the evil flames. Asterisk puff. Asterisk. Asterisk puff puff. Asterisk. Just then, the cavern overhead suddenly collapsed, and dozens of blood-red tentacles descended, entwining the evil flames, despite the burning of the Red Lotus Hellfire. That was Blood Guanyan. The Blood Guanyan, who was left on the surface to slaughter the bloodthirsty beasts by Zheng Cheng, rushed over in time to launch an attack on the remaining few individuals. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk. The evil flames were entangled all over by the Blood Guanyan, and the bone spurs on his body once again wildly surged, tearing apart the Blood Guanyan's tendrils. A large amount of viscous blood gushed out from the Blood Guanyan's veins, staining his entire body. Seizing this opportunity, Zheng Cheng raised his hand again. Blood burning art. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk. In an instant, the figure of the evil flames was engulfed by an infinite blaze of blood fire, burning intensely. The golden sacred light fire, illusory flames, and bloody blaze enveloped the evil flames, causing the Red Lotus Hellfire on his body to dissipate at a visible speed. Asterisk asterisk tilde. Asterisk asterisk. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out, drawing the attention of the onlookers, including Zheng Cheng, who instinctively looked over. Jerry? Zheng Cheng exclaimed in amazement, seeing Jerry, who had been previously thrown by the evil flames, now entwined with the Earth Spirit Great Year, howling in pain. Numerous blood-red flesh buds surged from the Earth Spirit Great Year's body, akin to tiny snakes slithering into Jerry's wounds, mouth, ears, and even eyes. Jerry began to desperately struggle. Black scales appeared on his body, then transformed into feathers, growing 3 pairs of thin wings akin to cicada wings on his back. His fangs in his mouth constantly changed, attempting to block the invasion of the Earth Spirit Great Year's flesh buds. This was the result of Jerry exhibiting various biological characteristics after integrating dozens of different monster, demon, and creature DNA cells. But no matter how he struggled, he couldn't evade the Earth Spirit Great Year's invasion. In a split second, 1/5 of the Earth Spirit Great Year's corporeal body transformed into flesh buds that infiltrated Jerry's body. Asterisk asterisk ah, asterisk, asterisk roaring in anger. Jerry's body bulked up, squirming as it bit firmly onto the Earth Spirit Great Year's body, voraciously devouring it. Meanwhile, the Earth Spirit Great Year did not back down. Almost every cell in his body began to writhe, transforming into a multitude of flesh buds that invaded Jerry's body, merging and assimilating with each other. Seeing this scene, the onlookers' faces changed slightly. Jun Cheng didn't have time to focus on the situation with the 2 individuals, as all his attention was on Jerry. Zhou Xiyu and Zi Poppy joined the fray against Siyu, while Yao Jixu flew over to Jun Cheng's side. "Jun Cheng, what's going on with Jerry?" Yao Jixu asked. Jun Cheng shook his head and said, "I'm not sure." The Earth Spirit Great Year burrowed into his body. Earth Spirit Great Year? Yao Jixu was puzzled. That spiritual kind of entity, how could it? "I don't know either," Jun Cheng replied. "As far as I know, the Earth Spirit Great Year is a spiritual species. Though I don't know much about spiritual species, they shouldn't be the kind to forcibly occupy other beings' bodies. How could it? Spiritual species ... Yao Jixu pondered. According to Zhou Xiyu, spiritual species are innate beings with immense power, coveted by powerful clans. If anything goes wrong here, Jun Cheng shook his head. Spiritual species ... His eyes flashed, and he immediately opened Jerry's pet interface. Given that Jerry was his pet, he could view any of his statuses through the attribute panel. As expected, a light blue pet interface appeared before him. Name: Jerry, Earth Spirit Great Year. Race: Radiation Beast, Evolutionary Creature. Star level: 9 stars. Level: LV59. Physique: Infinity. Strength: Infinity. Agility: Infinity. Spirit: Infinity. Talent 1. Infinite Evolution. A creature affected by nuclear radiation for millennia and doused with the blood of numerous strange beasts, possessing almost infinite vitality and life energy, as well as infinite evolutionary potential. Talent 2. Earth Spirit Great Year's body. Merged with the Earth Spirit Great Year, inheriting all his abilities. Skill 1. Essence Feeding. Can consume the essence of any creature, with a certain chance of comprehending its power and integrating it into oneself to obtain abilities suitable for oneself. Skill 2. Fusion. Can merge the biological molecules of any creature, causing them to fuse and change with his own body, thereby elevating his life tier and star level. Explanation: a unique being influenced by nuclear radiation for millennia, possessing limitless evolutionary potential and instinctual capabilities. Theft. Several massive fireballs collapsed immediately, turning into blue smoke. The demon owl also spewed out a mouthful of blood, feeling dizzy. The skill rune of Ghost Fire Pursuit, representing its ability, was unexpectedly covered with a layer of black mist, with shards of cracks at the edges. Damn it, what kind of ability is this? Alzheimer's Forgetfulness? No. Alzheimer's Forgetfulness can't possibly cause a spell backlash. Puny Ghost. The demon owl cursed, and its figure immediately retreated, refraining from advancing. Useless. Lulima cursed, punching once again, this time directly hitting the Asura dual blades in Jun Cheng's hands. The Asura dual blades emitted a groaning sound, friction sparking gold light. Jun Cheng's mind moved, and Senju SP Kairoku landed on Lulima. Unfortunately ... it was still useless. At this moment, Jun Cheng was also feeling a headache. Lulima was using skills that were not just the 3 initial gold lights, but were all skills enhancing himself. He wanted to use Alzheimer's Forgetfulness to cause a backlash on the opponent's skills, but the buff-type skills enhancing himself could not cause a backlash. Helpless, he kept using other skills to probe Lulima. Acute gastroenteritis, instant burst start. 3 corpses and 9 worms. blood-burning art, skin-bursting art. None of them worked. It seemed like he was not facing a professional, but a giant steel tank filled all over with refined steel. Nowhere to strike. Puny ghost. Lulima exclaimed. You are the most troublesome junior I've ever seen. Old man is going all out against you. He cursed, and his body shimmered with gold light, then converged in his hands. Jun Cheng's eyes sparkled. As long as he used an attack-type skill, he could instantly use Alzheimer's forgetfulness. The demon owl's expression also changed slightly, and it shouted, Lulima, don't use attack skills, that kid ... Holy armament, Lulima roared, shimmering with gold light, forming a gigantic ... golden staff in his hands, and Jun Cheng's Alzheimer's forgetfulness landed tinily on Lulima. In a moment, Jun Cheng's face slightly changed. Useless. Alzheimer's forgetfulness actually had no effect. Lulima's golden staff shivered slightly, but solidified once again. Kid, your skill effects are strange. Can't use attack skills. Will they cause a backlash effect? In that case, he raised the golden staff in his hand high, then brought it down on Jun Cheng. Then die. Jun Cheng stepped back, but suddenly felt the air around him tighten, his body involuntarily moving towards Lulima's direction. Die. The staff struck down as if the next moment Jun Cheng's head would be smashed to smithereens. At that moment, Jun Cheng was immobilized, unable to move despite his attempts. Mind Scorcher Art. In the nick of time, another mental fluctuation landed on Lulima. Suddenly, illusory flames erupted from him, engulfing his entire body. Virtual Fire Scorcher Art. The flames burned ferociously, fueled by emotional fluctuations. Lulima, a seasoned cultivator, had an iron will, and regular skills had no effect on him. However, Jun Cheng took advantage of a moment when Lulima's mind was diverted, capturing the emotional fluctuations and igniting them. Virtual fire burnt. Even the golden flames on Lulima's body dimmed for a moment. He stumbled back several steps, subconsciously looking at his hands, with an incredulous expression on his face. Pain. Pain? I can actually feel pain? Jun Cheng frowned, exerting force and directly threw the Asura dual blades in his hands towards Lulima. Swish! The Asura dual blades tore through the air, almost instantly piercing Lulima's chest. Clang! The usual golden light burst, and the dual Asura dual beds were flung away. Strangely, Lulima also gave up on action, instead crossed his legs and sat down, letting the virtual fire burn on him. Consume my flesh with sacred fire. Born in Wuring, Dianzhou. My divine way is of great brightness. Burn my remains with sacred fire. Jun Cheng had black lines all over his forehead. What was this? Halfway into the fight, was the enemy giving up? Or was it a breakthrough? The moment he thought of this situation, Jun Cheng didn't hold back anymore and threw another virtual fire scorcher art at Lulima. If you want to experience the effect of virtual fire burning, so be it. Little Green. Master, I'm here. Little Green's figure flew out, and another virtual fire scorcher art landed on Lulima. Jerry. A black shadow emerged, and Jerry's massive figure also appeared, spewing venom on Lulima. Unfortunately, Lulima still shone bright with the golden light, and Jerry's venom had no effect on him. He was like a big turtle shell where these attacks were like tickling to him. Forget about him. Meryl grabbed Little Green, who was ready to strike. The virtual fire is still burning on him. Sooner or later, it will burn him to ashes. Let's take care of the others first. Yes, Master, Little Green replied, and the two immediately turned their forms and went towards the others. Leading the group was the demon owl who had just experienced the backlash of the spell. Damn it! Seeing Jun Cheng rushing over, the demon owl's mind shook violently and quickly turned to run. The only reason it dared to ambush Jun Cheng and the others this time was relying on having Lulima entangled with Jun Cheng. Unexpectedly, not long after, why was Lulima sitting there so still? Sacred fire. They were in an underground cave whose area was not large, and the demon owl had no space to run. A blast of sacred fire hit it, immediately burning fiercely. Damn it, this kind of flame. Light and darkness counter each other. I refuse to believe that your mental attributes are higher than mine. Ghost Phoenix Fire. Burn him. Doom. Revealing its true form, the towering bird phantom behind the demon owl exploded, and a four-armed figure rushed out of it, transforming into a 5-meter-tall armored giant. Golden Virus Staff, Ring Dagger, Dharma Wheel, Triple Glaive, for completely different Buddhist and Taoist weapons directly smash down on the demon owl. You fucking dare to swallow me, I'll kill you. kill you. The demon owl cried out miserably, its body burning with sacred fire, facing the spell backlash, and then the chaotic slaughter by Zhou Shiyu. It was immediately injured and began to flee for its life. Save me. Evil fire. Save me. Suyu, Yomo. Faft. Jun Cheng came and threw another virtual fire scorcher art at the demon owl, and the raging virtual fire immediately ignited. Giggle giggle, suddenly. Little Green's figure descended from the sky, a bright light surrounding her, transforming into a huge semicircular shield that enveloped him. Dig bird. Don't run. Doom. The virtual fire burned, and the demon owl immediately roared in anger. Release me now. Let me out. I'll kill all of you. Ah. The demon owl's constant screams finally woke up the others. Suyu, evil fire, and Yomo's faces changed dramatically. After all, the demon owl was a powerhouse at LV79, just one step away from being epic. How could it be defeated so quickly? And what about Lulima? His strength was the strongest among the five, so why was there no sound or movement? Evil fire swung the chain, trying to block the ice swords, but there was a huge ice and snow giant suddenly appearing, catching the chain and not letting go even as it burned. Yao Jixu's figure appeared above the blizzard with a cold voice. Your opponent is me. Don't even think of leaving. Extreme cold ray. A deep blue ray shot out of the blizzard, hitting the giant body of evil fire. The dark red flames burning on its body turned into visible ice blocks, rapidly spreading, and soon freezing half of its body. Human. Evil fire's flames surged, trying to push away the ice. Unfortunately, it could only push back slightly, unable to completely dispel it. At that moment, its expression finally changed. Yao Jixu gradually revealed her true form, with the figure of Yuki floating above her head. Blue and blue snowflake talismans appeared on both of them. Each of them emitted a thread of chill, and two nearly identical snowflake arrays were concentrated in front of them, exuding strands of coldness. Sword Chav the Frozen Heart. Suddenly, numerous cold airs swept over, condensing in the air into shark sword blades, ruthlessly rushing toward Evil Fire. Evil Fire's chain tried to block the swords, but it could not completely fend off the ice swords, and the cold enveloped it, making it unable to leave. On the other side, Suyu's evil dragon Shadow also split out a snake's head, intent on rescuing the demon owl. Strangely, the other evil dragon head suddenly turned around and fiercely bit onto this evil dragon head. What's going on? Suyu's face changed drastically. Looking at the evil dragon head, this evil dragon head was no different from the other ones, except that its body was enveloped in another blue flame, completely fused with it. Spirit Fire. This evil dragon's head had already been completely assimilated by Spirit Fire, transformed into a spiritual beast. Kui Xiabing's figure stepped out from the Spirit Fire Dragon Vine's cover, stepping forward. If it wasn't because of transforming your evil dragon Shadow, would you think that I'm not your opponent? Doom. In an instant, countless strands of Spirit Fire Dragon Vine suddenly rose, with numerous strands carrying a strong Spirit Fire rushing towards Suyu, locking her in with no space to evade completely. The Spirit Fire Dragon Vine covered her, even swallowing her entire evil dragon Shadow. Epic! Suyu exclaimed in terror. Epiphytic plant. Damn it, demon owl, you lied to me. It must be. The aura of Dao Yun is unmistakable. Another person of level 79, just one step away from epic tire, remarked. With their strength and perception, especially their familiarity with the power of rules, they recognized at a glance that the mass of flesh on the ground not far from the blood demon beast king's corpse belonged to a spiritual species. Everyone's eyes lit up. Is it really a spiritual species? Absolutely no mistake. Dao Yun. This is the aura of Dao Yun. Ha. I never expected to encounter such a treasure on this adventure. Kui Zhu. You've done well. Shut up. Of course, that spiritual species belongs to me. It's mine. Nonsense. Everyone saw it, so everyone has a share. Enough talk. Let's take care of these kids first. Hehe. We've wasted such a precious spatial artifact. Of course, we have to kill this group of children. Ha. Among the crowd, Kui Shu's face looked grim. In order to seize the inheritance items in Zhang Cheng and others' hands, he purposely contacted several strong individuals in the Ghost Face organization, using the precious spatial artifact to break the seal of the dimensional plane. He thought of killing these people, then taking the inheritance items, while others were not paying attention. But to his surprise, there was a spiritual species in this secret realm, That was a spiritual species, capable of suppressing a clan's luck, causing its own strength to skyrocket, a horrifying life as long as heaven and earth. As long as he obtained this spiritual species, as long as he didn't die, he might even have a great chance of breaking through to the mythical realm. Mythical realm experts. Unfortunately, he sneakily glanced at the individuals present. All of them were experts, second only to the 8 great ghost kings in the Ghostface organization. Even he didn't dare say he could easily defeat any one of them. And now, with the presence of a spiritual species, it would surely lead to a struggle among them. But now that things had come to this point, they could only kill John Cheng and the others first before having the chance to fight for the spiritual species. Don't rush, Guizhu immediately said, wanting to take control of the attack and the conversation. Only in this way could they have a higher probability of snatching the 3 inheritance items and the spiritual species behind them. Let's kill these 5 kids first, and then we'll divide the remaining spiritual species among the 5 of us. Okay. These people discussed without any intention of hiding their thoughts, and swaggered in front of John Cheng and the others. John Cheng, Zhou Xiyu, stood in front of Yao Jixu, Kui Xiabing, and Ziying. Kui Xiabing's mind moved, and the densely packed soul-eating dragon vine immediately emerged from the ground, rolling towards Guizhu and the others. John Cheng whispered, "These 5 are all members of the fallen organization, Ghostface. That Guizhu is a strong individual who obtained the inheritance of the Dark Emperor along with us. But don't worry, my abilities happen to counter Guizhu. Just as long as, ho-ho," a coquettish laugh suddenly sounded, and a charming figure flew out of the crowd on the other side. Soul-eating dragon vine. I never expected this ancient exotic plant to still exist. However, it is slightly different from the one currently passing through. But so what? Suyu, Guizhu exclaimed, I told you that soul-eating dragon vine isn't just any vine. It's the soul-eating dragon vine, formed from the souls of the beasts. You. So what? Suyu retorted unceremoniously, you invited me here to deal with this dragon vine, didn't you? I have my ways. Evil dragon soul, Suyu's ghostly figure coldly exclaimed, and a strange creature resembling a giant snake suddenly emerged from her body, forming a wave of ghostly shadows that instantly swallowed the soul-eating dragon vine. The soul-eating dragon vine, known for its pride in the soul-eating fire, was easily shredded by this ghostly shadow. Even the soul-eating fire, which the dragon vine was proud of, was extinguished by the strange aura emanating from the snake-like figure. Ho ho! Little demon, my evil dragon shadow is an ancient soul of the evil tribe that feeds on all living beings, especially adapted to devouring dragon races. No matter how strong your soul-eating dragon vine is, it will never be my opponent. Evil dragon shadow, devour. Roar. The evil dragon's ghostly figure roared, and suddenly dozens of long skull-like heads and sharp claws emerged on its body, tearing and devouring the surrounding soul-eating dragon vines. The once proud soul-eating dragon vines, which could crush the flesh of the blood demon beast king, now seemed to be facing a natural enemy, continuously retreating and squirming, resisting the approaching evil dragon shadow. Kui Xiabing's face also looked grim. She could sense the intent of the soul-eating dragon vine drawing closer. This had nothing to do with their strength or rank. It was entirely due to the opposition of their attributes, the suppression of natural enemies. Seeing the approaching giant's strange snake shadow, Zhun Cheng reached out, and the golden flames of the sacred light immediately appeared. Let me help you. Go. He tossed it out, and the golden flames of the sacred light turned into an arrow, heading towards the evil dragon shadow. Ha ha. A burst of laughter suddenly rang out, and a huge figure suddenly rushed out. Facing the golden flame sacred light thrown by Zhun Cheng, he did not evade at all but instead opened his mouth wide and sucked it in. A strange suction force appeared, sucking the sacred light into his body. Instantly, the skin on his body began to change dramatically, flashing black, gold, white lights, and soon returned to calmness. Ha ha. Guizhu. You didn't deceive me. Sacred light. The rumored source of all priests and pure energy. It's truly here, kid. The towering figure suddenly turned to Zhun Cheng, staring at him intensively, walking towards him with large strides. Sacred light. Give it to me. Lulima. Thanks to the reader from Fun Bukui Story Sound for providing a cameo. Guizhu's voice came again. Our agreement was for you to hold the kid down, not for you to go after him alone. That kid has strange abilities. Don't mess this up. Lulima walked towards him, and the black mist on his body dissipated, revealing his original appearance. A middle-aged man of about 2.5 meters tall with a cold demeanor. Strangely, he was wearing simple hemp clothes, showing half of his legs, with numerous strange patterns on them. These patterns, at this moment, were black, exuding a dark, mysterious aura. Ascetic. Zhou Shiyu suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "It's an ascetic, the most loyal servant of the sacred light. How could he become a fallen one?" "Ha ha." Lulima laughed, "You youngsters are truly naive. Sacred light, darkness, they're all one. The ultimate commandment." A bizarre mixed golden and black light suddenly burst out from his body, enhancing his already imposing figure. "Power, wealth, beauty, all desires. I'm willing to indulge in desires and seek the light. Secular power, asterisk, asterisk, end of chapter asterisk asterisk." Between the laughter of the demon owl, its massive figure flew towards the direction of the spiritual species. However, as soon as it got up, at least 3 attacks fiercely struck its body from different directions. "So you chuckled, demon owl, have some shame. You ask us to help you kill, and yet you want to steal from us behind our backs." On the other side, a skeleton burning with flames all over its body reached out and grabbed a flaming chain, swiftly pulling it back from the demon owl. Its other hand also grabbed another flaming chain, enveloping Yao Jixu's transformed blizzard, preventing her from escaping even a bit. "Demon owl, if you dare to take another step, I'll pluck all your feather out. Do you believe me?" The demon owl backed away, gritting its teeth. "Suyu, evil fire. We agreed on one-on-one matchups. I've already dealt with my opponent. You all should not interfere. Useless bird. Stop wasting time. Come help." Lulima roared again not far away, and the massive figure took another step back. "What opponents did you choose for me? Can't even hit them." Zhun Cheng. Looking at the two fighting each other, the demon owl's face slightly changed, especially Zhun Cheng's strength, especially the gold holy light fire he wielded, was still fresh in its memory. To deal with Zhun Cheng, it had specially paid a high price to hire Lulima. If the opponent withdrew, it didn't have full confidence in defeating Zhun Cheng. "Demon owl." Another low voice sounded, and a ghostly figure floated in the distance. Its massive body stretched out, forming ripples like water waves, suppressing the massive sea of purple poppies under Zilingcha. The faces on the sea of flowers also turned fiercely towards the figure in midair, the snake-shaped flower stamen continuously hissing towards the figure in the air. The opponents you've picked are not high in age and level, but each of them has combat capabilities not weaker than an epic strong. Only those opponents you picked are the weakest. Join forces to kill them, otherwise don't blame me for revealing your whereabouts to Lord Fire Demon King. Damn it, the demon all cursed. Then Lulima's voice came in his ears again. Helpless, it had no choice but to turn around and go for Zhun Cheng. "I won't approach him, just keep attacking from a distance." Its wings immediately spread out, and a torrent of flames rushed towards Zhun Cheng. Ghost fire pursued, who tilde. In the void, several large black fireballs appeared, drawing tails towards Zhun Chen. However, Zhun Chen, who had repelled Lulima with a single blow, did not move the blade a bit more. A strange mental fluctuation emerged from him, instantly hitting the demon owl. Alzheimer's forgetfulness. Simultaneously, he is possessed by the Earth Spirit Great Year, becoming an extremely special superorganic being. Upon viewing Jerry's attributes, Zhun Cheng began to speculate. Jerry is a symbiotic organism. A gentle voice suddenly sounded, "Young friend, you're quite lucky." End of chapter. Zhun Cheng and several others were shocked, quickly turning around. They saw a figure floating in front of them, tall and wearing coarse clothing. With bright eyes, it was Lulimar, whom they had just fought with. However, strangely, Lulimar at this moment seemed to have no physical body, appearing more like a soul floating in the air. This soul shimmered with a faint dark golden light, giving him the appearance of a holy spirit. Damn! Zhun Cheng cursed under his breath, quickly stepping forward to block in front of Yao Jixu. Zhou Shiyu followed closely, immediately revealing his forearm golden body. Lulimar chuckled. "There's no need to worry, young friend. I have found the true path of the holy light and have moved away from being a fallen one." "Impossible," Zhou Shiyu angrily retorted. "A fallen one is a fallen one. Your identity has already been recorded by the Night Watchers. It's not possible." At this moment, Zhun Cheng already had some belief in his heart. These powerful individuals, who were just a step away from epic status, each had their own beliefs and methods of breakthrough. Su Qingfeng constantly exterminated foreign races, while Songzi was reversing his own evolution, all in the pursuit of the next path. And the ascetic Lulimar before them was clearly walking a different path, turning away from the holy light, plunging into darkness, and then seeking the holy light again. That was just my experience in searching for the path of the holy light, Lulimar said. I have already abandoned my physical form now. What do past earthly matters have to do with me? Speaking of which, I should thank young Zhang Chen. Lulimar turned to Zhang Chen, his gaze serious. Thanks to the strange ability of young friend here, to actually burn the soul, cleansing the disgust in my heart. The tide rises on the Qiantan River. Only now do I realize who I am. The sea of bitterness has no bounds. Turn around, and you reach the shore. I have entered the realm of apex. Why deceive you? Young friends. The faces of several people changed drastically. How could it be so simple to achieve the level of apex? That's the realm of apex. Weathering any race, even among the top 10 powerful races in the thousands of realms, being an epic figure was like ruling a region. Among the Blue Star inhabitants, being an epic figure was already considered the strongest, a cornerstone of the nation. Countless professionals struggled for decades trying to break through that final step. And Lulimar before them had simply moved from Lead 79 to LV80 with a flick of Zhang Chang's flame incineration technique, becoming an epic-level powerhouse. If this news got out, the entire Blue Star, no, the entire thousands of realms would be in chaos. However, Zhang Chang also knew deeply that Lulimar could break through the final step with the flame incineration technique because of his sufficient accumulation, experience, and corresponding insights of the world. Whether others could reach this step was still uncertain. The most important thing was, Lulimar before them was not a normal epic figure. He had no physical body, only a soul, or rather, a holy soul. Even so, for Zhang Cheng and others, Lulimar before them was undoubtedly an opportunity created by him, for him. Lulimar's eyes once again became indifferent. With a wave of his hand, a dark golden light condensed into a lightning bolt and shot out suddenly. With a boom, Siyu, who was still struggling in the distance, screamed miserably, being instantly turned into dust by Lulimar's dark golden lightning. Young friend, now that I have entered the realm of apex, I must return to the human race. Lulimar's mind moved, and a large amount of dark golden light surged, transforming into a dense array of dark golden chains appearing from the void, rushing towards the group of people. What are you going to do? The faces of several people changed drastically. Zhou Xinyu's figure flickered and transformed back into the four-armed golden giant. He tried to resist by activating his four Buddhist weapons. However, the dark golden chains directly pierced through his body, binding him tightly in an instant. Yao Shixu transformed into a violent snowstorm, shooting out deep blue icy rays, only to be blocked by the dark golden chains. In the gust of snowstorm, a loud rumble sounded, transforming into a huge golden ball similar to a cocoon, locking her inside. Kui Xiabing clapped his hands, summoning an emerald green tree shadow, which was directly pierced by the dark golden chains appearing in the void. The Lingmai devouring dragon vine was also bound by a large number of dark golden chains, unable to move, completely suppressed underground. The purple poppy in her hand suddenly burst into flower, a large mass of deep purple light appearing behind her, actually resisting the dark golden chains for 3 breaths of time. However, it still couldn't fully stop the attack of these dark golden chains, and along with the Lingmai floral demons, she was bound by the dark golden chains. A gleaming green light shimmered in front of Zhang Chen, instantly forming a giant semicircular shield, protecting him within. Strangely, the dark golden chains did not attack him. Zhang Chen looked cautious as he spoke. Senior, what are you planning to do? Don't call me senior. Just call me Leoma. Lulimar chuckled and said, Young friend, you may not be aware, but the importance of this celestial seed, as well as the opportunities your strange pet has gained. Rest assured, I will not harm your companions, just let them rest for a while. Leoma, what do you want to do? I want to help you. Help me? The matter of the celestial seed is related to the rise and fall of a race. Once a new celestial seed is born, it will inevitably attract the covetous eyes of other races. Even the top 100 powerful races in the thousands of realms would try to seize it. Lulimar said seriously. So, the fewer who know about the celestial sea, the better. Do you want to kill them? Of course not. Lulimar said. Just slightly alter their memories. What about me? You. A divine light shone brighter in Zheng Cheng's mind. Yes, a celestial seed that can make the top 100 strong races in the thousands of realms covet it. How could you let it go? Lulimar's eyes were strange as he said, killing me and taking it would be even better. Hearing this, Zheng Cheng was puzzled, and Lulimar laughed. Ha ha, ha ha ha, hey ha ha. He laughed until he bent over, almost in tears. After a few moments, he stopped laughing and his expression became serious again. If it were before, I might actually have considered it and taken action, killing you to monopolize this celestial sea. But now, I am no longer who I was in the past, not even the past of the past. Lulimar's tone was strange. A celestial seed is indeed very precious to me, but I don't need it. Furthermore, I sense the aura of the goddess of life on you. Do you know Sanzi? Lulimar's eyes were strange. It seems you have a connection with her. In that case, I won't touch you. Zheng Cheng asked, who are you? And who is Sanzi? Me. Lulimar shook his head. I'm just a wanderer who wants to turn back, hoping it's not too late. As for Sanzi, she's a gambler with great courage. A gambler? Zheng Cheng recalled her actions and it was indeed fitting. All right, back to the point. Lulimar turned to the gradually calming Jerry, or rather, the Earth Spirit Taisui. Your pet has already merged with this celestial seed. Although I do not know exactly what this celestial seed is, its overall attributes and the symbiotic beings have some similarities. They share the same body, merging and growing together. Although your pet is peculiar, its growth potential and talents surely cannot compare to the celestial seed. Sooner or later, it will be assimilated by this celestial seed. However, for you, before your pet is completely assimilated, you will have a celestial seed companion. The future is limitless. It's just that we don't know the specific characteristics of this celestial seed or what abilities it holds. After some consideration, Zheng Cheng decided to share the attributes of Jerry and the Earth Spirit Taisui with Lulimar. Item: Earth Spirit Taisui base form attribute, Celestial Seed low grade stars, indeterminable tier, epic adult effect, infinite growth. Merging with a life form can provide almost endless life force, while allowing the organism to gain different powers based on its desires, talents, etc. Function 1. Ingestion. The Earth Spirit Taisui being one of the celestial seeds, it can reproduce infinitely. Its flesh and blood have immense vitality and medicinal properties, serving as a medicinal ingredient for alchemy and elixirs. Function 2. Possession. The Earth Spirit Taisui being one of the celestial seeds, possesses unique characteristics. Professionals can merge with the Earth Spirit Taisui, enhancing their strength comprehensively, and gaining powers based on their talents and attributes. Function 3. Transformation. The Earth Spirit Taisui being one of the celestial seeds, can alter its living environment over time, gradually changing the surroundings to suit its growth. After merging, it can enhance the realm power of the possessor. Function 4. Puppetry. After merging, professionals can utilize the Earth Spirit Taisui's properties to create flesh puppets, using them to grant other lifeforms strength and transforming them into puppets of the Earth Spirit Taisui. Function 5. Photosynthesis. The Earth Spirit Taisui being one of the celestial seeds, can automatically absorb life force from surrounding organisms for growth. As long as there is sunlight, it can maintain minimal life consumption. After merging, exposure to sunlight can restore physical constitution, vitality, and mental strength. Function 6. Immortality. The Earth Spirit Taisui being one of the celestial seeds, possesses longevity properties and won't die as long as it doesn't suffer a fatal blow. After merging, the possessor also gains the property of eternal life. However, their body and mind gradually will be consumed by the Earth Spirit Taisui, becoming part of it. Explanation. One of the celestial seeds born of the will of the heavens and earth and the energy of the vast world. It grows infinitely by absorbing the life force of other beings. The Earth Spirit Taisui, due to its unique nature, can merge with a life form, providing inexhaustible life force and gradually altering the life attributes of the organism, ultimately merging with the Earth Spirit Taisui. Note: the Earth Spirit Taisui is one of the celestial seeds that will generate unique talents based on the current environment and the possessor's life talents upon merging. It comprehensively enhances the possessor's strength and talents and provides almost endless life. However, over time, the possessor and the Earth Spirit Taisui will merge. Please use with caution. Name: Jerry. Earth Spirit Taisui race: Radiant Beast, Evolution Beast Stars, 9 stars level, LV5 9 Physique, Infinity Strength, Infinity Agility, Infinity Spirit, Infinity Talent 1, Infinite Evolution, a creature born of 1,000 years of nuclear radiation influence and abundant essence of foreign beasts, possesses almost infinite vitality and life energy. It also has an infinite path of evolution. Talent 2, Body of Earth Spirit Taisui, merged with the Earth Spirit Taisui, inheriting all its abilities. Skill 1, Essence Consumption, can consume many creatures' essence blood, with a certain chance of comprehending and integrating the power within, thereby enhancing its own abilities. Skill 2, Fusion, can fuse with the biological molecules of any creature, causing a fusion and transformation within its body, elevating its life level and stars. Explanation, a special creature influenced by nuclear radiation for thousands of years, possessing almost unlimited evolutionary potential and natural instincts. At the same time, merged with Earth Spirit Taisui, it has become a very special, extraordinary creature. Earth Spirit Taisui. Lulimar was thoughtful. Suddenly he said, "In the past, I had traveled through several alien worlds, leveraging the identity of a fallen one. I had understood the information of several powerful beings from dozens of alien races, including several celestial seeds. The attributes and talents of this Earth Spirit Taisui are very similar to the celestial seed ancient life tree of the 20th strongest race in the thousands of realms, the ancient Elven clan. The ancient Elven clan." Jun Cheng recalled the powerful race he had read in fantasy novels and seen in movies, characterized by pointed ears, a love for life, and attractive individuals in each race. The Forest Elves. Not the Forest Elves, but the Ancient Elves, Lulimar corrected. Is there a difference? Of course, there is a difference, Lulimar explained. The Ancient Elves are one of the primordial races, the descendants of the first batch of demon gods born in the early cosmos, naturally possessing terrifying cosmic power, while the Forest Elves are just a branch of the ancient Elven ancient life tree line, ranking 98th in power among the thousands of realms. Let's not get sidetracked. I mentioned the ancient Elven clan celestial seed, the ancient life tree. This celestial seed, though I don't know its specific talents and powers, has one ability that stands out. It can bear life fruits through the ancient life tree. The ancient Elven clan can birth new ancient elves through life fruits and the essence blood of their kin. Besides, the life fruits can be consumed to comprehensively enhance the eater's abilities, even rumored that a thousands of years old life fruit can allow an ancient elf to advance to an epic warrior. Lulimar stared intently at Jerry, also known as the Earth Spirit Taisui. This Earth Spirit Taisui may also have abilities similar to the ancient life trees. Shall we conduct an experiment? After some contemplation, Jun Cheng nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, Lulimar brought down a sharp blade. There was a puff sound, and a piece of Earth Spirit Taisui's flesh was instantly severed by Lulimar. Strangely, no fresh blood flowed from the wound. Indeed, Lulimar examined it carefully, then threw the piece of Earth Spirit Taisui's flesh to Jun Cheng. No wonder celestial seeds are the foundation of a powerful race, with the ability to suppress luck. It turns out they all have similar abilities. Young friend, protect your Earth Spirit Taisui well. Otherwise, not just you, but also our Blue Star race, will be in great danger. Jun Cheng looked at the flesh of the Earth Spirit Taisui, his hand, and couldn't help but feel strange. The Earth Spirit Taisui's flesh ... still has this kind of ability. End of this chapter. The item Cheng holds in his hand is a peculiar piece of meat that appears dark red on the outside but contains snow-white tender flesh inside. Upon a slight sniff, a subtle meaty fragrance can still be detected. Prop. Earthly Spirit Great Gear Meat Chunk Attribute. Special Food Star Level. Uncertain Rank. Uncertain Effect. After Consumption. Constitution +1. Strength +1. Agility +1. Spirit +1. The quantity of consumption is restricted based on one's own physical energy, current level, innate mental talent, self-resistance, and other attributes. Explanation. One of the spirits of the heavens and earth, born from the will of heaven and earth and the energy of the vast world, can infinitely grow by absorbing the vitality of other lives. Consuming its flesh can enhance the four-dimensional attributes of professionals. The quantity of consumption is restricted according to the strength of the individual's attributes. The more one consumes, the higher the resistance will be, but the effects and quantity will decrease later on. Note: Earthly spirit great year meat can be consumed directly or used for special cooking, medicine making, etc., to develop new ingredients or elixirs. Special food. Cheng Zheng was astonished. The great year meat in his hand turned out to be a special ingredient. All attributes +1. And the quantity of consumption is restricted according to the consumer's different attributes. Does that mean the stronger a person is, the more great year meat they can consume? And if the current great year meat has unlimited growth potential, continuously growing, after cultivating for hundreds or thousands of years, wouldn't it mean that all professionals on the Blue Star could enhance their four-dimensional attributes with the great year meat? No wonder the top 100 powerful clans in the heavenly realms have such great strength. It turns out it's because they possess spiritual seeds. If all spiritual seeds have abilities similar to the earthly spirit great year, which can limitlessly enhance the four-dimensional attributes of professionals, that would truly be remarkable. Such a treasure, not to mention the heavenly clans, even other Blue Star human races would covet it upon seeing it. Cheng Zheng suddenly had an idea. His random dissection technique could totally be hidden, using the earthly spirit great year. If that's the case, young friend, now you know what treasure you found, right? Luo Lima's voice came again, with a rare hint of fluctuation in his tone. The matter of this earthly spirit great year, except for the two of us, no one else must know. Not even your loved ones and friends. Otherwise, the entire human race of the Blue Star will be in great peril. Cheng Zheng suddenly asked, why didn't the predecessors keep the earthly spirit great year themselves? Young friend, you better call me Old Ma. Luo Lima chuckled lightly. Once I stepped into the epic, it would definitely attract the attention of several neighboring tribes, and the earthly spirit great year is simply not safe on me. Moreover, being recognized by the holy light means that you are a person with upright principles and noble character. With the earthly spirit great year in your hands, I am at ease. Besides, the earthly spirit great year is already your spoils of war. Now it is integrated with your pet. How could I snatch such a valuable thing from you? I am now holy soul. Even without the earthly spirit great year, it's just a trivial matter for me. With that, Luo Lima made a hand gesture, and the dark golden chains entwined around Yao Jixu and the others suddenly vibrated. After a few breaths, they shattered abruptly, turning into twinkling stardust. Yao Jixu, Zhou Shiyu, Kui Xiabing, and Ziyansu all fell into a daze, surrounded by a large amount of dark golden light. I have sealed their memories. Unless the four of them break through to the level of epic stronger on their own, they will never remember today's events in their lifetime. Luo Lima continued, I hope, young friend, you prioritize the bigger picture and do not act recklessly. Cheng Zheng nodded. Old Ma, will others be able to tell about your seal? Zhou Shiyu is a member of the Zhou family in the imperial capital. Ziyansu is also the young master of the South Zhongfuyao Marsh. And Kui Xiabing has two extraordinary plants as plant pets. Even Yao Jixu. Cheng Zheng's gaze also turned to Yao Jixu, filled with worry. Jixu has an elemental spirit summoner. Snow, why are you calling me? Snow's figure floated out from Yao Jixu's body, glaring at Cheng Zheng and Luo Lima. You guys actually want to seal Master's memories? That's really bad. Elemental spirit summoner. Luo Lima shook his head with a bitter smile. I see. This little girl's strength is so strong, it turns out she has an elemental spirit summoner. The elemental spirit summoner is the wisest creature born from the purest elements in the world. Ordinary sealing spells cannot contain it. It seems that this little girl, Cheng Zheng said, Old Ma, release Jixu. I trust her. She won't talk about today's events. Luo Lima deeply looked at Cheng Zheng and then at the sleeping Yao Jixu. Love always makes people intoxicated. He said. With a wave of his hand, a dark golden chain suddenly emerged from Yao Jixu's head, turned into a dark golden light and dissipated. Jixu, are you okay? Cheng Zheng walked over, helping Yao Jixu up, and she shook her head and then grabbed Cheng's hand. Cheng Zheng, quick, let's go. Little friend? You. Cheng Zheng comforted her. Don't worry, Jixu, Old Ma is on our side. Our side. The two of them stood in silence, then Cheng Zheng explained the situation to Yao Jixu, who quickly understood the situation. Spirit seeds. Earthly spirit great year. Special food that can reproduce infinitely. This. Yao Jixu blinked her beautiful eyes as if she couldn't believe her ears. Suddenly, she asked, Senior, do you have other sealing techniques? I have. Luo Lima wondered, but they cannot seal an elemental spirit summoner. The elemental spirit summoner is the wisest creature born of pure elements. Ordinary sealing techniques cannot contain it. It seems that this little girl, Old Ma, let Jixu go. I trust her. She won't speak about today's events. Cheng Zheng looked deeply at Luo Lima and then at the sleeping Yao Jixu. Love always makes people intoxicated, he said, then waved his hand, and a dark golden chain suddenly emerged from Yao Jixu's head, turning into a dark golden light and dissipated. Jixu, are you okay? Cheng Zheng walked over, helping Yao Jixu up, and she shook her head and then grabbed Cheng's hand. Cheng Zheng, quick, we must, little friend. You ... Cheng Zheng comforted her. Don't worry, Jixu, Old Ma is on our side. Our side. This is how it is, Cheng Zheng explained, and Yao Jixu quickly understood the situation. Spirit seeds. Earthly spirit great year? A special food that can reproduce infinitely. This, Yao Jixu blinked her beautiful eyes, seemingly unable to believe what she was hearing. She suddenly asked, Senior, do you have any other sealing techniques? I do, said Luo Limo, puzzled, but they cannot seal an elemental spirit summoner. The elemental spirit summoner is the wisest creature born of pure elements. Only with the power of the heavens and the earth can it be sealed. Otherwise, Master, what's going on? Why do you want to seal Master's memories? You two are too bad. Snow fluttered over with its wings, pouting. Yao Jixu helplessly said, Cheng Zheng, I'm sorry about Snow. It's okay. I trust you. Cheng Zheng held Yao Jixu's hand earnestly. In the future, we need to join hands to go to the other realm. If we can't trust each other, how can we go there? And now, this is how it has to be done. 2. I have to return to the Holy Light Cathedral. Farewell, and maybe we'll meet again. Your 3 companions will wake up within 10 breaths. With that, Luo Lima nodded at the 2 and a dark golden crack suddenly appeared behind him, swallowing him whole, disappearing. After waiting for a while, Cheng Zheng directly stored Jerry, who was now integrated with the earthly spirit Great Year, into his pet space. The other 3 quickly woke up. Cheng Zheng, quickly. Zhou Shiyu was the first to jump up and was about to transform into his forearm Vira form, but seeing the empty cave, he stopped in his tracks. Kui Xiabing and Ziyansu also got up unsteadily, rubbing their heads. What happened? My head hurts a bit. I remember, after killing the boss, Fallen suddenly broke in. Yes, I remember, those Fallen were really ridiculous. Thanks to Kui Xiabing and Ziyansu, the 2 beautiful ladies, Zhou Shiyu laughed heartily. 2 epic-level extraordinary plants, even if real epic Fallen come, they would have to consider their strength. Cheng Zheng took out a simple-looking space ring and said, I have a spatial ring I got from Gi Hua after he died. Shall we distribute it outside later? I have one too. Kui Xiabing happily pulled out a ring, obviously belonging to the woman named Siyu. She was instantly killed by Luo Lima, but in Kui Xiabing's memory, she was killed by her dragon-twining vine. Ziyansu also took out a spatial ring, saying, I have one too. The group then turned to Yao Jixu and Zhou Shiyu, both shaking their heads. It seemed that Zhou Shinyu's space ring of evil flame had been destroyed during the battle, leaving nothing behind. Let's go. The guys must be getting impatient waiting. Yeah. Let's distribute the loot when we get out. According to the effort and needs ... outside the secret realm. Jia Yongxiao was waiting with Chen Feng for Cheng Zheng and the others. Little Zhao, are you saying that they are planning to break through to LV69 within half a year and then participate in the graduation assessment this year? That's right. How is that possible? Should we advise them? Chen Feng hesitated. They have wasted 3 years here, and I know that 2 of the top 10 hidden dragons in their class are quite strong. I remember last year, during the attack by the fallen organization Jagar Temple, a guy named Zhang Jinghui put in a lot of effort. Zhang Jinghui and Shan Pai were the 2 of the top 10 hidden dragons in Cheng Zheng's class. The remaining 8 spots were taken by freshmen from other schools. They continued to participate in the new 10 hidden dragons contest after Chen Zheng and the others entered the Lingmai Sanctuary, successfully upgrading their status. Now they were senior students and their strength had already reached Level 7-9, becoming the 2 strongest individuals at the Imperial Capital University this year. Jia Yongxiao shook his head. It's their decision. They have wasted 3 years in the Lingmai Sanctuary. How could they give up this opportunity now? Young people, of course they need. Just then, A series of strange fluctuations emanated from a distant mountain peak. In an instant, birds flew and wind whistled, dispersing the clouds, revealing the vast starry sky. Brilliant starlight, suddenly tranquil, illuminating the ground. Moonlight and starlight cascaded down like a waterfall, shining on the earth. Forests, trees, land, rocks, and the tents, vehicles, and everyone in the temporary camp were bathed in a layer of moonlight. Several people stood up in astonishment, and Zhao Yongshao subconsciously raised his hand. This is doom. Suddenly, a muffled explosion resounded from the distant mountain. In the midst of dozens of shocked, amazed, and incredulous gazes, a radiant aura suddenly surged from the mountain, bathing the earth in light. In the void, dark golden petals fluttered down, holy light angels danced about, and sacred chants resonated, cleansing the souls. Animals and birds in the forest prostrated, as if going towards the mountains. Simultaneously, an extremely tall illusory figure stood between heaven and earth, clothed in sackcloth, barefooted, bare-armed, with a serene expression. Within the temporary camp, dozens of ordinary soldiers also felt a powerful pressure descend upon them. Several weak-hearted soldiers kneeled on the ground, struggling to persevere. Let the heavens rejoice, all creatures bow down, and the tribe pay homage. This is epic, Zhao Yongshao exclaimed in surprise, his eyes filled with joy and excitement. Epic. One of our race has broken through to becoming an epic level. I wonder who it is. It looks like it's from our human race. I wonder. Not go. Chen Feng suddenly shouted angrily. It's Lulimo. Lulimo, wanted by the Night Watch headquarters. One of the S-level wanted targets. S-level? Zhao Yongshao was taken aback. As a member of the Night Watch, she knew what an S-level wanted order meant. Each S-level wanted target was a high-ranking member of the fallen organization, mostly several epic-level powerhouses. And the fact that Lulima, who was now an epic level, was also on the S-level wanted list was indeed bad news for the Night Watch. Chen Feng quickly opened the communicator, loudly calling out, calling headquarters. Located S-level wanted target Lulima, at the foot of Beimang Mountain. Coordinates 12.42, 34.66. He has already broken through 2 epic level reinforcements. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the two. Chen Feng's calls were put on hold abruptly, seemingly like a duck with its neck caught. Hey, Captain Chen. Lulima broke through 2 epic level? Quickly confirm the information. Hey. The communicator was still ringing, but Chen Feng's face was full of awkward smiles. While Zhao Yongshao took a deep breath, a strange aura circulated within her, filling every fiber of her being. She slashed through the air with her silver spear toward Lulima's neck. Fallen. Whoosh! Zhao Yongshau's spear seemed to stab into thin air, piercing through Lulima's figure. However, Lulima's figure shimmered like flowing water, and just as Zhao Yongshao wanted to strike with a second blow, Lulima simply extended 2 fingers, holding her silver spear in midair. Young friend, why get so excited? You and I are of the same tribe. End of this chapter. When Zheng Cheng and the others came out, they saw a scene of temporary chaos at the camp, but everyone had happy expressions on their faces. Strangely enough, Zhao Yongshao was nowhere to be seen. Where's Yongshao? Several people searched around and found Captain Chen Feng, who still seemed a bit shaken, but also had a happy expression on his face. Let me tell you some good news. There is actually a powerful human hidden here. When you entered the secret realm, he successfully broke through and became one of the epic-level strongmen of my Blue Star Xia country. However, due to his special status, Zijiao has already gone with him to report to the Night Watcher headquarters, so he asked me to wait for you here. An epic-level strongman? Is this real, or not? An epic-level strongman. We actually missed him. It's such a pity. There's actually a LV-79 strongman hidden in Beimang Mountain. Is he from the Ghost Path? He's not from the Ghost Path, but a bitter cultivator in a supporting role. Chen Feng's words astonished Zhou Xiyu and the others even more. A supporting role? It's even more rare for a supporting class professional. An epic-level supporting side strongman's role in the foreign battlefield is far superior to regular main-class epic-level strongmen. I wonder who this elder is. The group was amazed by the news, while Zheng Cheng and Yao Jixu shared a knowing smile. Although Zhou Xiyu and the others were unaware of the identity of the epic-level strongman, Zheng Cheng and Yao Jixu were well aware. Suddenly, Zheng Cheng had a thought and asked, Captain Chen, Do you know the identity of this epic level supporting side strongman? Chen Feng hesitated for a moment, then smiled helplessly and shook his head. His identity is a bit special, I can't say it. Well, in a few days, the country will definitely release his information. At the very least, they will mention it, and then you will know. For the Blue Star human race, every epic level strongman is a cornerstone, so whenever an epic level strongman appears in the Blue Star human race, it is widely publicized to boost the confidence of ordinary people against foreign tribes. At the very least, they need to mention it, let the common people know that another strongman has appeared to protect them. Oh, how did your secret mission go this time? What level did you reach? Chen Feng suddenly changed the subject. This secret realm trip was prepared for the 5 of them, and once they successfully break through, they would be able to reach LV69 and qualify for the National University Graduation Entrance Exam for months. Zhou Shiyu spoke up, my soul power is enough. I'm already LV59. As long as I complete the breakthrough task, I can instantly reach LV69. Me too. Me too. Kui Xiabing, Jian Su, and Yao Jixu all nodded in agreement. Zhang Cheng also said, I'm also LV59, and my breakthrough task is completed. As long as I'm willing, I can break through to LV69 at any time. So fast? The group was astonished. During the tour of the Spirit Demon territory, our levels had already reached LV59, and this secret realm trip just happened to complete the breakthrough task, Zhang Cheng explained. Let's go back. This is still the wilderness. Okay. The group originally wanted to ask Zhang Chen about his breakthrough task and new skills after leveling up, but seeing that he didn't want to talk about it, they tactfully refrained from asking. Several days later, everyone returned to the imperial capital, agreed on the next gathering time, and then went their separate ways. Zhang Cheng and Yao Jixu had confirmed their relationship, with only the final step left to take. Although they lived together, they each had their own rooms. After being intimate at night, Yao Jixu mentioned that she could only fully dedicate herself to Zhang Cheng after completing the mission of the Elemental Sprite Messenger. Zhang Cheng didn't push her, so they just hugged each other and went to sleep. After resting for a few days, the group gathered again. The spoils of war. In the hands of the 5 people were the spatial rings of Guizhu, Suyu, and Yuwu, the biggest spoils of this secret realm trip. Of course, in Zhang Cheng's hands was also the Earth Spirit Taisui, a relationship too deep for the other 3 to know about. The spatial rings of the 3 each had simple protective restrictions that no one dared to open casually. Zhou Shiyu was excited. Quick, see if there's anything good inside. Let me go first. Kui Xiabing generously took out Suyu's spatial ring, a special ring that looked delicate, with intertwining heads and tails like a small snake. With a slight movement of her mind, her spirit entered the ring, and after a moment, Kui Xiabing's face showed a hint of surprise. The things in Suyu's spatial ring, there are quite a lot. Kui Xiabing waved her hand, and soon a mountain-like pile of spoils appeared before everyone's eyes. It contained a large amount of refining materials, miscellaneous items, more than a dozen items, equipment, etc. Kui Xiabing first picked up 7 cards that were all black-purple in color with dense fine prints on them. These are anonymous bank cards issued by the World Bank. Each card contains 5 million evil coins. So here we have 35 million. 35 million. Truly the fallen ones. The group was amazed. The World Bank, formed by the united government of the few remaining Blue Star nations 100 years ago, had established a financial institution. As the threat from the Blue Star people to the foreign tribes diminished over time, as the united government no longer functioned due to the dominance of a few major powers, only coming together in the face of foreign threats, the World Bank's anonymous bank cards circulated due to their secrecy and security, gaining recognition across Blue Star. Even some friendly races had these bank cards in circulation. Anyone holding one of these cards could exchange the corresponding amount of gold coins within the World Bank. Kui Xiabing distributed the 7 cards, 5 to one person, and kept the remaining to herself, promising to transfer the corresponding gold coins to them later. Sounds good. I trust you. We're all in this together. Plus these materials, many of which I don't recognize, take what you need for yourselves. The rest will be deposited with the Professional Association for processing, and will distribute the money when it comes. Just as they finished speaking, the group began sifting through the materials, choosing and picking items from Suyu's spatial ring. Zhou Shiyu immediately picked up a 3-meter-long white bone whip, consisting of hundreds of thumb-sized white bones carefully laid out. This looks like the bone serpent whipped. Bone serpent whipped? What's that? I've heard from my family that the bone serpent whip is a special item that can only be formed by extracting the neck vertebrae of an epic-level serpent beast. Zhou Xiyu explained. Not only can the bone serpent whip be used to forge whip weapons, but it can also be used as a special ingredient to refine specific drugs or foods. Unfortunately, this bone serpent whip has obviously been used and has lost much of its spiritual essence. For us now, its usefulness is limited. And this, Demon Den. It's from the abyssal cavern demon race, a special material that can only be condensed from the dead bodies of Level 6, 9, and above demons. And these demon beast materials, all various demon beast carcasses. Where did Xiyu get so many demon beast materials? It's simple, Purple Poppy said. The abyssal cavern is the domain of the abyssal demon race, and Xiyu hails from the Ghost Face, one of the fallen organizations. They must be in contact with the abyssal demon race in the abyssal cavern. That makes sense. The group continued to divide the spoils, emptying Xiyu's spatial ring of its contents. A rough calculation showed that each person had obtained at least 3 million gold coins from Xiyu's spatial ring. After distribution, Zhou Xiyu exclaimed, "Quick, see if there's anything good inside the Alan Turtle's rings." He followed us all the way from the spirit demon territory to here and ended up dying at our hands. Ha ha ha. Zheng Cheng had initially intended to wait for Ziyang and Sule's spatial ring to be opened before speaking, but Zhou Xiyu had already said so. Following his lead, Zheng Cheng took out the owl's spatial ring. Most importantly, the owl had an inheritance item passed down from the spirit demon Great Emperor. Among the 5 of them present, he, Zhou Xiyu, and Yao Jixu all possessed inheritance items from the spirit demon Great Emperor, so they knew the value of these items. Since you've all said that, I'll bring it out. With a flick of his hand, a spatial ring with an owl statue appeared in Zheng Cheng's hand. With a thought, the spatial ring flashed with a faint light, and a pile of items quickly emerged before everyone's eyes. Oddly, floating above this pile of items was a strange flower. What is this thing? A flower? An inheritance item? Zheng Cheng, Zhou Xiyu, and Yao Jixu all exclaimed. Even Kuizia Bing and Purple Poppy stare intently at this strange flower. The flower was mostly black-purple, emitting a faint halo. Its petals resembled banana leaves, spreading out in 9 petals. The flower bud looked like a flower bone, ready to bloom with a shy blush. The flower stem was about 3 inches long, floating quietly in midair. This is the Higanbana. Zheng Cheng's eyes twinkled as he said so. Higanbana? This is really Higanbana. How do you know, Zheng Cheng? Zheng Cheng looked at the flower and calmly said, I previously asked Yang Xiao how to increase the free skill slot. She told me that one way is to use Higanbana. After returning, I spent a lot of effort checking the appearance of Higanbana on the professional network, and unexpectedly, the inheritance item the spirit demon Great Emperor gave to the L turned out to be a Higanbana. The group's eyes sparkled as they carefully examined the flower. Zheng Cheng then activated the central radar life monitoring technique and obtained the specific attributes of this Higanbana. Item: Higanbana. Attribute: superordinary plant. Star level: 9 stars. Function 1. Medicinal. As a superordinary plant, the Higanbana has innate pure underworld energy. Its petals possess great vitality and medicinal properties, making it a valuable herb for alchemy and medicine crafting. Function 2. Enhance comprehension. As a superordinary plant, the Higanbana harbors a trace of unique underworld rules power. This can be used to comprehend corresponding rules power, offering an opportunity to advance to an epic-level strongman. Function 3. Field power weak. Being a superordinary plant, the Higanbana can generate simple weak rules by utilizing the special underworld rules within it to affect the surrounding environment and ecology. Function 4. Energy transformation. As a superordinary plant, the Higanbana can passively absorb any elemental energy in the surrounding area, converting it into underworld energy, death chat, and more that can sustain undead creatures. Function 5. Soul reincarnation. Being a superordinary plant, the Higanbana can guard the souls of professionals, ensuring their safe reincarnation within the reincarnation stone, safeguarding them from being washed by the power of reincarnation, and have a certain chance of retaining memories from their past lives. Function 6. Skill reset. The Higanbana contains a trace of reincarnation rule power, which can be used to reset one's empty skill slots or add a new empty skill slot to learn new skills. Explanation: the Higanbana, originating from the underworld, is one of the rare superordinary plants in the underworld, containing a kind of or several different rules powers. The present Higanbana symbolizes the rules of reincarnation, death, desolation, and nothing. Note: due to its unique nature, each petal, corolla, and flower branch of the Higanbana has the aforementioned functions. However, due to their different qualities and quantities, the effects and benefits produced vary. Jun Cheng considered and shared the specific attributes of this Higanbana with the others. After a moment, exclamations of surprise and astonishment filled the air. Superordinary plant. Another superordinary plant. The Higanbana possesses rules power. It can support Level 7-9 strongmen in comprehending rules power and breaking through to an epic level strongman. This is an absolute treasure. If this Higanbana were to be sold, bids in the millions of gold coins would be snatched up right away. My goodness, this is the strongest superordinary plant I've ever seen. It's even stronger than my spirit demon human-faced flower, but unfortunately, it doesn't have consciousness. How should we split this? Jun Cheng's words brought them back to reality. Zhou Shiyu exhaled heavily, calming down after his initial excitement. Jun Cheng, obtaining this Higanbana was largely thanks to you. Furthermore, the notes on the Higanbana indicate that only with a complete flower can its effects be maximized. So let's give it to you. After saying this, Zhou Shiyu seemed much more relaxed. But if you take this Higanbana, you won't have a share in the other spoils. Looking at the calmly accepting Zhou Shiyu and the silent Kuizi of Bing and Purple Poppy, Jun Cheng shook his head. No, the Higanbana is a collective spoil for us all. It should be divided among us. Besides, having the Higanbana won't benefit me much. I just wanted an extra free skill slot. From what I see, we all want to split the Higanbana, right? End of this chapter. After finishing speaking, several people were somewhat moved. After all, it was an epic level plant, and it was also an inheritance from the Ghost Emperor. Who knows if there might be any omissions? Moreover, the Bean Flower, as an epic level plant, has very powerful abilities. Just the function of helping a support player break through to the epic level would attract countless high-level players stuck at Level 7-9. Not to mention, the 5 people present, except for Jun Cheng, the star level of the remaining 4 people are all 9-star. Yao Jixu, the Elemental Spirit Master. Zhou Shiyu, the Vira Giant. Kui Xiabing, the Tree Shepherd. Ziying Poppy, the Witch Fairy. As long as these 4 don't fall halfway, there is a high probability of reaching the epic level. If they have the help of this Bian Flower, the chance would be unlimitedly enhanced. Everyone wants to get this Bian Flower. After a few moments of silence, Zhou Shiyu gritted his teeth and said, I think ... you should take it. If an extraordinary plant is separated, I personally think it's a bit wasteful. If separated, its effect and efficacy will weaken. If kept intact, maybe there will be some surprises we don't know. Don't refuse. Jun Cheng hesitated as he looked at Zhou Shinyu's serious eyes. Kui Xiabing suddenly spoke up. Both CZ and I already have extraordinary plants, the ghost-devouring dragon vine and the ghostly flower spirit, so we can't take in another extraordinary plant. Right? Seeing Poppy nodded. I'm worried they might fight. When did you become so hesitant? Hurry up and take it. After hearing what everyone said, Jun Cheng could only take a deep breath and say, Thank you. I'm backing out of the spoils of war, and I've handed over everything so you gave me. Don't refuse, otherwise I really don't deserve to take the Bian Flower. The group exchanged glances and nodded one after another. Alright, that's worth millions of gold coins. TSK tisk, you're really generous. Boss is generous. Haha. Amidst the jokes, the group accepted the items Jun Cheng took out. Later, Jun Cheng withdrew from the distribution, not paying attention to how the rest distributed the remaining spoils of war, but avoiding it. What if he really encounters something suitable for himself? Should he take it or not? So, for fairness' sake, it's best to turn a blind eye. After a while, the group finished distributing the items, with smiles on their faces, clearly satisfied with the distribution of loot this time. I'm leaving now, Zhou Shiyu said. With only 3 months left until the graduation assessment, I need to go back and rest well for these 3 months, as well as improve my skill proficiency to be in perfect condition for the graduation assessment. I need to go back to southern Xinjiang, Zing Poppy said. It's been 3 years since I've been in the Ghost City, and my family probably thinks I'm dead, so I need to go back and take care of my parents. Kui Xiabing said. I need to go home. Contact me if there's anything. Yao Jixu didn't say anything but looked at Zhang Cheng. Goodbye, everyone, Zhou Shiyu said. By the way, I'll compile some information that we haven't experienced in the past 3 years, as well as information on the top 10 hidden dragons of our class, and distribute it to you later. Thank you, farewell, goodbye. After chatting for a few more moments, each bid farewell. Soon, only Zhang Cheng and Yao Jixu were left in the room. Yao Jixu asked, Zhang Cheng, are you going back to Chang'an City? We haven't been back for 3 years. Zhang Cheng let out a sigh and said, You go back, I have something else to do. What is it? KG is still undergoing reincarnation. I'll wait for him a bit longer. Zhang Cheng. Yao Jixu looked at him with concern. She knew Zhang Cheng grew up in an orphanage in Chang'an City without any family. He only had KG, Chen Zi, and a few friends like Qin Zheng and Bai Jinqi. Zhang Cheng smiled and said, Why call me? Go see your uncle and aunt. Wait until after the graduation assessment, and we'll go back together. Okay. Yes. I'll wait for you. After Yao Jixu left, Zhang Cheng went to the quiet room and opened the mission panel. The LV-59 breakthrough mission had been completed. Breakthrough mission. Exterminate evil. Mission description. As a priest, your mission is to save lives, spread light, and also have the duty of exterminating evil. Mission requirements. You need to rely on your skills and abilities to kill evil beings. The more evil beings you kill in terms of quantity, quality, and level, the higher the skill effects and quality you will obtain after completing the breakthrough mission. Note: evil beings are creatures with dark attributes, cruel in nature, including but not limited to undead, dark creatures, demons, ghosts, and spirits. The completion of this breakthrough mission led Zhang Cheng and Yao Jixu, and a few others into the Hellgrade secret realm, the Black Mountain Ghost City. Originally, they thought that a secret realm with Hellgrade difficulty would be very challenging, but their strength had increased several times after the Ghost City experience. With their comprehensive strength far exceeding that of ordinary LV-59 professionals, on top of that, their professional stars were all 9-star ratings. In the Hellgrade difficulty of the Black Mountain Ghost City, they were absolutely dominant, especially Zhang Cheng. He even obtained a spiritual seat. Ground Spirit takes you. Taking a deep breath, he chose to submit the mission. You have completed the LV-59 breakthrough mission. A mysterious force surged from within him. His soul power shook, instantly breaking through the bottleneck of LV-59 and stepping into LV-60. His soul power was continuously replenishing, and his level quickly rose to LV-69. At the same time, he also gained 30 free attribute points, all of which he added to his mental attributes. To battle with monsters in the Ghost City and the Black Mountain Ghost City had accumulated powerful soul power for him. After completing the breakthrough mission, his level rose rapidly. After breaking through Leave 60, he once again had the opportunity to learn 2 skills. With a thought, 2 intertwined skill trees, like a snake entwined, appeared in front of Zhang Cheng. The 2 skill icons at the top were blinking brightly. The first skill icon, overall yellow, depicted a person screaming to the sky, looking mad. You have learned a new skill, Mental Confusion Technique Internal. Zhang Cheng twitched his mouth at the name. This was a mental control type of skill. The description was simple, but it made Zhang Cheng's eyes shine. Mental Confusion Technique, a skill that directly causes mental confusion on the target, making them unconsciously attack any target within their reach. My mental attribute has been enhanced with special ingredients and already surpasses many people, not to mention the ground spirit takes you. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Cheng was very satisfied with this mental confusion technique. Next, he looked at the second skill. The appearance of this new skill represented another branch of his external skills, a new external variant skill. It was pale in color overall, with the icon of a skeletal pattern. You have learned a new skill. Extraordinary Nanometer External Skeletal Armor External. The External Extraordinary Nanometer Skeletal Armor Variant Skill. Your bone structure has been baptized by extraordinary energy, transformed into an infinite nanometer form, possessing strong defense and self-healing abilities. You can summon your extraordinary bones from within at any time, forming an external skeletal armor. You can also use the bones to form various weapons for attack and defense. Note: The stronger your mental attribute, the stronger the quantity and quality of your extraordinary bones, as well as the self-healing ability. Enhanced mental output will make your extraordinary bones more powerful. Extraordinary nanometer external skeletal armor. Looking at the attributes and explanations of this variant skill, Jun Cheng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This thing, Wolverine, Kimimaro? Thinking of the moment Kimimaro withdrew his own spine into a long whip weapon from his back, Jun Cheng couldn't help but shudder. This skill looked really terrifying, but it could also be a deadly weapon. With these thoughts, Jun Cheng closed his eyes slowly, feeling the energy flowing within him. 2 new variant skills. After a moment, he suddenly raised his hand, extending his right index finger. Poof! Boom! Almost instantly, a small bone about a centimeter long shot out from his right index finger, piercing through the nearby wall, creating a finger-thick hole. Looking closely, the hole was smooth with no creases. Such strong penetrating power. Jun Cheng checked his hand. The wound on his right index finger quickly healed, then soon returned to its original state, as if it had never been injured. He waved his hand and didn't feel any pain. This skill. My bone is transformed into extraordinary bone, greatly enhancing defense, and complements the Penicillium isotoa prototyping method. Most importantly, it's the attack method formed by extraordinary bone. Jun Cheng closed his eyes again, and the personal attribute panel appeared before his eyes once more. Name: Jun Cheng. Profession: priest. Star level: 3 stars. Rule: death. Bloodline: divine creature. Level: LV69. Soul power: 65,424,500. 12 million. Physique: 640. Strength: 320. Agility: 408. Spirit: 756. Resistance: full resistance plus 70, toxin resistance plus 80, flame resistance plus 17, virus resistance plus 1, earth element resistance plus 15, shadow resistance plus 30. Physical properties: levitation ability plus 28, digestive ability plus 4, male function plus 5, underwater breathing plus 35, paralysis resistance plus 30. Magic properties: magic penetration 15%, magic absorption 15%. Equipment: Bayan flower, blood guanyan, group of flowers scepter, shurip twin blades, cloud sword, umbra cape, spatial ring, dakpak, spirit face flower seed, plague spread skill book, special ingredients asterisk, tet, jerry ground spirit takes you. Skills: internal, acute gastrointestinal burst technique leave 5, special feature 1, random anal fissures, virtual fire burst technique leave 6, special feature 1, burning heart and soul, special feature 2, mental fire. Universal skill slot, blood burning technique leave 5, special feature 1, specific burns, central radar vitality monitoring technique leave 7, special feature 1, auto navigation, special feature 2, auto treasure hunt. Adrenaline excitation technique leave 2. Universal skill slot, 3 corpses and 9 worms leave 2. Universal skill slot, rabies outbreak technique leave 2. Stockholm self-charming technique leave 2. Mental confusion technique LV 1. External, random dissection technique leave 7, special feature 1. Biological DNA collection, special feature 2. Irresponsible surgery. Tetanus blade leave 6, special feature 1. Permanent destruction, special feature 2. Forced convulsion. Penicillin isotoa prototyping shield leave 6, special feature 1. Group edition, special feature 2. Penicillin spirit. Love at first sight peach blossom eyes LV2. Light of sacred fire leave 2. Skin burst technique leave 2. Extraordinary nanometer external skeletal armor LV1. The Black Mountain Ghost City, in this case at almost all monsters being bloodsucker beasts, so the increase in 4-dimensional attributes was not much, and only the Light of Sacred Fire skill was raised to leave 3, but fortunately, there was the ground spirit takes you to compensate. Jun Cheng murmured. 3 months later. It's the national level university graduation exam, and I'm already 3 years behind everyone else. These 3 months must not be wasted. The top priority is to find someone to refine the Bayan flower into a special item to increase the free skill slots. The second thing is to improve skill proficiency. Strive to raise all these low-level skills to above leave 3 and awaken their special features. The third thing is the ground spirit takes you. After obtaining the ground spirit takes you, I still haven't tried consuming the takes you flesh due to Jerry's presence. After the two have completely fused in a few days, then I'll try it. The fourth thing is the breakthrough mission. Yes, after Zheng Cheng's level broke through to leave 6-9, he once again received a level 69 breakthrough mission. Breakthrough mission. Touching the rules. Mission description. Your strength has reached a bottleneck. You need to understand the power of rules to break through. Mission requirements. You need to go through experiences in different races and worlds, understand the power of corresponding rules based on the differences in your talents and abilities, and then learn to comprehend a rule and recognize the path you will take in the future. Note: this breakthrough mission is related to the future path of the professionals and their future development. As a rule, each professional can only comprehend one rule. Touching the rules. I didn't expect to come into contact with the power of rules so soon. Looking at the mission description of the breakthrough mission, Zheng Cheng's eyes flickered. He recalled the strong individuals he had encountered over these years. Zhao Yongxiao, Su Qingfen, Shaoshan Peak, Din Ruohuo, Ghost Ri, Lu Lima, Pixar, Batul, and many others. These people were either epic level strong or just one step away from being epic level. They had long understood the power of their unique rules and even transformed them into domains exclusive to themselves. Everyone has their own unique rule power and domain. What about me? Zheng Cheng fell into contemplation. What is my rule power? And what is my domain? Hehe. Ga ga, goo goo, kaka, ga kaka. Just then, there were strange sounds and intermittent calls from outside the door. Cheng Jie, open the door quickly. Goo goo. End of this chapter. Zheng Cheng opened the door and found no one outside. Subconsciously, he looked down. KG? At his feet, a small, colorful, no, a 9-colored, small rooster appeared. Guga, it's me. Cheng, have you completed your reincarnation? Guga. Yes. So fast? Guga. Yes. The 9-tailed rooster spirit is an epic level reincarnation item, so of course the reincarnation speed is fast. How do you feel now? Can you transform into human form? Zheng Cheng made way and led the KG inside. KG flapped his wings and stumbled in, almost hitting his head on the coffee table. Finally, Zheng Cheng couldn't bear it and picked him up, throwing him on the sofa. Kugao, it's not good. I'm still in the initial state. Once transformed into human form, I'll be like a baby, unable to even crawl. That bad? Kugao. Yes, I searched online and learned that at the early stages, the reincarnated are very weak, but they grow quickly as long as they have enough soul power. So, you have to kill monsters to level up. Guga. Yes. Could you stop with the Guga? Guga. I can't help it. Cheng, I just born. My throat bone is still forming. Let me level up a few levels first. Does the epic level monster reincarnator have an attribute panel? Guga. Of course. Look. KG quickly shared an attribute panel with Zheng Cheng. Name. KG. Race. 9-tailed rooster spirit. Star level. 9 stars. Level. LV0. Soul power. 0/100. Physique. 10. Strength. 10. Agility. 10. Spirit. 10. Equipment. None. Backpack. None. Talent. 9 lives. Skill. 9 spirit fire LV1. 9 lives, an exclusive ability of the 9-tailed rooster spirit that allows to dodge fatal attacks by shedding a tail, which cannot be recovered. 9 spirit fire. The innate demon fire of the 9-tailed rooster spirit, a flame containing 9 different attributes formed by the spiritual power generated from its 9 different tails, possessing strong incinerating abilities. Looking at Kaiji's LVO attributes, Zheng Cheng raised his eyebrows. This kind of initial attribute far surpasses ordinary 9-star professionals. Truly the bloodline of an epic-level monster reincarnator, with a total of 40 points in basic attributes, evenly distributed across physique, strength, agility, and spirit, each having 10 points. And there were talents too. 9 lives. Just looking at the description of 9 lives, did it mean that KG had 9 lives? The 9-tailed fox. Suddenly, in Zheng Cheng's mind, he thought of a legendary creature. TSK. KG, you really hit the jackpot. These initial attributes are so amazing. Kuga, hehe, of course, I'm a 9-star professional now. 2. I wonder where that Chen Zi is now. Zhang Cheng also sighed. I contacted him as soon as we came out of the Lingmai Sanctuary, but couldn't reach him, neither Qin Zhun, Bai Jingqi, nor Li Zhao. Maybe they are in some secret realm or foreign battlefield. Gugao, that makes sense. I remember the Northwest Military Academy is in a foreign battlefield, so it's normal not to contact them. Isn't the National University graduation exam coming up right away? Maybe by then, Chen, you will see them. Not like me. I have to wait another year. Less talk. Zhang Cheng knocked his head. Let me show you something good. With that, he took out a piece of meat from the spatial ring. Gugao, what's this? A special food I obtained from the mystic realm. Zhang Cheng said, the meat of the earthly spirit Taisui. Consuming it can increase each of the 4 basic attributes by 1 point. It suits you. Yes. The meat Zhang Cheng just brought out was the earthly spirit Taisui's meat. The meat of the earthly spirit Taisui and Kaiji's attributes matched well. Zhang Cheng did not hold back, and since Kaiji didn't know about the spirit seed, and Zhang Cheng also trusted him, there was no problem giving it to him. Kaiji couldn't eat it yet since he had just reincarnated as a 9-tailed rooster spirit, so he could only peck at the meat with his head. After about 5 or 6 minutes, he managed to swallow the Taisui meat. Guge, how do you feel? Guge tilde, my stomach is warm. Let me check my attributes. Keiji checked his personal attribute panel, then exclaimed, Guge, it's real. All the 4 basic attributes have increased to 11 points. Zhang Cheng took out more pieces of Taisui meat and threw them in front of Keiji. Eat. Keep eating. Thank you, Cheng. Keiji excitedly pecked at the meat, wondering why Zhang Cheng wasn't eating. Aren't you going to eat? It tastes good. Of course, I will eat, but wait, let me stew some meat, Zhang Cheng said, and left to prepare the meat. Keiji stared at the meat, then looked back at the meat left by his blurry packs, feeling helpless. Chen, you are so cunning. The two of them feasted on a lot of Taisui meat, but after consuming the 3rd piece, Keiji said he couldn't eat anymore. He was just a newborn 9-tailed rooster spirit with a low level, capable of eating only 3 pieces. That meant that his 4 basic attributes had suddenly increased to 13 points, a total increase of 12 attribute points. Zhang Cheng, on the other hand, had consumed 30 pieces of Taisui meat. His physique, strength, agility, and spirit attributes increased by 30 points each, totaling 120 extra points in attributes. Even after eating all that, he wasn't satisfied, indicating he hadn't reached the threshold of the Taisui meat yet. But just as he thought of continuing to carve meat from the Taisui, he sensed a faint ripple in his mind. Jerry, or rather, the earthly spirit Taisui. After the fusion with the Lingmai Sanctuary, the earthly spirit Taisui had been in a dormant state, and nobody knew what was happening. Name: Earthly Spirit Taisui. Race: Conceptual Creature. Attribute: Mixture of World Rules. Status: Repairing 45.96%. Description: A bizarre creature born from the collision and fusion of rules when 2 or more worlds merge. It contains 1 world, able to grow freely, and can also grow through devouring spatial rifts. Zhang Cheng pinched the earthly spirit Taisui, and it responded with a slight tremor. Is there a reaction? Does this mean the earthly spirit Taisui is about to awaken? I hope that when it awakens, it will give me a surprise. The next morning, Zhao Yongxiao knocked on Zhang Cheng's door. After greeting each other, Zhao Yongxiao eagerly asked Zhang Cheng to take out the Hegon Bana flower. It was a flower with black-red petals and a strange appearance. Indeed, it is the Hegon Bana flower. Zhao Yongxiao exclaimed. Zhang Cheng, you really surprised me. How do we divide this? Zhang Cheng asked. With the graduation exam approaching, the whole flower is not very useful to me now. It's better to transform directly into combat power. Don't worry, leave the task of increasing the free skill slot to me. I'll use my merits to exchange for refining opportunities for you, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. How can I accept this kindness? That's enough. Zhao Yongxiao rolled her eyes at Zhang Cheng. Do you think you can refuse? During a break when Yao Jixu brought fruits, Zhao Yongxiao approached in a low voice. You and Jixu have become a couple, sort of. Be nice to her, or I'll expose your affairs with Sanzakian, the foxy vixen. It was you who brought me to her. Get lost. Who would have thought that vixen had such nerve to beat me to it. To beat what? Nothing. Yao Jixu, who brought a chopped apple and orange, walked over and asked, "What are you two talking about so intimately?" "Nothing." Zhao Yongxiao immediately straightened up and said, "This boy said he wanted to buy a gift for you to surprise you." "Really?" Zhun Cheng's mouth twitched. "Yes, really. Ha ha. By the way, Yongxiao, how's that powerful advance to an epic-level individual from a few days ago?" Zhun Cheng suddenly asked. Only Lulimar and he knew about the earthly spirit Taishuai's matters, and he was unsure of any arrangements. "Senior Lu," Zhao Yongxiao said. "Senior Lu is an epically cultivated practitioner associated with us. After consultation with the elders, he was sent to guard the Abyssal Town, one of the 3 foreign battlefields. During the 3 years we were trapped in the Lingmai Sanctuary, Abyssal Town had erupted several major battles due to the arrival of that new Demon King. Our human territory retreated several times, and the current territory is less than 1/3 of the previous one. If this situation continues, our Blue Star human race will be completely expelled from Abyssal Town, losing the vanguard position. The Earth's demons, together with the other foreign races within Abyssal Town, could directly enter our Blue Star territories. But why? Isn't the new Demon King an epic-level entity, supported by so many powerful beings? Not just him. Zhao Yongxiao shook her head. Behind that Demon King, there is a hidden epic-level monster. I'm talking about monsters, real monsters, not those affiliated with the monsters. Zhao Yun's gaze sharpened. Ranked 8 among the various races of the Celestial Realm, a person of the Monster Clan. End of chapter. On the second day, after seeing Yao Jixu off to take the high-speed train back to Chang'an City, Zheng Cheng and Keiji embarked on the path of leveling up. Keiji focused on leveling up, while Zheng Cheng prepared to find suitable wild monsters to improve his skill proficiency. A few days later, they appeared in an underground maze. Located in the northern outskirts of the imperial capital, this underground maze housed a large number of wild creatures. The maze had 9 levels, each with territorial hearts that passively recruited corresponding monsters from different dimensions. This place was also one of the hottest leveling spots for professionals in the capital district. Due to the orders of the Elder Council and the Professional Guild, some powerful professionals would not actively destroy the territorial hearts here to ensure a constant supply of wild monsters for lower-level professionals to level up. Keiji squatted on Zheng Cheng's shoulders and said, "Chengzhe, do you remember Huanju Big Brother?" "I remember. What about him?" "During the 3 years we were in the Spirit Charm Paradise, Huanju Big Brother's daughter, Huan Yuyao, came back and sent me a few messages, but we were in the Spirit Charm Paradise at that time and didn't receive them." Keiji continued, "After we come out of the Spirit Charm Paradise, I reincarnated again. When we have time, let's go and give Huanju Big Brother's belongings to his daughter." "All right." Zheng Cheng nodded. 3 years ago. No. A few months ago, Huanju Big Brother and the others who were with them were killed in a raid by the Fallen and the Eagle Nation. Before he died, he entrusted them to give his belongings to his daughter Huan Yuyao. Unfortunately, she was not there at the time, and then Zheng Cheng and others entered the Spirit Charm Paradise. They thought that over a month's time was 3 years for normal people like Huan Yuyao. They didn't know if this archaeologist named Huan Yuyao had time at the moment. Soon, they arrived at the first level of the underground maze. The underground monsters here were around level 20 underground spiders. Sensing Zheng Cheng and Kaiji's presence, they quickly surrounded them. Zheng Cheng didn't want to engage with these monsters, so he grabbed Keiji and dashed towards the second level of the underground maze. The underground maze was vast, and the distance from the first level to the second was over 100 units, so it was rare to encounter others. Their goal on this trip was to find humanoid monsters to level up and improve their skill proficiency at the same time. On the third level of the underground maze, there were wild bear goblins, humanoid monsters around level 45. Acute gastroenteritis burst technique. In front of Zheng Cheng and Keiji, or rather, in front of Zheng Cheng alone, several wild bear goblins that had rushed over suddenly clutched their stomachs and screamed in agony. Zheng Cheng's mental attributes were over 700 points, more than 10 times that of these wild bear goblins. With one use of the acute gastroenteritis burst technique, the group of wild bear goblins were immediately affected. Coupled with their preference for eating carrion, they all screamed in pain and collapsed to the ground. Many of them were vomiting and screaming while a large amount of viscous blood sprayed out. Damn. Watching this scene, Keiji widened his eyes in shock. Thanks to Zheng Cheng's penicillium smut mycophorazic shield, which isolated the air, otherwise he would have even vomited out the tissue meat he ate a few days ago. Even so, he quickly closed his eyes, not daring to look anymore. But the agonized screams of the wild bear goblins continued in his ears. Another large group of wild bear goblins rushed over, and another acute gastroenteritis burst technique was deployed. His acute gastroenteritis burst technique was already level 5, just a little shy of reaching level 6. Who knew what properties it would have then? In addition, Zheng Cheng also used an adrenaline excitation technique. Wow, Washington. The group of wild bear goblins that had been prostrated on the ground vomiting suddenly let out bizarre cries. Struggling to stand up with great difficulty despite the sticky legs, and continued to charge towards them with ferocity, paying no heed to the fresh blood flowing from their legs. His adrenaline excitation technique had also reached level 3, and he was looking forward to the awakening properties at level 3. Confusion technique. The newly learned variant skill show its sharp fangs at this moment. The first wild bear goblin that had been charging towards Zheng Cheng suddenly turned around, let out a sharp cry, and struck the head of another tribe member with a Wolf's Tooth club. The injured wild bear goblin immediately screamed and engaged in combat with the aggressor. Confusion technique. Confusion technique. Confusion technique. With the divine blessing, Zheng Cheng released skills almost instantaneously, without any cooldown. Among this group of wild bear goblins, over a dozen of them began fighting each other. Acute gastroenteritis burst technique. Adrenaline excitation technique. Confusion technique. These three completely different skills had eerie effects. Dozens of wild bear goblins were screaming, vomiting, and fighting each other, creating a scene of hellish chaos filled with cries of agony, roars, and biting sounds. Listening to the screams in his ears, KG quietly opened his eyes and was immediately startled by the scene in front of him. Gugao, Cheng-Jie, you are really amazing. As dozens of wild bear goblins fiercely battled under the effects of different variant skills, Zheng Cheng kept trying out more skills. After more than 10 minutes, all of these wild bear goblins were now lifeless, lying together like a heap of trash. The area around the pile of bodies was filled with filth and viscous blood, making it a pitiful sight. Before long, another group of professionals who came to level up in the underground maze arrived. Damn it, what is this smell? It stinks. Ooh, I think I'm going to be sick. Ah, so many wild bear goblin corpses. Quick, use air magic to get rid of this smell. Arc. Run, run. Over the next month, a terrifying legend spread throughout the entire underground maze. An epic-level strongman who had realized the rule of scent entered the maze, unleashing his power within his domain. Initially, only the third level of the underground maze was filled with an unbearable stench, and countless wild bear goblins were killed by the horrific smell. 7 days later, the stench domain shifted to the 4th level. 9 days later, it shifted to the 5th level. 12 days later, it reached the 6th level. The terrifying stench domain strongman's constant movement caused the entire underground maze to boil. Countless wild creatures were killed by the unbearable stench, and professionals ran away, afraid of being killed by the stench like the creatures in the underground maze. The instigator of all this was Zheng Cheng. Over this month, he continued releasing skills to improve the proficiency of these skills. Acute gastroenteritis burst technique. Adrenaline excitation technique. Confusion technique. 3 shrieking souls. Bursting skin technique. Rabies outbreak technique. Zheng Cheng's efforts paid off, and he received a message from Zhou Yongxiao saying that the item to increase the free skill slot, made from Higanbana petals, was ready. Upon receiving the message, he immediately returned to the imperial capital from the underground maze. It's worth mentioning that during this month of training, Kaiji's level also jumped to leave for 9. Unfortunately, his LV-49 promotion mission was difficult, and Zheng Cheng couldn't help but let him complete it on his own. In the imperial capital, Night Watchman Division, Yunxiao Sister, is the item ready for refining. So fast? Zheng Cheng looked excitedly at Zhou Yongxiao, his strength increasing significantly during the month in the underground maze. Yes. Gave it to you in a hurry. Zhou Yongxiao smiled. To make this item for you, I even had to invite the ancestor of our family. Your family's ancestor, pioneer? Yes. Zhou Yongxiao nodded. The ancestor likes mentoring younger generations, and after your graduation assessment, I'll take you to meet him. Meet the ancestor. Zheng Cheng's mouth twitched. Is this like meeting the parents? Meeting my foot? Zhou Yongxiao kicked out, and Zhang Cheng could only endure it with gritted teeth. Here, take it. Hold on to it until after your graduation assessment. With a flick of her hand, a slightly reddish crystal appeared and flew towards Zhang Cheng, catching it in his hand. Is this the item that can increase the free skill slot? Zhang Cheng's eyes narrowed as he looked at the crystal in his hand, displaying a faint reddish glow, shaped like a hexagon. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to shimmer as if it contained starlight. Item: Higanbana Crystal. Property: low-level rule item. Effect: using it increases a professional's free skill slot by 1. Description: a low-level rule item crafted from a mixture of Higanbana blended with fragments of the Cycle Crystal and the Rift of Time, possessing the ability to cleanse the soul and reset spirituality. Note: can only be used once per professional. Can only be used once. Zhang Cheng shook his head. It's a pity. I still have several petals of Higanbana on hand. And I was thinking, hey, young Xiao sister, what is the Rift of Time? Is it related to time and space? No. Zhao Young Xiao shook her head. It's similar to some extent, a spatial rift that can be controlled by professionals. How do I use this? Just crush it directly. That's simple. Zhang Cheng was puzzled, preparing to crush the Higanbana crystal in his hand. Wait. Zhao Young Xiao stopped Zhang Cheng. Crush it in your room, not here. Right? I gave a friend the data for all the candidates of your cohort participating in the National University Graduation Joint Assessment Exams, which I sent to your inbox. Check it when you get back on your own. Got it. Be careful. What do you mean? Zhang Cheng asked, confused. Is this graduation assessment very difficult? Yes. Zhao Young Xiao nodded. It involves the foreign battlefield. A real foreign battlefield. The underground world. Underground. The underground demon clan. Yes, I've sent you all the detailed information and content, and some precautions are mentioned in there. Zhao Yongxiao said, honestly, I wanted you to wait another year like Keiji, but I know about your agreement with Jixu, so I can only wish you success in passing the assessment. Jixu, as an elemental spirit master, has to compete with other elemental spirit masters, which is very dangerous. And because of the spirit charm paradise, she has already fallen behind other candidates by 3 years. I hope you can really help her. Zhang Cheng took a deep breath. Don't worry. Young Xiao sister, I'll head back now. Good. Back in his room, Zhang Cheng sat cross-legged in the secret room, closed his eyes to relax and let go of the stress of the past month. Then, he took out the Higanbana crystal. Taking a deep breath, he crushed the crystal in his hand without any hesitation. Crack, hum ... A crisp shattering sound rang out, followed by a slight hum. In Zhang Cheng's astonished gaze, wisps of faint reddish mist suddenly drifted out of the Higanbana crystal, enveloping his body, slowly seeping into him. A phantom image of a Higanbana puddle suddenly appeared before his eyes. In his mind, strands of blood-red threads appeared and penetrated into the depths of his mind, following his thoughts and mental energy. Where two completely different skill trees intertwine, a blood-red fruit suddenly grows, sprouting, growing, blooming, fruiting, all in one go. A hollow fruit, an empty skill slot, appeared there. Zhang Cheng knew that this hollow fruit was his new free skill slot. You have used the low-level rule item, Higanbana Crystal, and gained a new empty skill slot. The voice of the worlds will also awaken Zhang Cheng. He clenched his hand, and what appeared before him was a black shimmering skill book. The skill book looked like a scroll made of sheepskin on the outside, with intricate patterns forming what seemed to be a strange flower. Skill book. Plague spread. Effect. Cultivate specific plagues using the flesh of living beings, spreading rapidly to infect targets. Depending on the plague's different attributes, it causes diseases such as cholera, dysentery, typhoid fever in targets possessing extremely high infectiousness. Use restriction. Leave 60. Constitution 110, Spirit 220. Limited to professions such as shaman, priest, witch doctor, hexer. This skill book was dropped after he killed a hero of the Jasha Island Mosquito clan. It could only be learned at least 60. Finally able to learn it, Zhang Cheng immediately chose to learn it. You have learned a new skill, Plague Spread. Za. Skill rune undergoes disorder. System adjustment in progress. Adjustment successful. You have learned a new skill, Black Death Outbreak Technique. In his blank skill slot, a terrifying skill rune resembling to Fang suddenly appeared. What? Black Death? Zhang Cheng exclaimed, surprised, his eyes filled with shock. How is this possible? This variant skill, he quickly checked. Black Death Outbreak Technique Internal LV1. Variant skill, you have the ability to control the Black Death virus, can quickly spread the Black Death to targets or a specific area, causing it to erupt within a short period, and can clear the Black Death virus at any time. Black Death. It is considered one of the most terrifying pandemic disasters in history. The Black Death, also known as the bubonic plague, had ravaged the planet before, causing about 50 million deaths in the 14th century. The damage and lethality of this plague were comparable to that of a major forbidden spell. Once infected with the bubonic plague, without timely treatment, death was inevitable. Now this terrifying virus skill had become Jun Chang's skill, and when wielded with spiritual attributes, this a variant skill that can match a forbidden spell's power. This is truly terrifying. Forbidden spell. My variant forbidden spell. End of chapter. He secretly studied the variant skill of the Black Plague Outbreak technique, and didn't tell anyone about it. He seized another opportunity to visit an underground maze and ventured deep into the 7th level of the underground maze. This place already belonged to the depths of the underground maze, far beyond the influence of the military and professional guilds. It was filled with various demons, monsters, fallen beings, and rumored sightings of foreign races. His purpose for coming here was to try the Black Plague Outbreak technique. After several days, Jun Chang left the underground maze, his expression extremely solemn. He didn't tell anyone about what happened here and kept it to himself. In the following days, other high-level professionals wanted to enter the 7th level of the underground maze for adventure, but what awaited them was a realm of despair. The entire 7th level of the underground maze was filled with highly concentrated toxins and a bloody smell, with numerous demon corpses piled up like small mountains, incredibly horrifying. At this point, Jun Chang had already returned to the imperial capital. He needed to prepare for the upcoming graduation assessment. The 2 months of leveling up had greatly boosted all his variant skills. Even his simple characteristics had awakened several. One of Jun Chang's most commonly used and effective variant skills, the acute gastroenteritis sudden outbreak technique, had been upgraded to level 6. This led to the awakening of the second characteristic, acute gastroenteritis sudden outbreak technique internal, level 6. Variant skill, instant cast, group 1 to 6 people. Within a short period, the target is infected with bacteria, viruses, parasites, causing acute gastroenteritis, and all symptoms to erupt instantly. Characteristic 1. Random anal fissures. When releasing the acute gastroenteritis sudden outbreak technique, there is a chance to cause the target to suffer from anal fissures, resulting in severe pain, bleeding, and even coma. Characteristic 2. Electrolyte imbalance. It can cause a disorder in the sodium, potassium, chloride, and other elements within the target's body within an instant. This disruption leads to the imbalance of the target's body, causing symptoms such as shock, hypovolemic dehydration, palpitations, chest pain, which cannot be dispelled by magic. For Jun Chang, the awakening of the second characteristic of the acute gastroenteritis sudden outbreak technique was undoubtedly a divine skill. The electrolyte imbalance would immobilize the target much faster, preventing them from acting under adverse conditions such as anal fissures. This characteristic was indeed very useful. The second skill, the blood-burning technique, had also been upgraded to level 6, awakening the second characteristic, blood-burning technique internal, level 6. Variant skill. You can make the blood flowing out of the target's body bold based on the target's magical defense, causing significant damage. It can also set the blood on fire, inflicting a massive amount of damage to the living creature's body, generating a blood flame. Characteristic 1. Targeted burning. After the target's blood is set on fire, the wound will worsen. Conventional elixirs, healing spells, calming spells, detoxification spells, etc., cannot completely heal the wounds caused by blood burning. Instead, they will intensify the burning. Characteristic 2. Burn into the marrow. After the target's blood is set on fire, it will spread to the bone marrow, causing the entire skeletal system to burn, completely destroying the target's resistance. Burn into the marrow. Facing the decision of the second characteristic of the blood-burning technique, Jun Chang couldn't help but take a deep breath. Blood burning was already a dreadful skill, and now it could even affect the bone marrow. Such pain was surely unbearable for ordinary people. The third variant skill was the adrenaline excitement technique. Although Jun Chang didn't use this skill much, After some practice, he successfully upgraded it to Leaf 3. Adrenaline Excitement Technique Internal, Leaf 3. Variant Skill. It consumes a certain amount of mental power to apply the adrenaline excitement state to the target. To be continued. Your skill Black Death Outbreak Technique has been upgraded to Leaf 3. Black Death Outbreak Technique Internal, Leaf 3. Mutation Skill. You have mastered the ability to control the Black Death virus, allowing you to release the Black Death in a target or area within a short period of time, causing it to rapidly outbreak and able to eliminate the Black Death virus at any time. You have activated the first feature of the Black Death Outbreak Technique. Feature 1. Septicemia. After being infected with the Black Death virus, the virus tends to transform towards septicemic plague, causing the recipient to experience symptoms such as shivering with high fever, confusion, infectious shock, extensive skin bleeding, bruising, necrosis, skin turning purple-black, and death within 1 to 3 days. Septicemic plague virus. Looking at the awakened first feature of the Black Death Outbreak Technique, Zhang Cheng nodded slightly. Among all different types of Black Death viruses, septicemic plague has the highest mortality rate and shortest death time frame. With over 2 months of training, all the mutation skills he mastered have been upgraded to Leaf 3, and at least one feature has been awakened. Skills like the Acute Gastroenteritis Outburst Technique, Internal Ignition Technique, Tetanus Blade, Central Radar Life Monitoring Technique that are commonly used have already exceeded Leaf 6 and awakened to features. At this point, his strength far exceeds that of over 2 months ago. Next up is the final National University Joint Graduation Assessment in the 4 years of university. He arrived at the computer, opened the Joint Graduation Assessment email sent by Zhao Yangshao. Zhang Cheng's eyes lit up. Inside the mailbox, apart from Zhao Yangshao's graduation assessment email, there was also an email from Zhou Shiyu. The message was simple. Zhang Cheng, this is the information I collected about this year's graduation assessment. It's a bit troublesome. Please take a look when you have time. I've been busy with some family matters recently, so I won't be able to come over in the short term. If there's anything, leave a message for me, and I will contact you as soon as I see it. After some consideration, Zhang Cheng opened Yangshao's email first. After all, Yangshao was the captain of the Night Watch team and should have some inside information about the upcoming university joint graduation assessment. The information was extensive, but he quickly found the key point of this joint graduation assessment: the alien battlefield, underground cavern. 10 minutes later, he finished reading the information. So that's how it is. 3 years ago, that rising demon king advanced his forces towards the underground Great Wall of our Blue Star tribe in the direction of the underground cavern to compete for territory. Initially, things progressed smoothly, but when we realized it, we were able to suppress the demon king's progress. Zhang Cheng murmured. After all, within the underground Great Wall is a legendary powerhouse, as well as over 10 epic-level powerhouses. Even more so, there were a few epic-level powerhouses who joined forces to set up a trap, intending to kill that demon king, but unfortunately, he escaped. Who knew that last year, that demon king managed to find a true powerhouse from somewhere to stabilize the front line? In one surprise attack, not only did he kill 2 of our epic-level powerhouses, but even the only legendary-level powerhouse inside the underground Great Wall, Zhang Mingsen, suffered heavy injuries. Zhang Mingsen, seeing the familiar name in the information, Zhang Cheng suddenly recalled the information shared by soldier Wang Dong on the night of the conflict with Black Day, few months ago. It was said that among the 3 major alien battlefields, the strongest professional expert in the Double World Mountain is Senior Tang City, and within the underground cavern, it is Senior Zhang Mingsen. His profession ... necromancer. It was rumored that he could personally control over tens of thousands of different undead creatures, submerging his opponents with the tactics of the Sea of Corpses. Under his command, there were over 10 bone dragons and corpse dragons with comprehensive strength not inferior to an epic-level powerhouse. Surprisingly, even such a powerhouse suffered severe injuries. Just how strong was that demonic powerhouse? What was the scene in the underground cavern at the moment? Chen Zi, Qinzhan, are they in the Northwestern Military Academy within the underground cavern? I wonder how they are doing. Zhang Cheng continued to read. Thanks to the support of legendary expert Lian Haoran, the situation has been stabilized. Who is Lian Haoran? Lian Haoran. Lian. Principal Liang, the principal of the Imperial City National University. His domain of oblivion. No wonder. The content of this year's National University Joint Graduation Assessment is the Great Wall Competition. The task is very simple. Within the cavern is a deep abyss named Black Dragon Abyss, rumored to be the remains of a legendary black dragon skeleton. Inside, there are numerous monsters resurrected from the corpses of dead black dragons. The purpose of this assessment is to deploy all the senior year examination venues of the Zia country into the Black Dragon Abyss. Upon reaching the Black Dragon pool within the stipulated time, it will be considered as passing the preliminary assessment. The subsequent individual ranking assessment will take place inside the Black Dragon pool. Looking at the content of this assessment, Jun Cheng hesitated. Black Dragon Abyss, Black Dragon pool. What's so mysterious about them? It seems like a typical assessment content. Continuing down, he discovered the map of the Black Dragon Abyss and quickly realized that something was amiss. The current Black Dragon Abyss was located right in the middle between the underground Great Wall and the Land Demon Tribe's territory. In other words, the Black Dragon Abyss served as the boundary between the Blue Star Tribe and the Land Demon Tribe. And below the map, there was an additional hint. This year's graduation assessment for all senior students focuses on cultivating the students' combat abilities. Inside the Black Dragon Abyss are numerous monster beasts. Only by defeating the monsters along the way can one reach the Black Dragon pool. In addition to monsters, the Black Dragon Abyss is also inhabited by numerous fallen existences. Please exercise extreme caution, because the Black Dragon Abyss is the transformation of a legendary black dragon's remains. It still boasts a formidable dragon's might. It only allows professionals below level 6-9 to enter, so candidates need not worry about encountering a crisis. Furthermore, there are opportunities within the Black Dragon pool that are related to advancing to the next epic level. All candidates, please make sure to reach it. Land Demon Tribe, Monster Beasts, Fallen Beings. Jun Cheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he quickly realized something. This assessment seemed similar to previous ones, but the key lies in the existence of the Black Dragon pool. He then found the current map of the underground cavern, where the Blue Star Tribe's territory had significantly reduced. The entire map resembled a slim, eggplant shape. In the southmost part lied the stronghold of the Blue Star Tribe within the underground Great Wall. Meanwhile, the location of the Black Dragon Abyss was on the northeast side of the map, over 500 kilometers away from the underground Great Wall. Why hasn't the leadership given up on the Black Dragon Abyss? It's indefensible land situated at the edge of the Land Demon Tribe, Black Dwarfs, and Fear Numbers territories, constantly on the verge of being encircled by the three tribes. If it were me, I'd definitely focus on fortifying the Limestone Mountain, unless there's something irreplaceable in the Black Dragon Abyss. This information is only official data. Zhou Shiyu. He promptly opened the data sent by Zhou Shiyu and found some mysteries within it. There's a chance that the dragon's saliva fruit, a heaven-sent treasure, might grow within the Black Dragon pool. Consuming it can enhance the intelligence of the professional, allowing them to achieve enlightenment before level 6-9, perceive the rules of heaven and earth, and even potentially grasp the power of the rules. Reviewing the information sent by Zhou Shiyu, Jun Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Dragon saliva fruit, enhancing the professional's intelligence, achieving enlightenment, early perception of the rules of heaven and earth. No wonder, such a heaven-sent treasure is absolutely invaluable for professionals, and it's also related to my level 6-9 breakthrough mission. It seems like almost all candidates are going there for the dragon saliva fruit. Gathering these documents, he closed his eyes and contemplated, carefully recalling all the information in his mind. The key to this mission is successfully passing through the Black Dragon Abyss to reach the Black Dragon pool. No wonder the school is strongly promoting the top 10 hidden dragons to rally people and form teams to enter the Black Dragon Abyss, reach the Black Dragon pool, and search for the dragon's saliva fruit. I bet that the contents of previous graduation assessments were more or less the same as the Black Dragon Abyss. We've wasted 3 years, and other candidates have probably already formed teams. No wonder. Jun Cheng opened his eyes and forwarded all this information to Yao Jixu. As time passed, the entire school became tense and intense in anticipation of the upcoming graduation assessment. Many senior students began to gather and form teams, hoping to gain an advantage in the imminent assessment. Among this year's senior students, 2 of the top 10 hidden dragons, Zhang Jinghui and Zhang Bi, worked hard to recruit outstanding students from the school, almost exhausting the list of prominent strong experts among this year's candidates. Strangely, in this year's final year students, there was suddenly a rising strong expert named Tu Wei. He was originally a 7-star professional mountain search demon exorcist, but due to some unknown fortunate turn of events, he obtained an unknown reincarnation item and became a reincarnator. His specific race was unknown, yet his strength had increased greatly, to the point where he could compete with Zhang Jingqi and Zhang Bi in arm wrestling. He generously spent gold coins and offered several high-level reincarnation items and treasures, attracting many students to join him. In addition, several other low-profile strong experts became active in facing the graduation assessment. Brother Cheng, this Tu Wei is inviting you and Yao Jixu again. Inside the room, a 4 or 5-year-old young boy held a letter in his hand, pouting. KG, with the help of John Cheng, after more than 2 months of level training, he successfully reached Level 39 and transformed into a human form, turning out to be a 4 or 5-year-old young boy. One cannot deny the miraculous nature of the reincarnator. Inside the room, there were only him, Zhang Cheng, and Yao Jixu. Ignore it, Zhang Cheng said. The situation in the Black Dragon Abyss is complicated, and if there are too many people, it may attract the Land Demon Tribe's attention. Let's go there with just the 2 of us this time. Yao Jixu nodded. I trust you. But what about Zhou Xiyu and Kui Xiabing Sai? In recent days, besides Tu Wei, Zhou Xiyu and Kui Xiabing were also inviting them to join, especially Kui Xiabing. Due to the 3 years of separation, the team she had built already had other leaders. During these few months, she spent more time competing for control of the team with the new leader. As for that new leader, Zhang Cheng was quite familiar with him. Su Duo. As a 7-star war priest, she rapidly increased her strength during the 3 years, and Kui Xiabing and others were absent. With the supportive abilities of the war priest and her charming appearance, she succeeded in recruiting a group of strong experts to join her faction. Although Kui Xiabing's strength had not diminished much, after 3 years of absence, it was challenging for her to regain the leadership position of the team. Fortunately, she had Purple Poppy's help and could compete evenly with Su Duo. As for Zhou Xiyu, the situation was more complicated. Originally, he was the most valued member of the Zhou family, but due to the events of the past 3 years, the Zhou family thought he had already perished. They had no choice but to divert resources to Zhou Din, another member of the Zhou family. Although his professional level was not as high as Zhou Xinyu's, he was an 8-star professional Furious Titan. The 3 years of resource diversion had significantly boosted Zhou Xin's overall strength, surpassing Zhou Xiyu by far. Although Zhou Din wanted to compete, under the family's pressure, he had to temporarily join Zhou Xin's team as his deputy, becoming a puppet in his hands. Each had their own troubles, and Zhang Cheng was uninterested in getting entangled with them. Consequently, for this year's graduation assessment, he was preparing to go with Yao Jixu to the Black Dragon Abyss. Suddenly, Zhang Cheng asked, "Have you contacted Chen Zi?" Yao Jixu shook her head. "No, I went to their school's headquarters in Chang'an City to inquire. Chen Zi, Qin Zhang, Bai Jingqi, Li Zhen, Li Zhao, Song Chaoyu, they aren't there. And I couldn't even reach Zhu Chengyu or Zhao Junwu." Later, I asked the local night watchman and got the exact information. "Where are they?" "They are trapped in the territory of the Land Demon Tribe." Yao Jixu said, "A year and a half ago, the Land Demon Tribe launched a major counterattack, capturing over 10 strongholds on the outskirts of the cavern. At that time, Chen Zi and the others were undergoing trials in one of the strongholds and went missing. Due to this incident, over 100 students from the Northwestern Military Academy went missing. Most likely they went missing." KG expressed astonishment. "How is that possible when Chen Zi so cautious? Don't worrying for now." Zhang Cheng patted Kaiji's head to stop his rambling. "Let me check first." Instructing KG, Zhang Cheng also activated the central radar life monitoring technique and entered Chen Zhao's name into the search bar. Soon, a distinct green line appeared on the 3D map in his mind. However, due to the distance, the position was not exact. "Chen Zi is fine. He should still be alive." KG hurriedly asked, "What about the others? Bai Jingqi, Qin Zhang. What about Song Chaoyu?" Yao Jixu added, "Right, I also met Zhang Mayan in Chang'an City. By now, she has become the captain of the Night Watchman team. Level 79. Zhang Mayan?" KG blinked his little eyes curiously. "Who's that?" "Black Day's daughter." "Oh, right, her. I almost forgot without your reminder." As they spoke, Zhang Cheng also input Qin Zheng's name. Another green light appeared, extending towards the west. Qin Zheng is also fine. Bai Jingqi is fine, but his vitality is a bit weak. Li Zhen, no response. Zheng Cheng's eyes slightly changed. Is he dead? What about Li Zhao? By entering Li Zhao's name, another green light appeared. She is also fine. What about Song Qiaoyu? Zheng Cheng input Song Qiaoyu's name again, and a bright light appeared. However, strangely, this light was crimson red. Not good. Song Qiaoyu is in trouble. End of this chapter. Zheng Cheng, don't worry. Qiaoyu should be fine. Yao Jixu persuaded Zheng Cheng in front of a huge abyss. Behind them, Zhuan Shuai and Chuhi were also whispering something quietly. A few days ago, Zheng Cheng and his friends discovered that several of their former friends were still alive through the central radar life monitoring technique, except for Li Zhen and Song Qiaoyu. Li Zhen died for unknown reasons, while Song Qiaoyu's life indicator was crimson, indicating that he has become Zheng Cheng's enemy. However, considering the circumstances before Song Qiaoyu's disappearance and the budding affection between them, it was impossible for enmity to arise out of nowhere, unless her identity had changed. The Fallen, the two remembered Song Qiaoyu's identity, or rather the source of her profession. Her soul-sucking succubus is one of the sources of the 9th day of dawns, the Black Day. The life paths of several people all pointed to the underground cavern, and the location of their graduation assessment was also the underground cavern. After waiting for several days, the day of the graduation assessment finally arrived. Over 2,000 figures appeared in front of a vast cliff extending for thousands of miles. Looking down, the entire cliff was shrouded in dense fog and moisture, making it impossible for professionals without special probing skills to see the bottom of the cliff clearly. In addition, there were occasional flashes of purple-black light at the bottom of the cliff, appearing very mysterious. Ma Chuanwen, the dean of the 4th-year teaching district at the Imperial Capital National University, also an experienced professional, casually used an amplification technique to make his voice reach every student's ears. Students, today is the time for the National Professional College Joint Graduation Assessment. I believe everyone already knows the competition location, but I will reiterate it. With his voice, a large simple map appeared in front of everyone. The location where we are now is one of the entrances to the edge of the underground cavern. Going down from here, you will enter the first layer of the volcanic plains of the cavern. 10 kilometers to the south is the underground Great Wall guarded by my Blue Star people. Your assessment this year will start from here, walking northeast for 350 kilometers, where you will find the Black Dragon Abyss. Within 30 days, the first 200 students to reach the Black Dragon Abyss will qualify for the challenge of the next mission. Do you all understand? Understood. Over 2,000 voices sounded, with the surrounding teachers nodding. In addition, to ensure your safety, each person is equipped with a teleportation symbol to return directly to the underground Great Wall. But due to the difference in the rules of the cavern world and our Blue Star, each time the teleportation symbol is used, there is a gathering time of about 10 seconds, so you must use the teleportation symbol in a bid to ensure your safety. Otherwise, there is a high risk of danger. Ma Chuanwen's voice continued as the 4th-year students around showed excitement mingled with fear and other emotions. For years of learning had led these professionals to this point. All their levels had been raised to leave 6-9. Some had even completed the LV-69 advancement mission and reached LV-79. One step away from the epic, yet who knew how many professionals would not be able to take that one last step in their lifetime. Here, at the Imperial Capital National University's entrance to the cavern, there were also 30 other gathering points for different professional universities. This year's elite students from across the country had almost all concentrated here. The total number was about 50,000. Unfortunately, the first wave heading towards the Black Dragon Abyss would likely eliminate 99% of the population. Zheng Cheng, you're really here? A pleasant voice sounded, and two figures appeared in front of Zheng Cheng. A beautiful girl in a green robe with black hair, Kui Xiabing. Behind her followed Zhang Yingxin. Xiabing, what's up? Zheng Cheng asked casually, as the few of them were battle-worn comrades, speaking somewhat casually. Strangely, after a few months, Kui Xiabing had undergone a significant change in aura, filled with a strong life force and some even more strange and mysterious aura. Coupled with her exquisite appearance, it drew people closer. Kui Xiabing smiled slightly. Didn't I say to call me Xiabing? We're friends, right? All right. Bing, what do you need? He looked Zhang Cheng up and down, especially his shining eyes, and curiously said, "After a few months, you seem even more handsome." It wasn't just her. Even Zhang Yingshen behind her and some other female classmates nearby were stealing glances at him. Zhang Cheng's mouth twitched, understanding that it was all due to the peachy glances, and could only helplessly say, "Stop kidding." "So, what's up?" Xia Bing smiled. "The underground world is very dangerous. Even the weakest volcanic plane of the first layer is not a place ordinary professionals can roam freely. Shall we team up? Although the goal this time is only 300 kilometers away, the volcanic plane has many volcanoes and often erupts, with the terrain frequently changing. In addition, there are many fire tribute monsters living inside. That's why the school has given us 30 days. If we team up, we can probably reach the Black Dragon Abyss faster and have more time to rest. What do you think?" Zhang Cheng wondered. "Can the duo give you this much pressure?" "What's the situation?" Xia Bing helplessly said. "After all, we wasted more than 3 years. Being able to save back some classmates from her is already a big accomplishment. Exact details, let Heart tell you." Zhang Yingshen bit her lip and continued. "After Xia Bing disappeared, the duo worked hard, but we're all auxiliary professionals. No matter how hard we try, we're still no match for others, especially after a few people like Zhang Zhengqi and Shang Bai became the top 10 dragons. In one secret realm assessment, the duo fortunately contracted a LV-79 a very fierce tiger, which gave her some self-protection. For this graduation assessment, the duo even chose to cooperate with Hu Wei. Hu Wei, Zhang Cheng wondered. Who is he? He's just a lucky person who obtained a high-level reincarnation item by sheer luck. Zhang Yingshen shook her head and continued. He was very unremarkable at first, but suddenly rose like a meteor. I heard his level has already reached level 79. This year, he established the White Tiger Hall, and it's rumored that he even had a fight with Shang Bai. No one knows the specifics. But since then, professionals under Shang Bai avoid people from the White Tiger Hall. Xia Bing suddenly said, "Zhang Cheng, I feel a strange aura from Hu Wei." "What do you mean?" "I'm not sure, but it feels very uncomfortable." "Uncomfortable?" Zhang Cheng's eyes flashed, and he immediately activated the central radar life monitoring technique, inputting Hu Wei's name. Soon, a faint green life indicator appeared, firmly locking onto a figure not far away. There were hundreds of people gathered there, each a level 69 professional. Among this group stood a burly man with hints of wrinkles on his forehead. Standing beside him were several people, including Zhang Cheng's former classmate, the duo. "Normal aura, not an enemy." Zhang Cheng hesitated. "Could your feeling be wrong?" Xia Bing said helplessly. "Maybe. By the way, Zhang Cheng, are you really not considering joining us? If both you and Zizu join my team, we might be safer." Zhang Cheng thought for a moment and shook his head. Every entrance to the underground cavern has strong underground winds and interrealm barriers. Everyone can't be sure of their landing spot. You might end up landing among a group of monsters or inside a volcano the moment you enter. Are you sure you want to team up? Of course. Xia Bing smiled, then took out a paper-like object from her backpack. Handing it over to Zhang Cheng, she said, "This is a positioning symbol. If you carry this, we can sense each other's locations and gather quickly, allowing us to team up as soon as possible. I think other people must have similar items in their hands." Looking at the positioning symbol, Zhang Cheng suddenly asked, "Who else did you invite?" "No one." Xia Bing shook her head. "Just you and Zizu. My team has about 7 to 8 people, all former classmates." "About 10 people. What about Zhuo Wenzhen? He's also in." Zhang Cheng still shook his head. "No need. For this graduation assessment I'm just on an accompanying mission. I have other things to do." In search of former partners, he hadn't even brought Zhuan Shuai and Chu He, only prepared to act with Yao Jixu. "Other things." "What things?" Zhang Cheng shook his head. "This can't be disclosed. So, how about I introduce to people to your team? Their strength is not weak either." "Oh." Xia Bing looked at the 2 people behind Zhang Cheng, Zhuan Shuai and Chu He. Zhang Cheng said, "Zhuan Shuai, Chu He, we do have things to attend to, which may conflict with the graduation assessment. Even if we have to give up on the assessment, we must first complete that task." Chu He said, "Understood. Captain, if you have something to do, we won't insist." Zhuan Shuai opened his mouth. "Captain, the task you entrusted to me last time is almost completed." "How?" Zhang Cheng smiled. That was just an experiment. If you really finish it, come find me anytime. Over a month ago, Zheng Cheng had given part of a special ingredient and beast spirit flesh to Zhuan Shuai, allowing him to try cooking something special. Unexpectedly, Zhuan Shuai had, indeed, provided him with some surprises. Zhang Yingxin suddenly interrupted, "Sister Xia Bing, since Zheng Cheng has other matters, shouldn't we leave him be?" Xia Bing fell silent but still smiled. "Take this, Zheng Cheng, you might need it in case of danger. You can seek help through the positioning symbol." Zheng Cheng nodded. "All right." Tucking away the positioning symbol, Xia Bing gave a mild smile, turned, and left with Zhang Yingxin. Zhuan Shuai and Chuhi also waved to the two before following behind Xia Bing. Positioning symbol. Touching the symbol, Zheng Cheng casually stored it in his spatial ring. Yao Jixu said in surprise, "Zheng Cheng, are you just giving Zhuan Shuai and Chuhi over to Xia Bing?" With Xia Bing's means and charm, Zhuan Shuai and Chuhi are likely to. 3 years, without seeing each other, people's hearts change easily. Zheng Cheng shook his head. 3 years ago, they agreed to join my team for the position of the top 10 dragons, but unfortunately, I didn't fulfill the promise. Maintaining this friendship after 3 years is not easy, and we are definitely going to a dangerous place, so we shouldn't delay them any longer. Moreover, Zheng Cheng smirked, even if they are swayed by Xia Bing, I still have means to lead them under my banner if I want to. You want? Yao Jixu blinked. Could it be? Just then, Ma Chuanwen announced loudly, "Students, please pay attention. This year's National Professional College Joint Graduation Assessment officially begins. Go." As soon as he finished speaking, over a dozen figures couldn't contain themselves and leapt from the cliff, rushing into the fog. Indeed, being ahead would lead to landing faster and then heading for the Black Dragon Abyss. Zheng Cheng and Yao Jixu also found a spot and leapt down. Below the canyon were violent underground winds that scatter everyone's figures. No one could be sure where they would land, as it was all random. However, Zheng Cheng was unfazed. He had the central radar life monitoring technique, and he could easily find Yao Jixu. After he jumped off, several figures followed suit, leaping down. The ears were filled with the raging winds, dense fog, and moisture quickly receding as their feet didn't land far from the brilliant purple lights. Countless figures descended from the sky, resembling dumplings falling. At that moment, Zheng Cheng suddenly felt a presence of murderous intent. Within the central radar life monitoring technique, 3 crimson lights suddenly appeared around him. Enemies. How could this be? Zheng Cheng suddenly turned around, only to see the 3 figures behind him sprouting 3 wings resembling eagle's wings, rapidly diving towards him. Fallen ones? How is that possible? What fallen ones? How can they evade my central radar life monitoring technique scan? Zheng Cheng was surprised, but his actions were quick. With a quick movement, Z King's figures swiftly flew out, forming a huge wing with the penicillin eater flesh guard, catching Zheng Cheng's figure. The once crazily falling figure came to a sudden halt, stopping in place. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 extremely sharp wind blades sliced diagonally from Zheng Cheng's original position, resulting in a piercing friction sound. Damn it, he can fly too. One of them shouted, but the area was filled with violent underground whines, even the sound being instantly shredded. The 3 professionals sprouting with wings dived towards him again, but Zheng Cheng's mental move resulted into strange mental fluctuations landing on them. Acute gastroenteritis burst technique. The 3 winged professionals subconsciously covered their stomachs, and the wind blades they were about to unleash or forced back. Plop, plop, plop. In midair, the fierce wind attacked that they couldn't bear, and they couldn't help but scream in agony. A lot of yellow-green viscous liquid sprayed from their bodies, flowing out of their pant legs from their thighs. The sticky liquid, along with the foul smell, landed harshly on the faces of their opponents under the gust of the wind. Ooh. The nauseating screams continued, and one person's figure was quickly swallowed by the purple light, disappearing. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the fiery corpse incineration technique landed on the remaining 2 people, causing a fierce burning. The 2 professionals with wings screamed in agony. Their wings quickly burnt away, turning into 2 fire persons, falling down and once again swallowed by the purple light. Eliminate 2. Zheng Cheng coldly shouted, and with a flash of the wings formed by the penicillin eater flesh gar, He rushed down at a lightning-fast speed. His figure was also swallowed by the purple light. The purple-black light continued to flicker, his figure swaying left and right under the influence of the raging winds. The purple light was not just a simple radiating light. It had a certain function of transmission, mitigation, and even interim isolation. With a mental move, within the central radar life monitoring technique, dozens of crimson lights suddenly appeared around him, all within the surrounding student group. Many students screamed in agony, falling, or severely injured, helplessly falling below. Fallen ones. There were fallen ones in this graduation assessment. End of chapter. I will translate the text to English. I don't know how long it has been. His figure finally burst out of the purple light. The scene in front of him was dim. A vast world emerged from the distant horizon, faintly revealing itself, with red light rings flashing like lightning from time to time. There was not the profoundness that Zheng Cheng imagined, nor the suffocating darkness he had envisioned. Only endless oppression, distant and empty oppression, with a faint smell of sulfur in the air. An eternal orange-red halo illuminated the underground sky, casting a faint red light over this mysterious world, making everything look like it was coated with a layer of wine color, appearing hazy and misty. In the darkness, there may be even more powerful flying creatures, and he dared not fly around randomly, descending straight towards the ground. Half a minute later, he landed on the thick and somewhat damp ground. Is this ... the abyss? It took so long to descend. The height of the first level of this underground cave is at least over 1,000 meters, he said, as he looked around. The elements of the cave were very active, or rather, in turmoil, as the monitoring range of the central life radar technique was greatly suppressed. He looked further away, where a huge volcano was spewing toxic smoke and lava, almost rendering the entire space a rosy red. Very beautiful. There are only a few people around. Jixu is not here. Forget it. Let's find Jixu first. Entering Yao Jixu's name into the search field of the Central Life Radar Monitoring Art, a light green guidance route appeared, which did not exceed the maximum monitoring range of the Central Life Radar Monitoring Art. That direction. The volcano. Zheng Cheng muttered, and with a thought, the wings formed by the penicillin-devouring bacteria protective shield appeared again. With a swift movement, he rushed towards that direction with great speed. This was an ability he and Zicheng had personally comprehended, mainly controlled by Zicheng, forming the penicillin-devouring bacteria protective shield into wing-like shapes. Not only could it greatly enhance his speed, but he could also glide for a short period of time, which was very useful. Hehe. As many senior students from the imperial capital, University entered the underground for their graduation assessment, in a secluded place deep in the Black Dragon Abyss, several figures slowly appeared. If Zheng Cheng were here, he would surely recognize them. The 9th day of dawn, the Ghost Day. The first of the dawn, the Illusion Day, is the graduation assessment of the Imperial Capital University finally starting. The grim and cold voice of the Ghost Day sounded. The dragon saliva fruit in the Black Dragon Pool has already ripened. If it were an ordinary dragon saliva fruit, it wouldn't matter. But this time, with that reminder from the great person, a dragon infant fruit has been born in the Black Dragon Abyss. That is the fruit condensed from the soul, essence of the legendary Black Dragon that incarnated in the Black Dragon Abyss 1,000 years ago. How could we give up on that? The voice of the Illusion Day also sounded coldly. If it weren't for that great person who brought Liang Howering, that old undying, into the underground 3 years ago, if his oblivion domain hadn't existed, my domain might not have been effective. And 3 years ago, the discovery of my clone. His abilities are truly bizarre. Otherwise, we wouldn't have resorted to these tactics. Zheng Cheng, the Ghost Day sneered. That kid disappeared for 3 years. Who knows how much he has grown? But no matter, with the resurrection of the Black Day, it is also a joke for us. 3 years ago, it seems like she was killed by that kid. Now that she has come back, completed the final assessment, biosynthesis of the soul, advanced to epic. Hehe. I really want to see how she will avenge herself against that kid. Illusion Day, the Ghost Day said, indifferently, it's about time, let's begin. Rest assured, the Illusion Day said coldly, quickly forming hand seals, and his body suddenly began to tremble frantically. In an instant, countless figures flashed past him. Ordinary young men, sunny young men, elderly people, sturdy middle-aged men, charming women, innocent children, gloomy middle-aged men, decadent housewives. Countless figures, countless faces constantly passing through the Illusion Day, impossible to discern, making anyone dizzy and nauseous at a glance. Life is short, enjoy it in time. The thousand illusions lure, all things arise from the heart, where the heart is not born. The law is not established. Like a dream, like an illusion, in the blink of an eye, the space in front of him began to shatter like glass, turning into at least hundreds of irregular glass pieces floating in the air. And the countless figures he had just conjured up turned into streams of glass light, flowing into them. In those countless irregular broken glass pieces, there were figures of people. With the movement of the illusion day, at that moment, these figures, who were once excited, fearful, hesitant, or silent, all became indifferent. Some drew weapons and attacked the people around them directly. Some hid their forms, silently concealing themselves. Some sneered in secret, forming alliances with those around them. At least hundreds of figures, all awakened in that moment, transformed into another soul. Before the shattered glass, the illusion day smiled silently, like a dream, a laugh, old, sick, dead, love, hate, gain, loss. The five aggregates are intense. Life is short, enjoy it in time. I am the master of life. All of you, your lives are under my control. He roar. At the same time, several kilometers away from Zhengcheng, in a low jungle, three figures were resisting a large number of black spiders, the size of millstones attacking them. These spiders were completely black, with 8 legs covered in fine fur. Their brain areas had 8 vertical pupils, like black diamonds, staring fixedly at the three individuals. Countless spider webs and venom attacked them like a sudden rainstorm, covering all their dodging positions. 8-eye poison spider. Kuizia coldly shouted. Without moving, the ground suddenly rolled up countless vine-like tendrils, like giant pythons. Each of them opened their mouths wide, accompanied by a large amount of dark flames, biting and killing all the rushing 8-eye poison spiders. For a time, the entire jungle resounded with the screams and roars of the 8-eye poison spiders. She had bad luck, blown by the underground wind to the dark jungle, along with 2 others. Before she could react, a large number of 8-eye poison spiders rushed out of the dark jungle towards them. 8-eye poison spider, leaf 6-9 monster, gregarious, extremely fast, adept at webbing and oviposition, and with sharp auditory senses. Once ensnared by the 8-eye poison spider's siege, it was difficult to deal with. But at this moment, they were facing Kuizia, whose strength had surged. As one 8-eye poison spider rushed up, all were killed by the protective dragon vine dragons guarding Kuizia, then swallowed. There were also many 8-eye poison spiders directly burnt into nothingness by the dragon fire of the protective vine. The other 2 professionals also relied on Kuizia to continuously kill the 8-eye poison spiders. But as time passed, the number of 8-eye poison spiders increased, even attracting other monsters. The jungle exit is in that direction. Charge out. A man with a longbow, riding a black panther under his hips, said, his pupils emitting starlight-like rays. Roar. His black panther roared, immediately pouncing in that direction, shooting more than 10 arrows, killing 3 8-eye poison spiders chasing after them. Beside him was a professional wearing armor, wielding a double-handed sword, almost becoming a storm, slicing an 8-eye poison spider in half with one sword strike, quickly catching up. You go first, I'll cover the rear. Kuizia shouted. A large number of dragon vine dragons surged forward, forming a 100-meter-long barrier in front, blocking many more dragon vine dragons. I'll help you, the professional with the sword shouted, running up to Kuizia while she was distracted. Taking advantage of her distraction, he actually stabbed her from behind. Poof! Before the sword blade struck, a sharp sound rang out, piercing his throat directly. Cough, cough. How is this possible? Kuizia also reacted at this moment, and a dragon vine dragon tendril immediately swept over, binding the man. Kuizia, run! That man is a fallen one. The professional riding the Black Panther shouted from a distance, taking 3 more arrows and killing one 8-eye poison spider that had broken through the dragon vine dragon blockade. Fallen one. How is that possible? And do you know me? Hehe. The professional riding the Black Panther sneer. My profession is a dark hunter, seeing clearly in the dark, and with scouting and surveillance skills, his movements are already familiar to me. As for you, who at the school doesn't know you? Jun Chen, Zhou Shiyu, and the others have been trapped in the hidden land for 3 years. Go. I suspect there are many fallen ones mixed in the graduation assessment this time. We must inform others in time. Fallen once, Kuizia's mind moved as the dragon vine tendrils brought the corpse over, and her eyebrows suddenly furrowed. The appearance of this fallen one youth, at this moment, had become a faceless man, all facial features sealed, as if an unfinished wax figure, looking extremely terrifying. The two immediately left, with Kuizia walking using vine tendrils under her feet, at a speed not slower than the Black Panther. Excuse me. Thank you. What is your name? Call me July. Kuizia, your plant pet looks good. Shall we team up? Sure. Ha ha ha. So refreshing. It's so enjoyable. In another dark valley, a giant bear man nearly 3 meters tall roared to the sky. His claws and feet had sharp and jagged claws growing out of them, covered in viscous blood. His entire body was covered in thick, fine black fur, like long needles standing erect, especially his muscles, bulging like rocks as hard as steel. Particularly at his feet, there lay dozens of almost completely torn apart bodies. Bodies of the beastmen. The beastmen were a subservient race of the beastmen. More precisely, they were a powerful branch of the semi-beast among the beastmen. This race of half-beastmen were cruel by nature, living in groups, sustaining on blood and flesh. In the underground, they were also a strong race. Roar! Roar! A mad-like beastman suddenly rushed out from the darkness, charging towards the bear man. The bear man, undaunted, single-handedly launched a countercharge against this group of beastmen. Almost instantly, the two collided, and the bear man's claws flashed, tearing the two leading beastmen into two halves. He then swiftly became a fierce wind, tearing apart all the rushing beastmen. Ha ha, the boss is powerful. What's so scary about this small group of beastmen? Boss, keep it up. Kill these beastmen. I remember the map. We're not far from the Black Dragon Abyss. We should be able to arrive in no more than half a month. Stop the nonsense. Kill. Behind the giant bear man, there were several figures also engaged in battles with the surrounding beastmen. They were blown together by the underground winds. Led by the leader Shangbai, they united to prepare to break out. Many of them were subordinates of Shangbai, one of the top 10 hidden dragons among the senior students of the Imperial Capital University. They were lucky, had contact tools in hand, and quickly gathered together. With Shangbai leading the way, they set off towards the Black Dragon Abyss. Kill. Charge out of the Beastman Valley. Shangbai roared, his speed even faster. Yes, Owu. Suddenly, a commotion sounded, but in the Beastman tribe internal, more beastmen appeared. Among them were several fully armed, fierce-eyed, gray-skinned beastmen. This group of beastmen was called Pale Beastmen, professionals among the beastmen. One of the Pale Beastmen suddenly issued a series of sharp cries, and the sound of countless tiny snakes suddenly emerged from the surrounding jungle, charging towards Shangbai and the others. The other Pale Beastmen also cruelly laughed, rushing towards the people. Ah, snakes. So many snakes, so many of them. Boss, there are Pale Beastmen. Poof. In the panic, some fast Pale Beastmen had already charged forward, taking advantage of the students' entanglement with the regular beastmen, and launched a sneak attack, hitting one of them. Run. Damn it. These Pale Beastmen are sneaky. Save him. The whole team immediately panicked. The leader Shangbai suddenly shouted, "Everyone, gather together." Roar. He suddenly roared, his body rapidly expanding, his black fur becoming incredibly hard, resembling an upright walking sea urchin. You dare block me, mere beastman? He raised his claws high, with a tawny color mixed with the black light crazily flashing. Die. Great collapse. Doom. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, a violent rumble resounded from the beastman's tribe. With Shangbai at the center, the earth began to split, creating visible cracks that quickly spread throughout the entire beastman tribe. Countless regular beastmen were swallowed by the sudden appearance of cracks on the ground, screaming and falling. Several Pale Beastmen who couldn't dodge were also swallowed by the cracks. Almost simultaneously, sharp soul spikes grew madly from the cracks, instantly penetrating several of the Pale Beastmen. In just a few minutes, the entire Pale Beastman tribe was almost destroyed, turned into a ruin. Go. In the darkness, Shangbi's burly figure stepped out towards the land leading to the Black Dragon Abyss, and the others also followed closely behind him. So this is the true power of the top 10 hidden dragons. It's really strong. What's this? Last year, the boss smashed a city wall with one slap. Shangbai, Zhongjing Kui ... and the other 10 top dragons from other schools. How terrifying are they? Qin Zheng from the Northwestern Military Academy. Cao Ju, Su Fenghuan from Binhai University, Tan Dao, Tuoba Y from Jinling University, and a few others, but they've all come. End of this chapter. Rustling, hissing, in the middle of a black grassland towering over a person's height, dozens of massive figures were swiftly approaching through the lush jungle. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be large purple-black pythons, their sharp fangs aimed towards their target. Zhang Shuai was covered in a black glow from head to toe, and his sturdy body was clad in a massive suit of black meat armor bristling with sharp spikes. Rather than using any attack methods, he advanced step by step, relying on his robust form and protruding spikes. The purple-black pythons surrounding him viciously attacked, but their fangs could only collide against the thorns encompassing his body, resulting in broken heads and shattered fangs. As he moved, the thorns pierced through, wriggled, and even rotated, directly killing many black pythons. This was the ability he developed through his profession, the Thorn Blood Meat Armor. Before battles, he consumed a large amount of dark food cooked from exotic and demonic creatures and transformed it into his own abilities using his talent. Should he desire, he could gain the strength of any exotic or demonic creature in a short period. Suddenly, a dense blizzard descended from the sky, causing a massive snow avalanche that submerged the group of pythons, tearing them apart and freezing some into ice sculptures. With a rumble, the black pythons were visible being submerged, blown away, and destroyed within a short time. Yao Jixu, Zhang Shuai subconsciously looked up and, indeed, saw a figure enveloped in a large blizzard rapidly approaching. It was Yao Jixu. However, behind her were numerous bird-like creatures pursuing her, resembling eagles. These creatures had blackish-gray eagle wings and bodies resembling female bodies, with sharp claws on all their limbs and furry coats. Eagle-bodied she-demons? LV-69 eagle-bodied she-demons. Zhang Shuai's face changed slightly. These eagle-bodied she-demons were a subspecies of the eagle-bodied she-demons, a rare flying species in the underground world. They emitted a piercing screech that landed on the two individuals. Zhang Shuai's thorn blood meat armor started to show ripples, with the thorns wilting and softening, causing him to face difficulties. Yao Jixu descended with a cold voice from above. Run. Eagle-bodied she-demons are social creatures. There must be hundreds behind, including over a dozen professional eagle-bodied she-demons. Hundreds. Zhang Shuai's expression chilled. Despite only being proficient in flying, spear throwing, and sharp fangs, these creatures possessed a talent called the Siren's Howl, causing mental attacks that were tough to deal with for professionals. Damn. You hold for a bit. Zhang Shuai cursed internally and took out a blue piece of meat from his spatial ring, promptly consuming it. Yao Jixu also acted, with ice blades appearing in a storm aimed at the eagle-bodied she-demons. The leading over a dozen she-demons were brutally assaulted, their wings torn and bodies frozen, crashing to the ground. However, the surrounding she-demons opened their mouths, emitting low, strange howls. This unusual psychic surge entered Yao Jixu's mind, causing her to momentarily dizzy. But with a swift reaction, she summoned a snowy blast that disoriented the group of she-demons. Unfortunately, being on a volcano, the scorching temperature greatly reduced the effectiveness of her ice magic. I'm fine now. Let's go. At this moment, Zhang Shuai finally exclaimed. His once burly physique suddenly slimmed down, with wings sprouting from his back as he started to soar into the air. Yao Jixu's expression was odd. What's going on with you? My abilities are impressive, right? Zhang Shuai triumphantly flapped his wings. I absorbed the energy from consumed meats to inherit their powers. This wine god winged dragon's flesh was not easy to obtain. Let's hurry. Yao Jixu waved, summoning a blizzard that whisked Zhang Shuai towards safety. Her aim was clear: to get away from the volcanic area. Did you see Zhang Cheng? I didn't see Cheng, brother. I thought he was with you. No. We split up. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Cheng has a talent for finding people. Shouldn't we find a safer place and wait for him? Yao Jixu blushed but agreed. Fine. Let's head towards Black Dragon Abyss. Zhang Cheng will find us. Run. I smell another batch of eagle-bodied she-demons. There are so many. Let's go. Click. 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 In the darkness, several towering and massive figures suddenly rushed forward, their mechanical bodies producing a near-piercing friction sound. As they marched, numerous holes opened from their mouths, unleashing a rain of black arrows and bullets that shredded the black giant wolves blocking their path. After the Great Catastrophe, modern weaponry suffered a significant weakness, with missiles, nuclear bombs rendered ineffective. However, over time, some specialized professionals harnessed these weapons by imbuing them with special energies such as drawn symbols, formations, and energy infusion, creating more potent armaments as seen in these puppets. Behind these mechanical puppets, a black-clad young man sat atop a puppet iron valve, swiftly advancing. His hands gently manipulated them in the empty space akin to playing an instrument, guiding the puppets in battle. These puppets, forged from steel, were armed with sharp weapons on their claws, mouths, and even abilities to launch bullets or lasers from their fur, tail, and eyes, shredding the surrounding black giant wolves. Following him were several young professionals, excited and wary as they observed the surroundings. These puppets are formidable, almost equivalent to fully armed tanks or armored vehicles. Tuoba Gui. We actually encountered him, which is incredibly lucky. Jinling City. Tuoba family. No wonder this person can become the first heir of the Tuoba family. Controlling so many mechanical puppets to top 10 hidden dragons of Jinling University. This year, only one is appointed due to the competition, the rest have been conquered by him. Several youths enthusiastically discussed, with two girls eyeing Tuoba Gui with admiration. Professionals naturally idolize power, especially some female professionals who were drawn to strong, wealthy individuals like Tuoba Gui. However, in the distance, more commotion emerged from the darkness. Several figures emerged from the towering black jungle. These figures appeared human-like but covered in dense fur and beards, with most of their heads obscure. Despite their stature of only around 5 feet, each wielded massive axes, hammers, or other weapons. Black Dwarves. Another powerful race engaged in battle with the Blue Star human tribe within the subterranean battlefield. Black Dwarves. The young professionals protected by Tuoba Gui soon noticed the approach of the Black Dwarves, causing a stir. A nimble, ponytailed young lady with deep velour approached Tuoba Gui. Tuoba young master, let us assist you. We are grateful for your protection during this graduation assessment and do not wish to burden you further. On the puppet iron valve, Tuoba Gui nodded. Fine. I'll create an opening at 2 o'clock. You can attack from there. The girl bowed, and others readying their weapons, preparing to aid in battle. No need to be polite. Swish. Swish. As Tuoba Gui spoke, several black arrows silently shot towards the students. However, Tuoba Gui's puppet iron valve emitted a black thread that turned into a giant steel net, blocking all the arrows. Who are you? The girl's face distorted in disbelief as Tuoba Gui ferociously attacked back. Ah, damn. It's puppets. He's not human. Faft. Numerous steel needles shot out from the black-clad youth, skewering the assailants. What's happening? Someone was trying to assassinate Tuoba Gui. Are they insane? We are in a graduation assessment. How? They're fallen. Tuoba Gui rode on his puppet valve as steel puppets advanced towards the students. Bullets, steel needles, whips, even miniature artillery shells quickly overwhelmed the students. Ah, Tuoba Gui. May you meet a bad end. Young master. Spare me. Run. Tuoba Gui's gone mad. Ah, fallen. Doom. Minutes later, the area fell silent, littered with bodies and numerous massive craters, with wisps of smoke rising. Tuoba Gui's figure, mechanical and cold, strode forward once again. I've inherited the Logic clan's legacy, merged with my profession, becoming the mechanical emperor surpassing S-class professionals. According to the map and electronic scans, within a 100-mile radius lies a massive open pit vein, likely housing precious andesite silver veins and other metallic derivatives, along with a large mercury river ample for my mechanical army. His deep red pupils faded, turning him even more mechanical, akin to a machine. That area is the Black Dwarves' territory. Annihilate them. Claim the open pit vein. Even if this graduation assessment fails, with the power of my mechanical army, I can progress into an epic level. Flesh is weak. Rise as a mechanical deity. End of chapter. The abyss summons. Pyro fiend descends. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. In the darkness, a huge dark red light suddenly appeared, followed by a giant burning with flames from head to toe, standing at a height of 7 to 8 meters, walking out from the magic circle. He reached out his hand and grabbed a flaming iron chain, which shot out, instantly smashing a dozen magma dogs into mincemeat. This is a map located on the edge of a volcano, surrounded by unique terrain formed after magma cooling. Large magma creatures live here. Magma dogs, magma snakes, magma monsters, and a large number of volcano snake people covered in fiery red scales. Resembling lizard-like beings, they can walk on magma as if walking on flat ground with their hard armor, absorbing the flame energy in the magma to form powerful. However, today they encountered their natural enemy, Pyro Fiend. This terrifying creature from the abyss, although its strength has not yet reached the status of a Pyro Lord, it is not comparable to ordinary magma creatures like them. The Pyro Fiend took a giant step forward, immediately creating a heap of high-temperature magma on the ground. With a flick of his hand, the eyes turned into a whip that flew out, smashing a group of magma monsters into ash once again. Gurgling, the magma river underfoot wriggled, and a giant magma snake person suddenly emerged, rushing fiercely towards a human figure behind the magma. Asterisk clang, asterisk. A sound of air friction was heard. The figure turned around abruptly, and with a grab of his right hand, a frenzy of magma longsword surged out, cutting the magma snake person in half with one sword. There are magma snake people behind us. Cal leader, you watch the front, leave the back to us. Attack. Several people guarding behind a woman fought fiercely against the approaching magma snake people. This woman was not very tall, only about 1.6 meters. Her appearance was not breathtakingly beautiful, but her eyes were bright and determined. With shoulder-length hair and healthy wheat-colored skin, she looked like a tomboy, holding a delicate magic staff exuding a strong and compact aura. You must be Kaoju, a student from the Northwest Military Academy. Suddenly, a voice rang out abruptly. The group turned to look, seeing a figure approaching rapidly with a longsword in hand. He was dressed in a blood-red robe, emanating a bloody and pungent smell from head to toe, indicating he had engaged in battle. You are Ton Dao from the South Sea University, Kaoju said lightly. Before participating in this graduation assessment mission, they had already memorized the appearances and professions of some outstanding students from other schools. This allowed them to call out the other's name at the first meeting. I didn't expect to meet you here. Well, it works. I found some magma essence and a group of fire spirits at the edge of a volcano. Shall we retrieve it together? Ton Dao said. I only need the magma essence. The fire spirits are yours. He looked at the Pyro Fiend in front of Kaoju and continued, I remember your profession is the Moon Empress, able to summon different elemental spirits for battle. Wind spirits, water elementals, sun of light. Those fire spirits could be useful to you, Ton Dao added. Fire spirits? Kaoju's eyes lit up slightly, saying, all right, as long as... Asterisk boom, asterisk. At that moment, the ground around them suddenly shook violently, and dark red magma gushed out from the cracks in the ground. Simultaneously, a large number of human-shaped creatures emerged from the magma, roaring furiously and rushing towards the Pyro Fiend. These are magma spirits, elemental creatures born with a chance in pools over 100 years old with strong evolutionary capabilities. No wonder, they must have been attracted by the Pyro Fiend's aura. They realized, within the existence range of fire spirits, large quantities of the same attribute tier elemental life are always attracted. There are indeed fire spirits here. You did not deceive me. Kaoju's eyes sparkled brightly, excitedly saying, Pyro Fiend, devour them. You will evolve into a Pyro Fiend tyrant. Charge. The huge fire giant roared angrily, immediately charging towards the humanoid fire creatures. But these fire and magma creatures did not hesitate and also rushed forward, colliding fiercely. While the Pyro Fiend could evolve by consuming magma spirits, these creatures could also evolve by devouring the Pyro Fiend. Asterisk boom, asterisk. Blinding flames exploded in the darkness. Ton Dao's eyes flashed as he said, let me help you. He threw a sword, seemingly controlled by an invisible hand, swiftly flying towards the direction of the magma spirits. Chanting incantations, a strange wave of energy emanated from him and the flying swords. Swordplay. Blood Spirit Sword C. With the intense shaking, the blood-colored longsword suddenly multiplied into many copies, floating in the air. Go. With a shout, the group of blood-colored swords flew downwards like arrows, swiftly attacking the magma creatures and magma spirits on the ground. Countless magma creatures were pierced by the blood-colored swords, torn apart into pieces, with cries of agony filling the air. 10 minutes later, led by Kaoju and Ton Dao, along with over 10 fourth-year students, charged towards the summit of the volcano. Their goal was the tribe of magma snake people who had lived in this area for over 100 years. Venomous dragons. Accompanied by a hoarse male shout, 3 giant purple-black dragons suddenly leapt out from the darkness, bringing with them a pungent and foul smell, instantly submerging a group of giant rats standing at a distance. Cries of fear and panic echoed as these giant rats, some collapsing and convulsing, others running away in a desperate attempt to escape. However, the 3 venomous dragons were being controlled by someone, sweeping through the battlefield like autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves. In a matter of seconds, over 100 rat people were poisoned to death, the nauseating scent of poison filling the valley, leaving no one able to escape. Heh. In the darkness, a figure cloaked in black slowly emerged, emanating a faint dark aura. The thin-faced figure with cold, indifferent eyes was accompanied by a few tiny snakes completely made of toxins, cold and slithering in front of him. Cavern strangers, nothing but that. With my mastery of poison, as long as there are enough corpses, I can transform it into a deadly domain. I've heard that Black Dragon Abyss is formed from the corpse of a legendary black dragon. If I can transform Black Dragon Abyss into a domain of death venom, what would mere dragon saliva fruit matter? His eyes suddenly shimmered with excitement. By then, I may be able to step into epic levels with the power of the Black Dragon Abyss. Asterisk. Rustle. Asterisk. At that moment, a black snake crawled up from under his feet, emitting a series of low hisses. Are there other professionals nearby? Another poison expert? His eyes lit up again, as he quickly walked towards the black snake's direction. 2 poison experts. What kind of toxin does this person use? Shall we verify each other's skills? He took large strides, with a mass of black energy quickly condensing under his feet, soon forming a large black python. Seated on the giant poisonous snake, he swiftly glided towards the direction from which the small black snake had slithered. Soon, a massive battlefield appeared before his eyes. Numerous half-human, half-snake creatures lay prostrate on the ground, emitting a series of plaintive cries. What was terrifying, however, was that these creatures had numerous plant-like growths sprouting from their bodies, like moss, branches, and wild grass mixed with blood. These growths resembled fleshy buds that constantly corroded their bodies. Some had large plant-like appendages growing on their limbs, abdomens, or even heads, oozing viscous blood. Others had roots growing from their feet deep into the ground, wholly merging with the earth. Trying to escape, they could not. In the center of this strange clan was a gigantic human-faced flower, with snake-like petals and pistils swaying gently, appearing eerie and terrifying. Beneath the human-faced flower stood a girl in purple clothing, coldly observing the surrounding creatures. Purple poppies. The man in black was the first to notice the figure beneath the human-faced flower, murmuring, "This is poison. Such strong activity. Plant-based toxins? No. Something is different. That figure. Purple poppies from the South Region's flea marsh. Isn't her profession the poison immortal, who can control insects, release poison? And now, I see another type of plant-based toxin from her, a delightful surprise. Only a woman like her is worthy of me. She and I are a match made in heaven." With confident steps, he quickly moved forward, surrounded by a large number of pitch-black snakes, charging towards the trapped group of mystical beasts. The snakes slid into the creatures, biting and releasing toxins into their bodies, quickly killing the creatures. Some beasts disintegrated into a pool of pus instantly. Soon, Purple Poppies also noticed the disturbance, and the spirit-faced flower behind her turned around as well. "Student Purple Poppies, right? Don't worry, I'm Du Chong from Guannan University," said the figure. "The cavern is dangerous. Shall we work together?" Guannan University. Du Chong. Purple Poppies seemed to have prior information as well, expressing surprise. "One of the top 10 hidden dragons." Being one of the top 10 hidden dragons was just a stroke of luck, Du Chong replied. "I see a resemblance in your abilities to mine. How about we join forces and move forward? I have a detection method. The direction of the Black Dragon Abyss likely harbors numerous mystical beasts," Du Chong indicated. "Let's join forces, provide mutual support. It's better than acting alone." Purple Poppies finally agree after a moment of silence. "All right, attack." Amid the Valley of the Beast Folk, over 10 students from the Imperial National University, led by Shangbai, rushed forward like a swift arrow. Earlier, Shangbai had demonstrated his power by demolishing the Beast Folk tribe single-handedly. Behind them lay over 100 Beast Folk corpses. However, the commotion in the area had attracted even more Beast Folk to converge on their location. After all, the group landed in the heart of the beastfolk territory. As they were ruthlessly slaughtering the beastfolk in the depths of the valley, two towering beastfolk beings stood respectfully behind a slender figure. This figure's skin was somewhat dark, smooth and delicate, with a pretty face exuding seductive allure. Strangely, a slightly curved tail kept swaying from her behind. Earth Dweller. In the heart of the beastfolk territory, there was an Earth Dweller. Why are human professionals appearing here? A clear voice, as melodious as a nightingale, rang out by the ears of the two beastfolk beings. The beastfolk on the left, a tall, deep-voiced individual, reply, "They fell from the sky into our territory." From the sky, Earth Dweller spoke, "You mean the ground, their objective. Black Dragon Abyss. Black Dragon Abyss. Is the dragon's saliva fruit maturing?" No wonder. A visibly older beastfolk on the side interjected, "Madame Nina, how do we deal with these humans?" "How to deal with them? Capture them all," the Earth Dweller declared. "Our king is at war with the Blue Star humans. These human youngsters dares to come here, they don't know their place. Catch them all alive and offer them as a sacrifice to our king." "I understand." The beastfolk Sacrificial priest pledged, "I will certainly capture these few people." "Calm. Go ahead. Take your children, cut off the limbs of these humans, and hand them over to Lady Nina." "Understood," Calm darkly exclaimed, stepping out of the room. Outside the room, over 100 burly beastfolk cavalry, each riding a unique mount, awaited. Each mount was around 5 to 6 meters long, covered in thick fur, resembling an enlarged giant rat with sharp fangs. "Children, capture those humans." Roar. Urging their mounts, they charged towards Bai and his group. Behind them, a multitude of regular beastfolk increased their numbers. Some had spears stuffed in the animal skins on their backs, ready for battle. Charge. Ha ha ha. The killing became more chaotic. Even with Bai's leadership, they couldn't break free from the encirclement of so many beastfolk quickly. Suddenly, a figure swooped in from a distance, resembling a giant bird. Bai, I didn't expect you to be trapped here. If it was somewhere else, I'd have to compete with you. But now, we're all on an alien battlefield, all belonging to the human race, so we should support each other." The incoming figure landed steadily in the air, reaching down with his right hand. An invisible wave of strings showered down, deeply embedding into the bodies of the ensnared beastfolk creatures. Enraged by the effects, these beastfolk creatures turned towards their former kin and attacked. The beastfolk cavalry formation instantly descended into chaos. Glancing up, Bai looked towards the sky and laughed. "Ha ha ha, John Jinkui. I didn't expect you, little kid, to be here, taking out the beastfolk. Kill. Asterisk, end of this chapter asterisk. Swoosh. Doom. Squeak squeak squeak. In the dark sky, a figure was constantly evading the siege of dozens of eagle-bodied female beasts. The figure wielded dual swords, striking down the eagle-bodied female beasts, causing them to fall from the sky. Illusory flames and golden holy flames alternated, effortlessly incinerating these eagle-bodied female beasts into ashes. However, these creatures fought to the death, relentlessly launching suicidal attacks towards Zheng Cheng with piercing cries. Eagle-bodied female beasts. How could there be so many of these creatures in the underground cave? Zheng Cheng's figure suddenly froze as hordes of eagle-bodied female beasts lunged towards him. After swiftly locating Yao Jixu's position, he had rushed over, utilizing Jerry's ability for low-altitude flight to save time. After more than 10 hours had passed, they were suddenly attacked by a group of eagle-bodied female beasts. Zheng Cheng grabbed at the creatures, summoning his Wand of Authority. Confusion spell. A green light flashed from the Wand of Authority, casting two identical spells of confusion onto the group of beasts. The beasts immediately turned back to attack their own kind. God. 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 The eagle-bodied female beasts all began to cry out, fighting amongst themselves instead. Zheng Cheng shook his head slightly, realizing that even these beasts were ultimately driven by instincts. The life monitoring spell indicated that Yao Jixu was within 10 kilometers, and he was amazed to find Zhuan Shuai beside her. Just then, a piercing screech echoed, causing a visible ripple of mental energy to envelop the area. Even Zheng Cheng felt dizzy for a moment. The eagle-bodied female beasts, previously affected by the confusion spell, now broke free and charged towards him. Zheng Cheng's gaze turned towards a larger figure rapidly approaching from behind the group. That's the eagle-bodied she-demon. The eagle-bodied she-demon, the main tribe of the eagle-bodied female beasts, or one could say, the professionals among them. Similarly to the differentiating levels between ordinary humans and professionals on Blue Star, the newcomer was a she-demon in the form of a human woman with fine fur all over her body, hawk legs, sharp claws, and a hawk-like face. Large hawk wings grew from her ribcage, her eyes shone with a dark green light, and she emanated an eerie presence. Human race, why trespass into our territory? A hoarse voice suddenly rang out in Zheng Cheng's mind. Capture him. The sacrificial ceremony for the new generation of Earth Demon Clan is about to begin, and he will make a fine sacrifice. The she-demon's command prompted dozens of eagle-bodied female beasts behind her to charge forward, creating a vast swarm. Eagle-bodied she-demon, skilled in mental magic, capable of forcibly dispelling, controlling magic and possessing other psychic secrets. In that case, Zheng Cheng thought as he dodged the spears thrown by the eagle-bodied female beasts. At the same time, a rune representing the highest level skill flashed in his mind. Instantaneous acute gastroenteritis spell. The beasts suddenly began to groan and clutch their stomachs, some unable to react as they were hit by intense pain, followed by a rush of yellow-green viscous fluid from the skies. The stench spread among the eagle-bodied female beasts, who were omnivorous and ate various things in the harsh underground environment, causing their distressed stomachs to react violently. Nonetheless, the eagle-bodied female beasts, in their agony, could not resist the powerful spell, and some of them collapsed, unable to bear the pain. The eagle-bodied she-demon, witnessing the chaos among her kind, tried to dispel the strange magic affecting them. But Zheng Cheng's spell was a disease, not an abnormal magical effect, and could not be dispelled. The remaining beasts could not endure and succumbed to the double pain, writhing in agony and evacuating fluids before collapsing. Zheng Cheng used his mind-deepening technique again, escalating their suffering further. The she-demon howled in despair as the spell amplified their pain, causing them to convulse violently. The she-demon was furious and launched a fierce attack towards Zheng Cheng, unleashing a storm of energy. Just as she charged, Zheng Cheng reacted with his spell skin-bursting spell, causing feathers to explode from her body. Despite the excruciating pain, the she-demon persisted, utilizing her magical abilities to continue the attack, but her feathers had been stripped away, hindering her movements. Enraged, the she-demon attempted to flee, deterred by her severe pain. Seeing her agony, Zheng Cheng seized the moment and unleashed another skill, intensifying her suffering. Zheng Cheng then referred back to the she-demon's information granted to him by a special item and unleashed his final blow, the illusory flame incineration spell, consuming her in flames until she perished before his eyes. Zheng solemnly reflected on the situation, knowing he had to leave before the scene attracted nearby scavenging monsters. Meanwhile, Yao Jixu and Zhuan Shui battled lava monsters at the volcano's edge. Yao Jixu, empowered by a special item provided by a superior being, overwhelmed the lava monsters with her blizzard transformation, while Hui, a transformed tiger-like warrior, tore through the beasts with steel claws. The trio worked together to resist the relentless attacks of the molten creatures. Zheng Cheng analyzed the situation and deduced the presence of the fallen members backing this assault. Realizing that he was not yet able to defeat Yao Jixu, he decided to draw her down from her aerial advantage. As he planned his next move, he prepared to confront the relentless assailants hunting Yao Jixu and Zhuan Shui. Swoosh! Zheng Cheng's figure glided through the air, followed by dozens of black monsters chasing after him. Resembling monkeys overall, these creatures had thick membranes connecting their arms, allowing them to glide short distances. They were bloodthirsty ape eagles. Following their route to rescue Yao Jixu, Zheng Cheng inadvertently trespassed into the territory of the bloodthirsty ape eagles. Initially thinking that they couldn't fly, he tried to charge past them, using this method to shake off many monsters along the way. However, to his surprise, these bloodthirsty ape eagles could momentarily glide using their arms, pursuing him for several miles without giving up. What troublesome creatures! Zheng Cheng shook his head. Through the central life radar monitoring technique, he saw that Yao Jixu and others, particularly Hui and his group, were getting closer. Glancing back at the bloodthirsty ape eagles still chasing them, he continued without stopping to deal with them, letting Jerry suspend them as they moved forward. Soon, a vast river of lava appeared before him. Lava gushed out from a distant volcano, flowing downstream. The air was filled with a pungent sulfur smell and a fishy odor, with dead creatures lining both sides of the lava river. This area was already at the edge of the volcano, and further ahead loomed the towering volcano. Around the lava river, Jun Cheng spotted 6 or 7 figures fighting a group of lava-covered monsters. These creatures, about 2 to 3 meters tall, resembled apes and were entirely made of lava. With a simple swing, they could conjure scorching lava fireballs, smashing fiercely into the group of professionals, causing explosions. Above the monsters, Yao Jixu transformed into a blizzard, continuously shooting ice blades to support the students' underground attack. Hu Wei's figure swelled up, covered in black and yellow fur, his hands turning into steel claws, effortlessly slashing one of the lava monsters in half. At that moment, Chuan Shuai also transformed into a gigantic creature covered in steel spikes, resembling a giant hedgehog, leading the way at the front. A man in the center held a wooden tray, focusing intensely to control the surrounding flames, ice, lightning, forming one attacking formation after another, killing the magma monsters around them. His expression suddenly changed as he loudly exclaimed, "Leave this place." Large groups of monsters are approaching. Everyone's faces turned grim. Qian Hao was a level 69 formation master, able to monitor the movements of monsters within several miles using a special formation. Thanks to his presence, they could safely reach this point. "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" Hu Wei shouted, and Yao Jixu immediately created a snowstorm from above, forming a 3-meter-high ice wall, halting the pursuing lava monsters. These underground creatures were numerous. He had intended to deal with them first before finding a way to draw Yao Jixu down and kill her. Unexpectedly, they were now blocked by a sudden appearance of monsters. They were fallen beings, but there was no way to avoid the monster attacks. It seemed they had to find a way to eliminate this group of monsters first and then look for an opportunity to assassinate Yao Jixu. As their figures swiftly flew towards the distance, Qian Hao's expression worsened. "They're catching up. Prepare for battle." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just as he spoke, a figure flew over their heads. Startled, they looked up to see another professional. Behind him, a swarm of bloodthirsty ape eagles was in hot pursuit. "Damn it! These monsters were attracted by this guy. Don't attack!" Hu Wei angrily shouted. Somehow, the professional who had just flown over seemed somewhat familiar. Wasn't he another target the organization was looking for? Suddenly, a strange fluctuation came over, and the bloodthirsty ape eagles that were pursuing the professional started fighting among themselves, causing chaos. Meanwhile, they spotted several human figures on the ground that looked identical to the creatures that had previously provoked the bloodthirsty ape eagles. These creatures noticed their companions, immediately unleashing their attack on the group of people on the ground, smashing towards them like giant rocks. "Damn it!" the group cursed as Qian Hao quickly raised his formation tray with the power flowing into it. Soon, 6 crystals of different colors flew out from his body, forming a 6-pointed star around them. A faint silver light kept flashing, creating a massive defense. Doom! Finally, one bloodthirsty ape eagle slammed down heavily, and its gigantic form was sent flying away. Swoosh! Their attacks reactivated as spells and skills were unleashed, splattering blood as they fought fiercely against the bloodthirsty ape eagles who charged towards them with fiery flames. Roar! Roar, roar! A few minutes later, the lava monsters they had just escaped from came charging back, launching scorching lava fireballs that struck the group fiercely in the dark sky. Qian Hao's face paled, immediately saying, "There are too many monsters, we can't hold on. Retreat quickly. My formation flag can temporarily protect you. Split up, follow the crystal guidance, and regroup later." Got it. They immediately scattered, dashing towards the nearby lava river. They needed to cross it to reach the Black Dragon Abyss. As they spoke, a snowstorm fell from the sky, confusing the sight of the pursuing monsters, giving them the opportunity to flee. With Yao Jixu's help, Chuan Shuai sprouted a pair of meat wings and quickly flew up into the air. In midair, Yao Jixu was about to attack the person who had led the horde of monsters towards them when a familiar voice stopped her. "Don't move. It's me, Jun Cheng," Yao Jixu exclaimed in surprise. "How did you handle the monsters? They are fallen beings." "What? Find a way to eliminate them." Their conversation was cut short when Qian Hao unleashed a spell, formation of cleansing wind blades, creating blades of wind that slashed through the air and into the monsters, surrounding them with powerful elemental attacks. Each blade manifested from a different elemental source, converging into a lethal storm that shredded the monsters to pieces. As the wind subsided, the monsters were defeated, leaving the group exasperated but relieved. Successful skill execution. You obtained special ingredients. Magma monster's hot blood. You acquired a magma monster DNA molecule. You activated the magma monster DNA blueprint. Special ingredient. Magma monster hot blood. Quality. 6 stars. Effect. Permanently increases strength by 4 points, spirit by 1 point, constitution by 1 point, and fire resistance by 1 point after consumption. Limit of 10. Explanation. The most essential warm blood in the magma monster's body, containing its life essence. Skill executed successfully. You obtained special ingredients. Bloodthirsty monkey eagle brain meat. You acquired a bloodthirsty monkey eagle DNA molecule. You activated the bloodthirsty monkey eagle DNA blueprint. Special ingredient. Bloodthirsty monkey eagle brain meat. Quality. 6 stars. Effect. Permanently increases strength by 2 points, spirit by 2 points, agility by 2 points, and fire resistance by 1 point after consumption. Limit of 10. Explanation. The brain meat of the bloodthirsty monkey eagle, consumed to clear the mind and energize the body. 6 different special ingredients appeared in Zheng Cheng's hands. The monsters in these underground caves, in terms of quality and quantity, far exceeded those on the surface, and the ingredients dissected from them were also of high quality. In a rush, he didn't cook these ingredients much, just consumed them directly. Ya Jixu asked, Zheng Chen, have you found the locations of Chenzi and Qinzhong? After I came in, I only found you. I haven't found the others yet. I'll look for them now. After saying that, Zheng Cheng opened the central radar life monitoring technique and entered Chen Zhao's name. A route extended northeast, 10 kilometers away. Northeast towards the Black Dragon Abyss. Zheng Cheng was puzzled, then entered Qin Zheng's name, and it showed the same route. Subsequently, Bai Jingqi, Li Zhao, and others also showed the same route. Black Dragon Abyss. It's all about the Black Dragon Abyss. It seems like they are all there. Ya Jixu said, are you saying that Chen Zi and the others are all at the Black Dragon Abyss now? I'm not sure. Let's find out by following the route. All right. Guided by Zheng Cheng, the three quickly headed towards the Black Dragon Abyss. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away, a huge abyss was located in the area. This abyss was deep and seemingly bottomless, with massive and thick clouds swirling around the center and the sky, forming the shape of a giant dragon. Cold there. This place is the Black Dragon Abyss. The Black Dragon Abyss is extremely large, almost tearing one continent into two. To the north of the Black Dragon Abyss is the territory of the Earth's demon race. In the south, there are several races fighting for supremacy. The Blue Star human race, the Wild Beast race, the Black Dwarves, and over a dozen other races of similar strength. In a castle on the south side of the Black Dragon Abyss, more than 10 figures were seated together, discussing something. Among them, there were 2 leaders. On the left, a man in a black robe, almost completely concealed in the robe, revealing only a pair of deep blue pupils and tail lips and chin. On the right, an elderly man with a scholarly air. His face was wrinkled, but he had a head of jet black long hair and eyes as transparent as diamonds. Besides these 2 individuals, there were over 10 others seated on both sides. Among them, if Zheng Cheng were here, he would definitely recognize some of them. There was Lu Lima, with a nearly transparent golden body, as well as Din Ruhuo, Xiao Xianfeng, and Quan Linfei, 3 epic powerhouses. The 4 of them could only sit at the lower end, indicating the status of the 2 at the top. Apart from them, there were a few others. Lin Shanyu, the commander of the Northwest Army. Qin Zan, the head of the Qin family in the Northwest. Dai Fengqi, the head of the White family in the Northwest. These 3 individuals had been guarding the underground Great Wall of the dungeon for hundreds of years. One more person, Shen Nanfen, the director of the Chang'an Night Guard Sub-Bureau. Shan Yu. How is the plan? On the high platform, the man in the black robe suddenly spoke. Lin Shanyu, who held a high position and controlled 1 million soldiers within the dungeon, also stood up respectfully and said, Senior, the plan is progressing smoothly. For more than 30 years, we have been dispatching professionals towards the direction of the Black Dragon Abyss for trials, and secretly sending out elite professionals to place enchantments at specific locations. Until now, according to the enchantment signal measurements, a total of 95 enchantments have been activated. This year, During the National University Joint Graduation Assessment, we secretly sent 10 professionals carrying enchantments to the Black Dragon Abyss. As long as 5 of them successfully place the enchantments, the entire dragon sealing and spirit summoning grand array can be successfully set up. Lin Shanyu hesitated for a moment, then looked towards Din Ruohuo. I wonder if the spirit summoning grand array you mentioned has the effect you said. Din Ruohuo responded, John, rest assured, I have successfully tested the spirit summoning grand array on Radiance Island. Radiance Island is just a small world, and I arranged a small spirit summoning grand array based on the terrain of Radiance Island, disguised as the star-locking grand array, successfully sealing off the entire Radiance Island, shaking the dragon veins of Radiance Island, and summoning the world will, Gaia, which is about to collapse. I have been investigating in the dungeon for more than 50 years. Although I couldn't penetrate deep into the Earth's demon territory, I have already deduced that the Black Dragon Abyss is the origin of the dragon veins of the entire dungeon. Just like the ancestor of the dragon vein of my country Xia Kingdom, Kunlun, the Black Dragon Abyss is the ancestor of the entire dungeon's dragon veins. Din Ruohuo continued, just by activating the spirit summoning grand array, we can shake the entire Black Dragon Abyss, affecting the entire dungeon's dragon veins, and make them our own. At that time, all the dungeon's dragon veins will belong to our Xia Kingdom, overthrowing the foreign races in just a matter of time. If the legend is true, I can even summon the soul of the legendary Black Dragon that resides in the Black Dragon Abyss. The soul of the Black Dragon. At this point, the man in the black robe finally muttered with a hoarse voice, his tone devoid of any emotion. On the side, Leon Howren suddenly spoke up. Are you really going to do this, Mingsun? Mingsun, Zheng Mingsun, one of the legendary powerhouses within the battlefield dungeon, and currently recognized as the strongest professional in the entire Xia Kingdom. Sealing off the dragon veins of the world and making them our own is one of the celestial plan strategies you have developed based on the different environment of the foreign race's battlefield. As long as we can control the dragon veins, we will have a weapon of mass destruction akin to nuclear weapons possessed by only a few major powers before a major catastrophe. Zheng Mingsun said, if we are willing, we can use the dragon veins to carry out the Earth Dragon's turnover, control earthquakes, and wipe out foreign races in just a matter of time, thus intimidating the foreign races. As for whether we can contain the legendary dragon soul, he transmitted a message. It is also part of our upcoming plans. Leon Howren remained calm, nodding. Do you have a candidate in mind? Zheng Mingsun looked down at the few people and said lightly, I have a tentative plan, but it still needs further consideration. You need to hurry. We have been preparing for this operation for nearly a century, and only received definite information 10 years ago. In a year at most, if you are not prepared, you will have to stay here. Zheng Mingsun closed his eyes and said, rest assured, if this plan succeeds, I will sacrifice myself to accompany you all. In addition, even if I have to go with you to that place, I must do something for the Xia Kingdom. In this battle, I will exterminate half of the Earth's demon race. For rather many foreign races, if they are willing to become vassals of the Xia Kingdom, they may spare their lives. If they are unwilling, they will all be slaughtered. After a while, Leon Howren finally spoke lightly. All right, we will wait for you another year. Ruohuo, Zhang, it's all up to you. I won't let you down. By the way, who are the professionals who carried the enchantments to the Black Dragon Abyss this time? The top 10 hidden dragons from the national universities have been receiving our support for 4 years and are expected to complete these missions. The top 10 hidden dragons. Zheng Mingsun whispered. That's very good. We'll wait for your good news. Rest assured, this time, if the plan succeeds, I will be willing to sacrifice myself to accompany you. Furthermore, even if I have to go with you to that place, I must do something for the Xia Kingdom. In this battle, I will exterminate half of the Earth's demon race. For rather many foreign races, if they are willing to become vassals of the Xia Kingdom, they may spare their lives. If they are unwilling, all will be killed. After a long time, Leon Howren finally said softly, all right, we'll wait another year for you. Fire, Zheng, it's all up to you. I will not let you down. By the way, who are the professionals who carried the enchantments to the Black Dragon Abyss this time? The top 10 hidden dragons from the national universities have been receiving our support for 4 years and are expected to complete these missions. The top 10 hidden dragons. Zheng Mingsun whispered. That's very good. We'll wait for your good news. Seniors, rest assured, To ensure the smooth progress of the plan, you must guard the entrance of the Black Dragon Abyss and escort the students into the Black Dragon Abyss. Yes. 10 days later, on the edge of the Black Dragon Abyss, two figures were fleeing at a rapid pace. One of them was covered in blood, running on all fours, transforming into a giant bear, panting heavily. Sean B., one of the top 10 hidden dragons in the Imperial Capital University, along with John Jinqui. The two had lost their initial arrogance upon entering the dungeon, and now their faces were serious and silent. The other students who were originally following them had disappeared by now, and it was unknown whether they had died or given up the assessment and used teleportation scrolls to return to the underground Great Wall. John Jinqui suddenly said, "Sean B., stop running. We need to find a place to rest. It's been 3 days since our last rest. Your willpower is still holding, but your wounds are about to reopen. I can feel that more than a third of the puppet threads in your body have collapsed." Damn it. Hearing this, Sean B. also stopped, panting heavily and said, "Why are all these Earth demon races like crazy, chasing us for almost half a month?" John Jinqui also jumped down from midair, subtly manipulating a large number of dense puppet threads that gushed out of his hands, penetrating Jean B's body and closing all the wounds. Could it be that our mission has been discovered? It's possible. Don't overthink it. We are almost at the Black Dragon Abyss now, where the entrance controlled by our human races. They dare not chase us that deep. I hope so. I still have some recovery potions here. Hurry and regain your strength. Okay. After more than 2 hours, John Jinqui suddenly stood up, looking towards the dark direction behind. We need to go. It seems my puppet threads have been triggered, and whether it's the Earth demon race or not, we can't stay here. We don't have auxiliary professionals, can't eliminate our own traces, nor treat our injuries. Let's leave here quickly. Tough. Just as John Jinqui finished speaking, the ground where the two were standing suddenly cracked open, and two sharp claws directly grabbed towards their feet. Be careful. John Jinqui roared, reaching out towards the sky and pulling Jean B up towards the sky. Dark shadows popped out from the ground, revealing two humanoid earth demons with slim bodies, long faces, fine fur all over, and a long curved tail behind them. Earth demon race. Saying and saying. Rat demons. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The two earth demons shouted, with the noticeably female earth demon rat tearing her throat shouting, "Humans, you can't enter the Black Dragon Abyss." Squeak, squeak, squeak. Another strange cry came, and a figure flew from midair. This person looked very similar to the earth demon race on the ground, but with a pair of fleshy wings on his back, flying extremely fast. Earth demon royal family. Flying rat demon. You can't escape. John Jinqui shouted. This is the flying rat demon. If you have the guts, come at me. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The flying rat demon let out a strange cry, with a sharp and piercing voice. To little human brats, your strength is quite good, and I'm sure the taste of your flesh and blood will be even sweeter. Our king is going to hold a grand sacrificial ceremony to the heavens, and you are the best sacrifices. Ha ha ha. The flying rat demon laughed, his body exuding demonic energy, and then turned and ran. Odd. Ha. John Jinqui, who was preparing to use his ultimate move, blinked his eyes, unable to believe what he saw. What? Why did he run? Is that really the flying rat demon? Don't tell me it's a bat spirit in disguise. Who knows? I wait. John Jinqui suddenly turned his head, only to see two black shadows appearing in the direction of the Black Dragon Abyss, rushing towards him and Jean B at an extremely fast speed. Damn. It's the Black Dragon Guards. We've encountered the Black Dragon Guards. End of this chapter. After more than 10 days, Zheng Cheng and his two companions were approaching the outer perimeter of the Black Dragon Abyss. As they neared their destination, the number of monsters and demonic beasts here increased. Normally, they should have encountered other students as they approached their destination. However, strangely, they had not encountered anyone along the way. Zheng Cheng had also dissected for different types of special ingredients along the way. The Heart of the Fierce Beastman, a 6-star material, with strength +5, agility +1. Limit of 10 doses. The Heart of the Black Dwarf, a 6-star material, with strength +4, constitution +2. Limit of 10 doses. The 8-eyed poisonous spider's pupil, a 6-star material, with agility +4, spirit +2. Limit of 10 doses. The black-eyed giant python, a 7-star material, with strength +6, agility +2, limit of 8 doses. He had consumed the maximum limit of all these special ingredients, even sharing some with Yao Jixu and Zhuan Shuai. The proficiency and level of their random dissection skill rapidly increased, and the strength of the 3 individuals surprisingly improved as they approached the Black Dragon Abyss. With Zheng Cheng present, the exotic races along the way were no match for them, rapidly approaching the Black Dragon Abyss. As they drew closer, a nearly endless, ocean-like giant canyon appeared before their eyes. Is this the Black Dragon Abyss? Zhuan Shuai looked at the massive black abyss, especially the swirling black clouds above, and with a hoarse voice, said, "What's that?" Yao Jixu suddenly pointed to the black fog ahead and said, "Look, a large amount of black fog is surging, and 3 human figures have appeared, flying towards Zheng Cheng and the others. Are those the Black Dragon Guards?" The central radar life monitoring technique reminded the 3 individuals with 3 crimson light points. Black Dragon Guards? Yao Jixu asked in surprise. What are they? They are unique guardian creatures of the Black Dragon Abyss. Isn't it that only individuals with special bloodlines and professions entering the Black Dragon Abyss will awaken the special rule puppets inside the Black Dragon Abyss to resist outsiders? How is it that the 3 of us have activated the Black Dragon Guards of the Black Dragon Abyss? What's special about these Black Dragon Guards? Nothing special. They can be treated as individuals with Black Dragon bloodlines, and they all have their own intelligence. They will engage in different battles according to the different professions of their opponents, and each person can only deal with one individual. Otherwise, with the backing of the Black Dragon Abyss, their strength will escalate limitlessly. It is rumored that these Black Dragon Guards are all formed from the remains of the legendary Black Dragon inside the Black Dragon Abyss, and they naturally possess draconian secrets. Defeat the Black Dragon Guards, and you can enter the Black Dragon Abyss. They're here, Zheng Cheng said. 1 for each person. Whoever takes down their opponent first will go help the others. He took the lead, casting the technique of illusionary fire incineration, which landed on the fastest of the 3 Black Dragon Guards. Strangely, the illusory dancing flame only burned for 2 breaths on the Black Dragon Guard before it extinguished. The illusory fire is useless, Zheng Cheng thought. Isn't this Black Dragon Guard a puppet, not a living being? No one may enter the Black Dragon Abyss, otherwise, death is certain. A mechanical voice emanated from the Black Dragon Guard, as the leading Black Dragon Guard swiftly pounced towards Zheng Cheng. The other 2 Black Dragon Guards also attacked Zhuan Shuai and Yao Jixu. Black Dragons will, the attacking Black Dragon Guard shouted, and a strong light burst out, rapidly boosting his mental resistance and will. Just withstanding Zheng Cheng's first move, this Black Dragon Guard had already devised the best resistance strategy. Treating these Black Dragon Guards as mere puppets was courting disaster. At the same time, a dark light flashed on him, transforming into a streak of light rushing towards Zheng Cheng. Black Dragons restrained. Thus, the black light descended, transforming into iron chains that bound Zheng Cheng, rendering him immobile. At the same time, the Black Dragon Guard clapped his hands, and 2 clones appeared behind him. One of them extended his hand, turning a black dagger into a snake that shot towards Zheng Cheng. The other figure followed suit, and its dragon claws puncture, transforming into black light that slashed at Zheng Cheng. Clang! The penicillin bacteria shield emerged to block the attacking dagger. Simultaneously, the iron chains that bound Zheng Cheng disintegrated as he used a strange skill on one of the clones. Mental confusion technique. Thus, prepare to die. The Black Dragon Guard charged forward, transforming into a half-dragon form and clawing at Zheng Cheng. Meanwhile, the 2 other Black Dragon Guards attacked Zhuan Shuai and Yao Jixu. As the Black Dragon Guard rushed forward, Zheng Cheng unleashed several skills, but their effects were minuscule. The strong magical defense of the Black Dragon body easily neutralized the negative effects. Die. Enraged, the Black Dragon Guard roared furiously, and his claws and flames struck fiercely. Angry. Ha! Zheng Cheng said coldly and pointed the evil eye once again, casting the illusionary fire incineration. Doom. Instantly, an illusory transparent flame ignited on the Black Dragon Guard's body, burning frantically, resembling a flickering candle flame. A scream filled the air as the Black Dragon Guard's body burst into black flames once more, suppressing his pain temporarily. Damn it, what have you done? My body ... it hurts. The Black Dragon Guard screamed in agony, but being a creature derived from Black Dragon flesh, his strong magical defense, and the black dragons will allow him to endure the pain from the illusionary fire. Human, you'll die. My God, grant me strength. Divine technique. Black dragon, incineration. Roar. Suddenly, the black dragon guard roared to the sky, his flesh swelling and writhing. On the other side, the two black dragons engaged in battle with Chuan Shui and Yao Jixu also roared, rushing towards the black dragon guard. Midway, their bodies exploded, turning into masses of flesh that flowed into the black dragon guard. In an instant, a giant black dragon appeared in front of Zheng Cheng and the others. Simultaneously, torrents of flames descended, turning into the inferno black flames and surging towards them. To my back, Zheng Cheng shouted, and Yao Jixu and Zhuan Shui quickly took refuge behind him. Small Blue's figure flickered rapidly, and the penicillin bacteria shield immediately protected them inside. Meanwhile, golden flames ignited on Zheng Cheng, forming a firelight that charged towards the inferno black flames. Though engulfed by the flames, the sacred light of fire easily blocked the attacks. Divine technique. How can a non-divine black dragon endure the power of the gods, and what divine technique? With genuine divinity residing within him, Zheng Cheng's sacred light of fire effortlessly countered the inferno black flames. Under the burning sacred light, the inferno black flames transformed visibly into golden sacred light at a rapid rate. The flames swept over Zheng Cheng, and he continued downwards, a massive black dragon body appearing before him. Black dragon, sacred light of fire. Zheng Cheng shouted and summoned a blaze of golden flames, which bathed the black dragon. The sacred light of fire burned fiercely, shrouding the entire black dragon and causing it to convulse in flames. Roar. Skill successfully cast. You obtain special ingredients. Black dragon's flesh. You obtained black dragon DNA molecules. You activated the black dragon DNA blueprint. Special ingredient. Black dragon's flesh. Quality. 9 stars. Effects. Permanently increases 10 strength, 10 spirit, 10 constitution, fire resistance plus 10, dark resistance plus 10, dragon's aura plus 1. Limit 1 dose. Explanation. The life essence of the black dragon's flesh underwent slight changes due to its uniqueness. Zheng Cheng's eyes flashed as he looked at the slightly reddened flesh in his hand, his mind racing. The black dragon's flesh not only provided a 30-point attribute increase, it also had dragon's aura. What is dragon's aura? Could it be the kind of soul pressure dragons use against lower beings, or, with a thought, his focus rested on the flesh, and more information appeared. Dragon's aura, a unique soul wave exclusive to dragons, mastered to release soul waves through any actions, skills, gazes, etc. The stronger the soul, the greater the mental suppression on the target. He swallowed the flesh, feeling his attributes surge and sensing the unique aura lingering in his mind. Dragon's aura. Zheng Cheng. Look. Suddenly, Yao Jixu cried out from below. There are people inside this dragon's stomach. In the midst of the black dragon's crumbling body, numerous human-like pieces fell from the sky, dozens, if not hundreds. Among them were some humans, but the majority, or half human, half demonic Earth Yao clan members. There are survivors, Zheng Cheng thought, and Jerry swiftly pounced towards them. During this time, Zheng Cheng had fed it numerous DNA molecules from various creatures, allowing it to regain a slew of abilities. Dozens of root-like tentacles suddenly emerged, transforming into multiple large hands that caught the humans with recognizable faces and placed them safely on the ground. Who are these people? These are Shan Bai and Zhang Jinghui. Who are these individuals? Cough, cough. Shan Bai suddenly coughed violently, managing to open his eyes with difficulty. Where is the black dragon guard? It's been taken care of by my big bro. Zhuan Shui peered closely and asked oddly, You were Shan Bai, right? And Zhang Jinghui. How did you end up being swallowed by the black dragon guard? You're big bro. Shan Bai looked at Zheng Cheng. You are Zheng Cheng, right? You're indeed one of the strongest from 3 years ago, if it weren't for the past 3 years. Enough said. Zheng Cheng, I have something here. It's what the principal entrusted me with before he left, and I believe Zhang Jinghui should have a similar item. I'm severely injured, and this assessment should end here. I can only entrust this task to you. Take it to the altar at a certain location in Black Dragon Abyss. It's a mission that the principal emphasized repeatedly. End of this chapter. Chapter 371. Different races who are also elemental spirit users. And also, we still need to. Don't bother. Watching Shan Bao about to say something, Zheng Cheng directly waved his hand and said, This is the mission given to you by the principal. You should complete it yourselves. I have other things to attend to. Other things. At this moment, Zhang Zhengqi also woke up, and upon hearing Zheng Cheng's words, he immediately started coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. This is a mission given to us by the principal. It concerns the safety of the people of Earth Cave Tribe. How can you be so indifferent? Zheng Cheng rolled his eyes and said, I already said, I have other things to do. You guys go and complete it yourselves. Don't involve me. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing this, Zhang Zhengqi started coughing again, nearly out of breath. Didn't you see that we are seriously injured? If not for this, who would entrust the mission to you? Forget it. Shan Bao helplessly said. Since that's the case, then I'll have to find someone else. Who said you were seriously injured? Are you blind? Didn't you see? It's you who are blind. With a thought, Zheng Cheng immediately conjured to golden flames that landed on Shan Bao and Zhang Zhengqi. Along with the students who were previously swallowed by the Black Dragon Guard, they immediately burst into flames. Ah, fire. Zheng Cheng, you are a fallen one. Fallen my foot. Shan Bao slapped down a student who was yelling behind him, gritting his teeth. Zheng Chen is healing us. Don't be embarrassing. Such a warm flame. Zheng Cheng waved his hand and said, Don't thank me. When your injuries are healed, you can go and complete the mission that the principal received. Where are you going? I told you, I have my own matters to attend to. Probably in 3 to 5 minutes, your injuries will be healed. 3 to 5 minutes. So fast. Zheng Cheng waved his hand again, and accompanied by Yazhixu and Zhuan Shuai, he stepped into the black mist of the Black Dragon Abyss, leaving a few people staring at each other. Zhang Jinghui curiously said, Zheng Cheng and Yazhixu, their temperaments are so strange. Let's not talk about it. Let's focus on recovering from our injuries. His abilities are really strange. Shan Bao also pondered, not only my injuries, but the toxins in my body are also rapidly dissipating. Me too. Such strange flames, even severed limbs are regenerating. Several minutes later, more than 10 people stood up unharmed. Their injuries, toxins, and severed limbs were all restored, and they became lively and energetic again. Am I completely healed? This is stronger than the fountain of resurrection. I just feel a little dizzy. Me too. Feeling the recovery, their physical and mental strength, Shan Bao and Zhang Jinghui's expressions changed slightly. Such strong recovery abilities. Shan Bao hesitated and said, Have you recovered? Yes. Have you? In peak condition. Let's not mention this matter. Let's hurry and go. Okay. After discussing, the small team led by Shan Bao and Zhang Jinghui united once again and entered the Black Dragon Abyss. At this time, Zheng Cheng and the others had already ventured deep into the Black Dragon Abyss. Little did they know that as soon as they stepped into the Black Dragon Abyss, they were attacked by a large number of dark shadows. Dozens of ghostly figures swiftly moved towards them on the ground, while in the air, a strong wind carried a large number of figures racing towards them. Upon a closer look, these were a group of creatures with human heads and serpent bodies. Apart from them, there was also a group of short figures. Zhuan Shuai exclaimed, Medusa. No. It's not Medusa, it's the enchanting snake clan among the Earth Troll tribe. Yao Shixu's tone suddenly changed. Zheng Cheng. I sense the aura of an elemental spirit user. Among these enchanting snakes, there are those who, like me, possess the elemental spirit user that everyone is vying for. Upon hearing this, Zheng Cheng's expression also changed slightly. A trap. At this moment, a group of short figures rushed out, and surprisingly, they were small, approximately 1.2 meters tall, covered in dense fur, and wielding various weapons. Their skin was pale gray, mostly cracked like dry land. Mid-charge, a flurry of sharp spears rained towards them like a storm. Swish, swish. The blades shimmered and, in a short moment, reached Zheng Cheng. They attacked fiercely. Ha ha. Humans. It's a tribe of humanoids with an icy aura. These are the people His Highness is looking for. Grab her. His Highness orders. Sacrifice. Sacrifice. Kill. Chaotic roars echoed as the group of short figures charged towards Zheng Cheng, wielding their weapons fiercely. Are they from the Earth Rat clan? Is their target Yazhixu? Is it related to the elemental spirit user? Zheng Cheng furrowed his brows and swiftly moved forward, releasing a skill. Spiritual confusion technique. The group of Earth Rat clan members in front immediately started attacking each other in confusion, only to be quickly struck down by their comrades. Despite this, the Earthrat clan members showed no signs of retreat and continued charging towards Juncheng. On the other side, dozens of enchanting snakes with human heads and serpent bodies rushed towards Yao Jixu, spewing large amounts of poison at her. Immediately, Yao Jixu transformed into a blizzard, rushing into the sky, sending a barrage of ice blades towards the group of enchanting snakes. Strangely, wings sprouted on the backs of the enchanting snakes, lifting them into the air. Yao Jixu, Juncheng's eyes narrowed as he called out, and immediately, a net of flames materialized and enveloped the group of relentless Earthrat clan members. Flame net. Boom. Ah. Good pain. What have you done, human? Ha ha. Ha ha. Pain. It feels so good, so enjoyable. Kill him. Kill him. Another group of Earthrat clan members charged forward, ignoring the soul-searing pain caused by the virtue flame. It only made them more savage and terrifying. This was the first time Juncheng had seen enemies able to maintain their onslaught under the combined mental assaults of the virtue flame and spiritual confusion technique. Boom. 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 At this moment, a large ominous shadow emerged, a gigantic rat charging towards them with burly Earthrat clan members riding on its back. Kill. Another wave of furious roars erupted as the Earthrat clan members charged towards Juncheng once more, buying time for the enchanting snake clan members battling Yao Jixu in midair. There are too many people. John, we need to go. Zhuan Shuai shouted, realizing that even with the protection of the penicillium mycotoxin-absorbing shield, it was unable to withstand the onslaught of so many Earthrat clan members. Juncheng remained composed. With a swift gesture, Blood Guanyin shot out and transformed into a gigantic blood-red statue of Guanyin in midair. Countless blood vessels burst out, accompanied by raging blood flames that engulfed the Earthrat clan members, burning them intensely. However, these Earthrat clan members continued their assault, showing no intention of backing down. Suddenly, more towering shadows emerge, a ferocious giant rat leading the charge. Mounted on their backs were Earthrat clan warriors, with even more menacing stature. Kill. With another round of blood-curdling roars, the Earthrat clan rushed towards Juncheng once again, endeavoring to buy time for the enchanting snake clan members in the air. Zhang. Too many people. Let's go. Jia Li, take me up there. Juncheng cried out as Jerry transformed into a black dragon and soared skyward. In dissecting the black dragon guard earlier, he had extracted their DNA, incorporating it into Jerry's body. Transformed into a black dragon, Jerry bore at least 9 similarities to a true black dragon. A human mage, a tall Earthrat clan warrior clad in black armor suddenly approached Juncheng, his forehead sporting a cluster of silver hair emitting peculiar light that temporarily blocked the intrusion of the blood flame. He thrust a black sword towards Juncheng's neck, embodying the traits of an assassin. Assault from murky minds. Clash. Juncheng stumbled back, enduring the lethal strike from the Earthrat clan warrior who charged out from the ground. His body recoiled as a giant rodent covered in black dragon scales lunged out of the ground, aiming to bite him. A dragon-scale giant rat, a sub-dragon creature. Doom. The black rat's sword was blocked by a burst of green light emitted by Little Ching. Simultaneously, she unleashed a mysterious wave that hit the Earthrat clan warrior. An expanse of wall-like flesh sprouted around him, restricting his movements. Virtue flame technique. The Earthrat clan warrior howled in agony as the burning virtue flame engulfed him entirely. Elemental spirit user. The Earthrat clan warrior's eyes lit up with surprise, not expecting to come across an elemental spirit user, all on a mission with their princess. Kill him. Capture that elemental spirit user. In midair, as the battle with Yao Jixu intensified, a icy voice from the enchanting snake clan members resonated. I didn't expect to find 2 elemental spirit users here. What incredible luck. Kill that elemental spirit user. Another group of N. Chapter 372. First trial of the Black Death Outbreak technique. Doom. Just as Juncheng was accepting the memories of this Groundhog Yao member, the battle between Yao Jixu and that inexplicable enchanting snake Yao member in midair also intensified. A snow giant stepped out under the cover of wind and snow, and with one punch, shattered the body of the enchanting snake Yao member. At the same time, snowflakes flashed again on Yao Jixu's forehead, and a deep blue extreme cold breath surged out once more. Extreme cold storm. Doom. Another intense roar rang out, and suddenly, the deep blue light burst from Yao Jixu's body, rushing in all directions. The ground, giant rocks, weeds, along with the fleeing Groundhog Yao members, were all frozen into ice sculptures. Strangely, the snow and ice dispersed by the giant snow figure recondensed, transforming back into the form of the enchanting Snake Yao member. Her eyes were cold, filled with a mischievous expression. Like me, you are both ice and snow elemental spirits, both able to transform into ice and snow, and immune to most physical attacks. However, I have obtained the ice and snow elemental spirit's inheritance before you. My comprehension is deeper than yours, and my strength far exceeds yours. The inheritance exclusive to elemental spirit users belongs to this princess. As the icy voice resounded, a strange fluctuation suddenly surged from her body, transforming into numerous snowflakes falling from the sky. Yao Jixu's expression changed slightly, knowing that this person was about to unleash her ultimate move. With a deep breath, snowflakes flushed her cheeks as the purest ice and snow elements flowed into Yao Jixu's body. Ice. But the speed of the enchanting Snake Yao member was faster than hers. Domain of Frost Demon. As soon as the words fell, everyone suddenly felt a cold breeze descending from above. Almost simultaneously, everyone felt a chilling sensation in their hearts, a palpitation from the depths of their souls. It was as if they were facing the helplessness and fear of the ancient Tyrannosaurus during the primitive barbarian times. Subconsciously looking up, they saw a gigantic ice and snow beast hovering above their heads. It looked like a giant snake, entirely snow-white, with distinct layers of snake scales. Its oval-shaped head slightly opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs. Two dragon whiskers floated at the corners of its mouth, adding to its mystery. Its pupils were deep as an abyss, radiating a chilling cold. At the same time, on its forehead, two flesh masses were growing, resembling fierce dragon horns ready to bloom. The Frost Demon, rumored as a kind of demonic dragon residing in the depths of the extreme north polar ice fields, naturally endowed with the power to control frost. Many Yao tribes were subdued by this snow-white frost demon, yet facing it directly, Yao Jixu bore the greatest pressure. Domain. How is this possible? Yao Jixu bit her lip, her eyes filled with disbelief. Epic powerhouse ... How is this possible? Tis, of course, this princess is not an epic-level powerhouse. The enchanting Snake Yao princess smiled, but it's more than enough to suppress you. Come along with this princess. As soon as she finished speaking, the spectral frost demon opened its mouth and gently exhaled a blast of cold air towards Yao Jixu's direction. Almost at the same time, including Yao Jixu, everything within several meters was frozen into ice sculptures. Snow, come inside. At the critical moment, Yao Jixu called out, and snow quickly merged into Yao Jixu's body. Within moments, Yao Jixu, along with the surrounding air, were frozen into a massive ice sculpture. Hiss! A huge winged snake suddenly emerged from the ground, swallowing the giant ice sculpture where Yao Jixu was encased, then flew off in the distance. Kukaku! A mere elemental spirit user was captured so easily, I truly. The enchanting Snake Yao princess laughed, but the next moment, a massive thunderous roar erupted from the ground. Almost simultaneously, a large group of golden flames suddenly burst forth, forming dozens of tentacles that surged towards her. These flames, seemingly devoid of heat, contained the purest power she could perceive. Spirit fire, no. Sacred light. The flames shot forth, driving away the surrounding cold as they rushed directly towards the enchanting Snake Yao princess. The flames engulfed the area, directly charging towards the enchanting Snake Yao princess. Almost simultaneously, Zheng Cheng's companion Jerry flew up, staring intently at the enchanting Snake Yao princess. Release Yao Jixu. Yao Jixu, such a pleasant name, the enchanting Snake Yao princess said coldly, but she's already my prey. Since, Her gaze suddenly shifted behind Zheng Cheng, where King's figure slowly appeared. Elemental spirit? You as well? She asked, looking closely at Zheng Cheng. No. You don't have that aura on you. Is it a new elemental spirit? Greed flickered in her eyes, and she swiftly sent a faint signal towards Zheng Cheng. Surrender the elemental spirit, and this princess may spare your life. Bring it on. Zheng Cheng was done wasting time with her. Yao Jixu had been captured, and his priority was to defeat this Yao tribe band chase after that giant snake. With a determined mind, Jerry immediately followed to engage the enchanting Snake Yao princess. Virtual fire incineration technique. Doom. The illusory flames erupted around the enchanting Snake Yao princess, causing intense mental pain. Jun Cheng leapt high into the air, his Shura twin blade striking towards her head. Hiss! A massive ice shield suddenly appeared in front of the enchanting Snake Ya princess, blocking Jun Cheng's attack. As his attack was thwarted, he descended, and Jerry quickly flew in to catch him. The enchanting Snake Ya princess's face turned fierce, gritting her teeth. What kind of flames are these? But as an ice and snow elemental spirit user, I am already frozen in my heart. Your flames cannot kill me. Damned human, die. Frost demon. Roar. The spectral frost demon in midair opened its mouth once more, exhaling a blast of cold air towards Jun Cheng. Hoo hoo hoo. The chill surged, freezing the air as the cold spread rapidly. Jun Cheng could no longer resist, as he had already frozen Ya Jixu, making it impossible for him. Sacred light fires. Golden flames erupted from him, with divine light shimmering from his soul. In an instant, the golden light flourished, melting the cold air spewed by the frost demon. Sizzle. The collision between cold air and sacred light fire created a mist which enveloped everything. Suddenly, Jun Cheng's eyes lit up, and Jerry swiftly flew forward. In the midst of the life monitoring radar, the enchanting Snake Ya princess fled. Kukaku. Human Bo, Princess Baomei remembers you. Don't even think about escaping. Jun Cheng angrily shouted as Jerry's figure flew out of the mist. Captain Baomei, it's Princess Baomei. Greetings, Princess. Damn it, stop the humans from following me. Princess Baomei roared, and the group of enchanting Snake Ya members swiftly rushed towards Jun Cheng. Damn it, you all can die. Jun Cheng roared, and the virtual fire, divine light fire, and blood flame, three distinct flames, ignited the enchanting Snake Ya members, burning fiercely. Dozens of flames spontaneously ignited the surroundings. Princess, save me. In the midst of the flames, Jun Cheng's figures swiftly passed through. However, after this encounter, his and Baomei's figures drifted further apart. Suddenly, Baomei, who had fled far away, roared towards the sky, and the sound of her hissing resounded far and wide. Soon, in the distant sky and on the ground, a large amount of Groundhog Yao members emerged. Enchanting Snake Yao members, Groundhog Yao members, and other Yao beasts all rushed towards Jun Cheng. Stop him! Stop him for this princess! Get lost! Jun Cheng roared, his eyes determined. Facing the Groundhog Yao members charging at him, Jun Cheng remained calm and composed, assessing the situation around him. Ya Jixu is protected by snow, immune to extreme cold. Even if Baomei, as an elemental spirit user like Yao Jixu, cannot consume her in the short term. If that's the case, Jun Cheng's eyes turned extremely cold and dangerous. He reached out his hand, and the Shura twin blades appeared in his hands. In his mind, the radiant divine light flickered on the skill tree. Facing the charging Groundhog Yao members and Yao beasts, he dashed towards them without hesitation. Penicillin cultivation shield. Adrenaline rush. Two different sets of mental waves erupted within him, boosting his speed once again. Intestine burst instant technique. Dozens of Yao members suddenly clutched their stomachs in agony. With his figure passing by, the Yao members were quickly dismembered. Virtual fire incineration technique. Doom. Illusory flames danced as dozens of Yao members were enveloped, burning vigorously. Skin rupture technique. Theft. Theft, theft, theft. Plop, plop, plop. The skin and fur of dozens of Yao beasts suddenly ruptured, their cries echoing as viscous blood mixed with fur sprayed into the air. Blood burning technique. Doom. The blood flames exploded, engulfing dozens of Yao beasts, causing them to collapse on the ground. Squeak, 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 squeak. Suddenly, a harsh, high-pitched cry echoed from the ground. At least 100 Groundhog Yao members rushed out of their underground burrows, hurling a barrage of spears and arrows at him. The penicillin cultivation shield kept flashing, blocking the incoming weapons. Facing the charging Groundhog Yao members, Jun Cheng's mind activated a specific skill set woven within the divine light, causing it to slightly shake. It was the Black Death Outbreak technique. The Black Death, also known as the Plague, can unleash unprecedented destruction on human life, and carries a significant threat to rodents carrying the virus in large numbers. The Black Death erupted. A malevolent mental wave surged out of Jun Cheng, infiltrating the group of Groundhog Yao members. Soon, a dark mist emerged from the Yao members, followed by tendrils of black threads weaving through as they entered each member's body. In a matter of seconds, the deadly Black Death virus infiltrated their bodies, destroying their cells and ravaging their flesh. Cough, cough, cough. My head is spinning, and my head hurts. So much blood. Cough, cough, cough. Eventually, a group of Groundhog Yao members began coughing violently, spewing large amounts of blood. They also showed signs of fever, dizziness, and limb pain, some even collapsing during the attack. Visible black clouds of the Black Death virus poured out of their bodies, transforming into a massive skeletal figure laughing maniacally. The Black Death virus spread rapidly. In the city, many Groundhog Yao members were struck hard, unable to move, succumbing to death under the virus's grip. Zheng Cheng, having no intention to continue the slaughter, resolved the batch of Groundhog Yao members and resumed his pursuit of Bao Mei. In the life monitoring radar, Bao Mei's location continued to flash. This chase and escape continued for a day, until the radar displayed a plethora of crimson dots. These were the gathering point of the enchanting Snake Yao members, their city. The location was extremely close to Zheng Cheng's destination, the direction of the Black Dragon Pond. Besides the enchanting Snake Yao members, Zheng Cheng sensed over 10 Black Dragon auras. These enchanting Snake Yao members, along with the Black Dragon guards of the Black Dragon Abyss, were intermingled. As dozens of red dots rushed out of the city, encircling Bao Mei and ushering her inside, Zheng Cheng's figure slowly came to a stop as he gazed towards the city. Snake City? Is this the gathering place of the enchanting Snake Yao tribe, the largest clan of the Groundhog Yao tribe? End of chapter 373. Black Dragon Guard. Mosaic. The main city of ground demons. Looking towards the direction of Snake City, Zheng Cheng did not act rashly, but instead hid in the shadows. Snake City, as a major city of the enchanting Snake Demon Clan, had at least several 100,000 Demon Clan members. Coupled with the demon beasts being raised 10 vassal races, the population exceeded 1 million people. In the foreign land battlefield, within a city with over 1 million people, there would definitely be epic-level powerhouses guarding it. He knew that trying to rescue Yao Zizu under the noses of these epic-level powerhouses was like a fool's dream. Therefore, a long-term plan was needed. Fortunately, according to the central radar life monitoring technique, after Yao Zizu and the enchanting snake demon named Bao Mei entered Snake City, they did not move again. They stayed fixed in a location in the south of Snake City, and Zheng Cheng was unsure of their activities. Yao Zizu's aura remained stable, with no fluctuations, so she was still safe. Zheng Cheng's eyes flashed with surprise, saying, Qinzheng. Qinzheng is here too. In the central radar life monitoring technique, the life green dot representing Qinzheng was also seen flashing among them, not far from Yao Zizu. Where are the others? Zheng Cheng once again used the central radar life monitoring technique to search and discovered that there was only Qinzheng in Snake City, while the others were still nowhere to be found. Qinzheng and the others are trapped in the Black Dragon Abyss, and the reason is very likely due to the principal's mission. He remembered Shanbai and Zhang Jinghui. It was not only the two of them. Zheng Cheng speculated that perhaps all 10 great hidden dragons would have corresponding missions. Otherwise, it could not explain why only Shanbai and Zhang Jinghui had missions. Perhaps they also accepted the so-called mission and entered the Black Dragon Abyss, only to be captured by the foreign tribe for some reason. It seems that I need to find a way to sneak into Snake City. While rescuing Yao Zizu, I can also rescue Qinzheng and the others. To enter Snake City guarded by epic-level powerhouses, one must either have strong stealth abilities or find a way to infiltrate. Unfortunately, Master, a weak mental wave suddenly arose in his mind. Who? It's me. Jerry. A small chunk of flesh emerged from his embrace and whispered, I have a way for Master to infiltrate this foreign city. Oh. What method? After merging with the Black Dragon Guard cell molecules, I gained the ability to transform into a Black Dragon Guard, as well as some of their innate talents and memories. Jerry said, I can merge with you, the protagonist, and transform into the Black Dragon Guard to enter this foreign city. I can even split part of myself to transform into a real Black Dragon. Transform into a Black Dragon Guard? Zheng Cheng pondered. That's a good idea, but are you sure you won't be discovered by epic-level foreign powerhouses? No. Jerry continued, Tai Sui. That spiritual seed I lived with told me that my body has already merged with the spiritual seed, completely natural. After transforming, no one can discover my true identity. Furthermore, My transformation is based on the molecular changes of biological or foreign DNA cells and is inherently similar to them. Even without the Earth Spirit Taisui, as long as no one uses mental mysticism to investigate my mental wave and soul, they cannot discover our true identities. Is that so? Then let's try your method. Okay, Master. Jerry agreed, and his figure quickly merged into Zheng Cheng's body. After a few breaths, Zheng Cheng also felt a cool breath penetrating his skin and entering his body. It was a unique feeling, but it quickly disappeared. Jerry's voice sounded timely in his mind. Master, I'm going to transform. Are you ready? As soon as he heard this, Zheng Cheng felt a cold sensation on his skin. His originally yellow skin was rapidly turning pitch black, with intricate dragon scale patterns growing on it. Not only that, his height was also increasing steadily, reaching around 2 meters. After a few breaths, Zheng Cheng's figure disappeared, replaced by another burly black figure, the Black Dragon Guard. This Black Dragon Guard's name is Mosaic. Jerry's voice rang out again. He is a powerful individual recruited by the enchanting Snake Demon clan within Wind Snake City. Among the many Black Dragon Guards in Wind Snake City, there are over a dozen more. Mosaic is the strongest among them, acclaimed as the Son of God. Listening to Jerry's explanation, Zheng Cheng quickly understood the identity of this body. Another piece of flesh separated from Jerry's body and soared into the air, swiftly transforming into a huge black dragon. This ability to split off was the Earth Spirit Taisui's ability. Jerry the Assassin and the Earth Spirit Taisui had merged, allowing them to use this ability. Master, this is another Black Dragon Guard. I can be your mount, attach myself to you, and serve as your alter ego. No. I have a better idea. Zheng Cheng suddenly said. The Black Dragon Guard and Black Dragons should not be of the same lineage. They are 2 different species. If I were to subdue a true Black Dragon, otherwise, the Black Dragon Guards wouldn't only transform into Black Dragons during battle, and they are only half-human, half-dragon creatures, not true Black Dragons. Master, are you suggesting you let this alter ego hide for now until I give the order? Yes, Master. After Jerry had hidden away, Zheng Cheng revealed himself, boldly walking towards Wind Snake City. Mosaic, are you all right? A group of Ground Mouse Demon clan members noticed Zheng Cheng's figure and quickly approached on giant rats. Zheng Cheng nodded and said, of course, I'm fine. Daimi, I abducted a human professional. Is she okay? Princess is fine. The leader of the Ground Mouse Demon clan respectfully replied. By the way, Lord Mosaic, what about Lord Ak and Leia? They're dead. Zheng Cheng's tone suddenly halted as he gazed at the person, his eyes flickering. In the Ground Demon clan, internal battles and power struggles were common. Even as a Black Dragon Guard, he had numerous people eyeing him. As long as he showed a hint of weakness or his strength declined, it would attract others and begin challenges. After all, the 2 main races of the Ground Demon clan, the Enchanting Snake Demon clan and the Ground Mouse Demon clan, were natural enemies, each wanting to annihilate the other. If it weren't for a genuine demon clan suppressing them from behind, the 2 major demon clans would have already started killing each other. And his status, as a strongman recruited by the Enchanting Snake Demon clan, was similar to a vassal. Therefore, he naturally harbored some additional thoughts towards the Ground Mouse Demon clan. His gaze turned vicious, saying, What? Do you want to challenge me? No. Subordinates dare not. The subordinates quickly responded, but Zheng Cheng didn't give him a chance to speak, as his dragon claw pierced through the person's head in an instant. Going against your superiors, unforgivable. With a thud, the corpse fell to the ground, and all the Ground Mouse Demon clan members around fell silent, none daring to speak. Zheng Cheng's body radiated a black light as he coldly commanded, quickly return to Wind Snake City. Yes, Lord Mosaic. The group of Ground Mouse Demon clan continued forward, while Zheng Cheng pondered. Among the Ground Demon clan, the strongest were undoubtedly the Enchanting Snake Demon clan and the Ground Mouse Demon clan, each with over 10 main cities dominating the weaker demon clans. Among all the main cities of the Enchanting Snake Demon clan, Wind Snake City was only among the top 5. As a Black Dragon Guard recruited by the Enchanting Snake Demon clan, his position was akin to being revered. But due to the suppression from the Black Dragon Abyss, his strength was always on the verge of reaching the epic level. The reason the Enchanting Snake Demon clan recruited Black Dragon Guards was merely for that thread of Black Dragon bloodline. According to the memories absorbed by Jerry, Jun Cheng remembered many inappropriate images. The ground demon clan worshipped the strong, and the stronger one was, the greater resources and treatment they received. Since this is the case, a decision formed in his mind. As the group passed through a canyon, he deliberately slowed down, falling to the back of the team. He was already giving orders to Jerry. A shrill roar suddenly echoed from the depths of the canyon. A massive figure descended from the sky, stirring up violent whines. Simultaneously, an extremely hot dragon breath surged towards the fallen race. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Dragon breath! It's a black dragon! Ah, damn it! A giant dragon! Retreat! The entire crowd panicked, and many ground mouse demon clan members ran directly into a small path beside the valley. Just at that moment, a thunderous voice suddenly rang out. Quiet! Everyone! Follow me to face the enemy. It's just a black dragon. Capture it! Mosaic, who was Jun Cheng's figure, stepped forward, reaching out with his dragon claw and pounced towards the black dragon. Lord Mosaic! It's Lord Mosaic! Lord Mosaic gave us time to retreat. Quick retreat! Lord Mosaic isn't a match for the black dragon. Lord Mosaic sacrificed himself for us. We cannot disappoint his sacrifice. Chaotic voices broke out from the team. It turned out that these annoying ground mouse demon clan members not only failed to help Jun Cheng but fled when faced with a challenge, leaving him alone to deal with the black dragon. Damn it! Jun Cheng cursed inwardly, true to the cowardice of the ground mouse demon clan. Among the entire ground demon clan, the ground mouse demon clan was naturally a fearful kind. When the battle was in their favor, they would swarm in with mousy tactics to overwhelm the enemy. Though when faced with a formidable enemy, they would freak out even before the battle and likely betray their allies. Fortunately, the black dragon was one of their own. Otherwise, 10 minutes later, a massive figure caught up with the fleeing ground mouse demon clan team, its dark and ominous presence pressing down on the ground. Halt! It's Lord Mosaic. He has subdued a black dragon. Lord Mosaic. Outside Wind Snake City, several figures were waiting for Mosaic's return. Several days ago, Prince Baoying dispatched over a dozen temple guards to hunt human professionals. Some were wiped out, some fled in a hurry, and a very few were returning with human professionals. Among them, a temple guard named Mosaic not only assisted Princess Baoying in capturing a human elemental elf. On the way back to Wind Snake City, he also subdued an ownerless black dragon. This incident immediately stirred intense discussions within the entire Wind Snake City. A black dragon. Among the dragons, black dragons were the strongest, and the value of a black dragon was comparable to half of Wind Snake City. Upon hearing this news, almost all the family chiefs and leaders of major factions in Wind Snake City rushed out to welcome Mosaic. The enchanting snake demon clan followed a matriarchal system, where all rights within the tribe were controlled by female enchanting snake demon clan members. If males wanted to stand out, they had to go through the temple guards route. It is worth noting that the 10 or so black dragon guards recruited by the enchanting snake demon clan also served as temple guards, except for the hidden epic level powerhouse. After Mosaic subjugated a black dragon, many individuals found him appealing. Roar! The massive black dragon form suddenly descended from the sky, its roaring voice echoing through the land, causing the faces of the enchanting snake demon clan members outside Wind Snake City to change dramatically, filled with fear, excitement, and a hint of dread. Mosaic. As the crowd dispersed, Prince Baoying appeared, staring intently at Mosaic. Mosaic, you truly are the most loyal follower of our god. Only a follower like you would be granted favor by destiny and gain the loyalty of a huge dragon. Baoying's gaze fixed on Jun Cheng's black dragon form. Greedy. Such pure dragon breath. This giant dragon is undoubtedly the most purebred black dragon on the Black Dragon Continent. The Black Dragon Continent, the Abyss, in fact, was not a simple plain, nor a single continent. It was composed of 3 layers of continents. The first layer, the volcanic continent. The entire volcanic continent housed at least 1,000 active volcanoes, spewing dense lava and toxic fog incessantly, making it uninhabitable for most races. However, despite this, the volcanic continent was the best place for underground races to thrive. Over 100 races and billions of people lived in this lair. The most famous races were the Ground Demon Clan, the Blue Star People, Black Dwarves, Wild Beast Folk, and others. And the Black Dragon Abyss, a well-known map, served as the border of several major races within the volcanic continent. It was also an important connection to the second layer world. The second layer, known as the Dark Continent. This continent was pitch black all year round, with no light. It contained numerous spatial rifts through which unknown monsters and alien species frequently passed into the Dark Continent. Inhabiting the Dark Continent were numerous monsters and a small number of powerful races. For example, Cyclopes, Giants of the Sky, Dark Atai, and others. There were also some members of the Enchanting Snake Demon Clan and the Earth Dragon Clan living there. The third layer of the underground world was known as the Black Dragon Continent. In this continent lived at least hundreds of adult black dragons, as well as thousands of first-generation hybrid dragon giants, dragon descendants, countless creatures possessing dragon bloodlines, such as dragon beasts, pseudo-dragons, and various hybrids. It could be said that the Black Dragon Continent was the backyard and domain of the Black Dragons. In addition to Black Dragons, there were over a dozen powerful epic level and even legendary level beasts in the Black Dragon Continent. The Tyrant Eye, Nine-Headed Snake, Six-Winged Serpent, Inferno, etc. There were also various abyss creatures sneaking into the Black Dragon Continent through spatial rifts, which were extremely terrifying. This was why the Abyss was one of the three major foreign battlefields for the Blue Star people. Besides, there were rumors that the third layer of the Black Dragon Continent in the Abyss was connected to the Abyss. End of this chapter. Chapter 370. For of your daughter has practiced the technique of snake mouth suction. Prince Baoying. May the radiance of our God shine upon every corner of the mainland. Prince Baoying giggled, his plump figure approaching Mosak, even leaning against him. Knight Mosak, our God will give you the most lavish reward. Come with me. Jun Cheng looked down and saw that indeed, Prince Baoying, descendant of the charming serpent clan, had a figure with prominent curves. The delicate skin and ample cleavage firmly captivated Jun Cheng's gaze. Despite having a snake body from the waist down, it was smooth and delicate, even more tender than a baby's skin. This exotic physique added a strange and enticing aura. Under Prince Baoying's lead, Jun Cheng and the others quickly entered the temple's vicinity. Which deity does the Enchanting Snake Demon Clan worship? Jun Cheng looked up at the temple, filled with darkness, suppression, and madness. The Demon Clan, ranked 8th among the myriad races, wielded influence across countless eons and worlds, with a long and storied history. In the eyes of the Demon Clan, there were god-level powerhouses, revered by their kin, vassal races, and people of other races. They were called deities. These were the mythical beings that countless epic and legendary powerhouses on Blue Star tirelessly pursued. Within the Demon Clan, they were known as the Demon Gods. What are deities? Through years of exploration by human scholars on Blue Star and exchanges with other races, scholars of the human race finally defined deities as the products of the worlds influenced by ideological currents within the planes, manifesting into anthropomorphic beings. Or in other words, deities are dreams. Regardless of demon, orc, dwarf, or human, they were all complex entities, with humans being slightly more complex due to their numerical advantage. They possessed both goodness and evil in their hearts, industrious creativity, yet also a desire for destruction and slaughter, and deities were the carriers of these desires that emerge in the high magic world. In the past few months of intensive studying, Jun Cheng gained a better understanding of the rules and entities that deities represented. For instance, the elves, known for their perfection and beauty, also had individuals amongst them craving for bloodshed and corruption. It was this buried urge deep within their hearts that led to the emergence of the deity Rose worshipped by the Dark Elves. Once a queen of the elven gods, she successfully tore apart the entire elven pantheon and led a considerable number of elves into the abyss, transforming them into the charming serpent demon clan, also known as the Dur clan. It was Rose's madness that brought about the division of the entire elven race. Whether the dark desires hidden in the hearts of the elves ultimately triggered Rose's madness or pre-existed within the elven race and led to Rose's awakening, this was a mystery that may never be unraveled. In any case, the debauchery, the thirst for blood, and the cruelty of the Dur elves ranked high even among dark life forms, often leaving even the vampires astonished. Despite the relatively weak overall strength of the charming serpent demon clan, due to their daring nature and unrestrained desires, they spread and multiply, giving rise to countless species across countless realms. Up to now, the charming serpent demon clan's strength could rank among the top 200 in the myriad realms, even boasting several deities. Of course, no matter how strong the charming serpent demon clan was, they couldn't compare to the demon clan. Prince Baoying leisurely made his way forward, and at the temple's entrance, a tall crimson giant tree had grown. Under the radiance of our god, enjoy the wine and merriment. Here, we shall be immortal. Under the towering crimson tree, over a dozen human bodies were being offered as sacrifices. Zhun Cheng's gaze shifted, recognizing that these human bodies were the other students who had entered the underground dungeon with him for the graduation assessment. Lowly human race, both your flesh and spirit will become the most delicious fuel for our god. Around the towering tree, numerous other strong individuals from different races indulged themselves. Charming serpent demon clan, mole demon clan, beastmen, harpy women, dark dwarves. Even in the corner by the crimson tree, a beholder was found, a unique race living in the dark continent of the second level of the underground land. It was unexpected that the charming serpent demon clan had captured one here, making it part of the sacrificial ritual. This sacrificial event was to last for 7 days and nights. In other words, the entire charming serpent demon clan would freely copulate in front of the temple for 7 nights and days. As the most chaotic, bloody, and lustful clan in the demon race, the charming serpent demon clan could indulge in copulation with any creature at any moment. Even with demonic beasts, dragonkind is inherently lewd. As a subspecies of dragons, snakes, especially those with developed sentience, such as the charming serpent demon clan, were no exception. Snakekind is inherently lewd. As long as they possess the ability to pass on their heritage, they would become companions to the charming serpent demon clan. It was due to this characteristic that the charming serpent demon clan saw the birth of numerous hybrid creatures bearing the charming serpent demon bloodline. Various giant snakes, serpent people with limbs, even double-headed snakes, 3-headed snakes, or even 9-headed snakes were among them. Sensing the surrounding vile aura, Prince Baoying's body began to heat up. She leaned her plump figure against Zhun Cheng and cooed, "Knight Mozak, let us offer sacrifice to our god swiftly. The human with the dragon bloodline will be the most lavish offering for our god. The man with the dragon bloodline." Zhun Cheng unconsciously looked towards the crimson tree. Indeed, the over a dozen human bodies were all piled up at the base of the tree. Dense roots penetrated their bodies, slowly absorbing their blood. At the top of the bloody tree, 3 branches extended, enough to accommodate 3 human figures lying down. One branch already had a figure lying on it. It turned out to be Qin Zheng. Unexpectedly, Qin Zheng was here, captured by the charming serpent demon clan and ready to be sacrificed to become a deity. On the second branch, another woman lay, her eyes closed, face pale with neat short hair, her identity unknown. As for the third branch still empty, it was unclear who it was meant for. Prince Baoying giggled. "Knight Mozak, the man with the dragon bloodline is enormous. He has even cost the Beastman tribe an entire settlement. Even we have lost 7 temple knights and 13 snakebone warriors just to capture him. Originally, he had several companions by his side, causing great trouble for us, especially one swordsman who nearly allowed them to escape. Unfortunately, they have all fallen into our hands now." Prince Baoying's tone turned incredibly cold as she continued, "This human professional with the dragon bloodline will become the offering for our god. And the mighty swordsman will become the most loyal guardian warrior of our clan. The radiance of our god will illuminate every corner of the world." "The swordsman, are you talking about Bai Jinqi?" Zhun Cheng's mind stirred, asking, "Where is that swordsman? There are folks of mine who die by his hands, and I am itching to kill him myself." Prince Baoying coolly remarked, "That swordsman is now trapped in the snake den and is about to be transformed into a slave for our clan. The Blue Star humans seem to call him the Fallen One. When the time comes, let him return to Blue Star. Ahaha, our clan will have left a deep mark in the human world by then." "The Fallen One? Snake Den?" Zhun Cheng activated the central radar life detection technique, carefully scanning his surroundings. As expected, a massive cave had emerged beneath the lost city, winding for hundreds of miles. There was a dim red light point among them, which was Bai Jinqi. He was also trapped here. Zhun Cheng's mind moved as it seemed that this was one of the most evil spells of the charming serpent demon clan, the serpent sound enchantment. By using the powers of the charming serpent demon clan women and the strength of the deity they worshipped, they intruded into the subject's body, gradually influencing their mind, will, and even their soul, turning them into puppets only loyal to the charming serpent demon clan. It could be said that from within the protection of the deity temple, they were the same person, yet their minds and beliefs had become aligned with the charming serpent demon clan. Evil, lewdness, bloodlust, and murder. More fallen than the fallen ones. Prince Baoying suddenly said, "Mosak, the most perfect offering is the black dragon you just subdued. Unfortunately, he is a black dragon. Red, blue, green, black, white. Among the regular 5-colored dragons, the red dragon had the strongest overall combat power, known for its ferocious nature, aggression, greed. The blue dragon followed, then the green dragon, the black dragon relatively weaker, and the ice-cold white dragon weakest. Before reaching a certain age, they were more like dragon's pawn than true dragons. Of course, this combat ranking was overall and not absolute because every individual was different. Some of the black dragons transformed into magic dragons, and even the regular black dragon was often accompanied by numerous underlings due to them residing in some secretive locations, making them not easy targets for professional team squads. Such as the 3rd level of the underground world. An entire continent was even named the Black Dragon Continent due to inhabited by numerous black dragons. Up to 1 million diverse dragonkin and sub-dragons, pseudo-dragons emerged from there. Among these, there were many epic and even legendary dragon blood creatures. Feeling excited, Prince Baoying said, "Mosak, with this black dragon, perhaps we might even witness the birth of dragon offspring. I just don't know if your black dragon is a female or male, as the male would be even more valuable." Zheng Cheng shook his head internally. The black dragon Prince Baoying was talking about wasn't a real black dragon, it was formed by his pet Jerry. To offer it as a sacrifice wouldn't just offend the deity, they might even swat you dead with a single blow. Nevertheless, he couldn't possibly tell Prince Baoying about it. "It doesn't matter, with this black dragon, perhaps we might witness the birth of dragon offspring. I just don't know if your black dragon is a female or male, as the male would be even more valuable." Prince Baoying exclaimed excitedly, "By the time the black dragon matures, it can even take on a human form. In my lost city, there are over 100,000 charming serpent demon clan girls all eager to mate with the black dragon, which would surely give birth to powerful dragon offspring." Ahaha. Zheng Cheng's mouth twitched. Over 100,000 charming serpent demon clan girls all mating with the black dragon. Even the strongest black dragon would surely perish, right? Prince Baoying added, "Mosak, you've done well this time. Whatever reward you desire, just speak it up." Gracefully moving her lotus steps, Prince Baoying walked up to Zheng Cheng and pressed her plump, pan-tender body against him, saying in a soft voice, "Even if you desire me, I will do it for the radiance of our god." However, Zheng Cheng remained focused, walking towards the temple's direction as he casually asked, "By the way, where is Baomi? Why haven't I seen her?" Prince Baoying's expression turned odd as she replied, "Mosak, have you taken a liking to my daughter? But you also know that she awakened as a unique elemental spirit master. She cannot break her innocence until she obtains the prestige of an elemental spirit master." She even shook her head. "Ah, it's such a shame. Mei has been knowledgeable about the ways of yin and yang since childhood, mastering martial arts to a high level. She can even defeat the strongest warriors of the Beastman tribe within 10 seconds relying solely on her little hands. But till today, she remains a virgin, which is an embarrassment for our clan. But it's fine. Within a year, Mei will advance to compete for the prestige of an elemental spirit master in the foreign domains. And just yesterday, she successfully captured an elemental spirit master from the Blue Star human race. As long as Mei crushes the perennial glacier guarding that human's descendants, devours their elemental spirit, I believe she has prepared a dragon saliva fruit. With the dragon saliva fruit, Mei's strength can even enter the epic level in a short time. By then, I will bring her to you, allowing her to serve you well. Dragon saliva fruit. Zheng Cheng's gaze glinted. Wasn't the purpose of their trip to obtain the dragon saliva fruit? The elemental spirit master Mei captured from the Blue Star human race must be Yao Jixu. Bring her over. Zheng Cheng said seriously. Mei has mastered the snake mouth sucking technique beyond the norm, something unheard of, and I've never tried it. Our affair with Mei could be counted as a sacrifice I offered to our god. This ... How about it? Are you unwilling? How could that be? Alright, I'll summon Mei right away. End of this chapter. Chapter 375. Dragon Saliva Fruit. Breaking through LV69. After the summoned serving girl left, Zheng Cheng suddenly asked, "By the way, Your Highness, Do we still have dragon saliva fruit? Dragon saliva fruit, Bao Ying asked strangely. We do have it. But, Lord Mossack, what do you need it for? You're already of the black dragon lineage. Dragon saliva fruit wouldn't have any effect on you. Zheng Cheng said, as he thought. The reason why this group of Blue Star people entered the Black Dragon Abyss this time is for the dragon saliva fruit. I want to use the dragon saliva fruit as bait to lure and kill those Blue Star professional players. Dao Ying's eyes sparkled. Impressive. Lord Mossack, this plan is... well, never mind. The dragon saliva fruit is very precious. I'll go get it for you. She gave Zheng Cheng a seductive look. Just wait here for a moment. Dao Ying left with her escort, leaving behind a group of foreign beings still performing a sacrifice ritual beneath the crimson giant tree. At this moment, Zheng Cheng carefully examined the giant crimson tree. This tree stood about 30 meters high, with a trunk roughly 3 meters in diameter, branches spreading open. 3 high branches were particularly eye-catching. At the base of the tree, there were over 10 bodies of human professional players, clearly tortured before death, each with faces of fear and anger. Looking ferocious, their equipment had all been removed and piled up nearby, their whereabouts unknown. Zheng Cheng walked up to the bloody ancient tree and carefully examined the 2 offerings. Qin Zheng, an unknown woman. Both were covered in bloody branches and greedily drinking blood. The unknown woman had clearly been captured for quite some time, her face pale, exuding a sickly beauty, deep in a faint. As for Qin Zheng, he had a furrowed brow, gritting his teeth, and his body trembling, clearly trying to break free from unconsciousness and restraint. Mystic Serpent Yaoguai clan, since you've infiltrated here, of course, I must give you a gift. Zheng Cheng sneered. According to Mossack's memory, the Mystic Serpent Yaoguai clan has over 10 cities. Each main city, in addition to the princes, also has epic and legendary level guardians. But every time the Mystic Serpent Yaoguai clan conducts a sacrifice, these epic and legendary level guardians would stay away from the main city, not participate in the sacrifice. Why? It is said that it's to avoid the gaze of their worshipped demon gods, because the stronger the Mystic Serpent Yaoguai clan, the more threatening they are to the demon gods. After all, in this world, powerful creatures can seize godhood by killing deities, thereby becoming gods themselves. These epic and legendary level guardians are also a threat to the demon gods. How ironic, the gods are afraid of their own kind, ordering these powerful beings to stay away from the city during the sacrifices. In other words, the legendary level guardian of the Mystic Serpent Yaoguai clan in the city of 10,000 serpents is not here. This is my chance. With a soft voice, Zheng Cheng's mind stirred, the rune representing the skill of the outbreak of the Black Death beginning to flash with an inexplicable light, turning into a mist and infiltrating into the bodies of the group of corpses under the bloody giant tree. After about 10 minutes, a faint black aura emerged from the root of the bloody ancient tree, turning into an imperceptible dark aura that surged towards the inner city of the city of 10,000 serpents. In a gloomy and cold cave, Baomi spiraled on top of an ice sculpture, her enchanting face pressed tightly against the ice. In her delicate vertical pupils, there was a cold and drooling expression. Elemental elf of the Blue Star clan, don't think you can escape from my clutches by freezing yourself with perpetual frost ice. Don't forget, I am an elemental elf master too. Kiki. Your elemental elf is still so young. As long as I use my knack for water work to deplete the elemental power of your elemental elf, I will eventually devour you. At that time, your elemental elf will merge with me. Kiki. Beside Baomi, there was a small elemental elf, which belonged to Baomi. Within perpetual frost ice, Yao Jixu's beautiful face seemed to be asleep, like a rolled-up flower. Inside her body, Yor blushed and held on to the energy of perpetual frost ice. Your Highness, Princess. Suddenly, a voice rang out, accompanied by a figure swaying. Daomi turned abruptly, with a cold tone. Didn't I already say that nothing was allowed to disturb me? Do you want to be thrown into the snake pit? A ma snake Yaoguai maid trembled and nervously walked in, facing Baomei's icy gaze, and nervously said, Princess, His Highness the Prince summoned you, asking you to go to the temple. Mother called me. Baomei's figure slightly lifted, but she still didn't leave perpetual frost ice. Curious, what does she want from me? Lord Mossack wants to experience your snake-feeding technique. Lord Mossack. In Baomei's mind, there appeared a burly figure with a proud look, a black dragon knight. Mossack, Among all the Black Dragon Knights recruited by their city of 10,000 serpents, his strength ranks in the top 3. But this person usually only goes out to hunt down the foreign beings entering the dragon abyss. Why would he want me to accompany him today? Thinking about this, Dame's heart couldn't help but beat a little faster, her whole body starting to feel hot. Titty. It had been over 10 years since she was recognized by the elemental elf. Being prepared to become an elemental elf master, she had never experienced the touch of a man. She was a member of the mystic serpent Yaogwai clan. Even among some clan members, she was called the shame of the mystic serpent Yaogwai clan. And now, the Black Dragon guards recruited by her mother were actually asking for her to accompany him. Her throat twitched subconsciously, but she still asked, "Does Lord Mossack know my situation? I can't really, be intimate with him. I can only." "His Highness already said," the maid said, "but Lord Mossack still requested you. Even without the use of ***, your snake-feeding technique can still be fully displayed. I think Lord Mossack may value this side of you." Kiki. Bao Mi chuckled, but still looked down at the perpetual frost ice, gritting her teeth. Forget it. Princess still has important matters to attend to. She wanted to melt this perpetual frost ice as quickly as possible, swallow the elemental elf, in preparation for the test as an elemental elf master in the frost giant territory outside the domain a year later. And their mystic serpent Yaogwai clan sacrifice to the demon god, at least, would take 7 days. She didn't want to waste time here. "Your Highness," the maid whispered, "Lord Mossack has tamed a black dragon." A black dragon? Dame's astonished. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely," the maid said. "All the people inside the city of 10,000 serpents saw this, including the reason why His Highness the Prince sent me to find you." "If that's the case," Bao Mi spiraled down from perpetual frost ice, "then let's just go for now." "Oh, gather the guard to protect this place. If anything happens to perpetual frost ice, I will feed all of you to the snake pit." "Yes." The maid trembled, quickly saying, "Princess." Outside the temple, Zheng Cheng was releasing and spreading the Black Death virus. He was not sure if the Black Death virus would be effective on the mystic serpent Yaogwai clan. After all, compared to humans and ordinary monsters, the mystic serpent Yaogwai clan had higher magical resistance. But conversely, the threat level of the Black Death virus to the rat Yaogwai clan would be higher. After all, the Black Death was specifically targeted at rodent creatures, a powerful virus against rodent species. At this time, Prince Baoying returned. Behind her, a maid carrying a wooden tray followed. "Lord Mossack, here is the dragon saliva fruit you need." Zheng Cheng looked and indeed saw a crystal-like fruit the size of an apricot on the wooden tray, very beautiful. The dragon saliva fruit is a specialty of the Black Dragon Abyss. After consuming it, it can enhance a professional player's comprehension of the laws of the world. A player with great talent can even grasp the power of the domain at level 6-9. For over a century, countless professional players have died in the Black Dragon Abyss for these dragon saliva fruits. Zheng Cheng casually took it in his hand, playing with it. "Mother, Lord Mossack." Suddenly, a clear and charming voice sounded. Daomi, being escorted by the maid, walked over. Her greedy eyes roamed over Zheng Cheng for a moment, then settled on Baoying. "Daoying, Lord Mossack, I have brought Baomi. Do you really want to perform the ritual here?" The ceremony of sacrifice in the city of 10,000 serpents is still several days away, and we are still missing a sacrificial offering. Sacrificial offering? Zheng Cheng suppressed his desire to kill, looking strangely towards the direction of the crimson giant tree. "2 offerings, isn't that enough?" "Of course not," Baoying said. "These 2 offerings, one has the bloodline of a divine dragon, the other carries the spatial rules. Both are excellent offerings. But in order to get the favor of the demon god, we have prepared 3 sacrificial offerings. Unfortunately, the strength of the other offering is too strong. We have lost over 10 Yaogwai guards and Black Dragon guards for that, and bringing in other clan members would be useless." "Oh." Zheng Cheng's eyes flashed. "Who is it? Who is lucky enough to become the sacrificial offering to our god?" "A human professional player named Kui Xiabing." Daoying smiled. "It is rumored that this person has an epic-level extraordinary plant in his body. Offering him to the god will surely win the god's favor." "Indeed." Zheng Cheng's heart stirred, suddenly saying, "I will be responsible for capturing this human professional player." He wanted to cause chaos in the city of 10,000 serpents, rescue Yao Jixu, and with just himself, it would be challenging, but if he could invite others, there would be a chance. After all, they were currently at a crucial juncture of the mystic serpent Yaogwei clan's demon god sacrifice, and the legendary level guardian was not there. Is he really? Da Ying exclaimed. No wonder His Highness, the most loyal devotee to our god. Zheng Cheng's mouth twitched. Then he looked at Bao Miai. I heard that the princess captured a powerful human professional player. Why not use him as a sacrificial offering to the god? Da Mei's face changed. She quickly said, that human is a competitor for the elemental elf master position with me. It is impossible for him to be offered to the god. He is my prey. In a maximum of half a month, I can completely devour him. Oh, where is he now? Zheng Cheng's mind stirred. Half a month? It seems that Yao Jixu is safe for the time being. No need to rush. The Black Death virus needed time to spread and infect. It wouldn't take effect in a short time. Of course, he's in my palace. Da Miai gritted her teeth. Lord Mossack, did you summon me for the sacrificial offering? If so, forgive Bao Mei's rudeness. Of course not. Zheng Cheng smiled. I'm just worried that we might miss the god sacrificial time. Here's the deal. Let me pray to the god first, then set off to hunt down the human professional player with the extraordinary plant. With that, he single-handedly entered the temple. When I pray, no one is allowed to enter. His voice just fell, and the transformed black dragon Jerry came to the temple's entrance, staring fiercely at everyone. Da Mei's face changed, pulling Bao Ying. Mother, look, Bao Miai, there is no rush. Da Ying smiled. Lord Mossack is the most faithful follower of our god. Everything is for the sake of our god. After you inherit the true position of the elemental elf master, you still need to break through. Lord Mossack is the best choice. Mother, as a Yaogwei, actually trying to inherit the position of the elemental elf master. Fortunately, our god doesn't mind. Otherwise, inside the temple, Zheng Cheng immediately saw the deity statue at the center, a four-winged three-headed snake Yaogwei deity statue. A four-winged three-headed snake Yaogwei. Zheng Cheng murmured. I know the four-winged flying snake is an ancient demon, but what is a four-winged three-headed snake Yaogwei? But he didn't pay much attention to it. Heavenly races and ancient mythologies were different. He arrived at a side hall of the temple, directly swallowing the dragon saliva fruit in his hand. Breaking through the level 69 threshold, the initial grasp of the rules required a professional player to comprehend the world rules. The function of the dragon saliva fruit was to enhance a professional player's acumen, facilitating their understanding of world rules. In other words, this dragon saliva fruit was likely to help Zheng Cheng complete the LV69 breakthrough task. As soon as the dragon saliva fruit entered his mouth, it turned into a chill that quickly rushed into his body. After a few moments, a faint dragon-shaped shadow appeared in his mind. Before the dragon-shaped shadow had any reaction, the divinity at the center of his mind suddenly emitted a wave, swallowing the dragon-shaped shadow entirely. In an instant, Zheng Cheng's whole mind was shaken again, his eyes exuding an inexplicable light. Mysterious and strange auras immediately emanated from his mind. Especially the divinity at the center of his mind, at this moment, emitted a bright light. Mysterious and odd auras immediately radiated from his mind, attracting his entire being's focus. O Lord, please, Lord. O Lord, I pray we are victorious. O Lord, I have won. Countless phantoms knelt before the temple, loudly praying and weeping. Around them were countless foreign beings, slaughtering, laughing, celebrating. Backed by the Meizu, there were elders, women, children, and the Meizu infant soon to be born. That was the history of the Meizu. End of this chapter. Chapter 376. 3 major variations in skills. Demon God magic. Death godhood. What is death? What is rebirth? In his mind, the rise and fall of the Meizu clan constantly flashed by. Birth, aging, illness, death. Life passing like rain, gradually fading away. In just a few minutes, Zheng Cheng seemed to have experienced the history of the Meizu clan from birth to extinction, over tens of thousands of years. He was like a passing guest, unable to make any choices. This inexplicable aura constantly affected his mind and soul. In his mind, the death godhood trembled slightly, with light shining on his soul. Death godhood, rules of death. What I need to comprehend is the rules of death, right? Subconsciously lifting his hand, a black light appeared in his hand. It was a feeling that was difficult to describe in words. Although it was pitch black, it gave off a sense of light, and this light did not emit anything. No heat, no warmth, not even a spark. It was just a faint light. However, it quietly floated in front of Zheng Cheng. The light trembled slightly, as if trying to escape. But with Zheng Cheng's thoughts, it continued to float quietly in the air. As his mind wandered, he casually threw this light onto a nearby plant. It was a plant resembling a blood-colored python, winding upwards like ivy on the pillars of the temple. With sharp teeth, poisonous body, and fierce appearance, it contained an extremely vigorous vitality. Snake Life Vine. Strangely, after Zheng Cheng threw the light containing a hint of the rules of death onto the Snake Life Vine, the entire plant began to wither at a visible speed. In just a few breaths of time, the Snake Life Vine, which could poison 10 elephants with a drop of venom, completely withered, devoid of any life force. Hiss. Zheng Cheng drew in a cold breath. Is this the power of rules? The power of the rules of death. Although he did not know the strength of the power of rules, the rules of death must be among the strongest. Just then, fragmented prompts of world rules came intermittently in his mind. You have completed LV69 breakthrough task. A mysterious aura surged out from within him. His soul trembled, instantly breaking through the bottleneck of Leave 69 and stepping into LV70. His soul power was constantly replenishing, and his level quickly rose to LV79. At the same time, he also gained 30 free attribute points, all of which he added to his spiritual attributes. After breaking through Leave 70, he once again had the opportunity to learn two skills. With a thought, two intertwined skill trees, resembling entwined snakes, appeared in front of Zheng Cheng. The two skill icons at the top were flashing brightly. The first skill icon emitted a strange pink light. The icon resembled two hearts entwined together, surrounded by serrated edges and intricate skull patterns. You have learned a new skill. AIDS Infectious Technique Internal. AIDS Infectious Technique. Zheng Cheng's mouth twitched. What on earth is this? AIDS, also known as Acquired Immune Deficiency Syndrome, is a highly dangerous infectious disease caused by the HIV virus. HIV is a virus that attacks the human immune system. It targets the most important CD for T lymphocytes in the immune system, destroying these cells in large numbers, leading to immune deficiency in the body. As a result, the body becomes vulnerable to various diseases, malignant tumors, and has a very high mortality rate. Additionally, AIDS cannot be cured. AIDS Infectious Technique Internal. Leave 1. Mutation Skill Active. Can perform instant AIDS transmission technique on multiple targets, causing the target to be infected with the AIDS virus in a very short time, and unrestrictedly destroy any part and organ within the target's body, leading to irreversible cancerous changes, incurable and inextirpable. AIDS Infectious Technique. Different from the Black Death Outbreak technique, the virus eruption model of AIDS is more gentle, subtle and silent, causing the target to unknowingly become infected and silently perish. Contracting AIDS is undoubtedly a death sentence, comparable to a forbidden curse. Zheng Cheng was greatly shocked. I wonder what characteristics will arise after the AIDS Infectious Technique reaches Leave 3. He then looked towards the second skill, representing another branch of surgical skills in the skill tree. A new surgical variation skill appeared. It gave off a strange golden color, not bright nor dark gold, but a peculiar shade filled with strength, power, and vigor. The icon was simple, depicting a golden spear with bulging muscles, prominent veins all over, representing a violent aesthetic. You have learned a new skill. Indestructible Diamond Body Exterior. Indestructible Diamond Body Exterior. Leave 1. Mutation Skill. Your body has undergone a baptism of extraordinary energy, transforming into an indestructible diamond body, with skin as strong as steel, filled with boundless power. Certain parts of your body will gain tremendous endurance and stamina, which can be expanded several times or become harder as desired, with increased endurance. Indestructible Diamond Body. Looking at the explanation of this skill, Zheng Cheng's mouth twitched continuously, thinking about the AIDS Infectious Technique he just learned, as well as the Indestructible Diamond Body. It seemed as if they were definitely not specifically prepared for the Medusa Snake clan. Feeling satisfied with the newly learned skills, Zheng Cheng stood up. The Medusa Snake clan was a major enemy of the human race, and if these two skills could truly be effective against the Medusa Snake clan, they could become powerful weapons in his hands. Similar to the Rabies Outbreak technique targeting the Beastman, the Black Death Outbreak technique targeting the Ratman, and the AIDS Infectious Technique targeting the Medusa Snake clan, or even other canine, rodent, and serpent-type alien races. Phew. Withdrawing his mind from his thoughts, Jun Cheng took the opportunity to carefully inspect the idol. Perhaps due to his strength reaching level 7-9, just one step away from epic level, or perhaps due to the effects of the dragon's saliva fruit he consumed, greatly enhancing his insight. It may also be due to his divine nature, as his spirit was extremely sensitive and excited at the moment. Looking at the four-winged three-headed demon god statue, he noticed a different feeling. The four wings were almost identical, with broad fleshy wings, spreading feathers along the edges. However, the three snake heads were completely different. The left snake head looked fierce, with blood-red pupils, sharp fangs, as if ready to devour. The central snake head had a cold smile, revealing a hint of fangs, with black vertical pupils that were unsettling. The right snake head was the most peculiar, with a narrow face, subtle muscle movements, as if smiling. Its pupils emitted a faint pink color, exuding a bewitching aura. Which powerful mythical figure of the demon race does this four-winged three-headed demon god statue represent? If such a character were to descend upon the blue star, it would surely be annihilated in a very short time. Jun Cheng thought to himself, submit or be destroyed. This feeling of being slaughtered at will is truly uncomfortable. Forget it, I'll check out the LV79 breakthrough task. If I can become an epic level powerhouse, even if I'm just an ant in front of the demon god, at least I can resist. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly felt a flash in the pupil of the rightmost of the four-winged three-headed demon god statue. Did the pupil move? Jun Cheng wondered. Is it real or fake? Jun Cheng took a deep breath but did not approach, quickly walking out of the temple. What did it have to do with him if the alien idol was showing signs of movement? Better to leave quickly, lest, cock out. Suddenly, a crisp female laughter echoed, startling Jun Cheng. At the same time, a cold yet somewhat sweet voice reappeared in his ear, immobilizing his body as if controlled by the surrounding air. A believer with dragon beast bloodline. You have done well. I shall bestow upon you a reward. In an instant, Jun Cheng's mind was once again captivated. Unfathomable memories, whispers, or rather chants, resonated in his mind. At the same time, strong and mysterious auras and light dissipated from Jun Cheng, spreading outwards in all directions, even extending beyond the temple. Outside the temple, Bao Ying and Bao Mei, who were waiting, suddenly froze. Purple, black, and pink lights, three completely different yet mixed divine lights, poured out from their temple. Divine revelation, Bao Ying exclaimed, quickly kneeling down. Bao Mei next to her seemed to be struck dumb, and was being pulled down by Bao Ying, who was kneeling beside her. Mei, kneel quickly. May the god protect. May the god protect. The surrounding other tribespeople were also awakened, quickly prostrating on the ground and offering heartfelt prayers. Bao Mei, who was kneeling on the ground, was greatly shaken, screaming wildly in her heart. Divine revelation. It's a divine revelation. Lord Mosuk. Now there is only Lord Mosuk in the temple. I didn't expect him to have the divine favor. It's truly terrifying. This is the power of the gods. I wonder if my elemental spirit can reach this level. On the other side, Bao Ying also knelt tightly on the ground, her entire being nearly pressed down to the ground. The god has finally bestowed divine revelation again. The power of our god. Our Python city will surely become the new leader of the Medusa Snake clan. Inside the temple, Jun Cheng seemed to be immersed in a beautiful dream. It felt like a character, a beauty, was feasting with him. 180 poses, all fulfilled for him, meeting the right talent, facing the right opponent. It was unclear how long had passed, as the woman's laughter, the sighs, and the satisfied tone gradually dissipated. At the same time, a mechanical-like world will prompt sounded in his mind. You have received the blessing of an alien deity and learned the demon art heaven and earth spirit snake union technique. You have learned the technique, 7 emotions and 6 desires ecstasy art. What on earth? The prompt from the world will left Jun Cheng wide awake in an instant. His face wore a strange expression as he looked at the four-winged three-headed demon god statue not far away, his eyes filled with shock. Was it an illusion? Or did I really mate with a divine being, a demon god? It's impossible. He carefully sensed his body, feeling no abnormalities, but the satisfaction in his mind, memories, and the overwhelming sense of fulfillment from his soul far surpassed ordinary love between men and women. Even compared to his interaction with Sanzakian, it paled in comparison to this experience. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Jun Cheng opened the skill panel. It seemed like he had just comprehended a divine art. The heaven and earth spirit snake union technique. No, even if it was a divine art of a demon god, under his peculiar talents, it mutated into a new variation skill, 7 emotions and 6 desires ecstasy art. On the skill tree, a piece that displayed a rainbow of colors and constantly changing shapes appeared before him. Beauty, food, scenery, lust, constantly transforming, all in one. 7 emotions and 6 desires ecstasy art internal. Leave 1. Mutation skill. The 7 emotions are joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hate, and desire. The 6 desires are lust, appearance desire, manner and posture desire, speech desire, smoothness desire, and people desire. You can manipulate the target's 7 emotions and 6 desires as you please, stirring up the target's emotions and desires in a short period of time, tempting the target to break through their own values, personal moral restrictions, emotional blocks, and rule controls, leading to additional thoughts and actions. This ability cannot be removed by spells, cleansings, seals, or restraints. 7 emotional spirituality, 6 desire demon. Everything is encompassed within this. Looking at the explanation of the 7 emotions and 6 desires ecstasy art skill, Jun Cheng was left speechless from the shock. What is this? Stirring up the target's 7 emotions and 6 desires. Jun Cheng could only think of another skill, the hollow fire consuming technique. These 2 skills were truly a perfect match. By using the 7 emotions and 6 desires ecstasy art to stir up the target's emotions, then using the hollow fire consuming technique to burn their emotions and incite their soul. Now, even if the target were a stone woman, he could burn them to ashes. 7 emotions and 6 desires ecstasy art. Jun Cheng murmured, taking a deep breath and avoiding looking at the 4-winged 3-headed demon god. He quickly left the temple. The demon god might have bestowed divine art upon him out of face for being a member of the Black Dragon Guard, a devotee. If he stayed here for too long and was discovered to be a fake, or worse, a human, damn it, if he were to be devoured in one gulp after revealing his true form. Squeak! The temple door was pushed open, and Jun Cheng knelt at the entrance, startling the snake clan gathered outside. Leading the group were Bao Mei and Bao Ying. Bao Mei exclaimed in excitement, Lord Mosuk, no, I have seen the envoy of Lord Mosuk. I have seen the envoy of Lord Mosuk. Countless voices gathered together and resonated in Jun Cheng's ear. He steadied his mind, realizing that the group of Medusa Snake clan had been alarmed by his strange behavior within the temple. Bao Mei said, Lord Mosuk's envoy, you have been in the temple for 7 days already. This is the first time I've seen it. For someone to pray under the brilliance of our God for 7 days. 7 days? Jun Cheng's tone was peculiar. So, does that mean I, coupled with the demon god for 7 days? Damn it. End of chapter. Chapter 377 Mother and Daughter Fight. Skill Fusion. Inside Bao Ying's palace, Jun Cheng briefly described his experience in the temple. Bao Ying and Bao Mei, the mother and daughter, were listening attentively like they were studying a heavenly book, their hearts surging. Lord Mosuk, are you saying that our God has granted the magic? Oh no, I mean the divine skill, heavenly serpent fusion technique. Jun Cheng nodded, yes. Hiss. It's actually this skill. Truly Lord Mosuk. Lord Mosuk is favored by our God. The two were extremely surprised, but Jun Cheng curiously asked, what makes this heavenly serpent fusion technique different? Bao Ying said, Lord Mosuk, you may not understand. This divine skill of heavenly serpent fusion was comprehended by our God when observing the birth of a world. Legend has it, during the birth of that world, 2 giant pythons coiled and fused for tens of thousands of years in the void before giving birth to a world. When the world was born, it had tens of thousands of different plants and animals, flourishing in every way. And our God, from this immense power of heaven and earth, comprehended the heavenly serpent fusion technique, thus creating our Mei Snake Demon clan. Listening to Bao Mei's explanation, Jun Cheng appeared serious on the surface, but in his heart, he was silently criticizing. Tens of thousands of years. Giant pythons coiling to give birth to a world. Creating the Mei Snake Demon clan. Indeed, it's possible for giant pythons to give birth to a world and generate all things. But creating the Mei Snake Demon clan and such is definitely fake. Saying this is just giving oneself a facade. Bao Ying licked her lips and suddenly said, Lord Mosak, I have never tried the heavenly serpent fusion technique. Would you be willing to bestow our God's glory upon me? What? Lord Mosak, with your possession of the heavenly serpent fusion technique, I believe every member of the MEI Snake Demon Clan would be willing to serve under you. MEI giggled. Even females of the Dark Elf race, Succubus race, and Fox race would be willing to submit to you. As she spoke, she moved her enchanting body, coming closer to Zheng Cheng. Her delicate and enchanting face pressed tightly against Zheng Cheng's chest. Please don't refuse, for our God. Feeling the two cold little hands, Zheng Cheng immediately reacted. At this moment, he suddenly looked at Bao Mei. I want Bao Mei. Dao Mei's expression changed slightly, a blush silently climbing up her cheeks. Lord Mosak, I am an elemental spirit user. I need to ensure my survival. For a year, after I inherit the title of elemental spirit user, it's okay. Dao Ying giggled. Mei's serpent-sucking technique has reached its peak, even without it. Lord Mosak, your trip will definitely be worth it. With that, Bao Mei, disregarding Zheng Cheng's reaction, leaned in directly. Lord Mosak, don't worry. Mei, come here too. Several hours later, Bao Mei exclaimed, Lord Mosak, don't come in. I still need to go outside the realm to inherit the position of elemental spirit user. Lustful technique of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. With Zheng Cheng's actions, a snowy figure flew out from her, the ice and snow elemental spirit. At that moment, it looked towards Bao Mei with disdain. MEI Snake Demon Clan. Really careless, I had some thoughts. Forget it. Let's change plans. Damn it. 4 years wasted. Just then, a blue miniature figure suddenly flew out from the pink mist. Huh? A blue elemental spirit? Without wasting any time, Zua rushed towards it, seeking death. 2 days later, Zheng Chen led a troop of Earth Demon Tribe cavalry charging out of the 10,000 Snake City. Roar! The black dragon roared to the sky and fiercely spewed a scorching breath downward. Flames turned into a sea of fire, engulfing an entire valley, burning fiercely. Inside the valley, an evil eye the size of a ball screamed miserably as it rushed out, being burned to ashes. However, more evil eyes emitted destructive rays, resisting the black dragon. Evil eyes, a major race in the Earth Abyss world. Ordinary evil eyes the size of a ball, covered with sharp teeth, a vertical pupil in the center of their brains, and 10+ appendages for movement. It was said that on the 2nd level of the Earth Abyss, there existed an epic evil eye tyrant. The common evil eyes that spread across the 1st and 2nd levels were all descendants of that evil eye tyrant. Kill! With the words from the black dragon on his back, Zheng Cheng shouted, and dozens of Earth Demon Tribe mole riders charged in and brutally killed an evil eye. After coupling with Gao Ying and Bao Mei, Zheng Cheng led a team of Earth Demon Tribe riders to sneak into the darkness. His goal was simple, to hunt Kui Ziabing, but only he knew his true purpose. Suddenly attacked by this group of evil eyes on the way, it triggered a skirmish between the two sides. With the black dragon in action, the Earth Demon Tribe riders were full of vitality, pushing back the evil eyes. Earth Demon Tribe, we surrender. Suddenly, a cold spiritual wave spread from the valley. A larger evil eye shivered, creeping out with numerous tentacles. We are willing to offer 30 caddies of goblin, 100 premium demon cores, 300 demon crystals, and 300 slaves, along with over 20 captured tribe members from your Earth Demon Tribe. Please spare us. The great elder evil eye stared at the raging black dragon in the sky, his single eye full of fear. He initially thought it was just an Earth Demon Tribe squad attacking, but he didn't expect there was a black dragon knight hiding within. With a powerful body and terrifying dragon breath, especially the black dragon scales, naturally resistant to various forms of magic. For the Evil Eye clan, they couldn't resist the threat from the black dragon. After all, the Evil Eye clan specialize in mental attacks, with almost zero physical attacks. Faced with such superior beings like the black dragon, they had no means of resistance. Do you think we, the Evil Eye clan, fear you? Go die. The great elder evil eye's angry voice echoed throughout the valley, his tentacles shaking frantically, his massive body lifting up, causing ripples in the air with intense mental fluctuations. Unfortunately, his mental attack slammed into Jerry, barely causing any damage. Moreover, Zheng Cheng had the protection of the pineal gland spirit eater law shield. The great elder evil eye's attack couldn't break through. Hours later, the whole Evil Eye Valley was burned empty, with some areas still burning. Inside the valley, There were evil eye corpses, as well as earth demon tribe members and various giant monster corpses. The great elder evil eye lay in disgrace on the ground, pressed under the huge body of the black dragon, its mouth tearing into his flesh, ripping off a large piece of meat. Jun Cheng took advantage of the opportunity to slash a sword across the great elder evil eye's body. Skill successfully executed. You have obtained special ingredient, evil eye flesh iris. You have obtained evil eye DNA molecules. You have activated the evil eye DNA blueprint. Special ingredient, evil eye flesh iris. Quality, 7 stars. Effect, consuming permanently increases 10 spirit resistance plus 10. Limit of 5 doses. Explanation. The focal point of the evil eye clan's mental energy, containing extremely concentrated spiritual power. Jun Cheng swallowed all 5 evil eye flesh irises. His spiritual attributes surged by 50 points. Additionally, he also collected several dozen evil eye flesh irises. The proficiency of skills such as random dissection and tetanus blade increased significantly. Unfortunately, the HIV infection technique he wanted to experiment on the evil eyes didn't work. Perhaps it was because the evil eye's life form was different, or the transmission speed of HIV infection was too slow, or other factors. The HIV virus had no effect on the evil eyes. Oh, there's another skill book. His eyes lit up as he noticed another layer of notes under the skill book next to the great elder evil eye's corpse. Demonic eye of the evil eye. Special eye technique. No learning requirements. After learning, you will gain the demonic eye of the evil eye, allowing you to view the specific information, but target and detect its weaknesses. Jun Cheng shook his head. This thing was of no use to him. Besides, he had no empty skill slots now, despite still having 5 mandrake flowers. Unfortunately, he didn't have any items to produce more skill slots. He could only admire them from afar. At that moment, his eyes suddenly changed. He found an additional layer of notes beneath the skill book, detected that the practitioner possesses the similar skill central radar life monitoring technique. Would you like to fuse? After fusion, you will gain the unique effects of both skills and increase a significant proficiency in the main skill. Without any hesitation, Jun Cheng chose to learn it. You have acquired the skill, Evil Eye, ZZZ. System experiencing disorder. System adjusting. Adjustment succeeded. Skill fusion successful. Your central radar life monitoring technique proficiency has increased by 1,000 points. Your central radar life monitoring technique has been raised to LV8. Your central radar life monitoring technique gains special effects. Please check. Listening to the voice of the world within his mind, Jun Cheng immediately opened his skill panel to check. Central radar life monitoring technique internal. Leave 8. Mutant skill. Consumes spiritual power. Serving as the center, you can check for the presence of any life form within a certain distance. Current monitoring range. Centered around yourself, a radius of 100 miles. Chapter 378. Level 3 characteristics of Fade's transmission. Lord Mossack, those damned evil eyes have all been killed, including the evil eye elder killed by you. Your brave deeds will be forever remembered in the great achievements of our Yao clan. A maiden from the enchanting snake Yao clan named Ishikawa Mio, at half of her body draped over Jun Cheng. She was petite, but full-bodied, hugging Jun Cheng's arm tightly with her black eyes filled with charm, as if she wished to press him down right now, especially her lower body. The snake tail was tightly pressed against Jun Cheng's legs, feeling sticky. Damn it, curl. We're on the battlefield. Don't touch randomly. Jun Cheng had black lines all over his head. Truly from the enchanting snake Yao clan, she seemed like she could mount a horse and gallop anytime, anywhere. All right, Mio, go check how many losses we have suffered. Those useless people already die. Only Lord Mossack, you are the strongest, Mio. Lord Mossack, prepare to move out. The sacrifice to the god is about to begin. We must hunt down the offerings needed by His Royal Highness as fast as possible. Ishikawa Mio pouted, but she also understood the importance of the divine oracle, so she could only say, yes, respected Lord Mossack. Soon, only a dozen or so knights from the Yao clan continued to advance towards their target. Jun Cheng casually asked, Mio, how much do you know about Lady Asumi Midori? Lady Asumi Midori? Mio's eyes suddenly changed, becoming bright and admiring. Asumi Midori, the epic powerhouse guarding the city of 10,000 snakes. At the same time, she was the latest epic powerhouse of the Yao clan, and with her Yao clan identity, she managed to befriend a legendary powerhouse, causing the human frontlines in the underground cave to retreat more than a third. It could be said that it was thanks to the appearance of Lady Asumi Midori that the overall strength of the city of 10,000 snakes barely reached the level of one of the Yao clan's 3 main cities. Lady Asumi Midori was once considered the first genius of our enchanting snake Yao clan, entering the epic level in just over 20 years. Her fame spread even among the Yao clan, and she was taken as a concubine by a legendary Yao emperor. Ishikawa Miya wondered. Lord Mossack, why are you asking about this? Nothing, just a little admiration for Lady Asumi Midori, said Zheng Cheng. Ha ha. Lord Mossack, many powerful individuals have fallen at the feet of Lady Asumi Midori in the past. Even our mortal enemies, the Blue Star clan, had many willing to do things for Lady Asumi Midori. Mio chuckled. But unfortunately, Lady Asumi Midori advanced to the epic level, caught the eye of Lord Bai Ming, and no male dares to even look at Lady Asumi Midori anymore. Lord Mossack, you're late. Zheng Cheng laughed. Indeed a pity. By the way, what race is Lady Asumi Midori? Of course, she's from our enchanting Snake Yao clan. Oh, what occupation? Lady Asumi Midori's occupation is called Blood Orchid Snake Empress. I'm not too sure about the specifics of her abilities. While they were talking, a sudden commotion arose in front of them. What's happening? What's going on? Someone die. Who? Soon, a male enchanting Snake Yao clan member ran over. Lord Mossack, something's wrong. She died. Our pharmacist was treating her, but she inexplicably died. Zheng Cheng wondered. Was she critically wounded by the evil eyes? No. The primary attack of the evil eyes is psychic, and shouldn't affect the physical body. And Do's body seems to be poisoned. Poisoned? Bring her body over. Yes. Soon, a body appeared in front of Zheng Cheng. What's going on? She was fine just now. Do was heavily injured, but the priest already healed her. It's impossible for her to die so abruptly. Is it the psychic magic of the evil eyes, or poisonous insects? In his mind, Zheng Cheng had a guess and carefully examined Do. Her exposed skin was covered in blood-red pustules and rashes, her face full of fresh blood, looking terrifying. So many pustules, bleeding from the 7 orifices. This is like the Black Death and AIDS. Zheng Cheng ordered. You strip her clothes off. Yes. A few enchanting Snake Yao clan members approached and quickly removed Do's clothes. A smooth and beautiful body lay before his eyes. An uncontrollable exclamation suddenly sounded, and the enchanting Snake Yao clan members around instinctively covered their mouths. Do's body was covered with rashes, rotting scars, pustules, and oozing pus and blood. Once plump and delicate, her body now looked dried up and frail, resembling a skeleton. It seems to be a virus, Zheng Cheng muttered. Several days ago, after he had just reached level 69, he learned the AIDS transmission technique. At that time, he had used the AIDS transmission technique on the enchanting Snake Yao clan members around him. Because of the divine nature, the enchanting Snake Yao clan members around him didn't notice his actions. In addition, the Black Death outbreak technique also spread within the city of 10,000 snakes. The AIDS virus and the Black Death virus, two completely different but equally destructive viruses, silently ravaged the city of 10,000 snakes. Do's body harbored both the Black Death virus and the AIDS virus. After being critically injured by the evil eyes attack, she finally couldn't suppress the viruses in her body anymore and succumbed. The AIDS virus destroyed her physical qualities, greatly reducing her immunity in a short time. Meanwhile, the Black Death virus was rapidly spreading throughout her body. Under the dual virus attack, Do struggled for a few minutes before breathing her last. Such potent viruses, or has my proficiency increased? Zheng Cheng's thoughts turned to the Black Death outbreak and AIDS transmission techniques. As expected, the levels of these two mutated skills had both risen. Black Death outbreak technique, level 5, and AIDS transmission technique, level 3. Awakening a special characteristic. Your AIDS transmission technique has been raised to level 3. AIDS transmission technique, level 3. Mutated skill active, instantaneous. Can cast the AIDS rapid outbreak technique on multiple targets, causing them to be infected with the AIDS virus in an extremely short time, and freely destroying any part or organ within the target's body, inducing irreversible cancerous changes that cannot be healed, removed, or cured. You have activated the special characteristic 1 of the AIDS transmission technique, Level 3. Special Characteristic 1. Cumulative instant death. Your AIDS virus spreads through the target's body fluids, and any form of bodily fluid transmission can result in the target being infected with the AIDS virus. Moreover, if the target had exchanged bodily fluids with one or more targets, each additional type of bodily fluid will increase the instant death effect by 0.1%, up to a maximum of 100%, meaning the instant death probability cannot be weakened, eliminated, treated, or transferred. Cumulative instant death. What on earth is this? Jun Cheng's mouth twitched. After carefully checking, he soon understood how this effect worked. Leaving aside the transmission aspect, as the AIDS virus is typically spread through bodily fluid exchanges. After the AIDS transmission technique reached level 3 and gained the special effect of cumulative instant death, it appeared that if the target had only exchanged bodily fluids with one person before being infected with the AIDS virus, it would increase the instant death effect by 0.1%, meaning immediate death. And this probability would accumulate with the number of different bodily fluids exchanged by the target, up to a maximum of 100%. Once the instant death probability reaches 100%, no matter what methods the target uses to resolve it, it would be ineffective. In other words, if the target had exchanged bodily fluids with 1,000 people, they would be doomed to die. Even gods would be unable to save them. 1,000 people, 1,000 people slay. Jun Cheng took a deep breath. In this world, for those with some power and strength, who wouldn't be able to accomplish 100 people slay. After all, this is a world of high martial arts prowess, where even some powerful female professionals would rear scores of doormen for. Chapter 379 Encounter Battle. Terrifying Magic. Lord Mosuk, the signal from the tribe has come. They are under attack. Mao's agile figure appeared in front of Jun Cheng, urgently speaking. Jun Cheng also looked out into the distance, seeing continuous shouts of killing coming from the darkness, occasionally mixed with sounds of magic and skills explosions. Jun Cheng nodded. Go support them. It seems that the strength of this group of half-demon tribes is not to be underestimated. Yes. Mia waved her hand, and more than 10 half-demon tribes immediately rushed towards the battlefield. Jun Cheng rode Jeremy closely behind. In the darkness, Kui Xiabing, Shan Bai, Ziyang Su, Zhang Jingqi, and more than 10 others were fighting against a dozen or so charming snake demon tribes. These charming snake demon tribes were born to fight on their home ground, with rich combat experience, each cruel and adept at killing, and Kui Xiabing and the others found it difficult to defeat them for a while. Doom. Zhang Jingqi fiercely tossed a cloud of poison, breaking through a charming snake assassin who had sneaked over in the dark. A burst of blood shot out and immediately sent him flying, screaming and falling down. However, even though severely injured, the charming snake demon still struggled to get up and stabbed a dagger into another human professional's body. Lulima sighed and said, I can't intervene, as the energy fluctuations would attract the attention of Dong Yunmailing. I can only rely on you, and you too. The energy of those two epic superhuman plants should also not be used. Senior Lu, we don't need you. Kui Xiabing's voice came, and behind the crowd, she held a faint green light in her hands, rising slowly like a small sun, emitting an extremely rich life force. Then, the green light in her hand suddenly exploded, turning into tiny green willow fluff floating towards the sky, and then scatter and fell like snowflakes. Thorn Spirit Rain. Hiss. In an instant, the dense Thorn Spirit Rain fell on everyone on the battlefield. The human professionals, after the Thorn Spirit Rain fell on them, were absorbed into their bodies, quickly fused, and their physical, mental, and injuries were rapidly healed. But the group of charming snake demons corroded violently as if covered in sulfuric acid, causing them to scream in pain one after another. Damn it, powerful vitality, it must be the legendary Mushuran bloodline. In the darkness, a charming snake demon sorcerer gnashed her teeth. She wore a gorgeous sorcery robe and held a small scepter in her hand, from which an undulating, almost indiscernible dark light slowly formed. My God. Snake Cage. Doom. A pitch-black light suddenly surged from the charming snake demon priest, enclosing an area of several hundred meters in a dense mist, like a maze. In an instant, countless poisonous snakes suddenly accompanied this black mist, viciously rushing towards the Thorn Spirit Rain in the sky, instantly devouring large amounts of spirit rain. Many snakes even broke through the blockade of the spirit rain, rushed into the camp of human professionals, and bit several people to death. Ha ha. Suddenly, a laughter came, and several more human professionals rushed over, led by Duchan, Kui Xiabing, and Ziyangsu. 2 of the top 10 school beauties are both here. If I can have some intimacy, I would be worth dying for. Duchan laughed heartily, and his whole body suddenly melted like wax, turning into a sticky purple liquid, instantly forming a 3-headed giant python that viciously rushed towards the charming snake demon tribe. Poison Dragon. Doom. The 3-headed poison dragon crashed into the dark mist, violently spraying venom, immediately hitting several charming snake demons, even dissolving their clothing into pieces. 2 individuals were accidentally sprayed into their mouths by the venom, turning their originally dark skin into dark purple, and they collapsed on the ground. Duchan. Kui Xiabing's cold voice came. Duchan is quite skilled, and even the charming snake demon tribe can't completely and do all his poison techniques. With him here, he is also a big help. Kill. Behind Duchan, 2 other human professionals also shouted, pulled out their weapons, turned into 2 streams of light, and rushed into the melee. Shanbai also transformed into a giant bear, continuously slapping his palms. One after another massive boulder suddenly protruded from the ground, skewering several charming snake demons into pin cushions. With the fireworks shot, more human professionals would arrive. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, more than 10 sharp spears suddenly shot out from the dark mist, instantly turning 3 close combat professionals into pin cushions. Only Shanbai roared, stamping the ground forcefully with one foot, causing a large boulder to rise from the ground, blocking the group of spears. At the same time, a dense spider web also shot out from the venom and poison, turning into several huge snake groups, quickly binding several professionals and dragging them into the darkness, screams and roars echoing. Reinforcements. The charming snake demon tribe has reinforcements incoming. Several people's faces changed drastically, especially Kui Xiabing, who raised a scepter high. The green light in her hand suddenly burst. In an instant, like a small sun exploding, the blinding light drove away all the darkness, revealing the surroundings. Indeed, the charming snake demon tribe had reinforcements coming, with more than 10 half-demon tribes rushing towards them, their giant pythons entangling 7 or 8 human professionals, swiftly dragging them. Behind them, a massive figure was getting closer. Entangle them. We can't afford more casualties. Zhang Jinghui shouted in anger. These people were clearly the elite of the charming snake demon tribe, with most of them around LV69 level. If they were surrounded by this group of charming snake demons, they wouldn't all be able to escape. Doom. Just as the words fell, he suddenly grabbed his hands, and with a loud rumble, 3 gigantic puppets, 5 or 6 meters high, suddenly appeared from the void. They immediately smashed in front of these charming snake demons, blocking their path. Buzz 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 buzz. On the other side, Ziyangsu was also swinging the huge purple weird flowers in her hands, and quickly released a large number of tiny insects, forming a dark cloud that enveloped the several giant pythons in front. Soon, the leading giant python and the charming snake demons on it all trembled, foaming at the mouth, almost falling to the ground. Guxian. As a Guxian, even if she couldn't use the ling-like human face flower, Ziyangsu still possessed formidable combat power. These human tribes are really troublesome. Behind the charming snake demon tribe, Mio gnashed her teeth. She pulled out her scepter and her pupils suddenly turned pitch black, with circles of strange patterns emerging. At the same time, a mysterious breath emerged from her body. Slowly lifting the wand in her hands, she chanted a rhythmic curse-like incantation. With her incantation, the faces of all charming snake demon tribes suddenly changed, trying to move away from Mio. In an instant, a large amount of black mist surged out of Mio's body, crazily rushing in all directions. Magic art. Snake devouring. Doom. The surrounding black mist seemed to come alive, turning into countless tiny poisonous snakes that rushed towards everyone. Not only that, even the ground suddenly cracked open. A large number of black energy giant pythons suddenly rushed up, firmly entwining everyone. At the same time, several black arrows shot out and struck 2 professionals, knocking them to the ground. Kui Xiabing's green light forced the dark tentacles back, and she quickly retreated. Zhang Jinghui also did the same, his puppets entangled by several giant pythons. If he didn't retreat, he would also be killed. Doom. On the other side, Shangbi's front soul churned and formed a massive cocoon, blocking the black mist giant pythons. As his figure suddenly plunged underground, He quickly ran out hundreds of meters away through burrowing technique. Meanwhile, Jiangsu, Du Chang, each used their own methods to dodge the magic. However, several other students screamed in pain as they were entangled by the darkness. Other charming snake demons quickly approached. Retreat. We are no match for this group of charming snake demon tribes. Du Chang's poison dragon came over, forcing the charming snake demons back with toxic mist, saying, "We should run." Kui Xiabing frowned and said, "Are you going to leave the students here and run yourself?" "So what?" Du Chang said coldly. "This is just a graduation assessment, and I don't want to lose my life here. Fight for your life if you wish. I'm out of here first." Ha ha. Du Chang laughed, his venom once again flooding, engulfing two charming snake demons and quickly retreating from the battle. Kui Xiabing looked strangely behind, but Lu Lima's phantom was nowhere to be seen, wondering where he had gone. No wonder Du Chang wanted to run. He wasn't aware of Senior Lu Lima's presence when the battle happened, thinking it was just an ordinary encounter battle. If Senior Lu Lima had found out, "Can't retreat," Zhang Jinghui shouted, claws decorating a large number of puppet threads, instantly manipulating the dead bodies entangled by several charming snake demons and giant pythons on the ground. "We need to hold the ground here to fight the charming snake demon tribe. If we run into the darkness, we won't be able to escape the charming snake demon tribe's assassinations. That's your business. I have my own way." Mio sneered, slowly moving forward with a bewitching figure. "You humans will become the most abundant sacrifices for our god." Doom. Another burst of dark flames happened next to Mio, and countless ultra-small black poisonous snakes rushed towards the group. The two different venomous insects immediately began a fierce battle. Meanwhile, more poisonous snakes bypassed the group of venomous insects and rushed towards the back. Hissing, the dense ultra-small black poisonous snakes came over, causing several professionals entangled by the darkness to scream, with their bodies covered in black poisonous snakes, furiously tearing and devouring them. Kui Xiabing, Zhang Jinghui, Shangbai, and others, while fighting the charming snake demon tribe, had to be careful of the large number of tiny poisonous snakes flying around. "I can't use the Ling my devouring dragon vine. Otherwise, this group of charming snake demon tribes won't even be my opponents, but I can't retreat at will." Kui Xiabing's mind raced. Quickly understanding the surrounding environment, it seems the only choice is to use that. "Only if I intervene can I fight for everyone sometime. Then, whether it's Shanbai, Zhang Jinghui, Little Z, or even Du Chang, all of them have the opportunity to take action. Kill this group of charming snake demon tribes, or..." At this time, a roar suddenly came from the sky behind the charming snake demon tribe, and a massive figure was rapidly approaching. Even a huge black shadow appeared on the ground. The terrifying dragon breath from a high-level creature caused all the giant pythons under the charming snake demon tribe to fall on the ground tremblingly, not daring to move. "Lord Mosuk is too strong. Is this our clan's dragon knight?" Thus, the dozen or so charming snake demon tribes were suddenly enveloped by a strange wave. As a sorcerer, Mio's face suddenly changed color, subconsciously exclaiming, "Lord Mosuk, you..." No. End of this chapter. Chapter 380. The Menace of the AIDS Virus. Plan against the city of 10,000 snakes. No. A tragic scream suddenly rang out, interrupting the excited discussion. Mio, who was previously engaged in lively conversation, suddenly trembled all over. Large patches of red rashes began to visibly grow on her previously smooth and clean skin at a noticeable speed, followed by blisters and then the emergence of densely packed red swellings. Soon, her skin began to crack, thick, sticky blood and pus slowly oozing out. Her entire body including her face was covered in blood and disgusting boils. Not only her, but even the 30-odd succubus enchantresses, succubus knights, and spider cult priests around her were the same. What's happening? What's going on? Those succubus enchantresses. Kui Xiabing, who was still resisting in place, immediately noticed something amiss with the succubus enchantresses around her and stopped, saying strangely. The others subconsciously looked as well. They saw that the once formidable succubus enchantresses were now coughing violently, collapsing to the ground, some even lying down wailing in pain. "Look at their skin. It looks like they've been poisoned." Kui Xiabing waved her hand to dispel the black mist surrounding them, also revealing these succubus enchantresses hidden in the mist. Everyone could clearly see this group of succubus enchantresses on the ground. Their skin was covered in blood and pus, with copious amounts of thick mucus gushing out, drenching their bodies. Some were even wailing in agony. Moreover, several succubus enchantresses with more severe injuries were spitting out blood in mouthfuls, losing their breath directly. They've been poisoned. Who administered the poison? How could someone poison so many succubus enchantresses all at once? ZZ, Duchan, was it you? Among us, only the two of them are skilled with poisons. Kui Xiabing also looked at Zipapi and asked, ZZ, aren't you supposed to refrain from using extraordinary plants? How come you? It wasn't me, not me. Zipapi hurriedly said, my poison is delivered through venomous insects. I'm also not good with this type of toxin. It seems like it's directly affecting the bodies of the succubus enchantresses. How terrifying. At this point, Duchan also noticed the chaos and emerged from the darkness, his crimson pupils staring fixedly at the group of fallen succubus enchantresses, filled with shock and excitement. What kind of toxin is this? It's even more powerful than my innate abilities. And this virus appears to have been present in these succubus enchantresses for several days, erupting in full force at this moment. Did they turn against themselves? As the AIDS transmission technique's immediate lethal effect unfolded, this group of succubus enchantresses all succumbed one after another. A few priests were still baring their teeth, releasing healing spells or dark absorption spells to treat themselves, to no avail. Amidst cries of agony, all 30 succubus enchantresses perished. Mayo's body was already covered in sores. As one of the few priests among the succubus enchantress clan, although she was young, she had long achieved the feat of slaying 100. To please the demon god, the female priests among succubus enchantresses were all synonymous with evil and promiscuity. Half kneeling on the ground, looking up at the sky, the immense black dragon descending slowly, let out a hoarse voice, roaring, why, Lord Mossack, why, thou, spurt. A mouthful of black-red blood gushed out abruptly, and Mio, too, collapsed, devoid of breath. For the succubus enchantresses, the AIDS transmission technique was their ultimate nemesis. Accompanied by a deafening roar of the fierce whine, the massive shadow of the black dragon descended slowly. Kui Xiabing's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up with surprise. This black dragon, Jun Cheng, roar. The black dragon landed, stirring up a violent gale that made it impossible for everyone to open their eyes. So, it's you, Jun Cheng, Kui Xiabing exclaimed, and Zhang Jinghui, Zipapi, and others all looked pleasantly surprised. Anyone who was suddenly rescued at the brink of death will undoubtedly feel fortunate. The students who had been magically controlled were now struggling to get up. However, Duchang walked to the bodies of the succubus enchantresses, carefully examining their wounds. Skin ulcerations, rashes, and sores. There are even signs of neurological damage. What kind of poison is this? Jun Cheng, how could you be with the succubus enchantresses? They call you Lord Mossack. What's going on? Kui Xiabing took the lead in asking. Jun Cheng replied, that's my secret. All right, I may need your help with my upcoming plan, so I'll tell you right now. I have an item that can temporarily transform me into a different race without detection by that race. I see. Kui Xiabing suddenly realized items that could transform into different races or monsters were not very common, but not unheard of. Just like Lang Fontaine in Blue Wolf Mountain, who could transform into a wolf with his bloodline, and once assassinated Princess Floria of the Lizard Folk Army. Only the epic tier pixie high priest discovered his true identity. None of the other beastmen did. Jun Cheng possessing such a unique item was indeed fortunate.